When the end of the world comes, plants on Earth wither, water sources dry up, greenery disappears, and the foundation of life collapses. Panic swept the world, order collapsed, humanity disintegrated, and the former prosperity turned into ruins. In this catastrophe, food became the most luxurious desire. Rice and flour are like gold, only the rich can enjoy them. The prices of vegetables have skyrocketed and they have long been out of stock, becoming a luxury item in people's memory. However, at this moment, someone picked up a mobile phone and accidentally opened it. The video in the phone shocked the world. In the picture, I can see that I am tossing fresh and green vegetables in the hot pot, and the aroma is overflowing. The golden roasted lamb leg exudes an aroma of oil mixed with the rich flavor of cumin. The delicious fish soup is stewed into a pure white color like milk, sprinkled with emerald green onions, making you almost smell the freshness. At the dining table, a pretty little girl was biting off a crystal strawberry, and the sweet and sour juice was overflowing from the corner of her mouth. She blinked her round eyes, with a bit of helplessness, and pleaded in a tender voice, "Brother, I really can't eat any more." A slightly spoiled egg fried rice. Effect: satiety +3, stamina +3, 10% chance of triggering colic. A farm in the suburbs of Southern City. I looked at the prompt words floating in the air and sighed softly. Then I took the egg fried rice from the girl opposite me and said with a smile, "It's been too long, it might have gone bad, I'll give you another one." The girl frowned slightly and said indifferently, "I didn't plan to eat it anyway." Her delicate makeup and elegant clothes did not fit in with the slightly old farm. "Li Tianran, I've had enough. If you continue to stay in this broken farm and refuse to change jobs, we will break up." I paused while carrying the plate, looked up at her, and said expressionlessly, "Zhongling, let me make it clear first, this is not a broken garden. This is a comprehensive farm that integrates catering, planting, fishing and animal husbandry." After a pause I added, "Also, all your expenses this year, including this $30,000 Chanel scarf you're wearing, were earned by this broken garden. Zhongling's expression changed slightly, but her tone was still aggressive. "Li Tianran, I'm not kidding. My colleagues at the company are all laughing at me for finding a farmer boyfriend. If you don't change your job, let's not talk about getting married." I frowned, and the countdown to the wedding date flashed through my mind 3 months. The slightly dilapidated farm outside the window came into view, making me feel irritated. At the same time, the familiar floating window popped up again. Manor status, poor management, area of 30 acres, can be used for fishing, animal husbandry, planting, construction, current profit and loss. 7 days ago, my body changed and I began to see these data prompts. However, apart from being convenient for checking the properties of objects, this ability has no practical help. What's worse is that this ability is only effective within the manor. Outside of here, it is useless. I smiled bitterly. This so-called golden finger did not make me rich overnight. Instead, it made me face the dilemma of my girlfriend breaking off the engagement. After a moment of silence, I finally compromised and sighed. "Okay, I can go out and find a job." Zhongling showed a smug smile, and when she was about to say something, a mechanized female voice suddenly sounded. "Doomsday game player matching is complete, officially loading, please wait." I was stunned and asked in a low voice, "Zhongling, did you hear any sound?" "Don't change the subject." She crossed her arms and continued to press. "You can get married, but there is one condition: send that little burden away." I was stunned, and my voice became colder. "What did you say?" "I say, send Li Han to an orphanage. She's not your biological sister." "Bullshit!" I growled and slammed the plate in my hand onto the table. The pieces flew everywhere, and the fried rice spilled all over Zhongling, directly staining her expensive scarf. "Li Tianran, are you crazy?" Zhongling screamed. "Get out!" I pointed at the door, my tone icy. "Get out right now, don't force me to do anything." Zhongling left in a panic, and her angry curses echoed at the gate of the manor. "Don't be so complacent. The vice president of my company has been pursuing me for a long time. As long as I want, he will arrange a better life for me in a minute." Standing in front of the window, I put my hands in my pockets, staring at Zhongling's receding back expressionlessly, and said to myself, "I hope you won't regret it, idiot." At this time, two little heads popped in, a little girl and a black wolfhound. The little girl had delicate features, but her hair was a little dry and yellow, and she was wearing old clothes that had been washed so much that they looked bleached. The wolfhound stared at the chicken leg on the table with burning eyes and wagged its tail rapidly, but the little girl held its ears tightly, and the dog could not move. I looked at the girl and said softly, "Hanan." Name: Lee Hanan. Identity: human cub, age 7 years old, satiety: 99, evaluation: weak, pitiful and helpless, but energetic and a great eater. Hanan looked up at me, pouted and asked, "Brother, did you guys have a fight again?" I ruffled her hair and said with a smile, "She is not worthy of Hanan. If the old one goes, the new one will come. I will find you a better sister-in-law." Hanan nodded, touched her stomach and said aggrievedly, "Brother, I'm hungry again." I smiled, and the haze of heartbreak was swept away. As long as this little guy is here, I still have the motivation to fight on. "Okay, brother will go make fried rice for you right away." I turned and went into the kitchen. Before entering the kitchen, I couldn't help but look back at the black wolfhound next to me, who was being pinned to the ground and beaten by Hanan for failing to steal food. Little black, type, Czech wolf dog, age, 3 years old, strength, 5 intelligence, 2 speed, 12, adult standard is 10, spirit 5, hunger 35. Comments: this is a loyal and fierce Czech wolf dog, who only shows tenderness to those he trusts. Note: never try to hurt its companions. If it arches its body, shows its canine teeth and growls, "Woo woo," run immediately. I shook my head helplessly. To be honest, what kind of weird cheat code is this? An identification master? Or a portable animal scanner? Just as I thought of this, I suddenly remembered the prompt sound I heard when I was talking to Zhongling just now. Doomsday Game. Speaking of which, a lot of strange things have happened recently: snow in June, abnormal climate, and a large number of cattle and sheep died inexplicably in some breeding areas. Rubbing my eyebrows, I turned and walked into the kitchen, poured out an appropriate amount of rice from the rice bag, and washed it with clean water. Just as I was preparing for the next step, a reminder sounded in my mind again. Ding! The game has been loaded successfully, the shelter has been bound successfully, the points mall has been activated, and the novice rewards have been issued. Players are requested to check on their own. The clear female voice startled me. However, before I could come to my senses, an unbearable pain suddenly hit me. It was as if my brain was connected to a large-capacity USB flash drive, and countless pieces of information were pouring into my mind. After a moment, I opened my eyes gasping for breath, and a brand new virtual interface suddenly popped up in front of me. Doomsday Game, player, Lee Tiana in shelter, poorly managed Manor LV1 shelter skill reward, Eye of Truth can display all objects and creatures in digital form level, BB level upgrade requirements, distance to fortress level required points, 8 million. Area 30 acres divisions, accommodation area, planting area, pasture area, rugged terrain. What's even more amazing is that I saw the vast farm divided into 7 or 8 areas by virtual light and shadow lines, and the functions of each area were clear at a glance. Level 3 area with plenty of sunshine, suitable for planting, crops grow faster. Abundant pastures, cattle and sheep can eat the most fertile grass. The rugged edge of the land can be used to build fortifications, which will achieve twice the result with half the effort. My mouth slowly opened, my eyes fixed on the extremely conspicuous scarlet warning message in the upper right corner of the interface. The end of the world is coming, natural disasters will destroy the world, and the shelter is the only fortress you can rely on. Please seize hope and build a new civilization on the ruins. The only mission: survive the Doomsday Game and build your shelter into the strongest castle. There are still 5 hours, 59 minutes and 36 seconds until the Doomsday Era comes. Era of Destruction? These 3 words were like sharp arrows piercing my heart, causing my blood to freeze and my hands and feet to turn cold. My heart was pounding. I quickly walked to the windowsill and looked up at the sky. The originally cloudless sky was now covered by dark clouds, part of the sunlight was swallowed up, and the darkness was eroding the dazzling sun bit by bit, like the prelude to the end of the world. Solar eclipse? I muttered to myself. Such a celestial phenomenon should have been warned by the Astronomical Bureau long ago, but I never heard a single word. At this moment, the 3 words, Age of Destruction, In the system prompt exploded in my mind. This was not an ordinary solar eclipse, but a sign of the coming of doomsday. The end of the world is coming, less than 6 hours. I took a deep breath, and my mind raced as I tried to calm myself down. When the end of the world comes, it will be nothing more than a sudden change in temperature and food shortages. Yes, clothes and food are the primary resources. In every disaster, countless painful lessons have proved that warm clothing and filling food are the basis for survival. Thinking of this, I didn't hesitate any longer, pushed the door open, picked up Hanin and Shiohei, and rushed towards the truck parked at the gate of the manor. 30 minutes later, when we returned from the city, the truck was already filled with supplies, winter clothes, seasonings, and even a simple diesel generator. After being busy for nearly 2 hours, I finally moved the supplies into the warehouse, and I felt a little relieved. "Brother, why are we buying so many things?" Hanin asked curiously while sitting in the passenger seat, swinging her legs and gnawing on a chicken leg. "Are you planning to open a supermarket?" Hanin's childish words made me smile. Yes, the supplies on the car were enough to run a small supermarket, or even support 2 people for 2 or 3 years. It's better to be prepared. I touched her head without explaining the horror of the end of the world, fearing that her little heart wouldn't be able to bear it. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, and the scorching sun was almost completely swallowed up. The system prompt appeared in front of my eyes: 3 hours, 26 minutes and 37 seconds until the arrival of the Age of Destruction. When I got back to the manor, the first thing I did was to check the safety of the residents. The first floor was the restaurant, connected to a 100 square meter warehouse. The second floor is Hanin and I's room. I carefully closed every window and made sure that nothing was left out, then drove 2 cows and a dozen goats into the shed and settled them down. After finishing all this, I finally had time to open the system interface to check. The interface is extremely simple, with only 3 options: permissions, exchange, and mall. I took a quick look at the permissions interface. LV1 Shelter Permission. Remotely control the shelter /50,000 points. Even if the player leaves the shelter, he can sense the status of the shelter and the mall products in real time and give instructions at any time. The remaining permissions are not unlocked yet and need to be unlocked after the shelter is upgraded. I raised my eyebrows and went straight into the store interface. The store interface pops up. Currently, only 3 categories are open, and the other 7 categories are all gray, with a message saying, "Activate after the shelter is upgraded." The current categories are Upgrade, Tools, and Resources. I chose the first category, Upgrade. After entering the interface, a prompt pops up. Upgrade the shelter, you can choose to defend or expand. Defense and expansion each have different interfaces, and the types of goods sold are also completely different. Defense: wall wooden, 1m/30 points, iron bar, 1m/300 points, concrete thorn, 1m/600 points, aloe fortress, 1m/6000 points, radar guard, monitoring, January 2000 points, patrol, January 5000 points, laser tower, unlocked. A warning message followed. Player Li Tianran's shelter has a defense score of only 3, which can only defend against the invasion of small wild animals. It is a very high risk level. It is recommended to build a defense system immediately. I glanced around the manor. The fences made of bamboo poles and iron wire were swaying in the wind, as if they would be blown away at any time. Next, I opened the expansion category. Expansion products: intelligent working robots, household type, 1/10,000 points, agricultural type, 1/50,000 points, industrial type, 1/500,000 points, battle warriors, LV1 hummingbird level, 1/1,000 points, LV2 hound level, 1/5,000 points, LV3 adult level, 1/50,000 points, LV4 tank level, 1/5,000 points, LV5 mecha level, 1/1,000,000 points. After just 2 categories, I was stunned by the string of zeros in the price column. This is almost as long as a mobile phone number. I couldn't help but complain. Overall, this Doomsday game is a bit similar to Disaster Shelter, or Red Alert, and requires continuous expansion and development centered on the base. However, looking at these high-priced goods, I felt a little tight in my chest. The things in the mall are good, but the prices? It's hard to describe. Just as I was feeling emotional, I suddenly remembered that I hadn't checked the newbie rewards yet. I opened the backpack interface with trembling hands, and a gift box-shaped package appeared in front of me. Novice reward, points reward, 500,000. Radar guard, monitoring level X3, patrol level X1. Battle warrior, hummingbird X20, hound X1. Seeds, radiation-proof grade 30 caddies corn, 30 caddies soybeans, 30 caddies rice. Sun energy, 300/300. LV1 crop growth accelerator 80L. LV1 livestock growth enhancer, 80 liters. Do you want to take out the item? I chose yes, without hesitation. In an instant, a pile of objects suddenly appeared in the open space in front of me, and the most eye-catching ones were those mechanical combat warriors. 20 hummingbird-class warriors shone with a dull metallic luster and fluttered their wings. They looked like hummingbirds, but were obviously more threatening than hummingbirds. I curiously checked their status. LV1 Hummingbird Number 1, Level 1 Combat Warrior Ammunition Capacity, 100 out of 100 damage, 0 out of 100 speed 5, 1 second/5 meters, lethality 3, can penetrate 3 mm steel plate, defense 1, can defend against 100 kg force attack method, shooting. I gave a simple attack command. The hummingbird warriors suddenly jumped up, and the sound of gunfire continued. A water tank in the distance was smashed to pieces in an instant. My pupils shrank slightly. This kind of power could definitely be fatal if it hit a human. Next, I looked at the only Hound-class battle warrior. LV2 Hound 1, Level 2 Combat Warrior Ammunition Capacity, 50/50 fuel capacity, 100/100 speed, 4 damage, 6 defense, 5 attack methods, ablation, shooting, biting. The Hound-class warrior launched an attack. A 10-meter-long fire snake spewed out of its mouth, and a scorching fireball rose instantly. Even though I was 10 meters away, I could feel the suffocating high temperature. I couldn't help but laugh. The novice rewards were awesome. With these equipment, even in the apocalypse, I had a surefire way to survive. 30 minutes later, I returned to the small building. At this point, the points dropped sharply from 500,000 to 30,000, but what was gained in return was worth it. I purchased 5 surveillance guards, 5 patrol guards, 20 hummingbird-level combat warriors, and added an iron fence for the manor. Although we are somewhat cautious, in the end times, human nature is often more terrible than disasters. The evil people in the disaster are another kind of disaster in themselves. We must be on guard. After some renovation, the manor has taken shape as a fortress. As long as there is no regular army, no one should be able to break through easily. Inside the house, Peppa Pig was still playing on TV. Hanan sat on the sofa, laughing foolishly along with Peppa's family. On the table was a half-eaten plate of fried rice and chicken drumsticks. I sat down and picked up the plate, then asked her with a smile, "Why didn't you finish your meal? Are you in a bad mood?" Hanan shook her head. "Xiaohei and I are full, this is specially left for brother." I was stunned for a moment, then smiled and threw the meat bones on the plate to Xiaohei. "Oh woo!" Xiaohei pounced over with a satisfied look on his face. I breathed a sigh of relief. Such a life is really comfortable. However, I don't know how long this peace can last. I looked up at the unnaturally dark sky, remained silent for a moment, patted Hanan's head gently and asked, "Xiaohan, if the world would remain this dark from today on, would you be afraid?" Hanan nodded. "Yeah, I'm scared." Then, as if she remembered something, she moved barefoot into my arms, grabbed my arm and said with a smile, "This way, you won't be afraid anymore." I was stunned for a moment, and waved at Xiaohei. Xiaohei also jumped onto the sofa obediently, and curled up beside me. There is a haze outside the window, but at this moment, my heart is calmer than ever before. Since a long time ago, a pair of siblings and a dog have formed our independent world. Other people and things in the world are just outsiders, and no one can separate us, whether it is Zhongling or Doomsday. The clock on the wall struck softly, and the hands pointed to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There were still 59 minutes until the end of the world. Outside the window, the sky was completely dark, and only a faint ray of light remained from the sun, like a candle struggling to go out. Hanin fell asleep in my arms. I carefully carried her to bed and covered her with a quilt. Then I picked up the remote control and tried to get the official explanation of the phenomenon from TV. A few hours ago, I had already looked through all the items in the system and the mall. The mall is divided into 3 categories. Upgrades are mainly used for infrastructure, which can upgrade shelters and build stronger and safer castles. Tools include auxiliary equipment, weapons and firearms, large machinery, and even dozens of tons of wall breakers and vibrators. Resources include everything from crop seeds to livestock cubs, water, fuel, medicine, and even high power artificial suns. Looking at my pitiful points, I felt powerless. Even if I gave everything, it would only create a tiny ripple in the vast mall. At this moment, I truly understood the weight of the word tycoon. If I can have enough points, I can arm the manor into a top-level military base in a short period of time. No matter how turbulent the outside world is, I can still remain impregnable. Exchange system. I turned my eyes to the last interface. The system sets the recycling prices for crops and other resources. LV1 edible crops 1 kg equals 1 point. LV2, 1 kg of radiation-proof crops equals 10 points. LV3 ancient medicine level crops 1 kg equals 1000 points. LV4 god level crops 1 kg equals 10,000 points. LV5 super god level crops 1 kg equals 100,000 points. It seems that I can't leave my identity as a farmer for the rest of my life. I laughed at myself. Although the system interface is rough, it has complete functions and a one-stop service for supply, marketing and recycling, which makes me feel at ease. At this time, the host on TV was interviewing an astronomer. Dr. Lee, why was there no sign of this sudden total solar eclipse worldwide? Dr. Lee adjusted his glasses and replied in a relaxed tone. This total solar eclipse is an astronomical wonder that only occurs once every 500 years. The planet blocking the sun may be beyond the measurement range of our current instruments. However, it will not last too long, so there is no need to worry. I suggest that everyone seize the opportunity to watch this rare wonder with their family. Listening to his answer, I sneered and whispered to myself, Minor celestial phenomenon? This is a catastrophic storm that is enough to sweep away all of humanity. An hour ago, I tried to warn people online, but my account was blocked, my post was deleted, and I was even warned. They said my remarks were spreading rumors and causing trouble. At this moment, I can only sigh and let the ticking of the clock become louder and louder in the silence. Since I can't change the overall situation, I can only guard my own piece of land. I gave the order. Patrol guards are deployed at the 4 corners and the main gate. Each team is equipped with 5 hummingbird warriors. Hound warriors are to guard the residential buildings. If an intruder is found, they will be shot to death without asking for permission. In an instant, 6 eyeball-shaped patrolling guards flew to their respective posts, followed closely by the hummingbird warriors. The hound warrior stood guard at the door like a stone lion, its green mechanical eyes exuding a chill. The clock on the wall ticked, and time passed by little by little. Suddenly, a scarlet reminder popped up on the system interface. There are still 10 seconds until the arrival of the era of destruction. 10, 9. I counted silently along with the second hand, and my mood calmed down. 3, 2, 1. Boom! A loud noise came between heaven and earth, and time seemed to be frozen. I saw the birds suspended in midair, motionless. The sun's light reappeared, but it was no longer warm. It became cold and desolate, like moonlight. Then, it burst out with dazzling light, covering the entire blue planet. 10 seconds later, the light disappeared, the surface of the sun was obscured by a layer of cosmic dust, and the temperature of the earth suddenly dropped by 20 degrees. I stood there, watching the plants around me lose their vitality in an instant. The green leaves withered, and the fruits turned gray, as if the whole world had turned into a dead zone. The system prompt sounded again. The first era of destruction has arrived. The vibrant plant life will die from today. There are still 30 days until the second era of destruction. The next stage will take away the ocean and aquatic life. Players, please cherish the present time. I stood there in a daze. The age of destruction did not come all at once, but came in batches. The first era destroyed plants, and the second will destroy water. My chest felt like it was being pressed down by a huge rock, and my breathing became heavier. If so, will there be a third or fourth era of destruction? What kind of catastrophe will they bring? My thoughts were floating and my ears were filled with silence. The natural disaster seemed to have stopped for the time being. Although the sun hanging in the sky was much dimmer, its weak light still illuminated the earth. I never thought that such weak light could make people feel unprecedented security. Although they have lost their warm power, they are enough to ignite hope. If the world falls into complete darkness, that will be the real doomsday. I returned to the room and looked at Henin. She was still sleeping soundly with a silly smile on her face. The black cat at the side was restless, growling and running back and forth in the house, with its tail tucked tightly between its legs. Animals are much more sensitive than humans, and it seemed to have sensed something and was venting its fear and anxiety. Click! I opened the door and prepared to see what was happening outside. Xiao Hei followed me immediately. The cold wind blew in my face like a knife, and I couldn't help shivering. Fortunately, I put on a thick cotton coat in advance, which slightly blocked the bone-chilling cold. The air was filled with the smell of decay, as sickening as an abandoned house that no one had set foot in for a long time. I looked up at the sky, and the sun's brilliance had been blocked by cosmic dust, becoming extremely dim, like a cold moon. "Oh my God!" I murmured. The first era of destruction completely changed the world from this moment on. It was not only the extinction of plants, but also the disruption of the entire food chain. Insects and livestock, which were once important links in the chain, have either evolved or become extinct due to food shortages. And this chain reaction is bound to affect all of humanity. I stood there for a moment, thinking, then walked toward the barn. Inside the shed, half of the cattle and sheep were dead, and the ones that were still alive were restless and roaring. I was not surprised. The extinction of plants brought about a cold wave, and some animals could not resist the sudden drop in temperature and could not escape the fate of death. This scene reminded me that I should not only focus on the surface meaning of the system prompts, but also think about the possible chain reactions. However, the traces of the shed door being knocked open from the inside caught my attention. After checking, I found that the largest and strongest yellow cow in the shed was missing. Without bothering to look for it, I turned and headed for the planting area. The originally green rice seedlings have now turned gray, and rows of system data appear before my eyes. Irradiated rice contains extremely toxic substances. After consumption, there is a 98% chance of causing pulmonary fibrosis and a 2% chance of the genome structure being broken and reorganized. Irradiated land, highly toxic environment. Ordinary seeds cannot grow, only radiation-proof seeds are available. Looking at these data, my heart sank. This is irreversible destruction. From now on, the land around the world will no longer be able to grow plants. The only food that humans rely on for survival will be the reserve food, and once it is exhausted, there will be no more supplies. A 2% chance of genetic recombination. This is too dangerous. I stared at the gray rice seedlings, my thoughts surging. The genetic structure in plants and organisms is usually very stable, but once it is disrupted, it can lead to unimaginable consequences such as multiple heads, deformities, or even becoming a monster. This situation is exactly the same as Godzilla in the neighboring Sakura country, except that 99.999% of genetic mutations will only lead to painful collapse and death. Simply put, if people eat these rice grains, there is a 98% chance of dying in a painful way, and a 2% chance of becoming a monster, creating chaos, and then dying. All these rice grains must be destroyed. I made up my mind. Although they were the fruits of my careful cultivation, they had now become deadly poison. At this moment, Xiao Hei suddenly let out a sharp bark and rushed in one direction. Following its gaze, my pupils suddenly shrank. It was a giant bull as big as an elephant, rushing towards me like an angry tank. The white air waves from its nostrils were like two long dragons, the ground trembled under its iron hooves, and every step made a dong 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 sound like a war drum. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its muscles were swollen to the point that even its fur was torn, and it was bleeding but felt no pain. "It's it! The yellow cow that ran out of the shed!" I couldn't help but gasp. It has doubled in size and has incredible strength, but it has obviously lost its mind and turned into a killing machine. Sure enough, this is the result of genetic mutation. It suddenly occurred to me that the cow's genes were recombined after eating the irradiated straw seedlings. Now it is no longer an ordinary scalper, but a scalper pious. As it got closer and closer, my pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinpoint. At this moment, I could only hear 4 words echoing in my mind, a fine line between life and death. The earth shook and the deafening bang bang sound was heard. It turns out that when danger strikes suddenly, human reactions often fail to work within 3 seconds. My mind went blank and I stood there in a trance. At this moment, Xiao Hei suddenly roared and rushed out from my legs frantically. The size difference between the yellow bull and the black one is huge. If they really collide, the black one has almost no chance of winning. However, its actions are like a brave knight, resolutely challenging the dragon to protect the king. Xiao Hei did not engage in a head-on confrontation with the yellow cattle. Instead, he relied on his flexible body and swift speed to constantly dodge around the yellow cattle, and his sharp fangs accurately bit into its previously injured flesh. The yellow bull was completely enraged and suddenly turned around, trying to step on Xiao Hei. At the critical moment, a figure with a shining metallic luster suddenly jumped out. Boom! Hound number 1 received my order and pounced on the yellow cattle like a tiger descending from the mountain, pressing it to the ground. Then, the huge steel teeth flashed with a cold light and rushed straight to the neck of the yellow cattle. Puff crack! With a teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking, the mutant yellow cow's head was bitten to pieces and it fell to the ground dead instantly. I breathed a sigh of relief and called out, Xiao Hei, come here! After checking Xiao Hei's body and confirming that he was not injured, I finally felt relieved. This time it's too dangerous. In the end times, invisible crises may lurk in every corner, and I must eliminate the hidden dangers as soon as possible. If something like this happens to Henin, the consequences will be disastrous. 5 minutes later, a raging fire broke out on the farm. I burned all the irradiated plants, and the meat of the mutated cattle was inedible due to contamination and had to be discarded. After all this was done, the farm became a wasteland. I tried growing common seeds stored in the warehouse. But the results were disappointing. These seeds quickly turned yellow after touching the soil, turning into useless, corrupted seeds. With a sigh, I took out the radiation-proof seed from the system space, buried it carefully in the soil, and nervously observed the data. Radiation-proof rice seeds, growth rate 1%, 100% maturity and harvest. Growth requirements, sufficient sunlight, sufficient water. Growth cycle, 72 hours. 5 minutes later, the seed's growth rate jumped to 2%, and it did not rot. This discovery opened my eyes. Radiation-proof seeds can be planted, and the growth cycle is greatly shortened, so they can be harvested in just 3 days. This achievement has ensured the livelihood of Hanin and I. Although there is a lot of food stored in the warehouse, it is still a problem to store materials such as vegetables and fruits that cannot be stored for a long time. The successful planting of radiation-proof seeds solved my urgent needs. Hanin woke up to the smell of barbecue. She was wearing Peppa Pig's pajamas, and she walked out of the bedroom in a daze, almost sleepwalking towards the kitchen. Brother, let's roast lamb today! Hanin ran into the kitchen with her short legs, poked out her little head, and stared at the tempting golden skewers of meat on the oven. The sound of dripping fat made her drool. I quickly stopped her from entering the kitchen. The fire and dishes in the kitchen were too dangerous, especially for a simple kid like Hanin. I remember when Hanin was 4 years old, I was also grilling meat in the kitchen. At that time, because I went to the living room to get some seasoning, I only left a few steps, and I specifically reminded her. Don't touch those iron skewers with your hands, be careful of burns. Unexpectedly, as soon as I turned around and took 2 steps, I heard her crying. I quickly looked back and found that Hanin had indeed obediently put her chubby little hands in her arms, but she actually stuck out her little tongue and licked the hot iron rod. From then on, the kitchen became Hanin's forbidden area. It'll be ready soon, go wait in the living room. I smiled and waved. Hanin ran out with a pout. The weather has dropped so much that most of the cattle and sheep on my farm have frozen to death, and the few that remain are dying. What worries me even more is that the surviving cattle and sheep may have mutated after accidentally eating radioactive plants. After much consideration, I decided to slaughter all the remaining sheep and store the meat as soon as possible. It is foreseeable that in the near future, the prices of vegetables, fruits, meat, and other materials will skyrocket. Especially after the news of radiation spread, the prices of fruits and vegetables in the cold storage increased by at least 100 times, and even became luxury goods. However, these situations did not affect me much. As soon as I found out that radiation-proof seeds could grow normally, I spent 20,000 points to buy 10 kilograms of radiation-proof vegetable and fruit seeds, including oil wheat, broccoli, grapes, etc. With the help of the semi-automatic seed drill on the farm, I planted the seeds in the 10-acre greenhouse planting area in just 1 hour. 3 days later, the first round of harvest will come. The lamb kebabs were grilled, I sprinkled them with salt and sesame seeds, and fried some vegetables. These vegetables are still edible, because they have not touched the soil. In contrast, the fruits in the warehouse that have touched the soil have already begun to rot, and the soil has become the source of the spread of radioactive toxins. The simple dinner was well prepared, with fragrant and sweet vegetables and millet porridge. Although it was not luxurious, it was a rare delicacy in today's environment. Hanin was eating with her mouth full of oil, and she didn't forget to stuff a few pieces of fat meat into Xiaohei's rice bowl. Xiaohei wagged his tail and enjoyed eating with Hanin. While eating, I logged into the forum. The forums are already going wild. The sun is covered in dust, the end is coming. Didn't the experts say this is just an ordinary astronomical phenomenon? Liars. Help! My jujube tree has dried up, and my sheep ate the dried fruits and vomited blood and died. A rat king the size of a dog appeared in the southern part of the city, biting anyone it saw. Farmland is withering, and tens of millions of acres of grain fields have no harvest. Fruits, vegetables, and rice in supermarkets are being snapped up like crazy. An apple is selling for 50 yuan, and a cabbage is selling for 180 yuan. I quickly flipped through the confusing messages, and suddenly, a post caught my attention. Please help me, masters! 10 hours ago, a friend posted a post titled, "A natural disaster is coming, please be prepared." Does anyone have any clues? A big reward. I raised my eyebrows, and something occurred to me. This title this time. Isn't this exactly what I posted at that time? Unfortunately, the post was deleted by the internet police within 3 minutes of being published. The post I posted was deleted very quickly and almost no one saw it. Even if someone saw it, most people would think it was a prank and not take it seriously. In online communities like Tieba, which is a mixed bag of people, there are countless phishing posts every day, such as, "I, Jin Shirwang, need money," or, "I am the human body of Tiga, and I need travel expenses to return to the Kingdom of Light to replenish energy," and so on. In comparison, my doomsday message is nothing new. Those who click on it will probably just quickly click the X in the upper right corner to close it. What's worse is that the forum was flooded with messages at that time, and my post was quickly pushed down to the bottom of dozens of pages, and then completely disappeared. I stroked my chin and closed the forum. I had no intention of contacting the other party. In this dangerous apocalypse, revealing your identity before the situation is clear is tantamount to seeking death. Who knows what the other party is planning? After closing the forum, I turned on the TV to check the news, but all the major TV stations were broadcasting recorded programs, without any mention of the mutation. The evening news, which was originally scheduled to be broadcast on time, has exceeded its time limit by 7 minutes, but nothing has happened and the screen is still showing those boring soap operas. I frowned, feeling even more depressed. What does it mean that even the news can't be broadcasted normally? There are only two possibilities. One is that the media signal is interfered by radiation and can't be broadcast live. Second, the consequences of this incident were so serious that they were difficult to talk about. The upper echelons did not dare to disclose the truth for fear of causing greater panic and riots. Has someone died? I stood in front of the window, holding the railing with both hands, worry showing between my brows. The truth was far worse than I had imagined. At 7 p.m., the emergency room of South City Central Hospital was packed. Many patients had no choice but to lie in the corridor and wail in pain because there were no beds available. The hospital was filled with gloom and sorrow, like a hell on earth. Director! Bed number 2 is having shortness of breath, his blood pressure is dropping, and there are spots of bleeding in his chest. Dr. Liu! Bed number 6 has suffered a cardiac arrest. Notify the operating room immediately, prepare for rescue, and inject adrenaline. Director, there are no vacancies in the operating room. Doctors and nurses were rushing back and forth between the wards, even talking in shouts. In just 3 hours, the hospital had received 132 critically ill patients with shockingly similar symptoms: pulmonary fibrosis and gastrointestinal perforation. The patients either ate stored vegetables or ate mutated livestock. Within 10 minutes, they began to have shortness of breath and their condition deteriorated rapidly. More than 50 people had stopped breathing when they were sent to the hospital. Director Wang in the emergency room had red eyes. Even though he had been practicing medicine for 40 years, he had never seen such a difficult case. He could only use machines and drugs to barely maintain the patient's life, but it only extended the life for a few hours, and the patient eventually could not escape the fate of organ failure. This is a symptom of acute poisoning, but it is completely different from the known pathology of poisoning. Director Wang tried to stay calm and gave instructions to his assistant. Immediately issue a notice in the name of the hospital, notifying all residents in the city not to eat vegetables and fruits stored at home. At the same time, ask the patient's family to take samples for inspection. The assistant nodded in agreement, then hesitated for a moment and asked in a choked voice, "Director, can we really make it?" Director Wang remained silent, his face solemn. At 9 o'clock in the evening, I finished clearing the dishes and took a short break. Hanin was still watching the cartoon Balala the Fairies on the sofa without any worries, laughing so hard that she fell backwards. The chaos in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with her. "I'm Ling Meixue, and my brother is Prince Yule." She held an imaginary magic wand and gestured to Xiao He, who was lying on the ground. "Gunera, the dark god, it's pitch black, I'll destroy you." Xiao He turned over helplessly, pretending to be defeated, with a look in his eyes that said, "Naughty kids are so difficult to deal with. This carefree happiness is the privilege of children and pets, but I cannot enjoy it." I looked at them playing, shook my head helplessly, and reopened the news website. This time, a shocking emergency report was pinned to the top. As of 21:03 on November 20th, 2025, the death toll of the Yanhuang Alliance, 38,021, and the global death toll, 486,527. My pupils suddenly contracted and I quickly read the entire article. These people all died of poisoning, and the culprit was the irradiated fruits, vegetables, and mutated livestock. What shocked me was that the report mentioned that thousands of traces of mutated beasts, and even mutated humans, have appeared in many places around the world. I used to think that a 2% mutation probability was not high, but I overlooked the huge global population base. Add to that the wild animals and nature reserves, and this number ultimately became terrifying. At the end of the report, a warning in eye-catching red font reads, "All citizens are requested to stop eating stored fruits and vegetables and meat from livestock of abnormal size until further notice." The report has very few words, but the content is extremely heavy. I know very well that the fewer words, the more serious the incident. I continue to scroll down, and there are already hundreds of thousands of comments in the comment section. "Looking to buy food? My family is running out of food, I'm willing to pay 10 times the price. The rice and flour in the supermarket have been sold out, and some people have been sent to the hospital after fighting. It's scary. I threw away all the vegetables at home and washed my hands 4 or 5 times with disinfectant." Sure enough, at the beginning of the disaster, the first thing people were concerned about was the food problem. At this moment, my cell phone suddenly rang, and the note displayed on the screen was Zhong Ling. After staring at the lit screen of my phone for a long time, I finally pressed the hang-up button. We may have had countless memories together, but when Zhongling told me to send Hanin away, everything was cut off. What was cut off was not only the relationship, but also the last trust in each other. Those cracks can never be repaired. After hanging up the phone, I put on my cotton coat, opened the door, and walked into the night. The chill hit me, but I didn't stop and walked straight towards the planting area. The planting area is the location of the radiation-proof vegetable experimental field, which is a key material for survival. Although the data shows that these seeds can grow and mature in today's harsh environment, this is the first time to plant them, and no one can guarantee that everything will go smoothly. In case of any accidents, the consequences will be disastrous. This batch of vegetables and rice supports the hope for the future and must not go wrong. Inside the greenhouse, warm and humid air rushes towards you, dispelling the cold from outside. A fist-sized light source is suspended in the air, emitting a soft light and providing the vegetables with the light they need to grow. The chlorophyll in plants uses this light to work hard to complete photosynthesis. This is the suri, a treasure I got from the system's novice gift pack. It looks like a physical object, but it is actually an energy body that can provide continuous light for 300 days for crops in a 100 square meter area. The properties of the virtual sun are clear at a glance. Name: Virtual Sun Energy, 300 Function: provide ultraviolet light necessary for life. Features: energy can be split and distributed flexibly. A virtual day with 300 energy can be broken down into multiple smaller units, such as 2 virtual days with 150 energy, covering different areas. Although the coverage area is doubled, the energy duration is halved. In order to cope with the scattered greenhouse areas, I split the virtual day into 20 parts. Although the energy loss will increase, the overall harvest efficiency will also be improved. Crouching down, I turned on the searchlight and carefully examined the seeds I had just planted this afternoon. As expected, tender green sprouts had already poked their heads out. Radiation-proof vegetable sprouts growth rate, 9% growth status, good distance to maturity, 65 hours tips. It is delicate and fragile, requiring 8 hours of sunlight per day, sufficient water and careful care. In the nursery in the distance, a vast expanse of green spreads out, full of vitality, like a painting. Looking at these young shoots, I couldn't help but clench my fists, my heart filled with excitement and emotion. In the barren land after the apocalypse, this green is the most dazzling light, carrying the possibility of the future. An idea flashed through my mind, and I opened my system backpack and took out a bottle of blue liquid. Name: Primary Crop Growth Accelerator Usage. Dilute 100 times before watering. Effect: Radiation Protection Level, 10 times acceleration. Ancient Medicine Level, 3 times acceleration. After pondering for a moment, I diluted the liquid according to the proportion, selected a row of tender sprouts, and watered them carefully. After a few seconds, a miracle happened. The sprouts began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Radiation-proof vegetable sprout growth rate, 10%, 10 times faster. Time to maturity, 6 hours. Watching the sprouts grow rapidly, my mouth became dry and I had only one thought in my mind: this system is awesome. Tomorrow morning I shall have the first ripe crops. Thinking of this, I couldn't wait to open the system mall and exchange the remaining points for 1 kilogram of ancient medicine-grade crop seeds. These seeds may be the trump card for dealing with crises in the future. After burying the seeds in the soil, I repeated the steps to induce germination. Before long, new sprouts broke through the soil, emitting a lush green glow. Ancient medicine-grade seed growth rate, 1%, 5 times accelerated. Time to maturity, 48 hours. Looking at this land full of hope under my feet, my heart surges with excitement. In the end of the world, I must not only survive, but also live a wonderful and comfortable life, so that those who have left me can see clearly. I, Li Tianran, can do much more than they imagined. At the same time, in South City, Tianran Pharmaceutical Company. The door of the general manager's office was thrown open. Liang Tianyu in front of the screen raised his head and glanced at the person who came in coldly. He had handsome eyebrows and eyes, and a hint of arrogance at the corner of his mouth, but the displeasure was quickly covered up by a gentle smile. Vice President Ren, what's the matter? Liang Tianyu stood up, straightened his cuffs, and spoke in his usual calm tone. Deputy General Manager Rin is a young woman with cool features and a capable and neat figure wrapped in her professional attire. She walked to the table without any hesitation, pointed at Liang Tianyu and shouted angrily. Liang Tianyu! The entire city's medical system is paralyzed. As the general manager, you don't lead the company to cooperate with the hospital to donate medicine, but let your employees post messages to find some doomsday prophet? What on earth do you want to do? Liang Tianyu pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said calmly, Is the world destroyed? Are all the people dead? The woman was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. I am a businessman, and the nature of a businessman is to put profit first. Liang Tianyu looked indifferent, his tone calm but resounding. Since the world has not been destroyed and humans have not yet become extinct, I must continue to pursue profit. Finding business opportunities in every emergency is the meaning of my existence. He paused for a moment, looked around deeply, and continued. As for the disease that is spreading in South City and even the whole world, I have no confidence in the existing medical methods. Our first task is to find the poster of that post. This mutation came so suddenly, and that post predicted the coming of the end of the world long before the mutation. This is by no means a coincidence. The poster must know something, and may even hold the key to solving the current crisis. Liang Tianyu's tone gradually became deep, but with a hint of excitement. You are a shareholder of the company and have the right to dividends. Just imagine if we can come up with a solution to this disaster that has swept the medical system of South City and even the world, what a rich reward it will bring us. At this point, he raised his lips slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and turned to look at Vice President Rin. His eyes moved to the computer screen on the table, which showed a post that had just been published. The title is eye-catching. Continue to ask for help, I beg all the powerful friends. Does anyone remember that about 10 hours ago, someone posted a post titled, Natural disaster is coming, please be prepared. Anyone who provides clues will be rewarded handsomely. The next morning, a pleasant reminder sound woke me up from my sleep. The radiation-proof rice is ripe, please harvest it in time. Radiation-proof cucumbers are ripe, please harvest them in time. Radiation-proof strawberries are ripe, please harvest them in time. Third reminder, once every hour. The continuous reminder sound was like an alarm clock, which quickly dispelled my sleepiness. It was 11 p.m. last night when I came back from the greenhouse. I fell asleep almost immediately after a busy day, and was not even awakened by the reminder sound of the crops ripening faster. It was not until the third reminder that I suddenly woke up. It's 6 o'clock, I muttered, glancing at the clock on the wall. Standing in front of the window, I looked out. The sky was still gray, the stars twinkled faintly, and the sun hanging like a black pebble silently reminded me that everything yesterday was not a dream. In a corner of the room, Han and Xiao Hei were still asleep. The naughty child murmured, Han is pink, and brother is blue. Xiao Hei moved his body and leaned towards the radiator, whimpering softly. I looked at them lovingly, with the corners of my mouth slightly raised. The temperature dropped significantly in the early morning after the apocalypse. Wrapped in a thick cotton coat, I walked out of the small building. The cold wind stabbed my face like a knife, making me shiver. I must redeem my points quickly and get some cold-resistant clothes, I complained and came to the greenhouse in the biting cold wind. When I opened the curtain, a fresh and sweet aroma hit me. The vegetable garden in front of me was full of fruits, which made me feel satisfied. The entire vegetable garden was filled with crops and abundant fruits. These crops were much larger than ordinary varieties and looked more tender and juicy. Take strawberries as an example. Ordinary strawberries are about the size of a ping-pong ball, but these radiation-proof strawberries are the size of a fist, almost as big as an apple. In addition, the volume of crops such as corn, rice, cabbage, and cucumber has generally increased by 2 to 3 times, and the yield is even more amazing. For example, a tomato vine only half a meter high was densely covered with fruits, and a rough count showed that there were 187. The heavy fruits hung down to the ground, shining bright red like gems. In the end times, the value of these fruits has already surpassed that of gems. What was once a luxury item will soon become waste, while food will become a resource more precious than gold. I looked at the harvest scene in front of me, feeling a sense of accomplishment. I couldn't help but open my arms and exclaimed, "This is my kingdom!" At this moment, a series of data appeared before my eyes. Radiation-proof gray tomatoes, rich in nutrients, containing 128 trace elements. Long-term consumption can improve physical fitness and can be stored for 30 days. Radiation-proof cucumbers, rich in vitamin C, anti-radiation virus. These radiation-proof crops not only have nutritional content far exceeding that of ordinary vegetables, but also have the ability to resist radiation viruses. Their value is almost comparable to that of health-preserving medicinal herbs. What attracted me most was a special note: long-term consumption can effectively improve physical fitness. To put it simply, even if Wu Daoang ate these vegetables for a long time, he could grow taller than O'Neill, be stronger than Xiang Yu, and beat Ximen Qing with one punch. Well, I'm getting off topic. Looking at these crops, my heart beat faster. When the end of the world comes, although the shelter can provide safety, after leaving the shelter, a strong physique is the most important capital for survival. The appearance of these vegetables is destined to keep me away from hunger and weakness. What's even more exciting is that radiation-proof crops are just the starting point. There are 3 more levels of crops: ancient medicine, god, and super god. If the effect is stronger, maybe I can become a Superman. Restraining my inner excitement, I began to harvest the vegetable garden. Although there was a harvester, the harvesting work was very time-consuming. By the time I finished, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the farm greenhouse was filled with more than a dozen kinds of vegetables and fruits such as cucumbers, strawberries, tomatoes, etc., like small hills. In another greenhouse, there are mountains of corn, rice, and wheat. Total cucumber quantity, 300 kilograms. Total amount of strawberries, 100 kilograms. Total amount of tomatoes, 200 kilograms. The total weight of all crops is as high as 6,000 kilograms, equivalent to 12,000 kilograms. If these fruits and vegetables were sold before the age of destruction, 6,000 kilograms would be sold for up to 30,000 to 40,000 yuan, leaving only 10,000 yuan after deducting the cost. This is why many people look down on me and even cut off contact with me. But today, the situation is completely different. If these fruits and vegetables were brought to the market, they would be worth at least 600,000 yuan, and they would increase as time goes by. However, I have no intention of selling. In the end of the world, money is no longer important, system points are the hard currency. So, I kept 100 kilograms as reserve and converted all the remaining 5,900 kilograms into points. Are you sure you want to recycle 5,900 kilograms of radiation-proof crops? I chose to confirm without hesitation. Ding! Recycling successful! Congratulations on getting 59,000 points. Congratulations to the player for completing the first recycling and achieving the achievement Recycling Master, and the reward is 3 intelligent agricultural robots. Surprises kept coming. Looking at the skyrocketing points in the mall and the 3 robots that suddenly appeared in front of me, my heart was filled with satisfaction. However, at this moment, I noticed that a dozen ancient medicinal crops in the corner of the greenhouse had already sprouted finger-long green branches. Different from radiation-proof crops, ancient medicine-grade crops are emerald green, crystal clear, like works of art, and exude a faint medicinal fragrance. They stand quietly, like a lonely and proud snow lotus on the top of a 1,000-year-old snow-capped mountain, foreshadowing an even more amazing future. Inside the central hospital, the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Mr. Liang, thank you for your generous donation, Director Wang said to the young man standing in front of him with a tired face. The 20 ventilators donated by your company really solved our urgent need. Liang Tianyu stood straight, expressionless, and simply shook hands with Director Wang. If it weren't for Vice President Ren's strong request, even at the cost of tearing his face off, he would not have appeared here at all, let alone sacrifice the interests of the company to make such a meaningless donation. Director Wang, Liang Tianyu said calmly, is there an effective treatment plan for this emergency caused by accidentally eating toxic vegetables and meat? Upon hearing this, Director Wang sighed heavily. To be honest, we have no idea. At present, we can only rely on ventilators and cardiotonic drugs to maintain the patient's vital signs, but this can only extend the time for a few hours at most. Liang Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a low voice. In other words, it is equivalent to a terminal illness, right? That's right. Director Wang nodded helplessly. Since yesterday, 189 people in South City have been sent to the hospital for treatment due to this symptom, and hundreds of thousands of people have been affected worldwide. What's even more despairing is that once the patient is on the operating table, the mortality rate is 100%, and there has been no successful treatment so far. Hearing this, Liang Tianyu's eyes became deep, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. He nodded, said goodbye briefly to Director Wang, and then walked out of the hospital with his assistant. As he left, Director Wang could vaguely hear a staccato whisper. Staying at all costs, find it, give it a try, maybe it will bring huge wealth. Chapter 9. This little money can't even buy a carrot. Brother, is this really edible? In the small building, Hanin, who had just woken up, was holding a strawberry the size of an apple and asked in confusion. Of course. I just tasted it, and it tastes good. While putting the freshly harvested radiation-proof vegetables into the freezer in the kitchen, Li Tianran turned around and answered Hanin's question with a chuckle. But this strawberry is so big! Hanin tilted her head and blinked her eyes and said, in fairy tales, those delicious-looking fruits are all poisonous. Like Snow White's poison apple or something. Li Tianran raised his eyebrows and asked, do you think you are Snow White? Hanin arched her nose proudly, indicating that her beauty could be compared to Snow White. Snow White doesn't have your little fat face. Li Tianran pinched Hanin's chubby face lovingly. Ouch, it hurts. Hanin bared her teeth and claws, like an angry little beast, broke free from Li Tianran's clutches and then angrily placed a big strawberry on the table. Hanin is angry. Hanin is going on a hunger strike. You really don't want it? Li Tianran picked up the strawberry and shook it in front of her. No! Hanin turned her head away with great courage, trying hard not to look at the big, red, tender and juicy strawberry. Then I'll eat it myself. Li Tianran pretended to turn around. Hanin swallowed hard, her eyes unconsciously drifting in the direction of Li Tianran. No! Li Hanin! You have to hold on. You are a little princess, how can you bow to the bad guy? But that strawberry looks really delicious. If you take a bite, it should be sweet all day long. Thinking of this, her saliva was almost flowing out. Snap! Hanin walked up to Li Tianran angrily, crossed her arms, and said in a pretentious manner, if brother is willing to apologize now, Hanin will forgive you, and Hanin will not go on hunger strike again. Li Tianran glanced at her, raised his eyebrows, and deliberately turned his head to look away. Wow, brother has changed his mind. Brother would never treat Hanin like this before. Hanin understands. Hanin will disappear from your sight and will never appear again. Hanin pouted and cried. Hanin will make you regret it for the rest of your life. I'm really scared of you. Li Tianran handed the strawberry in his hand away helplessly, and warned with gritted teeth. In the future, show me less stupid soap operas. Hanin hugged the big strawberry, and stood with her hands on her hips like a victorious general. How could there be any trace of tears on her face? She pouted and said proudly, no way! On TV, girls deal with boys by crying, making a scene, and threatening to commit suicide. Brother also buys into this. Li Tianran finally couldn't stand it anymore, so he grabbed her and, ignoring her strong protests, ruffled her neat short hair into a mess. Xiao He lay beside the sofa, looking at the noisy brother and sister, with a look of familiarity in his eyes. This is not a quarrel, it is just a way of expressing love. Brother, these fruits are so sweet. 5 minutes later. Hanin sat on the sofa with a fruit platter in her hand, constantly putting fruit into her mouth with a small spoon, her eyes showing the light that only a senior foodie can have. This tastes like nothing I've ever tasted before. Xiao He beside the sofa was also holding a big strawberry, and his tail was wagging as he ate it. Li Tianran had tasted the anti-radiation grade fruit a long time ago. It was indeed much better than ordinary fruit in taste, sweet and refreshing. After eating it, the body would feel warm, as if even the fatigue was removed. Do you like it? Li Tianran asked with a smile. I like it. Hanin nodded frantically. Then I'll give it to you every day from now on, okay? Li Tianran asked again. Hanin's eyes were twinkling with countless little stars. After thinking for a while, she took a small spoon and scooped a spoonful of fruit cubes, handed it to Li Tianran's mouth, and said, Brother, have a bite too. I'm not hungry, you eat by yourself. Li Tianran waved his hand. Radiation-proof agricultural products are also very effective in satisfying hunger. From last night till now, he had only eaten 2 tomatoes, but he didn't feel hungry at all. Have a bite, Hanin said again. I'm really not hungry. Okay. Hanin sat down obediently. She glanced at Li Tianran's face from time to time, thinking that her brother was really amazing. He could actually resist the temptation of sweet strawberries. How did he do it? As a veteran glutton, Hanan couldn't figure out this problem no matter how hard she tried. Ding ling ling! At this moment, Li Tianran's phone suddenly rang. He glanced down, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Zhongling. This was the second time I received a call from Zhongling since the Age of Destruction. Although he didn't know the purpose of Zhongling's call, Li Tianran no longer wanted to have any entanglement with Zhongling. If you are going to break up, you have to break up cleanly. He just pressed the hang-up button. I thought I could at least have a moment of peace and quiet, but less than 10 seconds after I hung up the phone, the ringing started again like a death warrant. Ding ling ling! Ding ling ling! It's over, isn't it? Li Tianran looked at the words, Zhongling, that kept jumping on the screen, and finally began to get annoyed. He stood up, picked up his phone and walked to the kitchen. After closing the door, he pressed the answer button. Okay, I'll listen to what you want to talk to me about. The call is connected. Zhongling on the opposite side seemed to be in a very noisy environment, with messy shouts and curses coming from time to time, mixed with the constant sound of car horns, which was extremely harsh. Hello? What's going on? Li Tianran asked in a cold and somewhat impatient voice. Zhongling's voice on the other end of the phone was a little hoarse, and she seemed a little surprised after hearing Li Tianran's voice. It seems that Zhongling did not expect Li Tianran to answer her call. Hey, Li Tianran! Do you have any food and vegetables stored on your farm? I didn't get any rice at home, so I'm running out of food. Can you send me some? Zhongling went straight to the point and put forward her request. I'll send the list to you on WeChat later, and you can prepare according to the list. Li Tianran sneered when he heard this. Zhongling has always been like this. When they were dating, Zhongling never called him when she had nothing to do. Once she called him, she either asked for money or wanted him to work for free. Even until now, when they broke up, she hasn't changed at all, and everything she says is full of sense of rightness. Ms. Zhong, have you forgotten that we have broken up? Li Tianran said indifferently. I don't think I have the obligation to help you with your affairs. Zhongling was stunned for a moment, and then her voice turned cold. Li Tianran, you are so heartless. After such a long relationship, don't you care about the old feelings at all? At this moment, a man's voice came from Zhongling's side, and his tone sounded very irritable. Xiaoling, why are you wasting time talking to him? These lousy farmers are taking advantage of the current market price to drive up the market price. They really think they are big shots. Ask him how much his rice and vegetables cost. I'll give him 10 times more. Li Tianran narrowed his eyes when he heard that. He recognized the man's voice as the vice president of Zhongling Company. A surge of anger rose in his chest. Okay, Li Tianran, since you don't want to remember our old friendship, let's talk business. Send us 100 kilograms of rice, 100 kilograms of flour, and 100 kilograms of vegetables right now. You name the price, and I'll give you the money. Zhongling's voice also turned cold. 30,000? 50,000? Or 100,000? Li Tianran laughed in anger. 50,000? 100,000? Let me tell you, this amount of money can't even buy a carrot for my family. Chapter 10. The Horrifying Effects of Ancient Medicine. 100 kilograms of rice, 100 kilograms of flour, 100 kilograms of vegetables, add these together. Li Tianran spit out a number in a cold voice, straightforward and stern. Friendship price, 8 million. Li Tianran, you're crazy because of poverty, right? Zhongling was furious after hearing what Li Tianran said. Okay, just let your rotten food rot. I don't believe that without you, we won't be able to buy food. Ignoring Zhongling's rage, Li Tianran hung up the phone. He would never sell the grain to Zhongling, and even if the other party was willing to pay the money, he would refuse. Those words just now were purely to tease her. The situation is unclear now, and the radiation-proof crops on the farm are different from ordinary crops. If they are exposed, it is inevitable that some people with ulterior motives will have greedy ideas. Li Tianran's power is not strong enough at the moment. If he is targeted by someone now, he will never have peace. However, through Zhongling's call, Li Tianran also learned that the food shortage in the outside world had begun to develop to a very serious level. The stored grain on the market must be very difficult to buy, otherwise Zhongling would not have called him. Li Tianran guessed correctly. Although the country has been actively mobilizing its grain reserves, people across the country are frantically scrambling for food and hoarding large quantities of it because they don't know when the disaster will end. The food that has been mobilized is sold out in an instant as soon as it arrives. If the problem of toxins in the soil cannot be solved, when the stored food is eaten up and new food cannot grow, famine will still devour humanity like a demon. Time flies. 2 days later, Li Tianren got up early in the morning, full of energy, and hurried to the planting area. Today is the day when ancient medicinal-grade crops mature. He couldn't wait to see what was so magical about this third-level agricultural product named ancient medicine. He was not idle during these 3 days, but sowed the radiation-proof crops again and supplemented them with accelerating agents. He harvested 4 times in 3 days, totaling 21,000 kilograms. He again kept 30 kilograms of fruits and vegetables according to categories, and sent the rest to the recycling system, for which he received a reward of 210,000 points. Combined with the points he had earned previously, he was now eligible to splurge a little in the mall. Pushing open the door of the greenhouse, Li Tianren smelled a very strong aroma of Chinese herbal medicine before he could see the scene inside the field clearly. The fragrance is extremely light and elegant, as if it could calm one's frantic mood. Li Tianren turned his head and looked into the greenhouse. There was a small field that was specially opened up to separate it from the radiation-proof crops. The small field was about 4 square meters in size and was home to 12 carrots with leaves as crystal clear as emerald green jade, emitting a faint fragrance. Ancient medicine-grade carrots. Growth, 100%. Effect, removes all negative effects such as poisoning and illness, including irreversible damage caused by negative effects. Storage time, unlimited. Description: as long as you have breath left, I will be your mobile ICU. Seeing this line of introduction, Li Tianren was stunned. His hands began to tremble unconsciously. How can this be called a vegetable? This is simply a natural treasure. In martial arts novels, this is the elixir that can cure all poisons in the world and heal near-death injuries. Li Tianren could fully imagine what kind of shock this thing would cause in the medical community if it was released. Compared to it, even the century-old ginseng and 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma would have to stand aside. The phrase, "eliminate all negative effects of poisoning and illness, including irreversible damage caused by negative effects," is enough to kill tens of thousands of known drugs in the world in seconds. Simply put, with it, any terminal illness can be cured. Even if you drink paraquat as a beverage or eat rat poison as candy beans, you will not die. This extremely powerful effect is worthy of its title of ancient medicine. Li Tianren carefully dug out the 12 ancient medicinal plants with a small hoe and held them in his palms as if he were holding the most precious treasures in the world. It has been stored in the system backpack. You can take it out at will when you need it. I wonder if these ancient medicines can cure the poison of those radioactive vegetables? Li Tianren suddenly thought of a question. After a moment of silence, he said to himself, "It seems that I have to give it a try." Li Tianren is a person who never easily trusts external things. Although the ancient medicinal-grade vegetables appear to be very effective in terms of data description, Li Tianren has no idea whether their specific effects are exactly the same as described. If there is any error in this system, or if the effects of these ancient medicines are exaggerated, it will be very troublesome when I really need to take them in the future. After thinking about it, Li Tianren decided to try it out when he had time. It is very simple to test it. There are irradiated plants all over the streets, and you can just go to the slaughterhouse and get a piglet. Take a look at your own attributes. Li Tianren called up his own attribute panel and looked at it. After eating anti-radiation grade vegetables for 3 consecutive days, Li Tianren clearly felt changes in his physical condition. He became stronger, his body became lighter, and he no longer felt tired when working. He knew that this must be the additional effect of the radiation-proof vegetables that enhanced physical fitness taking effect. Li Tianren. Age 22. Strength, 11, Adult Standard 10. Intelligence, 11, Standard 10. Speed, 11, Standard 10. Resistance, 11/11 Standard 10, not consumed. Evaluation. This is an adult man whose physical fitness and intelligence are at their peak. He is wary of everything, calm and alert. His sister and dogs are the things he cares about most. He looks very gentle, but don't try to touch his bottom line, otherwise you will know that he is more terrifying than the devil. All data have increased a bit compared to 3 days ago, and the effect is significant. But looking at his own comments, Li Tianran was speechless. Am I that cruel? It's obviously very gentle. But tenderness is only shown to my sister. Li Tianran smiled. At this moment, the patrol guard suddenly sounded a piercing alarm. Warning! Warning! Someone is trying to invade! Li Tianran's expression changed, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Chapter 11 Borrowing Grain. Invader! After hearing these 3 words, Li Tianran immediately became alert. Now his farm is his last fortress, and no accidents must happen. If someone tries to break in by force, the crisis must be resolved in the cradle. Scanning the intruder's appearance. Soon, the patrolling guards sent back the data of the intruder. Intruder male, 42 years old, unarmed, threat level 3. Showing intruder footage. A picture emerged in Li Tianran's mind. In the picture, the intruder's identity features and face quickly and clearly emerged. At the gate of the farm, a middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth was wandering outside the iron gate with an anxious look on his face. He wanted to reach out and knock on the door, but seemed a little hesitant. He raised his hand several times, but slowly put it down again. Uncle Nan? Li Tianran saw the figure in the picture clearly, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Uncle Nan is a farmer from a nearby town, and seems to be a distant relative of Li Tianran. In the past, during the busy farming season, Li Tianran would also hire him to work. Work hard and endure hardships. Li Tianran had a pretty good impression of him. How did he get here? Li Tianran asked with some confusion, and then walked towards the gate. Soon, he came to the gate and called out, Uncle Nan, what's the matter? Uncle Nan, who was still anxiously pacing back and forth outside the gate, was startled by the sudden shout, and his face looked a little embarrassed. But the next second, he took a big puff of his cigarette, threw away the butt, walked over, and held the railing of the gate with both hands. Boss Li, I want to ask you for help with something. Uncle Nan spoke haltingly as if he had mustered up his courage. At this time, Li Tianran noticed that Uncle Nan's mental state was not good. His eyes were bloodshot, and his eye sockets were swollen, as if he had just cried. He looked like he had just had a serious illness, and his whole body was filled with the dead air. Li Tianran looked at Uncle Nan, and although he felt a little sad, he did not open the door. People's hearts are unpredictable in the end times. Maybe they were close friends a few days ago, but became sworn enemies a few days later. You say? Li Tianran nodded. Boss Li, do you have any stored grain on your farm? I'm really at a loss. My house was robbed, and all the stored grain was stolen. And the food on the market is too expensive, so can you give me some food on credit? Uncle Nan's voice became smaller and smaller, and in the end, he almost lowered his head completely. People say that the collapse of adults begins with borrowing money. Uncle Nan deeply felt this feeling at this moment. But he had to give up his dignity in order to survive. His family had been out of food for 2 days, and fast foods such as instant noodles in the supermarket had long been sold out. He has been hungry for 2 days. Now I can hardly walk. Uncle Nan knew very well that the world was changing drastically and food prices were soaring. Even if Li Tianran had food, he would probably keep it for himself or sell it at a high price. In today's situation, food is the most important thing. He had gone to several relatives but failed to borrow money, so he wanted to try his luck with Li Tianran. Although he knew very well that the chance of Li Tianran lending him food was almost zero, he still retained a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if? After Li Tianran heard Uncle Nan's words, the joy that he had originally felt because of the maturity of the ancient medicinal-grade crops was much lessened. Now the world is changing drastically and famine is beginning to show its fangs. Cases like Uncle Nan's are not uncommon around the world. Famine will sweep across the entire blue planet, and many people will die of hunger. Uncle Nan, I'm sorry. I don't have much stock left. The crops I planted before were destroyed in the mutation. Li Tianran shook his head, then said after a moment of silence, I can give you some rations, but not too much. When Uncle Nan heard this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. An excited smile appeared on his face, and he said repeatedly, "Thank you! Thank you!" Soon, Li Tianren brought half a box of instant noodles, opened it, and handed it out through the gap in the door. Uncle Nan thanked him profusely, but the worry on his face still remained. The reason is simple. These things are only enough to sustain him for 3 to 5 days. After 3 to 5 days, he will be in a dilemma of having no food to eat. Li Tianren narrowed his eyes. Now he is not short of food, and it's not that he doesn't want to help Uncle Nan, but in the doomsday, there must be a correct way to help people. You must know how to keep your secrets. If you just try to be a good person and a saint without protecting yourself, you will not only fail to help others, but will also ruin yourself. I'll secretly give him all the ordinary vegetables stored in the freezer at night, Li Tianren said silently in his heart. Now he and Henin have radiation-proof vegetables. The ordinary grade food they stored in the past has become useless. Putting them in the freezer will only rot. This is all I can do. Li Tianren took a deep breath and said, Uncle Nan, I wish you good luck. He and Uncle Nan were old friends, so he could lend a helping hand to the other party, but it was impossible for him to take out a large amount of radiation-proof food to rescue people, because his current power is not strong enough to protect his property. Once he is targeted by others, not only will he not be able to keep the farm, he may also be captured and held hostage to be used as to give birth continuously and create value for others. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. This is Li Tianren's way of survival. No. Uncle Nan shook his head after hearing what Li Tianren said, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes as he said, Wish us good luck. Night finally fell. Since the sun went out, Li Tianren thought that there would no longer be a distinction between day and night, but what he didn't expect was that some stars in the sky actually completely replaced the sun and became the new light source. Apart from the fact that there is no ultraviolet light and heat, the brightness alone is not much weaker than that of the sun. And most importantly, as the blue planet rotates, night and day still exist. Li Tianren moved the ordinary vegetables and some meat in the freezer into the car, and then picked up Hanin and Xiaohei and put them on the passenger seat. Brother, are we going out? Hanin asked with a blink. Well, I'm going to go see how bad the situation outside has gotten. Li Tianren nodded and started the car. By the way, I'll send something to Uncle Nan who used to help us. That Uncle Nan? Hanin obviously remembered Uncle Nan, and pouted and said, Does he have nothing to eat at home? So pitiful. Li Tianren smiled, turned the key, the truck engine roared, and drove straight out of the farm gate. Before leaving, Li Tianren gave the combat guards in the farm an order to automatically go on alert. While he is away, if any creature tries to break through the farm wall by force, kill it immediately. Chapter 12 The Best Experimental Subject. We drove all the way to a nearby town. This was the first time he left the shelter since the Age of Destruction, so he felt unconsciously nervous. The town was very quiet at night, with every household's door closed. There was not even the sound of a dog barking. The whole town was in an extremely depressing, even dead silence environment. After the Age of Destruction, due to frequent mutation incidents, most domestic cats and dogs were killed. Even if they were allowed to survive, with the current food shortage, even people can't get enough to eat, so who would be willing to share food with dogs and cats? After parking the truck in a remote corner far away, Li Tianren walked down carrying the food in the cargo box. Because of the mutation, some people in the town accidentally ate the radioactive vegetables and died. So now there are yellow paper money flying in the wind on the streets, which, combined with the darkness of the night, adds a weird feeling. Hanin and Xiaohei followed closely behind Li Tianren, and were very sensible at this time and didn't say a word. Hanin was carrying a small basket with some candies and biscuits in it. She remembered that Uncle Nan's son loved to eat these things, so she reluctantly gave them up and took out half of her own stock to contribute. This memory of hers comes from a year ago. At that time, Uncle Nan's 18-year-old son Xiaotian went to the farm to help. Perhaps for some psychological reason, he snatched a lollipop from Hanin. Simple-minded Hanin didn't think there was any malicious intent in Xiaotian's somewhat barbaric behavior. Instead, she thought that he behaved that way because he loved eating candy so much, just like her. So she generously took out new candy and offered it to him. But Xiao He was not happy about it. He was sensitive and noticed that the boy's behavior seemed to be a hint of bullying, so he bared his fangs and chased Xiao Tian madly for hundreds of meters. Finally, he bit him on the butt, making him lie on the bed for half a month. In front of Uncle Nan at that time, Li Tianran was very angry. He scolded Xiao He and claimed that he would starve it for 3 days to teach this ignorant beast a lesson. In the end, he took out another 500 yuan to buy Xiao Tian a rabies vaccine, and only then was the matter settled. However, that night, Xiao He was not deprived of food. Instead, there were a few delicious chicken legs in his rice bowl. Since then, Xiao Tian never went to the farm again. But Hanan never forgot that Uncle Nan had a big brother who loved eating candy very much. Li Tianran walked quickly and stopped in front of an old house. Uncle Nan's house is an old house like those in the countryside. The wall is very low. Through the top of the wall, Li Tianran can see the lights on in the room. He quietly tied the rice and vegetables on his shoulders, including the candies that Hanan brought, down the wall with ropes and placed them in the yard close to the wall. In this way, Uncle Nan can see these things whenever he comes to the yard. And because of the viewing angle, even if people outside pass by here, they cannot see the food under the wall. Very safe. After doing all this, Li Tianran was about to leave when he suddenly heard a burst of grief and crying coming from Uncle Nan's room. It was heart-wrenching. "Xiao Tian, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Dad!" Uncle Nan's crying voice penetrated into Li Tianran's ears, causing him to stop in his tracks when he was about to turn around and leave. Cough, cough, cough. Then, another violent coughing sounded. Li Tianran picked up Hanan and looked inside along the wall. Under the bright light in the room, the tall Xiao Tian was leaning on the bed, coughing up blood, his face a deathly gray. Li Tianran's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and he quickly took out his cell phone, found the conditions of those critically ill patients poisoned by irradiated vegetables published in the news, and compared them with Xiao Tian's. "I kept coughing up blood, had difficulty breathing, and my skin lost its luster and turned gray. Totally consistent. Did Xiao Tian also accidentally eat those radioactive vegetables?" "Son, it's not that Dad doesn't want to save you. It's that the damn quack doctors in the hospital said there are no beds available, and even if there are beds, they can't cure you." Uncle Nan squatted beside the bed, a man in his 40s or 50s, crying like a child at this time. "Dad can only drag you home and watch you die." Xiao Tian didn't answer, but just kept coughing, and the blue veins on his face were about to burst. Li Tianran quickly covered Hanan's eyes. Although many people have died because of this since the beginning of the Age of Destruction, looking at those cold numbers, how can it be more shocking than seeing a life about to die in front of you? Li Tianran listened to Uncle Nan's crying and Xiao Tian's coughing, took a deep breath, and then calmed his disordered heartbeat. "Brother, Uncle Nan's son vomited a lot of blood," Hanan stammered. "Is he going to die?" It's okay. Li Tianran squatted down, hugged Hanan tightly and comforted her. Suddenly, an idea came into his mind. "Should we take out the ancient medicine-grade carrots?" A pleasant reminder sound rang out. "Yes." Li Tianran made a decisive choice. The next second, a carrot emitting a faint medicinal fragrance appeared in Li Tianran's palm. Because he had to issue invoices when delivering goods, he often put paper and pen in his coat pocket. After taking it out and writing a line on the paper, Li Tianran wrapped the ancient medicine-grade carrot and an iron lighter together with paper and crumpled them into a ball of paper. Yes. He wants to give this ancient medicine-grade carrot to Uncle Nan, so that Uncle Nan can come and cure Xiao Tian. Of course, to be honest, although Li Tianran and Uncle Nan have a past relationship, their relationship is definitely not as good as this. The reason why he sent out an ancient medicine-grade pill now was just to verify his guess. Li Tianran had wanted to do an experiment before to see if ancient medicine could cure the poisoning of radioactive vegetables. He had originally planned to buy a piglet for the experiment, but now it seems that the best experimental subject is right in front of him. If the ancient medicine could turn Xiao Tian from danger to safety, and he got the result he wanted, and Xiao Tian survived, that would be the best outcome. If it doesn't work, then I won't lose anything. Xiao Tian is already dying, so I don't need to feel guilty. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. Li Tianran was silent for a moment, raised the ball of paper in his hand and smashed it hard against the window of Uncle Nan's house. All I heard was a crash. The glass in Uncle Nan's bedroom shattered instantly, and the paper ball fell on Xiaotian's bed, bouncing 3 times before stopping. "Who is it?" Uncle Nan was instantly furious. He rushed to the window hysterically, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. "I'm going to chop you!" However, there was no one in the yard at that time. Uncle Nan was furious, and suddenly saw a pile of things in the corner. He took a look with the faint light in the house and was stunned. Food? At this moment, Xiaotian's faint cry was heard from the room. Uncle Nan didn't bother to take a closer look and turned around and ran back to his room. Xiaotian was half leaning on the bed, breathing weakly, pointing at the paper ball on the bed, which had been half scattered due to the huge impact of breaking the glass. He stammered, "Dad, there is something inside, and there are words." Chapter 13. Is your melon ripe? Uncle Nan walked to the bed, reached out to pick up the paper ball and opened it. There was a very simple line of words written on the paper ball. "If you don't want him to die, feed him." There were only 2 things in the paper ball. The iron lighter was naturally ignored, and the only thing left was the carrot. Who is trying to make fun of us?" Uncle Nan was stunned, holding the paper ball and carrot in his hands, at a loss as to what to do. In an instant he thought of a lot. According to the instructions on the note, could this thing cure my son's serious illness? He looked down and found that the carrot was indeed completely different in appearance from the irradiated vegetables. Not only did it not have any gray spots, but it was crystal clear and gave off a faint medicinal fragrance. "Dad, cough, what is that?" Xiaotian asked in a crying voice while coughing rapidly. It's medicine! Uncle Nan also doubted the authenticity of the note. Could a serious illness that even the hospital couldn't treat be cured by just a carrot? But at this point, he had no choice. Xiaotian's poisoning reaction is becoming more and more severe, and he will die of organ failure in 2 hours at most. Uncle Nan is now like a drowning man. As long as someone on the shore offers him a life-saving straw, he will grab it tightly regardless of whether it can really come true or not. To put it in an inappropriate way, it's like trying everything possible to save a dying horse. "Son, open your mouth and eat it." Uncle Nan gritted his teeth, walked to the bed, pried open Xiaotian's mouth, and then stuffed the carrot in his hand into his mouth. "Chew quickly! Swallow it!" Uncle Nan urged, tears streaming down his face, trying hard to hold back his grief. Xiaotian didn't know what his father was doing, but at this moment his consciousness was almost blurred and he had no power to think. He could only mechanically follow Uncle Nan's instructions. Li Tianren stood outside the wall, silently watching everything that happened in the room. Finally, Xiaotian swallowed the first bite. "Ah!" He suddenly screamed, and then his whole body began to tremble violently. "Xiaotian! Xiaotian!" Uncle Nan was stunned, and the half-carrot in his hand fell to the ground. At this moment, Xiaotian suddenly sat up and lay on the edge of the bed and vomited violently. His breathing became steady, and the gray on his skin gradually began to fade away. Li Tianren watched with his own eyes as his face began to turn red. He took a deep breath, took out a notebook from his pocket, and wrote with a carbon pen, "Ancient medicine grade can cure radiation poisoning, but it is not known whether there will be any sequelae." Uncle Nan's crying of joy could be heard from the room. Li Tianren silently picked up Hanan and turned to walk towards his truck in the distance. He has already seen the result he wanted. Xiaotian's recovery demonstrated the terrifying efficacy of the ancient medicine. Xiaotian, as an experimental subject, saved his life, and Li Tianren also got the data he wanted. This is a win-win situation. The next step is for Li Tianren to conduct an experiment that will be even more difficult. He wanted to see if the ancient medicine could restore mutated creatures that had accidentally eaten irradiated vegetables back to their original appearance. But such opportunities are hard to come by. Even for him, he still needs to rely on luck. Driving the truck out of the town, 30 minutes later, Li Tianren drove into the city center of South City. The time now is 10 o'clock in the evening. If it were before the Age of Destruction, the nightlife in the entertainment street in the center of South City would have just begun. But now the streets are empty, scattered glass and signs can be seen everywhere, The doors of shopping malls and shops on both sides of the street are closed, and the glass display cabinets of some shops have been smashed, and the items inside have disappeared. Obviously, they have experienced a riot. The neon lights in the bars and KTVs that had always been popular had dimmed, and no more exciting music could be heard in the streets. The bodies of stray cats and dogs were lying on the streets with no one to collect them, and they quickly rotted. From time to time, an ambulance would pass by with its sirens blaring. The air was filled with a sense of despair. Occasionally, I saw military police riding electric motorcycles passing by the roadside. They also looked nervous, and the words coming from the walkie-talkies on their waists were mostly, "Another robbery occurred on XX Street. There was a theft in XX community. A female body was found in pawn no XX. The time of death was..." After seeing this scene, Lee Tianren realized that the situation was more out of control than he had expected. In the doomsday, there were too many evil-minded thugs who took the opportunity to create chaos. The number of people who died in the chaos might not be less than those who died from radiation poisoning. Lee Tianren drove out of the entertainment street, and after turning a corner, he suddenly heard a loud noise. Then, he saw a huge crowd of people at the entrance of a department store, with a queue hundreds of meters long. Several illuminated banners were hung in front of the department store's entrance. "Designated Purchasing Office for Emergency Supplies." Boxes of rice, flour, and some vegetables were piled in refrigerators, looking like the most attractive gold and jade, attracting the attention of thousands of people in front of the department store. They were not afraid of the cold at this time. They huddled here like ants, making a lot of noise, and even shouting and cursing. "Don't cut in line! I've been waiting in line for 5 hours. Let me buy first." "Bullshit, this spot was originally mine, I just went to the toilet." "Alpaca, you are a bunch of uneducated peasants. I am the general manager of Shindong Company. If you offend me, you will suffer the consequences." "Ouch, who kicked me?" Several police cars stopped nearby with their lights flashing, and military police officers held loudspeakers and shouted at the top of their lungs. "Everyone, please obey the order. Be patient, everyone has a purchase quota. You can buy 5 kilograms of rice, 5 kilograms of flour, and 1 kilogram of vegetables with valid ID." Seeing this, Lee Tianren didn't know what to say. Whenever Chinese people encounter a disaster, they like to stockpile food until they feel safe, and until everyone's home is like a small warehouse. Under such national conditions, even if food prices skyrocket at this time, it still cannot offset their enthusiasm for buying. He was about to leave when a military police officer suddenly came over, knocked lightly on Lee Tianren's car window, and said solemnly, "Stop the car and turn off the engine." Lee Tianren was stunned for a moment, took out an open box of cigarettes from the passenger seat, took out a cigarette, and handed it over with a smile on his face. "Comrade Police, is there anything I can help you with?" He actually doesn't have the habit of smoking. For him, cigarettes are just a social tool. The military police waved their hands when they saw this. Although they did not take the money, their attitude softened a lot. They said, "Young man, open the cargo box at the back. I want to check it." There were no contraband items in the cargo box behind Lee Tianren, so there was no need to be nervous at this moment. He pushed open the car door and opened the cargo box according to the other party's instructions. The military policeman shone his flashlight inside and found that there were only some farm tools in the cargo box. He nodded and said, "It's okay, you can go. These past few days there have been some criminals who have been using trucks to carry toxic vegetables in towns and cities and selling them as ordinary vegetables to make huge profits and harm people." The military police turned off the flashlight and kindly reminded Lee Tianren, "Brother, if you want to buy food, you must go to the designated purchasing point. The food outside is not safe." "Thank you." Lee Tianren nodded. His prediction turned out to be correct. The country has begun to control the sale of food. However, after listening to the military and police, he understood why there were so many poisoning incidents in the past 2 days. It seems that some unscrupulous thieves are selling irradiated vegetables. Pick some vegetables with lower radiation levels, and make deals when it's dark and the light is poor. This is really a scam. Before driving away, he took another look at the people in front of the department store. If he hadn't been lucky enough to be chosen as a player, he would probably be one of these people now. Or become one of those poisoning deaths reported in the newspapers. Brother, I feel a little scared. Hanin was sitting in the passenger seat. She didn't know what was going on, but she always felt that the atmosphere was very depressing and scary. Li Tianran touched her head and said, I'm here. Li Tianran didn't say much to comfort her. Just these 3 simple words are enough to make Hanin feel very safe. Yeah. Hanin nodded desperately. With my brother here, Hanin is not afraid of anything. Li Tianran turned the steering wheel and prepared to return to the farm. It was too late today, and he was very sleepy. However, just as he had just driven out of the outer ring road of the suburbs, a modified small van suddenly accelerated and overtook him, and with the sound of explosive brakes, the other party parked the car across the middle of the road, blocking Li Tianran's way. Li Tianran frowned immediately, and quietly took out a sharp bayonet from under the seat. Snap! The other car door popped open, and a short, fat man with acne all over his face jumped out with a big bag on his back. He quickly ran to the front of Li Tianran's car, knocked on the window and said, Brother, I'm going with you. Is there something wrong? Li Tianran held the bayonet in one hand, still with a gentle smile on his face. I saw you wandering around the department store just now. You wanted to buy some food, but you didn't find any? The man chuckled and suddenly unzipped his bag, revealing the food inside. Watermelon, cucumber, pumpkin, tomato, and rice. Whatever you want to buy, I have it all. The expression on Li Tianran's face froze. It turns out that this big brother is a person who sells illegal grain? Li Tianran looked him up and down, and then his eyes stayed on the vegetables in his bag for a long time. Suddenly he smiled and asked, Brother, is your melon ripe? Chapter 14, Crazy Search. The man was stunned, his face changed slightly, and he pretended to be dumb and said, What do you mean? Li Tianran smiled, half leaning against the car window and said, We are all 1,000-year-old foxes, what are you trying to do with me? These things, if you dare to eat a bite in front of me, I will buy them all. You don't believe me? The man asked back. That's enough. Get out of the way. Li Tianran didn't have the patience to continue arguing with the other party. He pretended to take out his cell phone and said, Otherwise I'll call the police. No, no, no! The man waved his hands hastily, with an awkward smile on his face. If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. Don't ruin my business, brother, I'll move the car for you right away. Buzz. The truck that was blocking the middle of the road finally made a gap for another car to pass through. Li Tianran stepped on the accelerator and quickly passed it. Brother, is he a liar? Hanin witnessed all this and asked with blinking eyes. Yes. Li Tianran nodded. From the moment the man opened the bag, he recognized that the fruits and vegetables were irradiated. Although the radiation level was not serious, and the appearance was not very obvious, Li Tianran had been farming for so many years. If he could not see the abnormality of the skin of these fruits and vegetables, then he would have lived in vain. He is a liar, and the worst kind. The world is changing suddenly at this time, and there are many people who want to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. Li Tianran doesn't mind some unscrupulous businessmen who want to pass off inferior goods as good ones, but you should at least have some bottom line. Just like before the Age of Destruction, there were people who went door to door selling fake medicine to the elderly. Their product boxes were labeled as deer antler and ginseng capsules, but the main ingredient was actually potato flour. But, at least potato flour wouldn't kill people, right? Eating fruits and vegetables that have been irradiated can be fatal. In the past, people like this who commit murder for money would have been arrested and shot 100 times, but now, these people are so active that it is a bit unreasonable. From this point of view, Li Tianran increasingly felt that the impact of the end of the world would not be limited to famine. Even the control effectiveness of the military and police is much weaker than before. Li Tianran suddenly remembered a sentence in the system's previous prompt, build a new civilization on the ruins. Is this a sign that the current order and civilization will completely collapse after the Age of Destruction arrives? Li Tianran whispered. The current system has not collapsed yet. Once the second era of destruction arrives and the water sources of the rivers disappear, I'm afraid there will be riots that even the military and police won't be able to suppress. Li Tianran took a deep breath. To be fair, he certainly didn't want the system to collapse or civilization to be disrupted. But he is not a god and cannot change the world by himself. Now, he can only consider helping others or the country after ensuring his own safety first. What he saw in the outside world that night further motivated Li Tianran's hardworking heart. Only by seizing this opportunity of the system farm and working diligently, he and Henin will not end up like those stray cats and dogs on the street. As soon as we returned to the farm, Henin started clamoring for a midnight snack. Children are full of energy, and they are active a lot, so they consume a lot of energy. Children of Henin's age are in the period of growing up, so she has to eat 4 meals a day, otherwise she will wake up from hunger in the middle of the night. Li Tianran put on an apron skillfully. His daily tasks now are simple. Cook, plant, harvest. However, perhaps it was the nature inherited from his parents, he did not find this kind of life boring. Instead, he enjoyed it. When he saw Henin chewing the delicious food he made with big mouthfuls, he always had an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He had taken out the mutton that had been slaughtered a few days ago, and it had now completely thawed. Li Tianran cut 2 white radishes into fingertip-sized pieces, added water to the stove, blanched out all the remaining blood in the mutton, washed it again with cold water, and then slowly stewed the mutton in an iron pot. He didn't add too many seasonings, just some shredded ginger. The taste of mutton is delicious enough in itself, and there is no need for too many strong seasonings. If there are too many, it will not taste good. The low fire slowly transferred the temperature along the iron pot, and soon, the pot began to boil. After about half an hour, the aroma of mutton had begun to waft through the room. Li Tianran poured the radish pieces in and sprinkled some salt on them. At this time, Henin was already standing outside the kitchen with her small bowl in her arms, waiting for the moment when the midnight snack would come out of the pot. 10 minutes later, the radish was fully cooked. Li Tianran gently poked the mutton with a chopstick and found that it went straight through without any obstruction. Seeing this, Li Tianran casually sprinkled some green onions on it. "The mutton and carrot soup is ready!" This midnight snack is of very high standard. In addition to 2 bowls of mutton and radish soup each, the brother and sister also ate 2 peppered lamb trotters each, and after-meal dessert, a plate of cherries each. Eating too much at night is obviously not in line with the principles of health. But for some reason, ever since he started eating radiation-proof vegetables, Li Tianran felt that his appetite was getting bigger and bigger. He didn't feel any discomfort after eating so much in one breath, and he only felt 70% full. The most important thing is that Henin seems to eat more than himself. Look, the bowl of cherries in front of her is almost empty. It seems that as physical fitness increases, the demand for nutrients will also increase. Li Tianran pondered, and then glanced at Henin. Her data also increased significantly. If it continues to develop like this, will it develop into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus? How many tons of meat will it eat in one meal? Li Tianran was shocked by his own guess, but he was soon relieved. It didn't seem like a big deal. With the shelter system, even if Henin's appetite in the future becomes comparable to that of Monkey D. Luffy, he will still be able to support him. After eating and drinking, Li Tianran logged into the Nanqing forum as usual. Under the current circumstances, the truth about the external situation may not necessarily be obtained from official reports. Only in this mixed online area can more information be exchanged. As soon as the forum was opened, countless posts poured out. Most of them were talking about their experiences in the past few days, the difficulties they encountered in the process of grabbing food, and the various horrific phenomena they witnessed with their own eyes. For example, someone saw a homeless man being attacked by a mutated monster, with his entire body gnawed to the bone. Someone else posted that he and his longtime friend had turned against each other and fought over a few kilograms of rice. Li Tianran clicked on a post casually. "Yurin, OP, recently, there have been many incidents of livestock mutations and attacks on humans around our village. This afternoon, my father slaughtered the big buffalo that my family had raised for more than 10 years. Woohoo! I feel so sad. I used to ride on its back when I was a kid. To commemorate it, my father sawed off its horns and ground them into a horn comb. I feel so upset now. Looking at the horn comb, tears fall unconsciously." Li Tianran looked at the post and sighed silently. This kind of thing has happened frequently recently, and many people have been forced to kill the pets they have raised for many years. Even the military and police have begun taking to the streets to kill stray cats and dogs. Li Tianran continued to look down, and the expression on his face slowly froze. AI Zhongren, second post. I guess the OP is combing his hair with his left hand and chewing beef with his right hand. Sad? Not happening. Only the word cool is left. Third floor, can you send me a few pounds of the carcass of the big buffalo? I want to commemorate it with you. When I, third floor, can I eat half of the remaining horns and beef and release the other half? Everything is empty. Fourth floor, I am that big water buffalo. Moo moo moo. Now I am back to say a few words. OP, why don't you make a urinal with your grandfather's skull in memory of him? Wait till midnight, and I will knock on your door for your happiness. You Rin, the poster at everything is empty, fuck me. Li Tianren finally couldn't help laughing. It was originally a very sad thing, but the responses of this group of stupid netizens suddenly changed. After exiting the post, Li Tianren refreshed the page again. Then, suddenly several posts with the same title came into his sight at the same time. A large reward. Looking for the message of the poster who posted the Doomsday Prophecy 3 days ago. The mysterious poster of the Doomsday Prophecy in the forum is urgently looking for him. Anyone who provides information will be rewarded handsomely. A bounty of 300,000 yuan. Li Tianren slid down a bit, and the expression on his face became uglier and uglier. There were actually 2 or 3 similar posts among 10 posts. This means that the other party has been trying his best to find me since 3 days ago. The ghost is still there. Li Tianren frowned. It's not over yet, right? Chapter 15. If you can't get it, destroy it. When Li Tianren saw the post 3 days ago, he didn't take it seriously. He just thought that some people were just too curious. At this time, seeing the overwhelming missing person posts, Li Tianren finally confirmed that the other party was determined to kill him. Although the other party's identity is unclear, he is definitely not an official. Otherwise, this kind of reward method would not be used to find people. But once it involves the public, Li Tianren becomes very suspicious of the other party's intentions. After all, he has always believed in this saying: when someone is willing to pay a huge amount of money to obtain certain information, then this information will definitely bring him greater benefits. Under such circumstances, Li Tianren didn't dare to risk his own and Henin's fate to test whether the other party's intentions were good or bad. He glanced at the posts and found that although there were replies below, most of them were from netizens who clicked in out of curiosity, and there was no one who could provide accurate information. Seeing this, Li Tianren breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the world is in chaos right now, and everyone is racking their brains for their own survival. They simply don't have much energy to pay attention to a vague post in an online forum. And since the age of destruction, the internet police responsible for the security of this online forum do not seem to have come online again. I don't know if it's because the military and police are short on manpower and were transferred to the line to maintain order, or... Li Tianren didn't think about it further. This matter is indeed a trouble. I have to find a way to resolve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will never be able to feel at ease. Li Tianren looked at the names on the missing person posts, and was silent for a long time. He felt that instead of sitting and waiting for death, it would be better to take the initiative. He decided to reveal the other person's true identity before the other person discovered his identity. In this way, you are in the dark and the other party is in the light. The next day, Li Tianren was still busy all day. By the time I finished washing up at night, it was already around 1 o'clock in the morning. After Li Tianren arranged the patrol and guard night watch procedures, he fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it was before he was suddenly awakened by a shrill warning sound. Warning! Intruder spotted! There are 7 intruders, all men, armed with iron knives, sticks, and hammers. The threat index is 19. The intruders have started to destroy the walls and iron gates. Should we fight back? Li Tianren suddenly jumped up from the bed, staring with bloodshot eyes at the picture that popped up automatically in front of him and was transmitted by the patrol guard. 7 sturdy men, armed with various weapons, were smashing the iron gate of the farm with ferocious faces. Some of them wanted to climb over the wall. There were several medium-sized trucks parked in the distance, and 2 figures were standing next to the lead truck. Li Tianren narrowed his eyes and carefully identified it for a moment, and his anger immediately surged up. He recognized one of the 2 figures. It's fucking Zhongling. Li Tianren had no expression on his face, only his pupils shrank slightly. But don't think that his emotions didn't fluctuate. In fact, this was a manifestation of his extreme anger. 2 days ago, Zhongling called to buy food but was rejected, and she and Li Tianren had a complete falling out. 2 days later, late at night, 7 or 8 strong men armed with various weapons tried to break down the farm gate, while Zhongling and a man stood in the distance and watched quietly. Is it necessary to think about the story behind this? Zhongling, you are such a fucking inhuman! Li Tianren jumped off the bed, put on his cotton coat, and gave orders to all the guards in the farm. Meet at the gate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, dozens of hummingbird-class guard warriors and the hound class arrived at an extremely fast speed. When Li Tianren walked to the gate, 2 people had already climbed over the wall and were about to jump down. Shaoling, is your information correct? Does Li Tianren really have food? Sundayo frowned and asked beside the car. I spent a lot of money to hire these people. If they come away empty-handed, we will lose a lot. Don't worry. This farm has a large warehouse. I came here a few days ago and saw with my own eyes that the stored grain inside is piled up like a mountain. It can definitely fill several large trucks, Zhongling said softly. Good. If this plan goes well, not only will we not have to worry about food problems, but we can also take the opportunity to make a fortune. Sundayo grinned. Zhongling narrowed her eyes, trying very well to conceal the hint of disgust in them. The man standing next to her was the vice president of her former company. He was a dozen years older than her, and looked ugly. He could not be compared with Li Tianren at all. It's just that he's rich and has status. After she had a fight with Li Tianren and broke up that day, she turned around in anger and threw herself into the other's arms, making a seamless connection. She thought that if she gave up her dignity, she would be able to live a wonderful life, but she didn't expect that a sudden change would send her from heaven to hell in an instant. After the age of destruction, food prices skyrocketed. Li Tianren, who was like an ugly duckling in the past, turned into a white swan at this moment, causing Zhongling's heart to tremble with regret. It was just that phone call 2 days ago, and Li Tianren's ruthless words that hurt her self-esteem, and she was too embarrassed to go back to Li Tianren to reconcile, so she ruthlessly asked Sundayo to join forces with some people, preparing to forcibly attack the farm at night and steal Li Tianren's stored food. If the robbery plan doesn't go well, she still has a backup plan. That means just burning down the warehouse. If you can't get it, destroy it. That's what women are like. This is a woman's most vicious desire for revenge. Second brother! Third brother! Hurry up! Sundayo urged. Don't rush me. This wall is too high. I'm just looking for a place to jump down. The 2 people sitting on the wall muttered dissatisfiedly. They sat on the dark wall and looked into the farm. The intruder has entered the automatic counterattack range. Strangling will begin. Suddenly, a pair of blue eyes appeared at the foot of the dark wall, emitting a cold light and staring at them, and at the same time a mechanical voice sounded. What the hell? What the hell is this? The 2 strong men shouted angrily in unison. Then, there was a flash of fire. Bang! 2 dull firing sounds were heard. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The 2 men sitting on the wall stiffened and then fell straight out of the wall. Fuck me! Dead? Where's the head? Where's the second brother's head? Is it broken? Damn it, Sundayo! This guy has a gun on his farm. I'll fuck all your ancestors. There was a desperate scream outside the iron gate. Li Tianren stood in the darkness, watching the scene coldly. He just had time to stop the hound-level killing, but he didn't do it. The people in front of him were holding various weapons and intended to break into the farm. If there were no wall blocking them, he and Hanin would probably die at the hands of these thugs today. In the doomsday, Li Tianren never mindies speculating on human nature with the worst malice. People who lose their humanity in the doomsday are more terrifying than the doomsday itself. Li Tianren raised his head, and his eyes turned into a color that blended with the night. He slowly uttered 4 words. Kill them all! Chapter 16. You were the one who joked with me first. Following Li Tianren's order, the hound-level warrior opened its huge iron mouth and jumped out of the wall. In a second, flames engulfed the strong men who attacked the farm. Screams were heard one after another, and 5 firemen appeared instantly. The flames, hot enough to melt steel, burned everything to ashes. In less than 30 seconds, all traces of the thug's existence were completely wiped out from this world. As the farm gate was pushed open, Li Tianran walked out with a sneer and walked towards the surviving Zhongling and Sun Deo in the distance. At this time, the two men were almost frightened silly, trembling all over, looking at Li Tianran as if they were looking at the most terrifying devil walking towards them. The attack plan was proposed by Zhongling and planned by Sun Deo. But they never expected that Li Tianran farm had such a terrifying defense force, which was completely beyond their understanding. Seeing those thugs being killed without leaving any trace, Zhongling and Sun Deo were completely panicked. The teeth collided unconsciously, making a click 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 sound. Finally, Zhongling couldn't help but scream in fear, turned around, opened the car door, got in, locked the door tightly, and curled up in the gap between the seats, trembling. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sun Deo stepped towards another car with his fat legs. As long as he got into the cab and started the vehicle, he didn't believe that Li Tianran could catch up with him on four wheels with just his pair of flesh legs. Li Tianran indeed couldn't catch up with the car. Even though his physical fitness surpassed that of ordinary people, he still couldn't compare with the powerful machinery. But Sun Deo forgot one thing. Li Tianran couldn't catch up with the car, but that didn't mean Li Tianran couldn't catch up with him. Sun Deo was running desperately, panting, when he suddenly felt an enormous force hitting him hard. It was Li Tianran who caught up and kicked him. Plop! Sun Deo's body weighing more than 180 kilograms was kicked forward 3 or 4 meters by Li Tianran, and hit the door of the truck directly, leaving a huge dent in the iron sheet. Regardless of the severe pain coming from all parts of his body, Sun Deo's mouth and nose were bleeding. He curled up there holding his head like a dead dog, howling. "Don't kill me! I'll give you money! I'll give you all my money!" The scene of the thug's death just now left such a deep psychological trauma on Sun Deo that he was completely frightened at this moment. Li Tianran had no mercy in his heart. People like Sun Deo have already become as twisted as maggots inside. If there were no warriors guarding the farm today, I'm afraid they would have already broken through the wall, entered the building and started committing violence. Once the perpetrators start to do evil, their bottom line will completely collapse. After stealing the food, they might kill the two brothers and sisters. When he thought of that horrible scene, Li Tianran's heart was filled with strong anger. Crack! Li Tianran stepped on Sun Deo's left arm, and a sound of bone cracking was heard. Sun Deo was in so much pain that he struggled desperately. "Uncle Li, please forgive me. I was blinded by greed and did such a thing. As long as you don't kill me, I will compensate you no matter how much money you want." Sun Deo kept begging for mercy. Before the age of destruction, he was the company's vice president and a person of status and position. When had he ever been treated like this? But Li Tianran doesn't care what a big shot you used to be. Now is the chaotic era of destruction. The previous order and civilization will gradually collapse. Only strength is eternal. Whoever dares to have bad intentions towards me, I will kill him. If you were the ones who attacked the farm today and my sister and I were kneeling on the ground, would you spare me? Li Tianran asked softly with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Won't. Of course not. Sun Deo's eyebrows twitched wildly. Suddenly, he reached into his arms with his right hand, took out a dagger, stabbed it at Li Tianran's neck, and screamed, "Go to hell!" Li Tianran was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Sun Deo's wrist with his big hand and squeezed it hard. Sun Deo dropped the dagger in pain. Li Tianran grabbed the dagger and stabbed it with his backhand with an expressionless face. Puff! Sun Deo's body trembled and he fell down softly. Zhongling was shivering in the car. She didn't know how to start the vehicle, so she could only curl up like a quail, trying to use this ridiculous method to give herself a little sense of security. After a moment, she heard the screams outside fade away. She sat up straight and carefully looked out of the car window. At this moment, Li Tianran's face suddenly appeared outside the car window, with a trace of blood on his forehead. He looked at her expressionlessly through the car window. Two pairs of eyes looked at each other in an instant. Zhongling felt her mind go blank, fear surged up uncontrollably, and her scream pierced her eardrums and resounded through the sky. Boom! 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 This eye contact did not last long, because Li Tianran started to break the window with his elbow. The window glass of an ordinary truck is not very strong. After 3 elbow strikes by Li Tianran, countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the center of the glass. Bang! With a dull sound, the car window glass finally couldn't bear the weight and shattered. Li Tianran had an indifferent expression on his face. He stretched out his big hand into the car, grabbed Zhongling's hair, and dragged her out of the car through the window. The tiny pieces of glass cut Zhongling's skin, but the fear in her heart at that moment far outweighed the physical pain. Tianran! Tianran! Listen to me, I was forced. It was Sun Deo who forced me. I am also a victim. I was wrong. Can you please let me go? Zhongling cried and begged, trying to use the past to save the situation. Have you forgotten? We used to love each other so much. You said you would tolerate and love me unconditionally. That's right. I can come back to you right now and we can start over, okay? Tianran, I still love you. Zhongling pleaded in a trembling voice. Li Tianran suddenly smiled and nodded, saying, Not only will I not kill you, I will also marry you and share everything I have with you. Zhongling was stunned, overwhelmed by the huge surprise, and asked stutteringly, Tianran, you are not kidding me, are you? You were the one who joked with me first. Li Tianran spread his hands, his lips slightly raised, looking at the woman he once wanted to marry, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He didn't expect that this woman had such a vicious heart. She disguised herself so well that Li Tianran didn't even notice it before. Zhongling, I don't owe you anything. On the contrary, you owe me. Let me tell you, in a lifetime, there are some mistakes that can be made many times. There are some mistakes that cannot be made even once in a lifetime. Once you make them, you cannot be forgiven and can only bear the corresponding punishment. Li Tianran looked at Zhongling expressionlessly and asked coldly, Are you ready to face your punishment? Zhongling's pupils shrank rapidly, and her eyes were full of despair. 1 day later. Boss, this is the newly reported list of missing persons. At the South City Military Police Station, a young police officer handed the information in his hand to the sheriff. Sun Dayo, Zhongling, Li De. The police chief ate instant noodles while reciting the names on the list. He then pushed the list aside in annoyance and said, More than 500 people die or go missing in South City every day. I've been so busy that I haven't slept for a few days. Just put it on file and wait for it until I have time. The young police officer nodded, then took a look at the captain's food and complained. Instant noodles again? It's good to have something to eat. The sheriff sighed, looked at the gloomy sky outside the window and said, This is a damn world. Maybe in a month, I won't even have instant noodles to eat. I can only wait to die. Chapter 17, Gratitude. Your radiation-proof corn is ripe. Li Tianran stood in the planting area, listened to the pleasant prompt sound, and began to harvest the crops. Busy times always pass quickly. This is the 5th day after the Age of Destruction. Li Tianran's guess was correct. As expected, no military or police came to his door. Now the entire South City, the entire Yanhuang Federation, and even the entire world have fallen into an extremely chaotic situation. Riots are frequent due to the changes, and countless terrible cases occur every day. Things like the disappearance of several people are too common. Li Tianran didn't keep the incident in mind for too long. That night, he cleaned up all the traces. Living in the end times, you have to be a little ruthless. Stopping thinking about that matter, Li Tianran opened the system interface. After 5 days of hard work, his points had reached a terrifying number of 620,000 early this morning. Although it was not enough to support his squandering in the mall, it would still be enough for him to strengthen his farm again. After experiencing the invasion, he found that the farm's fortifications were still somewhat lacking and the safety factor needed to be strengthened again. We need to build this place into a fortress that no one can break through, so that we can rest assured in today's world. As for these points, Li Tianran made up his mind and spent 400,000 to buy 4 agricultural intelligent work robots and 4 adult-level combat warriors. The points that had been rising suddenly hit bottom again. But the value is obvious. Agricultural work robots can completely replace Li Tianran in sowing and harvesting. Except for the last step of exchanging points, which still requires Li Tianran to do it personally. All other tedious work can be done by them. Intelligent working robot, agricultural type. Energy, 300/300. Scope of work, planting, breeding, and reclamation. Explanation: we have plenty of energy, and we are full of energy. Our slogan is, 996 is too easy, we are tireless model workers. Li Tianran glanced at the introduction of these intelligent working robots, paused for a moment on the last description, and couldn't help but sigh. This system is really a bit tricky. 996 is too easy. The capitalists cried when they saw this, and the Jews felt ashamed. Once again, he turned his gaze to the 4 adult-level combat warriors that shone with metallic luster and were as tall and strong as Schwarzenegger. LV3 Combat Warrior. Adult level, Level 3 Combat Warrior. Scope of work, intrusion, guarding. Attack method, sniper, fighting. Ammunition load, 50/50ths. Speed 8. Attack 12. Defense 5. Energy, 300/300. Explanation: don't look at me as ugly, actually I'm not gentle at all. Stupid, stay away from my master, or I'll let you see your own brains. Li Tianran silently gave a thumbs up. Fierce is just one word, I will only say it once. Just as Li Tianran was looking at the new robots in front of him, the monitoring guard suddenly sent a message that a visitor was coming. It wasn't a harsh warning sound, but a very plain reminder. Li Tianran raised his eyebrows. Who visits him at a time like this? Soon, the visitor's face appeared in Li Tianran's consciousness. He was a very young guy, tall. It's Uncle Nan's son Xiaotian. At this moment, he was full of energy, and no longer had the dejected look of a dying man lying on the bed. Is it him? Li Tianran frowned, then walked out of the planting area. What is he doing here? Soon, the scene at the gate was fully presented. Xiaotian was holding a cardboard box in his hand, and inside it was the food that Li Tianran had delivered to his home a day ago. It's half the portion. When Li Tianran saw this scene, the look in his eyes suddenly softened. Brother! The brother from Uncle Nan's family who loves to eat candy is here. He's at the door now. Hanan, also wearing a thick cotton coat, ran over with a red face, shouting as if asking for credit. At her age, she simply cannot stay indoors, and if she keeps watching cartoons, Li Tianran is worried that her eyesight will be affected. So recently when Li Tianran was busy with farming, he always let Hanan and Xiaohe play on the farm. I know! Li Tianran patted her little head and then walked quickly towards the door. It's Xiaotian, why are you here? Li Tianran quickly came to the gate and asked Xiaotian with a smile across the railing. When Xiaotian saw Li Tianran, he smiled, put the cardboard box on the ground and said, Boss Li, you gave my family some instant noodles a few days ago, and my dad said we should repay you. So now that my family has some food, I'm sending it to you. Li Tianran looked at the cardboard box, feeling a little amused. He really wanted to say, this thing was given to your family by me. Li Tianran was not short of food, but when he saw this scene, he still felt warm in his heart. The end of the world is cruel, but people are kind. In the end times, this is a rare bit of warmth. Where did you get all this food? Xiaotian sighed and said, It was found in our yard. Maybe it was sent by a relative or some kind person. I am really grateful to him. Maybe he even saved my life. Save your life? Although Li Tianran knew the reason very well, he still pretended to be surprised and asked. This matter is quite complicated, so I won't talk about it. Xiaotian waved his hand and said with a smile, Boss Li, this time I came here to deliver food to you, but I also want to trouble you for something, okay? You say. Li Tianran nodded. I just heard that a new grain purchasing point has been opened in the suburbs of South City. There is still a lot of stock. I want to borrow your truck to buy some in case of emergency. Xiaotian's tone was a little restrained, and he kept rubbing his hands in front of him, obviously a little nervous. Li Tianran smiled when he heard this. Okay, drive away. After hearing what Li Tianran said, Xiaotian laughed awkwardly again and said, It's like this, I haven't passed the driving test yet, and the location of the purchasing point is remote, so... Li Tianran understood what Xiaotian meant before he finished speaking. He not only wants to borrow the car, but also the driver. Li Tianren touched his chin and took a look at the location of the planting area. With the working robots there, he didn't need to stay here as a supervisor. Okay, but you have to be back before noon. I also have to cook for Hanin. Li Tianren finally agreed. In the end times, affection is a very rare thing. Since it has been proven that Uncle Nan's family are grateful and repaying their kindness, there is nothing wrong in helping them. Hanin, stay at home and don't open the door if anyone knocks. I will be back soon. Li Tianren turned around and instructed Hanin. He didn't plan to take Hanin with him. It turns out that in this changing world, the farm is the safest place. Okay, Hanin understands. Hanin nodded quickly. Xiao He half knelt beside Hanin, glanced at Xiao Tian indifferently, and then ignored him. Li Tianren took out the key and pushed open the door, then drove the truck out, and at the same time gave the combat warriors an order to automatically guard. Xiao Tian got on the co-pilot seat. With the roar of the accelerator, the truck started slowly. Hanin tilted her head and watched the two people leave, hugging Xiao He's neck and muttering something softly. However, because the engine noise was too loud, Li Tianren didn't hear it at all. Brother Xiao Tian is so amazing, he can even change color. The last time my brother and I saw him, he was green. This time, he turned red. It's so fun! Xiao He didn't understand what Hanin said. He whimpered, turned around and ran into the small building. Chapter 18 Mutation. The truck slowly drove toward the country road. Li Tianren looked at the dead green plants on both sides of the road. On the 5th day after the radiation, the toxins hidden in the plants completely erupted. Looking around, the fields on both sides of the road were all withered and dead. Boss Shaoli, is it okay for Hanin to be home alone? The world is in chaos now. I'm afraid that if some bad guys target the farm, Hanin will be in danger. Xiao Tian sat in the co-pilot seat and said with some concern. Boss Shaoli, didn't you leave some self-defense tools for Hanin? Li Tianren smiled. Danger? Now in the entire South City, there is no place safer than the farm. If someone could forcefully invade the farm and attack Hanin, then the armed forces possessed by the other party would probably be enough to directly attack the Nanqing Armed Police Brigade. However, Li Tianren would never tell Xiao Tian about this. He just smiled and said, There is no gold, silver or jewelry in my shabby farm. Who would be interested in it? Besides, Hanin is only 7 years old. Even if she has a self-defense weapon, she won't be able to use it. Besides, Xiaohe is still in the farm. No one can break in. Don't worry. Haha, then I feel relieved. Xiao Tian nodded with a smile, then lowered his head and stopped talking. He took out his cell phone and started sending text messages. Li Tianren glanced at it curiously. Xiao Tian seemed to notice Li Tianren's gaze, and he stuffed his phone into his trouser pocket and said with a smile, I'm afraid I don't have enough money, so I'll borrow some from a friend. Li Tianren was silent for a moment, then he took out 500 yuan bills from his wallet and handed them over. I don't have much money here, so, take this. Xiao Tian looked at Li Tianren's actions and seemed extremely surprised. He was stunned for 7 or 8 seconds before he quickly waved his hands and said, No, no, no! Boss Li, you have already helped my family a lot. How can I still ask for your money? Take it! Li Tianren stuffed the money into Xiao Tian's hand without waiting for Xiao Tian to refuse. Money is of no use to Li Tianren now. This? Xiao Tian looked at the banknotes in his hand with a complicated expression, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, Boss Shaoli, I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Pa! Li Tianren didn't say anything, but just reached out and patted Xiao Tian on the shoulder. The country road was rugged and difficult to navigate. Li Tianren drove the truck along the navigation route. At a fork in the road, he was about to turn the steering wheel to enter the navigation road. Suddenly, Xiao Tian showed a trace of determination on his face. He reached out to hold the steering wheel, as if he had made an extremely difficult decision, and said, Boss Li, the road on the right seems to be blocked. Let's go around from the left. Li Tianren raised his eyebrows. The road on the right is the main artery of the town. Generally speaking, unless there is a large-scale natural disaster such as an earthquake or mudslide, the road will never be closed. But why does Xiao Tian say that it is closed now? Li Tianren's eyes fell on Xiao Tian's face. I don't know when it started, but Xiao Tian's face turned pale and completely bloodless. In such cold weather, a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on my forehead. At first glance, it looks like some kind of emergency. Li Tianran was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized something was wrong. He asked in a deep voice, Xiao Tian, I often run this route, and I didn't receive any notice of the severance of the route. How did you know? What happened to you? Yes, a friend told me, Xiao Tian said stutteringly. Which friend? Li Tianran stepped on the brakes. He noticed that this matter seemed to reveal a sense of weirdness. His big hand suddenly grabbed Xiao Tian's wrist tightly and asked in a cold voice, Call him, let me listen. Boss Xiaoli, don't ask any more. I won't hurt you. Xiao Tian heard this, and the expression on his face seemed to have made some kind of decision. Even his voice became hurried, and even a little pleading. He pointed to the fork on the left and said, Boss Xiaoli, turn now, it will be too late. Li Tianran stared at Xiao Tian, as if he wanted to find a loophole in his eyes, but unfortunately he failed. Swish! Li Tianran turned around, turned the steering wheel directly, and drove towards the fork on the left. At the same time, on the main town road on the right, 300 meters away from the fork in the road, a Mercedes SUV was parked. A cold-blooded man in a black suit was sitting in the passenger seat. In the car, there were 3 other men dressed the same way as him. They were all tall, with bulging muscles, and full of tough temperament. The grim man in the black suit held a tablet in his hand, and a small red dot appeared on the screen, gradually approaching their location. Suddenly, the little red dot paused for a moment, and then quickly left the original track and headed towards another fork in the road that was destined not to meet them. Damn it! Something really happened! The cold-blooded man cursed. How dare this little bastard go back on his word? Crash! The other 3 men's faces all changed, and they showed the sharp daggers at their waists while cursing. Humph! Luckily I was prepared. The cold-blooded man held onto the headset with an expressionless face and said sternly, The target is heading towards you, remember, you must stop them. Mr. Liang said that we must take them alive. Soon, a reply came from the headset. Understood. Bang! The cold-blooded man ripped off his headset, and then said to the man sitting in the driver's seat, Turn around and block him. Attack him from the front and back with the people from Team 2. I want to see if they can grow wings and fly away today. Buzz. The 1.4-liter pickup truck's engine roared under the heavy load. Li Tianran almost stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The green smoke produced by the wheels rubbing violently on the ground floated in through the window. What's going on? Tell me. Li Tianran's face was gloomy. He looked back at the rearview mirror and suddenly found that less than 300 meters behind the truck, an off-road vehicle was galloping after him like a wild horse. He was furious at this point. It seemed as if I had fallen into a whirlpool for unknown reasons and was being targeted for unknown reasons. Who is the other party? Military police? No. Impossible. If it were military police, they would not use this method. They could go directly to the farm and take Li Tianran away using formal means. Are you a friend of Sun Dayo and Zhongling? It is also unlikely. Sun Dayo is just the vice president of a small company and his annual income is only a few $100,000 at most. The price of the Mercedes SUV that was chasing closely behind them at this time was at least over $3 million. If Sun Dayo really has a friend of this kind, why would he set his sights on his farm? Boss Xiaoli, I'm sorry. I betrayed you. There are surveillance cameras near my house. I checked the surveillance and found out that it was you who saved me that night. I was bewitched. I heard that Tianan Pharmaceutical Company has been looking for medicine that can cure acute poisoning, so I found them. Xiaotian was twitching all over and crying. I have no choice. I have no money and no food. I will starve to death if this goes on. I am also trying to survive. They promised to give me a large sum of money. Li Tianran's eyebrows were throbbing wildly. He was furious, but this was not the time to be angry. He asked, What is their plan? They asked me to trick you out of the farm, Xiaotian said tremblingly. They know you have medicine to treat poisoning, so they want to capture Hanan while you are away and force you to surrender. Li Tianran was stunned, and then his face turned terribly gloomy. He turned to look at Xiaotian. So, those questions you asked me just now were to test me? Were you asking on behalf of those people whether there were any protections on the farm? You were playing with your phone just now. Were you also tipping off the other party? I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Xiao Tian covered his face helplessly and cried. Fuck your mother! Li Tianran cursed with extreme anger. If anything happens to Hanin, I will make sure your entire family is buried with her. Chapter 19. Ultimately, I underestimated people's hearts at the end of the world. After all, the truck's engine displacement is too small. Even if Li Tianran stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, it is still no match for the powerful Mercedes-Benz SUV. And most importantly, after turning a corner, Li Tianran saw two modified off-road vehicles parked at the intersection in front of him. The front and rear bumpers on both sides were surrounded by solid iron bars. They looked fierce and domineering. They were parked side by side, blocking the already narrow path. There is a blockade in front, pursuers behind, and roadside potholes nearly 1 meter deep on both sides. If you force your way through, you will most likely end up in a car accident and die. 2 people in a car have reached a dead end. Li Tianran gritted his teeth, suddenly turned the steering wheel, and stepped on the brake with his right foot. The truck's tail swung violently, and the entire body of the truck turned sideways. The tires rubbed violently against the ground, and it drifted forward for 5 meters before stopping in a cloud of thick smoke. Crunch! The Mercedes SUV that had been chasing behind also stepped on the brakes when seeing this, blocking the way back. At the same time, 4 strong men jumped out of the car in the front and back, with sharp bayonets on their waists, and walked towards the truck with a menacing look. 8 people surrounded the truck, with cruel and cunning eyes like a pack of wolves surrounding their prey. Snap! Li Tianran grabbed Xiaotian with one hand and jumped down from the driver's seat. He used Xiaotian to shield his body, then looked up. Haha! Li Tianran, right? The cold-blooded man with the headset sneered when he saw Li Tianran jump out of the car, and then walked over with his hands in his pockets. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Nan, and I work for Tianran Pharmaceutical Company. I have no other intention in using this special method to meet you. I know you have medicine for treating acute poisoning, so we want to cooperate with you. You provide the medicine, we provide the labor, and we make money together. It's a huge profit. Li Tianran leaned behind Xiaotian, looked at the 8 strong men who were staring at him, and asked coldly, What if I don't agree? There are only 2 options before you now. The first option is for you to cooperate with us voluntarily, and everyone can be harmonious and earn the money with a smile. The second option, Chen Nan said, pulling out the bayonet from his waist and starting to pick his nails. We kill you and take the medicine into our own hands. Li Tianran's eyes slowly turned cold as he listened to Chen Nan's undisguised threats. 32 hours ago. Just as Li Tianran was driving a truck with Hanan in the suburbs of Nanqing City and was entangled with the man who sold illegal grain, Xiaotian, who had escaped from danger in Uncle Nan's home, slowly woke up. Son! You're finally awake! You scared your dad to death! Uncle Nan, who had been guarding by the bed, burst into tears when he saw his son wake up, and the heart that had been hanging in the air finally settled down. Dad, what's wrong with me? Shutian's eyes were slightly confused, and then he slowly woke up. Looking at his hands, he said in disbelief, I remember that I was really hungry, so I ate an apple in the cellar. After that, I started vomiting blood and had difficulty breathing. I thought I would not survive, but now my illness is all healed. Uncle Nan felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife after hearing this. He spread out his palm, in which was the carrot that Xiaotian had eaten half of. Do you still remember the paper ball that broke the glass about an hour ago? This is what was inside the paper ball, with words written on it. After I fed it to you, all your illnesses were healed. I think it must be the blessing of the gods. They couldn't bear to see you suffer this kind of torture, so they appeared and saved your life. Xiaotian looked at the carrot in Uncle Nan's palm, picked it up in amazement and looked at it for a long time, then whispered, If there really are gods in the world, then this kind of disaster would not happen. This thing must have been given to us by someone who didn't want to reveal his identity. Son, are you hungry? Dad will cook for you. You take a rest first. Uncle Nan was so excited that he didn't hear Xiaotian talking to himself. His seriously ill son recovered and his home was sent food by kind-hearted people. Today was the happiest day he had seen in a long time. Soon, a bowl of steaming vegetable noodles was served, with a poached egg. Although there was no soy sauce or salt, Xiaotian, who had been hungry for a long time, still gobbled it up and even drank up the soup. Dad, I remember that we ran out of food at home before? Where did you get these things from? Xiaotian asked after putting down his bowl and chopsticks. Hey, these instant noodles were given by Mr. Li, the boss of the farm where my dad used to work. As for these vegetables, I really have no idea. They just appeared in our yard inexplicably, Uncle Nan said, rubbing his hands. Xiaotian pondered for a moment and said, So, the person who sent us food is probably the same person who saved me. Who knows? Maybe. Uncle Nan sighed. There are still many good people in this world. Uncle Nan was a simple-minded man. At this moment, all he felt was the excitement over his son's recovery and gratitude towards the lifesaver. But Xiaotian's psychological activities at this time were extremely complicated. His eyes flickered, and there seemed to be a lot on his mind. Soon he got up from the bed and said, Dad, I'm going out for a while. It's so late, and you just recovered from an illness. What are you going out for? Uncle Nan was stunned. Dad, don't worry about it, I'll be back soon. Xiaotian hurriedly put on his coat, pushed open the door and walked out. His steps were very hurried, as if he was going to do something very important. This child. Uncle Nan looked at Xiaotian's back and sighed helplessly. After Xiaotian walked out of the gate of the yard, he shone the flashlight around his yard. Soon, he found messy footprints on the wall facing the window, which further confirmed his guess. There was no such thing as a god, it was humans who saved him. Xiaotian glanced at the street outside the courtyard wall. It was dark and empty. He was silent for a moment. When he turned the corner, he suddenly saw a yard in the distance with lights on. The entrance of the alley where Xiaotian's house was. Xiaotian's eyes lit up and he ran over. Boom, boom, boom. He raised his hand and began to knock on the door. Soon, a yellow-haired young man in a military coat came out with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked at Xiaotian with a squint and said, Oh. Xiaotian, my shop is closed and out of business. Brother Miao, I'm not here to play. My house was robbed a few days ago and I want to see your surveillance video. Xiaotian replied. The yellow-haired young man raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, Hurry up! I'm ready to go to bed. Xiaotian nodded repeatedly. Soon, Xiaotian sat in front of the surveillance computer and skillfully called up the surveillance video of tonight. In the surveillance video, Xiaotian did not see any people coming and going, but he saw a truck passing by the alley of his house, but 10 minutes later the truck came back. Apart from that, no one was coming and going at the entrance of his alley tonight. Xiaotian was breathing rapidly. He felt that he was getting closer to the truth. He froze the surveillance screen and locked his eyes on the license plate of the truck. South A668S2. Xiaotian's pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized the license plate number. 5 minutes later he returned home. Pushing open the door, Uncle Nan looked up and asked, Where have you been? Dad, I know who saved me, Xiaotian said in a deep voice. Who? Uncle Nan asked immediately. Yes. Boss Li. Xiaotian took a deep breath and said, I just checked the surveillance video. The time when his truck arrived and left matches the time when I was rescued. This Boss Xiaoli is such a good man. Not only did he give us food, he also saved your life. We must repay him. Uncle Nan was very excited. Dad! Xiaotian suddenly interrupted Uncle Nan. Under the dim light, Xiaotian's face was actually a little ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said, Since Boss Xiaoli was able to save me, it means that he must have a lot of medicine that can treat acute poisoning. I think, grab those medicines. In that case, we won't have to worry about freezing to death or starving to death in this dark environment. We can become the best of the best. Uncle Nan's eyes widened when he heard this, his face full of disbelief, and he pointed at Xiaotian with a trembling finger. You bastard, you are repaying kindness with enmity. No, Xiaotian said coldly. I am. If you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. Chapter 20 The Devil You Created. Bang! A loud slap sounded on Xiaotian's face. Uncle Nan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Xiaotian and said, How could I give birth to such a useless beast like you? Xiaotian lowered his head, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Dad! Don't you understand the current situation? If we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves. You! Uncle Nan was so angry that he covered his chest and slumped down on the bed. Dad, I'm also thinking about our lives. Don't blame me. Xiaotian didn't dare to look into Uncle Nan's eyes. He gritted his teeth, pushed the door open again and walked out. 10 hours later. Early morning. The gate of Tianren Pharmaceutical Company. Xiaotian, with a head full of cold air and wrapped in a military coat, said to the security guard standing outside the door, I want to see your boss. I have a big deal to discuss with him. The security guard looked Xiaotian up and down. As the gatekeeper of Tianren Company, he had seen countless people trying to enter Tianren Company and seek help in various ways since the disaster broke out. He had seen too many people like Xiaotian, so he didn't even raise his eyelids at this moment. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to discuss business with our boss? Get out of here before I lose my temper. 15 hours ago, I accidentally ate poisonous fruit. 13 hours ago, I was given a critical illness notice by the hospital and was taken home to die. The Central Hospital has my case report, you can check it at any time. Xiaotian sneered and said, But I am standing in front of you alive now. Do you know what this means? The security guard was stunned. I am the first person to survive the poisoning emergency. Xiaotian grabbed the security guard's tie, squinted his eyes, and said word by word, Now, am I qualified to see your boss? The security guard's pupils constricted. If this was true, he could not take the responsibility. If you dare to lie to me, I'll let you know the consequences of lying in front of Tianren Company. The security guard warned Xiaotian fiercely, and then said to his companion, You stay on duty here, I'll take him in to see Mr. Liang. The two walked into the company. Another security guard continued to stand at the door with a nervous mood. 5 minutes later, 4 sturdy and cold-tempered men ran out of the company lobby in a hurry. Their companions recognized them as the personal bodyguards of General Manager Liang Tianyu. They were completely different from these non-staff employees. They were Liang Tianyu's absolute confidants, and the one leading them was Chen Nan. Did anyone else see that person coming just now? Chen Nan asked coldly. No, the security guard replied stutteringly. From now on, you need to hand over all your communication devices. The company will arrange a single room for you and you are not allowed to have any contact with the outside world. Chen Nan looked at the security guard expressionlessly. If I find out that you try to contact the outside world, the consequences will be serious. The security guard shuddered when he heard Chen Nan's murderous words. He felt as if he had accidentally heard some earth-shattering news. The scene returns to Li Tianren again. Li Tianren looked at Chen Nan and others, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He had heard of Tianren Pharmaceutical Company. It should be said that everyone in South City had an impression of Tianren Company, but this impression was not a good one. Tianren Pharmaceutical has been open in Nanjing for nearly 3 years. Its history of success is not glorious. It is a foreign company. When it first entered Nanjing, it opened a joint venture with a respected old entrepreneur in the local medical equipment industry. With the help of the old entrepreneur's connections and prestige, Tianren Pharmaceutical has developed by leaps and bounds in 3 years and soon completely grasped the medical lifeline of Nanjing. But just when the business was thriving, Liang Tianyu, the general manager of Tianren Company, suddenly joined forces with outsiders, created a series of disturbances, and forcibly took away the shares of the old entrepreneur, and then kicked him out of the company. This act of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge undoubtedly made many people feel deeply ashamed, especially the old entrepreneur who had helped Liang Tianyu a lot. He was so angry that he suffered a heart attack and passed away shortly after being sent to the emergency room. But such business affairs are not of concern to the vast majority of ordinary people. What made Tianren Pharmaceutical famous was another matter. It was the winter of a year ago. Due to the dry weather, influenza broke out frequently. Many people in South City were infected with the disease. Both hospitals and small clinics were crowded with people. Almost 2 out of every 10 people in the city were infected. At this time, Tianren Pharmaceutical announced that one of the raw materials for the targeted drug used to treat influenza was unavailable, and the production of the drug would be temporarily suspended. The remaining inventory of drugs would be insufficient, and would be sold at 10 times the price. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The crowd is excited. But unfortunately, at that time, the medical equipment and medicines in the entire Nanjing were almost monopolized by Tianren Pharmaceutical, and it took a long time to obtain medicines from other places. The illness could not be delayed, so the patients in Nanjing had to bite the bullet and suffer this loss, spending 10 or even dozens of times the price to buy Tianren Company's inventory of medicines. In the end, the prices of those drugs even increased by more than 100 times. After the flu was over, by chance, a senior executive of Tianren Company spoke out after drinking and revealed the truth. There is no so-called shortage of raw materials. Tianren Company simply wants to create the illusion of a drug shortage in order to raise drug prices. After this incident, Tianren Company made a lot of money and its market value doubled. However, in the hearts of the people in South City, Tianruin's reputation plummeted and became completely unpopular. Demolish the bridge after crossing it. Seeking profit only. This is the impression that people in South City have of Tianren Pharmaceutical Company. At this time, Li Tianren was facing such a company. Li Tianren's eyes grew colder. There was no way he would give away the ancient medicine-grade agricultural products, let alone to a black-hearted company like Tianren Pharmaceutical. I am afraid that once I believe what they say and start to cooperate with them, it won't be long before I am controlled like a donkey in a production team and tirelessly exploited by them. I got that medicine for curing acute illness by chance. I only have one pill, and I've already used it on him. I'm out of stock. Li Tianren patted Xiaotian's shoulder expressionlessly and said, I'm sorry to have made you come here for nothing. Oh? Only one? Chen Nan laughed when he heard that. It seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Okay, I'll make you tell the truth. After that, Chen Nan took out his cell phone from his pocket, dialed a number in front of Li Tianren, and said into the phone, You are at the gate of the farm now, right? Go in, capture the little girl, and feed her those poisonous fruits. Chen Nan raised his head and looked at Li Tianren with a grim smile. I want to see whether what you said is true or false. As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable murderous aura emanated from Li Tianren. His pupils shrank to the extreme, his face looked extremely terrifying, and his eyes were like a lion selecting its prey. Chen Nan and Li Tianren looked at each other. Although he was always decisive in killing, he couldn't help but take a half step back. How could a person have such a scary look? Why are you forcing me? Li Tianren gritted his teeth. I just want to live a quiet life with my sister in the end times. Why do you people keep disturbing it? Weakness is a sin. Chen Nan was silent for a moment, and then spoke. You're right, being weak is a sin. Li Tianren nodded, took a deep breath, leaned close to Xiaotian's ear, looked at Chen Nan's face and said, Then from today on, I will become a brutal demon. And please remember, I was created by you. Looking at Li Tianren like this, Chen Nan suddenly felt uneasy. At the same time, at the farm gate, 8 strong men stood in front of 2 excavators. After answering the phone, they jumped into the cab, started the engine, and made a rumbling sound. Henin sat on a small stool with her hands on her chin, looking at the farm gate and letting out a sad sigh. Li Han, 7 years old, likes eating and watching TV. But at this moment, she didn't touch the strawberry platter in front of her at all. The cartoons on TV couldn't make her happy at all. When her brother was not at home, the strawberries had lost their taste, the Paw Patrol did not seem so attractive, and the strange robots that suddenly appeared in the house could not arouse her interest. They are just a bunch of idiots. How can they compare with their brother? Li Han, 7 years old, has the following exact hobbies: hiding in Li Tianren's arms to eat, and being held by Li Tianren to watch TV. What she likes is never external things. What's important is being with Li Tianren. She had looked at her watch 17 times since Li Tianren left, but he still hadn't come back. She was very confused. She heard the rumbling sound of those people with red light on their bodies starting their engines when they arrived at the farm gate. She finally couldn't bear it anymore. She clenched her fists to cover her ears and shouted, I'm so annoyed! Xiao He squatted beside her and licked her calf with his tongue. Receive invasion information and are about to launch a counterattack. 2 adult-level combat warriors were guarding behind Henin and suddenly made a mechanical sound. They are bad guys, right? Hanan pointed at the gate and said irritably, "Can you ask them to stop? I really want to blow their heads off. Accept the young master's instructions. Adjust the method of killing the invader. The invader's skull and brain tissue are about to be destroyed." The fighting warrior's eyes flashed green light, and a gun barrel instantly extended from his palm. Bang! A gunshot was heard, and a man fell to the ground at the farm gate. "According to the young master's instructions, an invader's head has been blown up." The mechanical voice of the combat warrior began to report the battle results. Hanan covered her mouth upon seeing this, and then hugged Xiaohei nervously, stammering, "Xiaohei, Hanan seems to have done something wrong. Don't tell brother about this. Otherwise, brother will think Hanan is a violent child. She's obviously a little cutie." Chapter 21. I prepared to. Just after Li Tianran said that, Qinnan suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing on the back of his neck for no reason. As a professional bodyguard, Qinnan has done a lot of dirty work for Liang Tianyu over the years and has already developed a keen sense of danger. At this moment, he suddenly took a step back. As it turned out, he was right. Because Li Tianran suddenly jumped up, his body like a leopard full of explosive power, and suddenly pounced on a strong man standing on his left. Bang! Li Tianran jumped nearly 2 meters high in an instant, pressed the strong man's head with his right hand, and at the same time raised his knees high and hit the strong man's throat directly. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking was heard, and the sturdy man's eyes widened instantly. His Adam's apple suddenly sank, and his body swayed and fell on his back, losing his breath. The whole process takes less than 2 seconds. Qinnan was confused. His mind went blank. He never expected that Li Tianran had such terrifying skills. In fact, he already attached great importance to Li Tianran. In fact, on the night when Zhongling and Sun Dayou attacked the farm, Sun Dayou and his gang were not the only ones at the scene. After Xiaotian found Liang Tianyu that day, Liang Tianyu immediately sent Qinnan to find Li Tianran and bring the medicine back. Qinnan's plan was to attack the farm at night and forcibly control Li Tianran. But when Qinnan led his men to the outside of the farm that night, he discovered that there was a group of people preparing to attack the farm before them. So Qinnan hid in the dark, ready to wait for the other party to take action, and then he would take advantage of the situation. But what Qinnan didn't expect was that Sun Dayou and others were dealt with very easily and efficiently. There is not even a slag left. Qinnan was so scared that cold sweats broke out. He hid in a ditch on the side of the road and secretly felt lucky that if it weren't for these people, they would have probably said goodbye to this world by now. The farm's firepower is too strong, we can't attack it by force. At that time, it was dark and the scene was too chaotic. In addition, Qinnan and others did not dare to get close, so they did not see clearly that Sun Dayou and others were killed by an iron hound. He always thought that there was a high-powered flamethrower hidden on the farm. After seeing this scene, Qinnan felt that if they continued to attack the farm, they would most likely be wiped out again, so he thought of letting Xiaotian lead Li Tianran out of the farm. It's impossible for Li Tianran to go out with heavy firepower, right? Qinnan's entire plan went smoothly until 3 minutes ago, except for Xiaotian's temporary betrayal. But only at this moment did Qinnan realize that he was wrong. And it's so wrong! Li Tianran's ability to kill a person instantly can definitely be compared with the world's top killers. It was not until the sturdy man fell to the ground with a loud thump that Qinnan reacted. "Let's go together! Cut the tendons of his hands and feet and leave him alive!" Qinnan shouted and instantly pulled up the sharp dagger from the leather sheath at his waist. The remaining 6 people also rushed up, ready to beat Li Tianran. Li Tianran was also somewhat surprised at the growth of his own strength. Over the past few days, he had only seen the data displayed on his panel increase by 1/10, but he had never put it into practice. It was not until this time that Li Tianran realized how terrifying the physical enhancement, effect of those anti-radiation level agricultural properties was. It not only increases strength and speed, but also improves the body's bone density, blood vessel wall thickness, and even nerve reaction speed. To give a simple example, the maximum force of a normal adult male's punch is 150 kilograms. If it is forcibly increased to 300 kilograms, the enemy may not be injured after the punch, but his bones will collapse because he cannot withstand this huge force. Just like a cat will not turn into a tiger even if it is enlarged 100 times, because the density of its bones is not enough to support its huge body. When the volume expands 100 times, its muscles will directly crush the skeleton, and its blood vessels will burst. These are two completely different species. At this time, Li Tianren not only surpassed ordinary people in strength, but also surpassed the normal class of human beings in terms of the essence of his life. If we must use a noun to describe Li Tianren, it should be demigod. Although he has not yet shown the tremendous power that matches his name, as long as he keeps eating those high-quality ingredients, one day, Li Tianren will be able to grow into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex and stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods with his mortal body. In ancient times, people entered the Tao through swords and fists. I can be said to be entering the Tao through eating. Li Tianren sneered and looked at the 7 enemies who were rushing towards him. Although his physique has undergone tremendous changes, he is still a flesh and blood body after all, and he does not want to use his body to resist the sharp blade. Bang! Li Tianren reached into his arms, took out something and pointed it forward. That's a small revolver. The pitch-black gun barrel flashed with a cold light, emitting a faint smell of iron and blood. Chen Nan and others stopped abruptly and stared at the revolver in Li Tianren's hand with their eyes wide open. Unlike ordinary shotguns, the accuracy and stability of this revolver far exceed the former, and it is also extremely difficult to obtain. Even for the wealthy Tianan group, only Liang Tianyu had to spend a lot of effort to obtain one through improper means. Moreover, Liang Tianyu mainly used it for collection and never took it out, let alone used it. Not to mention people like Chenan, whose main weapons are cold weapons such as batons and daggers. Seeing the black gun pointed at him, Chen Nan was extremely panicked. Come on, aren't you going to cut my tendons? Li Tianren raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said calmly. Why are you scared? Chen Nan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. A gun can only have 6 bullets at most. There are 7 of us. Can you kill us all? Oh, that's right. Li Tianren looked as if he suddenly understood something when he heard it. We can be said to have known each other for a long time. I advise you, Chen Nan said. So I prepared too. Li Tianren interrupted Chen Nan, put his left hand into his arms again, took out an identical gun and held it in his palm. Chen Nan was dumbfounded. Li Tianren has never been stupid. In such a crisis-ridden environment, how could he not be on guard against outsiders? He exchanged these 2 pistols from them all. They were usually well hidden and were used to deal with situations like this. The reason why he readily agreed to go out with Xiaotian was, on the one hand, because Xiaotian disguised himself very well, but the most important reason was, he was confident that even if Xiaotian deceived him, he would be able to get away with it. I advise you to think carefully before you do anything. Tianrun Company is not someone you can afford to offend. Do you know who sent me here? Chen Nan's face was gloomy. Even though his heart was pounding, he remained calm and tried to scare Li Tianren with the name of Tianrun Company. Fuck you! Li Tianren laughed in anger. I don't want to know who asked you to come now. I just want you to know who made you fail. Chapter 22. Please forgive me. As soon as Li Tianren finished speaking, Chen Nan rolled on the ground, performing the lazy donkey roll move. His body spun like a top, and while avoiding Li Tianren's gun, he accidentally knocked out 2 of his companions beside him. Bang! Bang! As 2 dull gunshots rang out, 2 strong men were shot in the thigh and fell to the ground. At this time, one person saw that Li Tianren had an excellent weapon in his hand, and perhaps after weighing the pros and cons, he turned around and ran towards their vehicle. Li Tianren narrowed his eyes. Of course he couldn't let this group of people leave. Letting the tiger go back to the mountains, cutting the grass without removing the roots. These are the big taboos for surviving in the doomsday. Li Tianren said nothing and raised his hand to fire a shot. Bang! There was another muffled sound. The escaping strong man had a layer of blood mist on his back and staggered into the drainage ditch on the side of the road. After seeing 4 of his companions fall to Li Tianren's hands one after another, Chen Nan's face began to twist. Yes, when he saw the gun in Li Tianren's hand just now, he was indeed frightened and wanted to escape. But human fear also has its limits. Once fear is pushed to a dead end, it will often erupt in the form of anger and desperate efforts. Today either you die or I live. I will catch you at the risk of my life, Chen Nan roared, and then his legs burst out with a terrifying force, stomping on the ground with a loud deafening sound. Taking advantage of this reaction force, Chen Nan suddenly jumped up and pounced towards Li Tianran like a hungry tiger hunting its prey. The remaining 3 people obviously realized that if they didn't fight desperately, they would be defeated one by Li Tianran, so they rushed forward as if they didn't care about their lives. The distance between them and Li Tianran was not far to begin with, otherwise Li Tianran would not have been able to succeed in his sneak attack just now. At this moment, the opponent was fighting desperately, and the distance was instantly shortened to within 2 or 3 meters. Guns are the strongest beyond 10 meters, and within 3 meters, swords and guns have a 50-50 winning rate each. If the distance is shortened to less than half a meter, the gun will completely become a piece of scrap metal. Seeing this, Li Tianran suddenly jumped up and kicked Chen Nan. I told you to jump! Chen Nan was about 1.89 meters tall and had a sturdy build. He looked even more muscular than Li Tianran, but when Li Tianran kicked him in the chest, he felt like he was struck by lightning. His face instantly turned the color of liver, and then he vomited a mouthful of sour water. His sturdy body was kicked 3 meters away. Bang! Li Tianran raised his gun and was about to aim at Chen Nan, but a burly man standing on his right roared, swung his hand, and a sharp dagger appeared in his palm, which he stabbed into Li Tianran's lower abdomen. At this distance, the effect of the firearm has been infinitely reduced, and any slight shake may result in missing the target. Li Tianran made a judgment in an instant. He put his right index finger on the outer ring of the trigger and turned it a circle, instantly locking the safety. Then he held the barrel of the gun in his palm, exposing the pure iron handle. At this moment, the revolver in Li Tianran's hand turned into a hammer, and he smashed it hard on the strong man's head. All this may seem like a long process, but in reality it is completed in a flash. Bang! Crack! There was a sound of bones breaking, and the strong man roared in pain. Bang! Li Tianran had a blank expression on his face. He raised his knee again and hit the sturdy man's face head-on as he fell down. The latter was unable to dodge and blood instantly gushed out of his nose. He immediately went into shock. The only 2 remaining people also rushed over. Li Tianran shot and knocked down another man, and the dagger of another man had already stabbed down. Li Tianran was unable to dodge, and saw the dagger stabbing towards his chest. He was about to twist his body forcibly, and use his arm to block the knife, when suddenly, a figure rushed over and inserted himself between Li Tianran and the dagger. It's Xiaotian. It is hard to imagine what kind of ideological struggle he had just gone through. He had been squatting there timidly with his head in his hands, but perhaps out of guilt, or a desire to atone for his sins, he now rushed forward without hesitation and blocked the opponent's knife. Puff! An extremely slight sound was heard. Just like a wine bag being punctured, the liquid inside slowly flows out. The blade pierced Xiaotian's chest very smoothly, and the tip of the knife broke through his clothes from behind and came out. Xiaotian lowered his head stiffly, his body as if struck by lightning. His mouth slightly opened, and a ho-ho sound came out of his throat. When people are in extreme pain, they cannot scream. Don't look! Li Tianran raised his hand and shot the sturdy man down, and then quickly pressed Xiaotian's eyes with his palms to prevent him from seeing the dagger that had pierced into his chest and penetrated into the handle. The scarlet blood flowed down Xiaotian's chest uncontrollably. Li Tianran felt that Xiaotian in his arms seemed to have lost his bones in an instant, and fell down softly. Xiaotian! Xiaotian! Li Tianran only felt his breathing a little rapid, and he shouted loudly. He never thought that Xiaotian would be able to run out and block the knife for him. Boss Xiaoli! I'm sorry, so sorry! Xiaotian's eyes were red. He grabbed Li Tianran's sleeves with both hands and stammered. Actually, I regretted it last night, but I didn't dare to tell you. I want to live, and they took my dad away. The blood flowed slowly, and Li Tianran felt that Xiaotian's body was getting heavier and heavier. Don't say anything, I'll take you to the hospital right away. Boss Xiaoli, I'm conflicted. I want to sell you out to get a better life, but I'm soft-hearted. Xiaotian opened his mouth slightly, his eyes red. After the mutation, our family was robbed. My dad went to so many relatives' homes, but he didn't get any food. Only you gave us food, only you. Li Tianran's mood at this time was extremely complicated. Xiaotian betrayed him before, and he once wanted to cut Xiaotian into pieces. But now, Xiaotian blocked the knife for him. What attitude should he show? Even Li Tianran himself doesn't know. My dad is right, I am a useless person. I can't be a good guy, and I don't dare to be a bad guy. You saved me, I will give this life back to you. Xiaotian cried, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. He grabbed Li Tianran's sleeves tightly, and used his other hand to take out a handful of colorful candies and $500 bills from his pocket, and put them in Li Tianran's palm. This is the candy Henan gave me. It's so sweet, you are really good people, but it's a pity that someone like me is not worthy of your kindness. Li Tianran looked at the candy in his palm, his hand trembling slightly. I have atonement, I have atonement. Xiaotian looked at the sky with lifeless eyes and muttered to himself. He seemed to be laughing, but also seemed to be crying. Finally, his body grew cold, and he lost his voice. Li Tianran put Xiaotian's body down, was silent for a moment, and whispered in his ear. Some mistakes can be made many times in a lifetime. Some mistakes cannot be made even once in a lifetime. If you make them, you can only accept the punishment. You have accepted your punishment. I forgive you. Then, Li Tianran stood up and looked at Chen-Nan, who was about to stagger and run away, and said expressionlessly, Xiaotian has been punished, and the next one is you and your boss behind you. If I don't skin you alive and tear out your tendons, I'm not named Li. Chapter 23 The Man Behind the Scenes. The murderous intent in Li Tianran's eyes gradually became stronger, and then turned into crazy murderous intent. He strode towards Chen-Nan. At this time, Chen-Nan had already thrown away the dagger and staggered towards the car in the distance. He is now frightened out of his wits. There was only one thought in my mind, and that was to run. Run quickly! Li Tianran took 2 steps at a time and chased after him, his eyes fixed on the back of his knee, and he put all his strength into his right leg and kicked down. Bang! A muffled sound. Chen-Nan felt pain in his right leg and fell on his back. Brother, listen to me, Chen-Nan said with a very flustered look on his face. Li Tianran didn't reply at all, but raised his right leg again and kicked Chen-Nan on the head. The latter's body slid forward half a meter by the kick, and blood immediately oozed from his mouth and nose. Chen-Nan held his head and shouted, Li Tianran! Do you know what the consequences will be if you kill me today? Li Tianran remained silent, staring at Chen-Nan's knee and stomped down suddenly. Crack! After a crisp sound, Chen-Nan's knees collapsed visibly. He wailed and his eyes rolled back, as if he was about to faint from the pain. Li Tianran sneered and kicked Chen-Nan on the head again and again as if he was kicking a football. After several consecutive kicks, Chen-Nan was completely convinced. He felt that Li Tianran wanted to beat him to death here. Brother, stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! I'm also doing this for someone else. What do you want? Can I give you money? Say something. Stop hitting me! Even if you want to kill me, can you just give me a promise? Chen-Nan collapsed. Li Tianran's silent tactics completely broke down Chen-Nan's psychological defenses. He howled miserably, his eyes staring straight ahead. He felt his consciousness begin to blur, and there seemed to be severe pain all over his body. At this time, Chen-Nan was exhaling more than inhaling. Li Tianran squatted down and grabbed Chen-Nan's collar, and asked in a low voice, What do you say when I asked you a question? Do you understand? I'll cooperate, can you let me go? Chen-Nan asked with a humping. It's impossible to let you go, but I can make your death easier. Li Tianran naturally couldn't let Chen-Nan go, and at this time he had no intention of hiding his thoughts, and said it directly. Chen-Nan laughed bitterly upon hearing this. He seemed to have guessed that his request was just a daydream. However, he had been tortured to the point of unbearable pain. Even if it was for the sake of getting relief as soon as possible, he was willing to cooperate with Li Tianran. Okay, ask. Who is the boss behind you? Li Tianran asked in a deep voice. Tianran Pharmaceutical Company has several shareholders who openly hold great power in the company. Li Tianran is not sure whether this matter was instigated by one of them, or whether all shareholders were involved. My boss is Liang Tianyu, Chen Nan said with difficulty. Li Tianren frowned. Liang Tianyu, it turns out to be this bastard. The general manager of Tianren Company is the person with the highest authority on the surface. The trick of driving up drug prices and undermining senior executives in the past was his doing. After hearing this name, Li Tianren asked again. Besides Liang Tianyu, are there any other people involved? Chen Nan had lost too much blood and his eyes were blurry. It seemed he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. But in this case, the information obtained is the most correct. Because Chen Nan now is simply unable to make up lies. Liang Tianyu is in charge of this matter. He has kept the news secret. Apart from us, even the other vice presidents in the company don't know about it. Chen Nan hummed for a long time again, then spoke with difficulty. He has been having a disagreement with another vice president of the company recently. He plans to use this incident to raise his authority to a higher level, take credit in front of the head office, and squeeze that vice president out of Nanjing Company. Li Tianren raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Head office? Could it be that such a large company as Tianren Pharmaceutical is actually just a subsidiary of a group? So how powerful would the parent company behind it be? Pa! Seeing that Chen Nan seemed to be about to faint, Li Tianren slapped him twice to wake him up. Did Liang Tianyu report this to the head office? No. Chen Nan seemed to have recovered a little bit after being slapped twice, and said, The vice president who has a conflict with Liang Tianyu seems to have a backer in the head office. Liang Tianyu doesn't dare to report the matter to the head office now, fearing that someone will secretly tell the vice president the news and ruin his own good deeds. Li Tianren breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. It now seems that the news only exists in Liang Tianyu's place. As long as it has not spread out, it will not be difficult to solve the problem. Where does Liang Tianyu live? Li Tianren asked again in a deep voice. Li Tianren wants to deal with Liang Tianyu, but the location must not be in Tianren Company. Firstly, Tianren Company has a large number of security guards. Even if the world is changing suddenly at this time, relying on the wealth accumulated in the past, Tianren Company still has extremely strong defensive forces. If he rashly attacks Tianren Company, he may not only fail to get rid of Liang Tianyu, but also backfire and get himself into trouble. Secondly, this matter was supposed to be carried out in secret. The purpose of dealing with Liang Tianyu was to cut off the chain of information. If I make a big fuss and get noticed by others, wouldn't that be counterproductive? In view of these two situations, Li Tianren could only attack Liang Tianyu in a solitary environment. He lives in. Chen Nan was Liang Tianyu's absolute confidant, and he knew Liang Tianyu's living habits very well. At this moment, with his consciousness blurred, he told Li Tianren everything he wanted to know without missing a word. Li Tianren listened and took notes at the same time. Finally, after he was sure that he had memorized all the information, he looked at Chen Nan expressionlessly and said, One last thing. At the same time, Liang Tianyu, who was sitting in the living room of a luxurious villa, was tapping the table with his fingers impatiently. He was waiting for news of the victory of Chen Nan and others. If this is accomplished, his status in the group will rise rapidly, and he will completely enter the highest decision-making level. So from now on he will completely transform himself, from a carp into a dragon. Suddenly, his cell phone on the table rang. The remark is, Chen Nan. Chapter 24, A Consistent Style. Hello? Mission completed? Liang Tianyu suppressed his excitement, and asked in a deep voice after answering the phone. Yeah. Chen Nan's reply came from the other end of the phone. Liang Tianyu was stunned when he heard this. He felt that Chen Nan's voice was a little strange, as if it was a little weak. What's wrong with you? Liang Tianyu immediately asked. Did the mission go smoothly? Something went wrong on the way and I was injured, but fortunately the target has been caught. Chen Nan's voice was very weak, sounding like he was seriously injured. You should leave your residence immediately and find a new meeting place. We made a little noise while doing our business, and it seems that we were targeted by Vice President Ren's people. I'm afraid she will come to you now and cause other trouble. Vice President Ren is the person who has always had conflicts with Liang Tianyu. After hearing this, Liang Tianyu frowned and cursed irritably. Fuck! Why are you so careless in doing things? It's very troublesome to be targeted by that bitch. Chen Nan was silent for a long time, then said, I'm sorry, Liang Tianyu said irritably. Forget it, go take the target to Warehouse 78, I'll be there soon. Warehouse number 78 is a secret base of Liang Tianyu. Due to its remote location and being hidden enough, it is generally not noticed by anyone. He can now leave his residence and avoid Director Ren's sight. Snap! After hearing Liang Tianyu's words, Chen Nan hung up the phone directly. Liang Tianyu seemed a little unhappy. You are so bold that you dare to hang up on me now. When I enter the head office, I will replace you first. After cursing to himself, Liang Tianyu put on sunglasses and a mask, grabbed the car keys next to him, pushed the door, and walked out. Hanin, brother will be back soon. By the way, you didn't meet any bad guys at home, did you? In the Mercedes-Benz SUV, Li Tianren held the steering wheel and talked to Hanin on the car phone. Qin Nan had already helped him call and trick Liang Tianyu out. It would be too dangerous to take action in the luxurious villa area where Liang Tianyu lived. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Tianren decided to lure the snake out of its hole. The plan went smoothly. Liang Tianyu had no doubts. To be on the safe side, Li Tianren also dragged the half-dead Qin Nan into the car in case Liang Tianyu called again to ask about the situation. As for the others, they had already been dealt with by Li Tianren. Under the current situation, many people die every day. Even if their bodies are thrown into the wilderness, it will not cause much commotion. However, Li Tianren still dragged them all into a dry ditch, cut the gasoline pipe of one of the other cars, and then set it on fire, destroying all traces of those people's existence. Since the age of destruction, Li Tianren found that not only had his physical fitness improved significantly, but he was also becoming more and more adept at destroying corpses and traces. Maybe it's like he said before. He will become a monster. Bad guys, no. Hanin's babyish voice rang out in the microphone. Hanin is at home, nothing happened to her. My brother is asking if you have encountered any bad people at home. Those people weren't able to get into the house in the first place. So Hanin's answer is very reasonable. Hanin didn't want her brother to know because Hanin said, I'm so annoyed, can you blow those people's heads off? That's why those people fell to the ground. My brother doesn't like violent kids, and he especially doesn't like kids who would just blow other people's heads off at random. However, my brother doesn't seem to like children who lie. Hanin was in distress. But she soon felt relieved. What lies? It was my brother who didn't ask clearly. Li Tianren was sitting in the driver's seat and raised his eyebrows when he heard Hanin's words. Is Chen Nan lying to him? There are no so-called two groups of people at all. Okay then, Hanin, just play at home and eat some fruit when you are hungry. I will be back soon to cook for you. Li Tianren gave another instruction. Yeah. Hanin agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, Hanin rolled her eyes and then looked at the mess outside the gate. She has watched a lot of TV shows, not just cartoons. She knew that if she allowed the bodies and excavators outside the gate to remain there, the police would probably come looking for them soon. I need to deal with the things outside the door. Hanin covered his head in distress. Now she is like a naughty child who accidentally killed the chickens and ducks raised at home, and is distressed because she is afraid of being blamed by her parents. At this moment, her style is exactly the same as Li Tianren's. They are simply in the same vein. Destroy the body and cover up all traces. The function of remotely receiving the real-time status of the farm and the function of digitizing it outside the farm can only be enabled after the shelter is upgraded to the fortress level. It seems that I have to continue to accumulate points, otherwise it will be too inconvenient. After hanging up the phone, Li Tianren sighed. Li Tianren feels very uncomfortable as he cannot monitor the farm in real time and loses the ability to digitize when leaving the farm. The points required for the first farm upgrade are not too many, only 8 million points. If you continue to earn points at the same rate as you have recently been, you will be able to accumulate enough in just 1 or 2 months. After some silent calculation, it will probably be completed around the time when the second era of destruction comes. This made Li Tianren feel relieved. The first era of destruction had such a huge impact on the world, causing turmoil in the situation, so the second era will probably be even more serious. Only by making full preparations before that can we calmly welcome its arrival. The vehicle was driving at high speed. The power of the Mercedes-Benz SUV is indeed incomparable to that of the truck. Soon, Li Tianren arrived at the agreed warehouse number 78. From a distance, he saw a black Land Rover parked on the side of the road. According to Qin Nan's confession, that was Liang Tianyu's car. He had arrived ahead of time. It seems that he is really concerned about this matter and is afraid that something unexpected will happen, so he is rushing all the way here. Li Tianren drove slowly past the Land Rover. Through the windshield, he did not see anyone sitting inside. Then, he looked up at an abandoned warehouse in front of him. After parking the car in an inconspicuous corner, Li Tianren pushed the door and got out. At this moment, he was wearing a suit and sunglasses. If an outsider saw him, they would not be able to tell the difference between him and Qin Nan's men. This warehouse has 2 floors, 8 rooms and a hall. We need to confirm his location first. Li Tianren was silent for a moment. He stuck to the wall to avoid the surveillance, walked to the back door and climbed in through the window. Soon, he jumped into the corridor on the 2nd floor. There was no one in the warehouse. Liang Tianyu should be in a room. Li Tianren was silent for a moment, then dialed Liang Tianyu's cell phone directly. At this moment, music started playing in one of the rooms on the 2nd floor. Li Tianren sneered, hung up the phone and walked over. Liang Tianyu looked at the hung-up call, was stunned for a moment, and then replayed it. Ding-ling. There was a shrill ringing sound from outside the door. Liang Tianyu was stunned and looked up. Snap! The door opened. Li Tianren stood outside the door and shook the ringing phone in his hand. He smiled and said, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" "You are." Liang Tianyu's face suddenly changed after seeing Li Tianren, and he was extremely shocked. "I'm Li Tianren." Li Tianren walked in, rolled up his sleeves, and smiled grimly. "I'm here to peel your skin off." Chapter 25. I'm different from you. Liang Tianyu has been a veteran for many years. The moment he saw Li Tianren, he guessed that the actions of Qin Nan and others might have failed. In order to deal with the current emergency, he quickly came up with a new set of rhetoric in his mind. "I specifically told Qin Nan to respectfully invite Mr. Li over, but from Mr. Li's tone, it seems that he has some misunderstanding with me." Liang Tianyu suddenly laughed. His face still remained calm. "Did those fools under my command offend Mr. Li? Tell me, and I will teach them a lesson myself." "There is no misunderstanding between us." Li Tianren walked over, stood 3 feet in front of Liang Tianyu, and asked calmly, "Where is Uncle Nan?" Liang Tianyu licked his lips. At this moment, he suddenly realized that perhaps the initiative was still in his hands. He walked slowly to the table, took a cigarette out of the box, put it in his mouth and prepared to light it. His mind was racing. Since Li Tianren wanted to find the whereabouts of Uncle Nan right away, it means that Uncle Nan holds a very important position in his heart. Whether it was because of hatred or for other reasons, but this was ultimately a trump card in his hand. It seems that I can negotiate with Li Tianren. I know how bad it feels to be betrayed. As long as you agree to cooperate with me and take out the medicine, I will hand over Uncle Nan to you and let you do whatever you want with him. Liang Tianyu picked up the lighter and pressed it gently. How about it? Call. Before Liang Tianyu lit the cigarette, Li Tianren blew out the flame in one breath. Liang Tianyu was stunned for a moment, then his face looked a little ugly, and he pressed the lighter again. Call. Li Tianren blew it out again. Are you provoking me? Liang Tianyu stared at Li Tianren's eyes expressionlessly with a murderous look on his face. You can't afford the consequences of angering me. Li Tianren put his hands in his pockets and looked at Liang Tianyu with a playful look. Really? I want to see what the consequences will be if I anger you. To tell you the truth, under the current situation, the most powerful are still us businessmen and chaebols who hold a lot of money. In Nanqing, the most powerful is my Tianran company. I represent not only myself, but also a huge financial group with terrifying strength. Liang Tianyu's mouth curled up slightly, with an expression that he was in full control of the situation. I have seen many people like you who were pushed to the forefront simply because of good luck during my years in business. For example, some stubborn residents who are unwilling to move out of their own land and want to sell it at a sky-high price. For example, some researchers who hold on to the patents of new drugs and refuse to sell them, want to eat up the big cake themselves. These people are very similar to you. They all thought they had the capital to wrestle with Tianran Company and negotiate terms. They ignored my good intentions to cooperate and madly challenged my bottom line. Without exception, they all died miserably. Liang Tianyu leaned close to Li Tianran's ear and sneered. Do you want to know what happened to them? The son and daughter-in-law of the nail house owner were in a car accident. Neither of them survived. Only the white-haired old man and a pair of crying twins were left. The researcher's wife was kidnapped. I heard that several people took turns to insult her and took a video and posted it online. She went crazy after returning home. The researcher also became mentally ill. Even his daughter, who was in elementary school, was bullied and was expelled from school by the teacher. It was so pitiful. Liang Tianyu showed a morbid smile on his face. He patted Li Tianran's face and said with a smile, I heard that you also have a sister? I have seen her photo. It would be a pity if such a beautiful girl also encountered such a thing. Liang Tianyu is extremely presumptuous and rampant. He was very confident because he felt that Li Tianran would not dare to touch him. He had read Li Tianran's information and found that he was just a poor man with no background, while he was the boss of Tianran Company, the local tyrant of Nanqing. Li Tianran suddenly laughed out loud. He rubbed his fists, and his knuckles made a crackling sound. I'm different from you. I can't use such disgusting tricks. I only have one rule for those who anger me. That means, I'll kill you. Li Tianran suddenly shouted loudly and punched Liang Tianyu in the face. Gab. A very crisp bone-breaking sound was heard, and Liang Tianyu's nose bridge and face sank with an arc visible to the naked eye. He fell heavily on his back with a thud. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 26? Fighting violence with violence. Li Tianran raised his foot and stepped on Liang Tianyu's face, lowered his head and asked, You think I dare not touch you, right? You think your identity is a protective umbrella, right? Liang Tianyu stared at Li Tianran with extreme surprise and horror, and was speechless for a moment. Let me tell you, your seemingly high-ranking status is nothing in my eyes. Pun. Li Tianran kicked Liang Tianyu on the head. Maybe before the world changed, your words were a bit threatening to me, but now, what are you to me? Not even as good as a dog. Li Tianran punched Liang Tianyu on the head again. Stop hitting me. I take back what I said just now. Liang Tianyu was really scared at this time. He didn't expect Li Tianran to act so decisively. He was the kind of vicious person who was used to hiding in the office and playing tricks, completely different from Li Tianran. If Li Tianran let him go back today, he might really be able to make Li Tianran suffer to the point where he was neither able to live nor to die. But Li Tianran is standing here now, there is no need to play any rules or intrigues with him. Just a pair of fists shattered all of Liang Tianyu's plans. If Liang Tianyu can be compared to an emperor who is good at scheming, then Li Tianran is a warrior who breaks the law with force. The emperor was furious and blood flowed everywhere. But if a common man gets angry, even the emperor will be bleed to death within 5 steps. If you hadn't told me just now, I really wouldn't have known that you had done so many evil things. Li Tianran's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He picked up a hollow steel pipe next to him and said angrily, It is because there are too many people like you who are as ugly as maggots that this world has become so bad. I live cautiously in the apocalypse and don't want to hurt anyone, but reality always forces me to take this path. In this case, I will fight violence with violence, starting with you. Liang Tianyu heard the strong murderous intent in Li Tianran's words, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Boom! 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 Li Tianran held the steel pipe and swung it straight down. Liang Tianyu's head tilted and his pupils dilated immediately. 3 dull thuds smashed Liang Tianyu's head. A ruthless and ambitious man who was ready to embrace a new life died at the hands of an ant in his eyes. 30 minutes later, a huge fire broke out in warehouse number 78. The fire was extremely fierce. By the time the firefighters arrived, the entire warehouse had been burned to ruins. Among the ruins, people found 2 almost burned bodies. After difficult identification, they finally confirmed the identities of the 2 bodies. General Manager of Tianran Company, Liang Tianyu. Head of Tianran Company's Security Department, Chen Nan. Tianrun Company is the leading enterprise in Nanjing and a pillar of economic development, so the news spread quickly. Many people were stunned after hearing the news. Inside an office of Tianrun Company, Vice President Ren was standing in front of the French window and talking on the phone with the head office. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the office door. "Come in." Vice President Ren hung up the phone and turned to look over. "Mr. Ren, something big has happened. Liang Tianyu is dead." The door was pushed open, and the secretary standing at the door said breathlessly and hurriedly. A trace of astonishment appeared on Vice President Ren's beautiful face, and then quickly turned into a solemn expression. "Are you telling the truth?" "It's absolutely true. The military police hospital has confirmed Liang Tianyu's identity and asked us to go and claim the body." The secretary's face turned pale. "What was the cause of death?" Vice President Ren asked hastily. "Was he murdered or was it an accident?" "It's not clear yet, I just heard it was related to a fire," the secretary replied. "It was a warehouse on the outskirts of the city that caught fire, and firefighters found Liang Tianyu's body in the rubble." "Suburbs?" Vice President Ren frowned, a puzzled look flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Why would he go to a place like the suburbs? The company doesn't have any business there." "I don't know about that." The secretary shook his head. "This is definitely not an accident." A sharp light suddenly burst out from Vice President Ren's beautiful eyes, like a hawk. She opened her red lips slightly and said, "Go and investigate immediately to see if Liang Tianyu has had any contact with strangers recently, as well as his call records. I want to see the detailed information in 3 hours." The most powerful person in Tianrun Company, besides Liang Tianyu, is Vice President Ren. Now that Liang Tianyu has just passed away, it is a great opportunity for Vice President Ren. If she could seize this opportunity, she could become the one holding great power. The secretary thought so and left. After the secretary left, Vice President Ren took a deep breath and said to himself with a twinkling look in his eyes, "This is definitely a murder, but who did it? Is the other party targeting only Liang Tianyu or Tianrun Company? If it's the former, I'm going to open 2 bottles of red wine tonight to celebrate. But if it's the latter, then he is my enemy." Vice President Ren stood there muttering to himself, with extremely complicated emotions appearing on that breathtakingly beautiful face. Chapter 27 Head Office. Magic City. On the top floor of a luxurious office building with more than 38 floors, a middle-aged man in a neat suit, his face looks weathered and majestic, his hands are broad and powerful, his eyes are bright. Even though he is already middle-aged, the body hidden under the neat suit still has explosive power. At this time, he stood in front of an old man and said in a deep voice, "Boss, something happened in Nanjing. Liang Tianyu is dead. Although there is no clear target to identify, he was definitely killed." A trace of surprise flashed across the old man's slightly cloudy eyes, but it quickly disappeared. "Liang Tianyu is too utilitarian, and he does things without leaving any room for others. He has offended too many people. I have said that sooner or later, something will happen to him." The middle-aged man didn't speak. "It's a pity that he was such a good earner. But he was the CEO of a branch company, so it's not a big loss for us. Let him die." The old man waved his hand casually. "By the way, besides Liang Tianyu, who is the deputy of the South City branch?" "It's Ren Xiao," said the middle-aged man. "It's Xiao Xiao. She's capable enough, and her family background is—" The old man said this with a vague tone, and said it in one sentence without making it clear. "Let her replace Liang Tianyu's position. I'll give the notice right away." The middle-aged man nodded. "Tell Ren Xiao that the first thing she should do after taking office is to dig out and kill the man who killed Liang Tianyu." The old man's eyes were still extremely peaceful, but his words were extremely cold. "If she can't do this well, I will remove her from her position at any time." "Yes." The old man stood up and looked at the changed world outside the window. He said in a deep voice, "I have been in the business world for 50 years and have never been able to step into the highest circle. It's not because I don't have the ability, but because I don't have the opportunity. Now that the world is changing, it is the best time for us. We must seize this opportunity and soar to the top." For this old man, the life and death of a little Liang Tianyu was nothing to him. It's just that Liang Tianyu has always been his subordinate, and has his label on him. Then he couldn't just ignore Liang Tianyu's death. Otherwise he would no longer be a fit person to be in power. It is not worth following. An hour later, a document was delivered to the office of the general manager of Nanjing Tianran Company. With the arrival of this document, Tianran Company officially changed its dynasty. Just when the entire Tianran Company and even Nanjing were in chaos, Li Tianran had already dealt with everything and drove back to the farm. After killing Liang Tianyu, he found Liang Tianyu's private cell phone. And through the information on the mobile phone, I found out where Uncle Nan was being held. I have to say that Liang Tianyu is indeed a born bastard, and even his own partners don't fully believe him. On the day Xiao Tian found him, Liang Tianyu secretly sent people to Uncle Nan's house to capture Uncle Nan, and secretly detained him in an uninhabited house in the suburbs. The guards at this location are also his confidants. But just now, when Li Tianran drove to the place of detention, he found that the person in charge of guarding Uncle Nan had already left. It has been 2 hours since Liang Tianyu's accident. Perhaps because they heard the news of their boss' sudden death, Liang Tianyu's lackeys were in a panic. They didn't know whether their boss died in an accident, or in the company's political struggle. If it was the former, it would be fine, but if it was the latter, then they would be in danger. After weighing the pros and cons, they were afraid that they would also be purged, so they fled without even caring about the hostages. Li Tianran successfully rescued Uncle Nan, who was imprisoned in a private house, but he seemed to have been knocked unconscious by some drugs and has not woken up yet. Li Tianran parked the car in front of the farm gate, glanced at Uncle Nan, who was lying unconscious on the back seat, and sighed slightly. Although the whole matter has been handled, it was finally safe for him. But Xiao Tian was really dead. Although in a sense Xiao Tian deserved it, but for some reason, Li Tianran still felt a little heavy. It was not because he sympathized with Uncle Nan and his son, but because he knew that from today on, he would no longer easily give his trust to anyone other than Hanan. Although the end of the world did not bring any changes to his life, it completely changed his heart. From a young boy who originally believed in true love, he turned into a cold and resolute mature man. It hurts. At this moment, Uncle Nan suddenly let out a low groan. Li Tianran looked over and gently shook Uncle Nan's shoulder. Uncle Nan, wake up! Soon, Uncle Nan opened his eyes dazedly. After seeing Li Tianran, he was stunned for a moment, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after confirming that he was not mistaken, he asked stutteringly, Boss Li, is it really you? It's me. Li Tianran nodded. What's going on? I remember I was kidnapped before, and held in a small dark room. Uncle Nan covered his head and tried hard to recall. Finally, he remembered everything, including what Xiao Tian had said before, that he was going to betray Li Tianran. Uncle Nan's body suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over it, and he froze in place. Boss Li, where is Xiao Tian? Uncle Nan swallowed and asked with red eyes. He suddenly had a premonition. Since Xiao Tian had said he wanted to sell Li Tianran and had taken action, but now Li Tianran was safe and sound, then Xiao Tian's fate would naturally be. He didn't dare to think further and could only ask Li Tianran. Xiao Tian he. Li Tianran hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell Uncle Nan everything that had happened. 5 minutes later, when Li Tianran finished speaking, Uncle Nan was already in tears. He made a mistake, but he tried his best to make up for it. Li Tianran looked at Uncle Nan and said, I forgive him. Uncle Nan burst into tears. But I can't forgive myself. Before all this, I had the opportunity to stop these things from happening, but I did nothing because of my selfishness and greed. This is God's punishment for me. Li Tianran took a deep breath and said, Everything has become a foregone conclusion and cannot be changed. Yes, there is no regret medicine in the world. Uncle Nan looked up at Li Tianran and asked sadly, Boss Li, how are you going to deal with me? Li Tianran was silent for a moment, then said, Actually, when I was in the civilian house, I thought about killing you and putting an end to it all. But now I've changed my mind. A middle-aged single man, the only motivation that keeps him alive in the end times is his son. Now that even his son is gone, what is the point of this man still having money, wealth and glory? His heart is dead. A person with a dead heart will never betray others. Boss Shaoli, I know you have a kind heart. Uncle Nan's eyes were red, and he smiled sadly. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. At this moment, Hanin was standing on the balcony on the second floor, looking at the gate of the farm, blinking her eyes and painting on the white paper in front of her with a watercolor pen. While painting, he said, "Brother is still the cleanest blue, while Uncle Nan has turned into dead gray, the same color as his son when he was in bed." Chapter 28. I will always be with you, even if I fall into hell forever. Uncle Nan left. Before leaving, he only said one sentence. I'm going to collect my son's body. No matter what mistakes he has made, he is my son and I can't let him be exposed in the wilderness. Li Tianran did not kill to silence the witness, but Uncle Nan had already made up his mind to die. Even after leaving here, he would probably become a soulless walking corpse. He sighed. In the apocalypse, he couldn't control such things, nor did he want to continue to control them. Watching Uncle Nan's back disappear on the horizon, Li Tianran pushed open the farm gate and walked in. Suddenly, he saw some traces of large machinery tracks in front of the farm gate. Although they had been processed, some clues could still be seen if he looked closely. He stroked his chin and frowned. He remembered that these traces were not there when he left in the morning. Could it be that the people who attacked the farm that Chen Nan mentioned really exist? But why did Henin say that she didn't see anything? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. This kind of thing can be understood by just checking the surveillance. Driving the truck into the farm, Li Tianran took off his coat which was stained with blood and threw it into the brazier beside him to burn. When he finished all this, Xiao He ran out with his tail wagging. Suddenly, Xiao He sniffed Li Tianran and took 2 steps back as if frightened. Li Tianran was stunned when he saw this. I didn't expect Xiao He's senses to be so sensitive. Perhaps it sensed the murderous aura that had not yet dissipated from Li Tianran, so it was a little afraid to get close. Brother! Brother! At this moment, a long-drawn voice sounded, and Henin's figure appeared. She suddenly rushed towards Li Tianran and got into his arms. Brother is finally back. Henin is almost starving to death. As if to confirm Henin's words, her stomach made a gurgling sound while she spoke. Li Tianran smiled, sweeping away his gloomy mood. He stroked Henin's hair and said, Brother came back late, and Henin went hungry. I want to eat braised pork. Henin rolled her eyes, then spread her arms and gestured. It's a big pot. Okay. Li Tianran patted Henin's head. Brother will make it for you right away. In the kitchen, Li Tianran put on an apron, poured cooking wine on the large pieces of pork belly in the pot, and simmered it for a while before removing it from the pot. Meanwhile, the rice was steamed. Li Tianran filled Henin's small bowl with half a bowl of rice, poured some of the braised pork broth into it, placed it in front of Henin and said, It's time to eat. It smells so good. Henin took a gentle sniff, then picked up the chopsticks and eliminated the enemy, in front of her like a whirlwind. The enemy in Henin's eyes was naturally the plate full of braised pork and the stir-fried rapeseed next to it. Li Tianran always pays attention to the combination of meat and vegetables when cooking. If you eat meat, you must have a plate of vegetables. While Henin was enjoying the meal, Li Tianran retrieved the surveillance video from the surveillance guard. This morning, what happened at the farm gate appeared in Li Tianran's mind in the form of pictures. Li Tianran looked at those scenes, his eyes slowly becoming stunned. Brother, why don't you eat? Henin held a big bowl, ate rice, and asked Li Tianran secretly while looking at him. Li Tianran was silent for a moment, then asked, Henin, did nothing really happen on the farm this morning? No. Henin said a little guilty. Henin, I don't like children who lie. Li Tianran squatted down, looked into Henin's eyes seriously and said, Tell me the truth, did anything happen? Really not. Henin seemed a little annoyed, pursed her lips, and pushed the bowl aside. What's with the traces at the farm gate? Li Tianran asked softly. Someone attacked the farm, and after being counterattacked, you secretly cleaned up the mess at the farm gate. You didn't want me to see it, right? Henin listened to Li Tianran's words with her little head lowered, as if she was extremely depressed. It was like being caught in a lie. Henin, why did you lie? Li Tianran asked. Li Tianran pays great attention to Henin's educational methods, and they have always been honest with each other. And he really couldn't understand why Henin would hide even such a thing from him. Henin clearly did nothing wrong. I didn't lie. Henin pouted and said stubbornly. I saw everything. Li Tianren frowned. Hanin's stubborn temper also aroused his anger. He couldn't help but become cold in his voice. What are you still quibbling about? Listening to Li Tianren's slightly scolding voice, Hanin's tears welled up in her eyes. Although Li Tianren treats her very well on weekdays, he is the eldest brother and the father after all. If Hanin makes a mistake on weekdays, Li Tianren will also show his authority as the eldest brother. Lying is a bad habit, especially lying to your loved ones. Hanin doesn't want to lie. Hanin just doesn't want brother to dislike her, Hanin said in a tearful voice. Brother doesn't like violent children, but Hanin made a mistake, so I wanted to hide it from brother. Hanin is afraid that brother won't want me. Li Tianren's body froze when he heard this. He suddenly recalled that Hanin had a fight with other kids in kindergarten over something and scratched the other kid's face. As a result, he had to apologize to the other kid's parents and pay a lot of money. During that month, he seemed to have a very bad attitude towards Hanin. But at the time he was just upset because the farm's harvest was poor, not because Hanin had a fight with someone. Now it seems that Hanin had misunderstood all along. And now, she was carefully trying to avoid the same thing from happening again, for fear of making Li Tianren angry again. Looking at Hanin with tears in her eyes, Li Tianren realized that it was his past attitude that made Hanin so sensitive. His heart ached, and he squatted down to hug Hanin, saying softly, How could brother not want Hanin? From beginning to end, you are the most important. Even if the whole world abandons you, I won't. Whether it's the gentle and lovely Hanin or the violent and fierce Hanin, my brother likes them all the best. Because you are my only relative. Li Tianren took a deep breath and said, So, no matter what mistakes you make, I will stand by your side. Hanin was stunned. She had never seen Li Tianren express his true feelings so sincerely. But what if Hanin does something bad one day? Will brother accompany Hanin? Hanin asked timidly. Li Tianren smiled and suddenly thought of Uncle Nan and Xiaotian. That's what family members are like. Even if the other person has committed an unforgivable crime, in his heart, you are still his closest person. So, Li Tianren said solemnly, I will always be with you. Even if I will fall into hell forever. Chapter 29, The Strongest Support, Eyes of Good and Evil. Hanin might not know how heavy the weight of Li Tianren's promise was at this moment, but she was now very clear that she did not need to continue hiding the whole story from her brother. So she told Li Tianren everything she had encountered during the time when Li Tianren was away from the farm. After hearing this, Li Tianren's eyes widened. He heard some incredible things. You mean, you saw those bad guys, and they were emitting red light? Li Tianren felt a little dry in the mouth, because he found that there seemed to be some changes in Hanin recently that he didn't even know about. Yes. Hanin nodded. Hanin doesn't like that kind of light. It makes people look a little nervous. Li Tianren touched his chin, his mind racing. Besides those people, are there any other people with light on them? Li Tianren squatted down and asked softly. He couldn't wait to know the answer to this question. Yes. Hanin nodded decisively. Brother is the kind of blue that makes people relax, and Xiaohei is the kind of green that makes people approachable. Oh, and Uncle Nan who just left is a dead gray, very depressing, just like the night before yesterday, when we saw Uncle Nan's eldest brother lying on the bed, the same color he exuded. Gurgle. Li Tianren couldn't help swallowing when he heard this. It seems that Hanin is not lying. She seemed to have awakened some kind of superpower. Li Tianren suddenly felt a little ashamed. In fact, starting from a few days ago, Hanin would occasionally mutter to herself something like, Hanin is pink, brother is blue. But Li Tianren always thought that Hanin was too engrossed in watching cartoons, so he didn't ask much. Now it seems that if I had cared more about Hanin, I would have known it a long time ago. Hanin, besides the different lights on people, are there any other things around them? Li Tianren asked. For example, text? For example, some data? Hanin shook her head when she heard this. No. Li Tianren stood up. Based on what Hanin said, he deduced and found that Hanin's special ability probably appeared after the coming of the Destruction era. Could it be that the Age of Destruction will not only destroy the world, but also give some lucky people magical powers? Li Tianren opened the search engine and wanted to search to see if similar things had happened around the world. But he looked through a large number of posts, and most of them were news about some masters playing tricks before the age of destruction, and there was nothing similar to Hanin's situation. After a moment of silence, he closed the search engine. There is no explanation, only an inexplicable light. What exactly is the ability of this supernatural power? Li Tianran was a little worried. He had a pair of digitized eyes, but he was unable to display the description of Hanin's supernatural power. It seems. I can only speculate the effectiveness of this ability myself. Let me sort it out. Li Tianran made up his mind. He sat down and softly asked Hanin about the differences in the aura emanating from the people he met recently. Hanin supported her little head and slowly recalled the past. Half an hour later, a piece of manuscript paper in front of Li Tianran was already filled with people he had met recently, their relationships with Hanin, and the color distribution of the light on their bodies. First of all, himself. Li Tianran, Hanin's closest relative, radiates blue, which is said to be very relaxing. Secondly, I saw Xiaotian the night before yesterday. He was lying on the hospital bed, looking deathly gray and very depressed. But this morning, the light on Xiaotian's body turned blood red, which made Hanin feel very uncomfortable. As for Uncle Nan, when he was at his house before, he was a light green color that was almost transparent, but when he left just now, he turned into a deathly gray. As for the people we saw later in front of the South City department store, the light on their bodies was deathly gray. Li Tianran was silent for a moment, and wrote on the manuscript paper. The change in the light may represent whether they have malicious intentions towards Hanin. Li Tianran thought about it, and thought that this was the only reasonable explanation. The former Xiaotian didn't know that Li Tianran had medicine in his hands, so he didn't care whether Li had any ill will towards Hanin or not, so he was very depressed at that time. For example, it is like the hatred value in the game. When it is 0, the light displayed is deathly gray. This can also be verified by the large number of gray-eyed people in front of department stores. This morning, Xiaotian wanted to trick Li Tianran, kill him, and then kidnap Hanin and take away the medicine. Malice arose in his heart, and his hatred value increased, and the deathly gray color turned into blood red. This is also the same as the second group of people sent by Chen Nan. As for Li Tianran's blue, it is no longer a hatred value. It's more like intimacy. Relaxing blue. People feel most relaxed only in front of their closest people. Although Xiao He is equally important to Hanin, his role is different from that played by Li Tianran. If Li Tianran plays the role of a kind father and elder brother who can tolerate everything and make Hanin worry-free, then Xiao He plays the role of the most trustworthy friend and playmate. Therefore, Xiao He's color is green, which makes people want to get close to him. The faint green color that Uncle Nan exuded before was because Li Tianran gave him food, so he had kindness and gratitude towards Li Tianran and Hanin. However, after Xiaotian's death, Uncle Nan was heartbroken. He didn't hate Li Tianran and Hanin, but he couldn't make himself grateful to them anymore, so he turned into a dead gray. Yes, that must be the case. Li Tianran put together everything that had happened during this period of time and finally confirmed that his speculation was correct. The light that Hanin sees represents whether the other person has evil thoughts towards her. This is simply a humanoid reconnaissance vehicle. Li Tianran couldn't help laughing. That's great. What is the most terrifying thing in the end of the world? It's not the disaster, it's the human heart. He can do everything with the props sold in the mall, but he can't see through people's hearts. But now, Hanin has such ability. This completely made up for his only shortcoming and made everything perfect. Of all the reconnaissance devices I've ever seen, I would call you the strongest. Li Tianran patted Hanin's little head. With such a special ability, I recognize you. Hanin blinked her big eyes. Apparently, she was obsessed with PW Patrol, and didn't quite understand the plot of Naruto. But after hearing what Li Tianran said, she also became excited. Will Hanin be able to help in the future? Of course, Li Tianran said softly. If you see someone with red light in the future, you must tell my brother. Yeah. Hanin nodded very seriously. Red is not good, it makes Hanin very nervous. I'll tell my brother to beat them away. Li Tianran squatted down and was thinking about something. My digitized ability is called the Eye of Truth, and your ability, let's call it the Eye of Good and Evil. Li Tianren placed his hand on Henin's head and smiled dotingly. From now on, you are my strongest assistant. Chapter 30 Construction of Fish Ponds. June 18th. Time passed quickly, and it was already the 10th day after the Age of Destruction. It was also the 3rd day after Liang Tianyu's death. During these 3 days, no military police came to take Li Tianren away, and no super killer invaded the farm under the cover of night. Everything seemed calm. However, in this calm, Li Tianren did not relax his vigilance. He knew very well that Liang Tianyu was different from people like Sun Deyu. Liang Tianyu held a high position in Tianren Company and was a well-deserved big shot. Someone will definitely investigate Liang Tianyu's death. Under this illusion of calm, there might be some huge waves waiting for you. Liang Tianyu's story had a profound impact on Li Tianren. In the end times, the previous order will gradually collapse. Although he has no worries about food and clothing and is not afraid of the severe cold, his strength is still much weaker than some big capitalists. Not to mention the mysterious head office behind Liang Tianyu, even Tianren Pharmaceutical is definitely not something he can fight against at this moment. If it weren't for the internal conflicts of Tianren Company, Liang Tianyu would not dare to use the power of the company in a big way, and Li Tianren's farm might have been captured. After that, Li Tianren spent another 50,000 points to enable the remote control function of the farm. Li Tianren was alerted by Liang Tianyu's men who took advantage of Li Tianren's absence to attack the farm. He realized that his control over the farm was insufficient. The system's capabilities are like a cell phone that is out of service when leaving the farm, which makes Li Tianren feel blind to the current situation on the farm. What if something went wrong with the guard that day and I was completely unaware of it? Wouldn't I regret it for the rest of my life? After the remote control permission of the farm is enabled, Li Tianren can control everything inside the farm even if he is outside the farm. It is very convenient. Over the past 3 days, Li Tianren learned through some online forums that the changes in the outside world have become more serious. The situation became increasingly chaotic. Some criminals have even begun to openly sell banned items on the internet, such as certain psychoactive drugs, homemade rifles, shotguns, and other weapons. Li Tianren had anticipated this. In the end times, there are too many hidden dangers, so it is understandable that people buy weapons to protect themselves. But from this point it can also be seen that the collapse of order is only a matter of time. If food shortages cannot be resolved, it will be of no avail no matter how hard the authorities try to control crime. When the mutation first happened, Li Tianren still fantasized that perhaps the upper echelons could handle the crisis, and that humans could fight against natural disasters and return to their former civilization. But at this moment, Li Tianren had completely given up his fantasy. He no longer placed his hopes on anyone, but instead focused on improving his own strength. He wanted to create a 100% safe environment so that Henin could grow up happily without any worries or danger. He wanted to make himself strong enough that even if the earth was destroyed and the human race perished, he could still protect Henin, and keep her alive, and create a new civilization on the ruins. This is the thought. He felt that he should speed up the development of the farm, gain more points, and sell all the goods in the mall. Only in this way could he rest assured. Noon. Li Tianren cooked spinach and lean meat porridge, served with 2 large bowls of braised beef and 4 spicy lamb trotters. It has been 10 days since the destruction era, and the famine has become more serious. In many places, people have died in the fight for food. In the South City alone, nearly 80% of the families have changed to eating only 2 meals a day, and they only eat boiled noodles and clear soup with a little salt as seasoning. As for vegetables and meat, they have long become scarce, with prices having skyrocketed nearly 100 times, and there is still no demand. This incident once again caused a wave of controversy on the internet. Douyin user: I hope our Yan Huang can successfully overcome this crisis. God bless our country and unite as one. The disaster will eventually pass. I can still hold on, Yan Huang, come on. Kuaishou user: on the 4th day of food shortage, I am still alive. Brothers, please pay attention to me. If you have 10,000 subscriptions, I will live broadcast eating mutant wild boar meat. Ali Ge. Go brothers! Bihu user: actually, I can't explain the food shortage situation too clearly because I have too many acquaintances in the circle. I can only say that those who understand will understand. If you don't understand, you still won't understand even after I explain it to you. Bepixia user, I observed the sky last night and calculated that this famine must be intentionally manipulated by someone. This user has been banned and is prohibited from posting. Countless netizens posted on various social apps, with only one main idea: lack of food, rice, and meat. Hungry. I haven't eaten vegetables and fruits for a few days, I'm greedy. Not only the outside world, but even the beef and mutton stocks in Li Tianran's farm's freezers have run out. Over the past 10 days, perhaps because the radiation-proof vegetables had changed their physical constitutions, Li Tianran and Hanin's stomachs had become bottomless pits. Each of them had to eat at least 5 kilograms of meat per meal, and after each meal they had to have some fruit desserts to help digestion. Their appetite was simply terrifying. But to match this, all the data of both people have been significantly improved. Li Tianran's attribute points have reached 14 points across the board, and although Hanin's increase is not as much as Li Tianran's, he has also increased his strength and speed by 2 points. Li Tianran once tried it, and found that with his current strength, he could lift a 30-kilogram dumbbell with one hand and swing it freely. Don't think this is nothing amazing. In fact, Li Tianran's single-arm strength at this time is at least over 300 kilograms, which exceeds the world's top strongman. And most importantly, his speed and reaction ability have also been greatly improved. If he were to participate in sports competitions now, he would definitely win the Grand Slam and prize money. However, what has troubled him recently is that due to the sudden increase in strength, he has broken many things in his home, such as some glasses and benches. They cracked after just a slight pinch. Hanin and Li Tianran have big appetites, so they quickly devoured the sumptuous lunch. After eating, the two patted their bloated stomachs comfortably and sighed with contentment. In today's environment, being able to have enough food to eat is a kind of happiness. Hanin, tell me what you want to eat for dinner, and I will prepare it in advance. Li Tianran looked at Hanin and asked softly. Hanin rolled her eyes after hearing this, thought for a moment and said, Brother, we haven't eaten fish for a long time. Hanin's words immediately reminded Li Tianran. There is a vacant lot at the northernmost end of the farm. It is neither a planting area nor a livestock area. It was originally a low-lying weed meadow. Now it seems that perhaps the area can be dug up and a fish pond can be added. Fish meat is tender, tastes good, and is rich in various nutrients. It is one of the essential ingredients on the dinner table. Li Tianran suddenly became excited. Just do it. After lunch, Li Tianran asked the intelligent work robot to collect the batch of grain that had just matured yesterday, while he himself carried a hoe and went to the wasteland at the northernmost end of the farm. You have recovered 800 kilograms of radiation-proof rice, and you have earned 8,000 points. You recovered 700 kilograms of radiation-proof grade. Listening to the pleasant prompt tone coming from the system, Li Tianran felt as excited as hearing, 1 million yuan has arrived in our pay. These points are more precious than money. After several days of hard work, his mall points have reached about 830,000. He turned his gaze to livestock. Livestock. Fish. Edible. LV1 fry, 10/50 points, requires water quality of level 1 or above. LV2 fry, 10/500 points, requires water quality level 2 or above. LV3 fry, 10/5000 points, requires water quality level 3 or above. LV4 fry, 10/500000, requires water quality above level 4. LV5 marlin, 10/500000 points, requires water quality of level 5 or above. After a quick glance, Li Tianran discovered that the grading of these livestock was basically the same as that of agricultural crops, with 5 levels from low to high, the same as the grades of crops, and the system recycling prices were also the same. Next to the edible type, there is also an ornamental type option, which contains some fish for ornamental purposes such as tropical fish, arowana, etc. Li Tianran didn't want to spend his precious points on these nonsense things at the moment, so he simply closed the viewing type option and looked at the edible type. There are many types of edible fish, including the most common carp, sea bass, catfish, etc., as well as the relatively rare tuna. Although there are differences in fish within the same grade, the purchasing prices are exactly the same. This is quite conscientious. Li Tianran sighed. Before the mutation, tuna was considered a luxury food, but now he seems to be able to afford it. And the most important thing is that it doesn't matter what the growth environment is. As long as the water quality is good, whether it is deep-sea fish or tropical fish, they can live in the same fish pond. Li Tianran waved the hoe in his hand, encouraged himself, and started digging. Li Tianran did not intend to dig out a fish pond covering an area of about 1,000 square meters with a small hoe. That's just a pipe dream. It's just that he is a person who attaches great importance to the sense of ceremony. Even if he needs to get an excavator later, he will have to dig out the first shovel of soil for the fish pond construction with his own hands. This is the self-cultivation of being a farmer. Chapter 31: The Cudgel. Bang! Li Tianran dug with a hoe, and then he used lime to draw a conspicuous line on the edge of the fish pond where he was going to dig. After demarcating the area and location, Li Tianran nodded. Digging a fish pond is a very difficult task, and the current situation on the farm is not suitable for hiring others to do the work. So after thinking for a moment, Li Tianran decided to go out and borrow an excavator himself. Although this kind of large equipment is for sale in the mall, Li Tianran doesn't want to spend his points on it so far. Judging from the current situation, money is bound to depreciate rapidly. But points will not. Therefore, Li Tianran will not spend points on things that can be bought with money. A moment later, he drove to a large courtyard in the town. Jumping out of the car, Li Tianran walked straight to the gate and knocked on it. Bang, bang, bang. The violent knocking on the door was heard by the people living in the compound, and then a rough and irritated voice came. "Who is it?" "I'm Li Tianran. Open the door. It's urgent." Li Tianran shouted at the top of his voice. Li Tianran's farm is located in the suburbs not far from the town. It has been run by 2 generations, so he is considered an old resident here and people in the town are very familiar with him. After hearing his words, the door of the compound was quickly opened. A middle-aged strong man about 1.9 meters tall stood inside the door, holding a half-meter-long steel pipe in his hand. He had a face full of blue stubble and looked a little haggard. His name is Yang Baolin, and he is a small contractor. He has several large machines, including the excavator that Li Tianran wants to use. Old Yang frowned at Li Tianran and asked, "It's you, what's the matter?" "Lao Yang, I want to rent your excavator for a few days. How about the price?" 800 yuan a day? Li Tianran pursed his lips and smiled. Before the Age of Destruction, this price was certainly not considered high, but after the Age of Destruction, since most people could barely afford to eat, who would have the time to hire Lao Yang to work? He has been at home for a week with no money coming into his account. In this situation, it is normal for Li Tianran to take the opportunity to lower the price. We can't say that he is treacherous, we can only say that in Doomsday, everyone has to think about themselves first. Old Yang raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He was indeed short of money to buy food recently, but... "You can rent an excavator, but I don't want money." Old Yang waved his hand and said, "I want food." Lao Yang is not stupid. In the current situation, it is difficult to buy food even if you have money. Although the upper echelons tried their best to transfer grain, it was of no avail as there was a food shortage all over the world. Lao Yang bought a batch of dried noodles in the supermarket some time ago, but it is only enough to last for 1 month, so he has to make plans early. "Your family runs a farm, so you must have a lot of food stored." Old Yang looked at Li Tianran with shining eyes. "How about this, you rent it for a day and give me 10 kilograms of rice?" Li Tianran couldn't help laughing. It is true that there is no businessman without fraud. Food prices are skyrocketing now. Just last night, the price of rice has risen to 180 yuan per caddy, and purchases are limited, with each household only able to buy 1 caddy per day. "Old Yang, you are asking for too much," Li Tianran laughed. Although he was not short of food, he certainly couldn't let others know that he was not short of food. Lao Yang's face also turned red. He knew that the price he proposed was a bit high, but there was no other way. In order to survive, he had to be thick-skinned. "Don't tell me I don't have rice. Even if I did, I couldn't give you that much," Li Tianran said in a deep voice. "I still have some frozen meat and flour at home. I'll rent it for a day and give you 3 pounds of flour and half a pound of frozen meat." I want 10 kilograms, you cut too much. Old Yang was a little reluctant and complained. Li Tianran looked at Lao Yang's expression and immediately knew that he should be tougher at this moment. Lao Yang, you should understand the time now. The excavator will just rust if it is left and used at home, and the price I offer is not low. You should know how hard it is to buy food now. Old Yang's expression changed unpredictably, and he looked back and forth at Li Tianran several times. I won't raise the price anymore. If you don't want to, I'll just turn around and leave. At most I can go to the city. You're not the only one with an excavator. I believe I can find someone who is willing to accept this price. Li Tianran directly uttered a harsh word. No, no, no! We are all from the same village, why say such things? As expected, after Li Tianran said this, Lao Yang's attitude softened. He quickly grabbed Li Tianran and said, Deal, I'll drive the excavator out for you right away. Li Tianran followed Lao Yang in, and his eyes were fixed on the steel pipe in Lao Yang's hand for a moment. The world has been in such a mess lately. My house was robbed the night before yesterday. Old Jiang noticed Li Tianran's gaze and sighed. If I hadn't hidden the food in advance, I would have starved to death by now. Have you called the police? Li Tianran asked. Call the police? There aren't enough police officers right now, Old Jiang said with a wry smile. And I heard that it was a food robbery gang. They've been committing crimes crazily near South City recently. Many people have been robbed by them. Then no one can catch them? Li Tianran asked curiously. The people in the nearby towns are still very tough. Once, some hooligans from the city came here to cause trouble, and the residents beat 3 of them with hose on the spot, and scared away a dozen others. Who dares? Old Jiang sighed, and mysteriously gestured a pistol to Li Tianran, whispering, They have weapons in their hands. No wonder. 5 minutes later, Lao Yang parked a large flatbed truck at the door and parked the excavator on the flatbed. Li Tianran handed the key of his truck to Lao Yang and said, I'll keep this truck with you first. I'll take it back after I send the excavator back. Okay. Lao Yang agreed readily. I'll deliver the machine to you and get back today's rent at the same time. Old Jiang parked Li Tianran's truck in his own yard, locked the door, and walked into the cockpit. Li Tianran sat on the passenger seat and was about to close the door when suddenly a hand reached out from the side and grabbed the door. Li Tianran was stunned, then looked over. I saw 2 or 3 middle-aged women around 50 years old appear next to the car door. They were wearing the same black clothes and a strange symbol embroidered with colorful thread on their chests, which looked like a lotus. At this time, the middle-aged woman who was in the lead clasped her hands together and looked at Li Tianran. Auntie, is there something wrong? Li Tianran always felt that these 3 people were weird, like believers of some fanatical religion, so he asked with caution. We are from the Self-Help Association. The leading lady clasped her hands together and said to Li Tianran. What does this Self-Help Association do? Li Tianran was a little confused. Young man, do you know the truth about this natural disaster? The old lady did not answer Li Tianran's question. Instead, she came up to him and asked in a very mysterious tone. Of course Li Tianran knew. But he didn't say it out loud, instead he asked. Did you know? Of course I know. This is because people have done too many evil things and angered the gods, so the gods have to send down disasters to punish the world. This disaster will not stop until all mankind is extinct, and if you want to save yourself, you can only join our Self-Help Association and sincerely repent to God, then there will be a glimmer of hope. The aunt said with an extremely pious look. Li Tianran was a little interested and asked, Are there any conditions for joining your Self-Help Association? We have a membership system for our self-help society, the old lady said with a charlatan look. We divide the levels by the names of animals. If you pay 30,000, you can become a pure sheep. If you pay 80,000, you can become a loyal pig. If you pay 150,000, you can become a pious dog. If you pay 300,000, you can become a spotless eagle. The higher the level, the closer you are to the gods, and the greater your chance of being saved. You can choose what you want to be, said the aunt. Li Tianran suddenly laughed when he heard this, and used his thumb to flick a coin into the old lady's palm. If I can, I just want to be a rice bucket. Worry-free. The aunt was stunned, her face unsightly. How dare you disrespect God? Auntie, if you have time, learn more about brainwashing and deception before you go out and fool people. With your tricks, you can't even fool the donkey and the production team. Li Tianran shook his head and closed the door. Lao Yang stepped on the accelerator, and the flatbed truck drove away, leaving only 3 middle-aged women looking at each other in surprise. Those who do not believe in God will all fall into hell forever. The woman who had just spoken to Li Tianran looked at the flatbed truck going away and whispered with resentment. You are the lowest of the low, maggots! Chapter 32. This farm is great. Li Tianran naturally did not hear the ant's vicious curse, but even if he heard it, he would just laugh it off. Having experienced betrayal and real fighting, his mentality has long since changed. He would no longer let himself lose control of his emotions over such trivial matters. Soon, Lao Yang delivered the excavator to the farm gate, and Li Tianran gave him today's rent. Lao Yang obviously hadn't eaten meat for a long time. He took the flour and frozen meat and went home happily. Being able to eat meat now is already a blessing. Li Tianran watched old Jiang go away and sighed softly. Although he was not short of food, most of the residents in South City had not eaten meat for a long time. Due to the influence of toxic plants, many cattle and sheep on the ranches died of poisoning, and their bodies were centrally processed and destroyed. At this time, although meat is not as scarce as fruits and vegetables, it is still a rare commodity. In the whole South City, only some wealthy people and powerful people can afford it. Li Tianran drove the excavator into the farm and started working. Soon, a huge hole was dug out in the wasteland in the north of the farm. Tianran Company. Vice President Ren was sitting in Liang Tianyu's former office. In front of her was a pile of information about Liang Tianyu's itinerary in the 10 days before his death, including which strangers he had contacted, and the records were very detailed. Although Liang Tianyu was the boss of Tianran Company before, Vice President Ren was no fool. She secretly cultivated her own power and kept an eye on Liang Tianyu. This information was given to Vice President Ren by one of Liang Tianyu's personal secretaries. However, within these 10 days, the records for 2 days were completely blank. According to calculations, they were the day Liang Tianyu died and the day before. Liang Tianyu didn't come to work those 2 days. The records before those 2 days were completely normal, which means the most important point is still within the 2 days when the records disappeared. Vice President Ren rubbed his brows in distress. It's just that the company's surveillance records were also secretly deleted by Liang Tianyu, and all his confidants disappeared, so the clues were completely cut off. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Vice President Ren was worrying about this, the secretary's voice suddenly came from outside the door. President Ren, researcher Bai from the head office will be here soon. Do you want to go and greet him? Vice President Ren raised his eyebrows. The head office issued a notice yesterday that because the poisoning emergency after the mutation was too severe, it was temporarily decided to open a research institute in South City to develop symptomatic treatment drugs. The researcher mentioned by the secretary is the person in charge sent by the head office. I understand. Vice President Ren straightened his wrinkled cuffs and collar and walked out. In fact, she was not optimistic about the head office's decision. It had been nearly 10 days since the mutation began. During these 10 days, people had become very wary of poisonous vegetables, and accidental ingestion had rarely occurred. The head office was now investing a large amount of money in setting up a research institute. Even if they could develop a specific medicine, the day Lily would probably be gone by then. However, this was a decision made by the head office after all, and the funds used were from the head office. As the head of a branch company, she had no right to object. All she could do was follow the arrangements, receive the researchers, and choose a site for the institute. She didn't have to worry about the rest. Downstairs of Tianran Company, a Mercedes-Benz stalled. The rear door opened, and a young man in a neat black suit got out of the car. He shook hands with Vice President Ren and smiled brightly. Hello, I'm Bai Jingyan. Vice President Ren looked at the man in front of him, his eyes showing just the right amount of surprise. Researcher Bai, I didn't expect you to be so young. Bai Jingyan was probably about 27 or 28 years old, with neatly short hair, fair skin, a gentle smile on his face, and an elegant aura all over his body. His gold-rimmed glasses made him look even more scholarly. The only drawback is that he seems a little thin, which seems to be a common problem for all scientific researchers. In general, he is the kind of person who makes people feel easygoing at first glance. He doesn't look like a dull researcher, but more like a knowledgeable university professor. And it is the type that is most likely to attract the favor of female students of the youth. Boss Rin is a real heroine. Bai Jingyan nodded with a smile. You are younger than me, right? You have become the general manager of a branch company, which is enough to show the trust the head office has in you. I should learn from you. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Bai Jingyan said, Mr. Ren, we won't say more. I'm here with a mission and time is tight. Let's talk about work right away. I heard that you already have a rough idea of the Institute's address. Can I take a look? Of course, Mr. Ren said. According to your request, I chose an address in the suburbs. It's very quiet there and no one will disturb you easily. Let's go and take a look together. Okay. Bai Jingyan nodded. At this moment, two sturdy men with fierce looks got out of the Mercedes-Benz. One of them had a hideous scar on his face, like a centipede. Just one look at it made people feel their scalp tingling. Mr. Rin couldn't help but keep his gaze on the two burly men for a moment. Bai Jingyan seemed to notice the strange look from Mr. Rin, and immediately pushed the frame of his glasses on his nose with his fingers, and said with a smile, They are my assistants. Although they are not good-looking, they have solid professional knowledge. Mr. Rin glanced at the calluses on the knuckles of the two sturdy men, and then looked at Bai Jingyan's palms, which were as delicate as a girl's skin. She wanted to say something, but in the end it turned into a smile. Regardless of whether the two people in front of her are assistants or bodyguards, in short, it has nothing to do with her. She just needs to do her own thing. Li Tianren is working hard on the farm. At this moment, he suddenly saw a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan speeding past the road in front of the farm. Li Tianren frowned when he saw this. In a small town like this in the suburbs, high-end vehicles like this are rare, and he suddenly thought of Liang Tianyu. Could this car be used to investigate the cause of Liang Tianyu's death? If this is true, then he should really be more careful. Inside the car, Bai Jingyan sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window at the surroundings, nodding repeatedly. It's nice here, quiet, I like it. Mr. Rin sat aside, silent. Hey, is that a base over there? The wall is well built. Bai Jingyan suddenly seemed to have seen something and said, pointing to the distance. Mr. Rin squinted his eyes and looked over, raised his eyebrows and said, It seems a farm, right? Stop the car. Let's go talk to the farm owner. Bai Jingyan said softly. This farm has a great location and a large enough area. This is exactly the environment I like. Chapter 33 Purchase of a Farm. Alert, there is a visitor. The visitors are 3 men and 1 woman, and the threat level is 8. A prompt sound suddenly rang in Li Tianren's ears. He stopped what he was doing and looked towards the farm gate. I saw the Mercedes-Benz that had just sped past the front of the farm, turn back at some point and stopped in front of the gate. At the same time, a series of images appeared in Li Tianren's mind. A beautiful woman with an arrogant temperament, and a well-mannered man in a suit stood in front of the farm gate. Behind them stood 2 burly men who looked like blind bears. They had ferocious faces and looked extremely scary. Li Tianren frowned. These people seemed to be malicious. Is anyone home? At this moment, the burly man with a hideous scar on his face banged on the iron gate of the farm and shouted in a hoarse voice. Is anyone home? Li Tianren licked his lips. He suddenly laughed. Am I a little too sensitive? Li Tianren said self-deprecatingly. Even if these people don't have any good intentions, they can't break in. So far, it is absolutely safe on the farm. Why not go and see what they are up to? With this thought in mind, Li Tianren jumped off the excavator and walked towards the gate. Soon, he stood in front of the gate and looked at the 4 visitors. He looked them up and down and asked, I'm the boss here. What can I do for you? I have something to say. Can you open the door and let us in so we can talk face to face? Bai Jingyan had a gentle smile on his face and gently pointed to the lock on the big iron door. Li Tianren shook his head and refused decisively. No! If you have anything to say, just talk about it here. Joke. I know who you are, so I let you in? Bai Jingyan did not show any anger at all after being rejected so straightforwardly. Instead, he laughed and said, I understand. I understand. After all, the situation is very chaotic right now. It's safer to talk through an iron gate like this. Li Tianran touched his chin and said, Just say it. I'm very busy. It's like this. Bai Jingyan glanced at President Ren, who was standing next to her, and winked at her. Although he is from the head office, Tianran Company is the local boss in South City after all, and there are many things he needs General Manager Ren to handle. For example, at this moment, Mr. Ren's identity must be much more useful than his. I'm Ren Xiao, the General Manager of Tianran Company. Ren pulled out a gold-stamped business card from his chest pocket, handed it over through the gap in the grill iron door, and said generously, To make a long story short, I want to buy your farm. Name your price. Mr. Ren actually knows how to negotiate very well. She revealed her identity right from the start, putting psychological pressure on Li Tianran. As long as Li Tianran is overwhelmed by her momentum, he will be led by her in the subsequent negotiation phase. But she never thought that her identity had no intimidating effect on Li Tianran at all. If Li Tianran hadn't killed Liang Tianyu, Ren Xiao would have had to wait a very long time if she wanted to get to the top. Tianran Company! Li Tianran frowned tightly. He looked at Ren Xiao, and thoughts flashed quickly in his mind. His first reaction was that his plan to kill Liang Tianyu had been exposed, and the other party was testing him under the pretext of buying a farm. You can name any price you want, as long as it's not too high, I can satisfy you. Ren Xiao frowned slightly when she saw that Li Tianran didn't take her business card, and whispered again. If you don't have a place to live, I can also give you a house at a discount, in the villa area in the city center. No need. Li Tianran suddenly interrupted Ren Xiao and said softly, I'm used to living here and have no plans to move for the time being, so I'm sorry. Ren Xiao's face looked a little unhappy. Anyone who was rejected so bluntly would not look good, especially after she revealed her identity. The other party still did not give her any face at all. Don't you want to hear the price? Ren Xiao frowned. Maybe after you hear the price, you will change your mind. No need, I just like living here. I wouldn't trade it even if you gave me a mountain of gold. Li Tianran smiled. Bang! At this moment, the burly man with the hideous scar on his face suddenly kicked the door. He pointed at Li Tianran with a sneer and said, I'm telling you, kid! Don't be so shameless! Do you know who we are? Do you know what our background is? You're a small fry, you'd better agree to it while we're still willing to discuss it with you in a friendly manner, otherwise when we get angry, it will be too late for you to regret it. Li Tianran's face suddenly turned gloomy. Warning! Warning! A violent attack has been detected on the farm gate. The attack intensity is 1. Do you want to launch a counterattack? The sturdy man's kick actually triggered a warning from the system. Ren Xiao obviously did not expect the sturdy man to suddenly explode. By the time she reacted, she was so angry that she was fuming. Why does Tianran Company have such a bad reputation in Nanqing? One reason is because of the previous monopoly of high-priced drugs, and the other is because in the past few years, under the leadership of Liang Tianyu, the employees of Tianran Company have all been somewhat arrogant and bullying. Ren Xiao has always hated this style of doing things, and had wanted to completely reverse the situation after taking office. But she didn't expect that this blind bear would do such a thing in front of her today. De Kui! However, before Ren Xiao could get angry, Bai Jingyan's face instantly turned gloomy. He turned around, raised his hand and slapped the burly man twice, very loudly. What did I teach you? Put away your banditry! If I see you treat people this way again, you'll get the hell out of here! Bai Jingyan's face was gloomy, and he pointed at the strong man and scolded him. A strange thing happened. The arrogant and fierce man was slapped twice by the thin Bai Jingyan in front of so many people, but he did not dare to show any anger. Instead, he nodded and bowed timidly. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Bai Jingyan turned around and looked at Li Tianran with a very bright smile on his face again. My subordinates are ignorant, please don't take it to heart. Li Tianran couldn't help but sigh at how quickly the man changed his expression. This person is definitely not simple, as he can change two faces in such a short time without looking awkward at all. Li Tianran nodded expressionlessly and said, Okay, I don't take it to heart. Come on, come here. As Li Tianran spoke, he waved at Dekue. Dekue walked over with a gloomy face. What else do you want to say? Bang! Li Tianran suddenly raised his leg, and his big foot passed through the gap in the iron gate, and kicked Dekue in the lower abdomen. The force was so great that Dekue screamed and knelt on the ground, holding his stomach. You kicked my door, and I kicked you too, so we're even now. Li Tianran brushed the dust off his trouser legs and glanced at the stunned Ren Xiao. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. After saying that, Li Tianran looked at Dekue, who was kneeling on the ground with his face blue and purple, and suddenly smiled. Oh, it turns out that it hurts when a big shot gets beaten. I thought you guys were invulnerable because you had so much money and a great background. Haha. Li Tianran's sarcastic tone made a blush of anger appear on Ren Xiao's fair face. At this moment, Ren Xiao wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. So embarrassing. This was clearly a sentence that mocked all of them. She was about to use money to attack Li Tianran, and Dekue was about to use his background to scare Li Tianran, but now, they were stabbed back by just one sentence, making them lose all face. Chapter 34 Soulless Cultivation. It seems that we were abrupt. Sorry to trouble you, Bai Jingyan said apologetically. Then he took out a pen and notebook from his pocket, wrote a line of numbers, tore it off and handed it to Li Tianran, saying, This is my phone number. If you change your mind at any time, we can contact each other at any time. Li Tianran was silent for a moment, then reached out and took the note from Bai Jingyan's hand. Sorry. Goodbye. Bai Jingyan bowed slightly to Li Tianran twice, then turned and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz parked next to him. Li Tianran narrowed his eyes. He felt more and more that this person was so scheming that it was scary. As the saying goes, when beating a dog, you have to look at its owner. I beat up this man's men in front of him, but he was not angry at all. He even smiled and left me his phone number. This kind of person is either a coward or a typical smiling tiger. The 2 slaps he gave the sturdy man just now were enough to prove that he was not a coward. Besides, are there any cowards in Tianran Company? Then, there is only the second possibility left. Li Tianran took a deep breath. He was not afraid of those violent and crazy enemies, but he really didn't want to be targeted by such a sinister double-dealer. But now that things have come to this, the only thing we can do is to deal with it as it happens. You are the first person who dares not to accept my business card. At this moment, Ren Xiao suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Maybe your business card is not as valuable as you think? Li Tianran thought for a moment, shrugged and smiled. Ren Xiao's eyebrows twitched wildly, and a trace of anger appeared in his eyes again. I will remember you. You are so old, why are you still saying childish and cruel words that children say when they lose a fight? Li Tianran looked at Ren Xiao, sighed, and shook his head as if he was quite disappointed. Saying cruel words to scare people is something only 5-year-olds do. Can you be more mature? You. Ren Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. She felt that if she continued to stay here, she would most likely not be able to maintain her aloof personality, and would scratch Li Tianran's face like a shrew. Snap! She closed the car door angrily and pulled down the sunshade on the window, making Li Tianran disappear from her sight. Drive. Bai Jingyan smiled gently and instructed Dekue, who was driving the car. Buzz. The Mercedes started and turned away. Looking at the Benz's back going away, Li Tianran suddenly laughed. Retrieve the location of Hummingbird Warrior number 01. As soon as Li Tianran opened his mouth, the system immediately brought up a series of images in his mind. This is an interface that looks like an electronic map. In the interface, there is a red dot moving at high speed. That is the Hummingbird Warrior 01 that sneaked into the Mercedes-Benz car when Bai Jingyan and others were negotiating with Li Tianran. At this time, it was like a GPS, providing Li Tianran with the location of Bai Jingyan and others at all times. Yes, Li Tianran suspected their purpose. Ever since he heard Ren Xiao reveal the identity of Tianran Company, he began to suspect that the other party had ulterior motives. This time, he decided to strike first. After a whole day of hard work, Li Tianran finally completed 1/3 of the work of digging the fish pond before dinner. This is a big project and cannot be completed in one day. So Li Tianran didn't plan to work overtime at night. For someone like him who is used to being lazy, working overtime is impossible. And now it's time to make dinner. Back in the small building, today's news was being broadcast on TV. Hello everyone watching TV! Today is the 10th day after the catastrophe, and the cumulative death toll on Blue Star is 38.6 million. The cumulative death toll in the Yenwang Federation is 4.7 million. At present, the federal government is actively mobilizing reserve grain. Please do not panic, and do not rush to grab food from supermarkets on a large scale. Only if we unite as one and obey orders can we overcome this global natural disaster. The host's opening remarks were still a bunch of meaningless words of encouragement. Today we have invited Liang Tian, an expert from the Agriculture Bureau, to talk about the current situation and how to win this war without gunpowder smoke. A white-haired old expert sat in front of the camera, adjusted his collar and said with a smile, "Hello everyone. Hello host. I am Liang Tian from the Agriculture Bureau. The Earth has been hit by radiation for 10 days. During these 10 days, we have encountered an unprecedented disaster. The land has been contaminated by radiation, causing all plants and crops to become extremely toxic, and their fruits are even more toxic. After our analysis and research, we found that the toxins in these irradiated crops are fatal to humans and animals. So far, we have not found a single case in the world where someone has survived eating toxic crops." Li Tianren thought of Xiao Tian when he heard this. But he is dead now. Expert Liang Tian continued, "As we all know, the old saying that food is the first necessity of the people has been around for a long time. No matter when, food is the primary resource for human survival. We now need to face a huge problem, that is supply resources. After our testing, we found that the land is no longer suitable for planting. This is very unfortunate news. This means that from now on, green plants, including grains and vegetables, will no longer be able to grow in the land. But don't lose heart, don't despair. We in the Yenwang Federation have mature soilless cultivation technology. After our overnight research, we came to a conclusion. 3 months, at most, our first batch of large-scale cultivated soilless crops can be harvested. By then, the food shortage problem will be solved." At this moment, countless people sitting in front of the TV jumped for joy. They finally saw the light. Even the host's eyes were red and he clapped his hands. "This is really great news. From this moment on, let us wait quietly, the dawn is waiting for us not far ahead." At this moment, the whole country is rejoicing. But only Li Tianren had a very solemn expression. He didn't think the famine problem could be solved in 3 months. Because although soulless cultivation does not require seeds to come into contact with toxic soil, it does require nutrient solutions to maintain plant growth, and these nutrient solutions require a lot of water to dilute. Li Tianren remembered it clearly. The second era of destruction is related to water. Human beings have already lost their land. If they lose their water as well, they may really face a disaster of genocide. Chapter 35. Sorry, I sent this to the wrong group. But after the last incident where there were a lot of crazy posts on the forum looking for someone, Li Tianren no longer dared to issue a warning. At least, he didn't dare to do that for the time being. Unless the entire Yenwang nation was in great trouble, he would not easily reveal his trump card again. And ever since he killed Liang Tianyu, there have been no more missing person posts on the forum. Things in the world are just so coincidental. Li Tianren originally wanted to find someone to check the poster's information, but now it seems that this is a much easier thing to do. Half an hour later. While people all over the world were eating dry bread, noodles boiled in water with only salt, and dreaming that the famine would end in 3 months, Li Tianren and Henin were sweating profusely while eating spicy hot pot on the induction cooker. Whole plates of beef meatballs and lamb slices are put into the pot, and as the red soup boils, an enticing aroma is emitted. "Brother, have some sesame paste." Henin handed over a small bowl filled with sesame paste sprinkled with chopped green onions and coriander. Lamb slices and sesame sauce are a perfect match. Li Tianren took a bite and was refreshed by the delicious taste. In fact, clear soup hot pot should be a better match for shabu-shabu mutton, so as to maintain the freshness of the mutton itself. However, since the temperature has dropped so much recently, Li Tianren also likes to use spicy food to satisfy his desire to sweat. Since the destruction era, the temperature difference between day and night has become increasingly larger. The highest temperature during the day is about -2 or 3 degrees Celsius, and at night, the temperature can drop to around -50 degrees Celsius. Even if ordinary people wear 3 layers of down jackets, they still feel the biting cold wind and their whole body aches. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening and the cold wind was already howling outside the window. Li Tianren opened his phone and saw several photos in the WeChat group of his former college classmates. They all showed people wearing 3 layers of coats inside and 3 layers outside in the cold wind, shivering and standing in long queues in front of grain sales points waiting to buy food. Gao Le. This damn weather is freezing me to death. The line is so long. I don't know when it will be my turn. Li Suya. At Gao Le, what is the daily quota in your city now? In my community, each household is only allocated half a pound of rice per day, and sometimes we can't even get it. It's really infuriating. Since graduating from college, few people have spoken in this WeChat group. Because after graduation everyone went to different cities and chose different industries, we had less common language and naturally had less to talk about. At this time, a disaster once again brought together students from all corners of the world to discuss the same topic. The WeChat group soon became lively. Most of them were complaining about the difficulty in buying food and the hardship of life. Li Tianren just watched silently without saying anything. He is not very close to his college classmates. During college, although they have not yet stepped out of the campus gate, some students have already formed social values, made friends and formed circles. It is difficult for a villager, like Li Tianren, who comes from a not-so-well-off family, to gain recognition from too many people. At this moment, Gao Le, who had been speaking actively in the group, suddenly mentioned Li Tianren. Gao Le, by the way, I heard that Li Tianren went back home to farm after graduation. I laughed for several days at that time. A top student who graduated from a 211 university became a farmer. Now it seems that he was foresight. There is a food shortage everywhere now, and he must not be starving like us. He must have become Mr. Li by reselling food. If I had known this, I would have returned to the countryside to be a farmer. One nanan at Gao Le, are you stupid? This time, all crops in the world are decaying and contain toxins. Li Tianren's crops must have failed. He might have lost a lot of money. What are you dreaming about, Mr. Li? Gao Le, haha, that's right. After all, Li Tianren makes his living from the land. The weather was really bad this time, and his rice bowl was completely smashed to pieces. Wan Nanan at Li Tianren, old classmate, please come out and say something. Let's see what the great farmer entrepreneur has become now. Zhao Yuhao, that's enough, you two. We are all classmates, and Li Tianren didn't provoke you. Is it fun to mock him like this? Gao Le, who mocked him? We just mentioned it casually. Wang Nanan, yes. I can't even tell the truth. Zhao Yuhao, psycho. Li Tianren watched the conversation between Gao Le and Wang Nanan with an expressionless face. Although he has graduated for a year, he still has a deep impression of Gao Le and Wang Nanan. Gao Le was his roommate, who was very mean and liked to elevate himself by belittling others, as if by doing so he could make himself, who was not outstanding, appear superior in front of others. Wang Nanan is a girl from a well-off family. It is said that her father works in a government agency and has spoiled her since she was a child, which has led her to develop some bad habits. She always feels that she is superior to others and usually has a condescending attitude towards both her classmates and friends. During college, Wang Nanan had a conflict with Li Tianren. The reason is simple. Because of a quota for poor students. At that time, there was a famous classmate in the class named Wang Chong. His parents were ill for many years and he really needed the subsidy, but Wang Nanan also signed up for the election for poor students. In college, sometimes the places for poor students may not necessarily go to those who really need it, and some people are able to get the money even though they are not poor. This is a very common thing. Because of the influence of Wang Nanan's father who works in a government agency, the spot for the poor student in the class fell to Wang Nanan without a doubt. Although her family is not poor, who would complain about having too much money? But on the day the subsidy was issued, Li Tianren loudly questioned Wang Nanan and the instructor in front of the whole class and the teacher at the class meeting. Why was Wang Nanan selected as a poor student when her family was so rich? Why was Wang Chong not selected when his family was so poor? Is this an evaluation of poor students or a competition of fathers? Li Tianran roared, slammed the table, and questioned the two of them. The students were all shocked. This is something that everyone knows. It is an open secret that Wang Nanan wants the money, and the counselor may want to ask Wang Nanan's father for help. But in order not to offend Wang Nanan and the counselor, everyone chose to remain silent. But now that Li Tianran had exposed the truth in public, no one could pretend they didn't know anymore. This incident alarmed the school, and in the end Wang Nanan was disqualified and given a serious warning, while the counselor was also given an in-school warning and transferred out of Li Tianran's class. From then on, there was an irreconcilable hatred between Wang Nanan and Li Tianran. Even at this point, Wang Nanan did not forget to single out Li Tianran and mock him. These two people can actually chat with each other. It seems that belittling me is their common hobby, Li Tianran sneered. The chaos in the WeChat group didn't last too long. Perhaps Zhao Yuhao didn't want to get involved with people like Wang Nanan, so he quickly chose to block the group messages. When Wang Nanan saw that Zhao Yuhao stopped talking, she suddenly felt a sense of victory. Wang Nanan, it's still good to work in the company. Our director specially approved some gifts for me from the grain purchasing point. There was no queue. I was embarrassed at first, but since he had something to ask my dad for, I shamelessly accepted it. I just took a look, and it was some braised food. I can finally have some meat tonight. She posted a photo. There were several packets of packaged braised foods such as pickled pepper chicken feet and pickled pepper chicken legs, the kind that usually cost a few dollars a packet in supermarkets. But even during the famine, its price soared to $200 a packet, which was terrifying. Although this thing is not a rare thing under normal circumstances, it is considered a rare delicacy nowadays. Especially after eating salted noodles for several days in a row. Gao Le, I'm so jealous. It's still great to have a good dad. I'm standing in the cold wind queuing up to buy food, while you're eating chicken legs at home. What a difference! Does our dad still need a son? Zhou Ning, same question. Fan Pengfei, Sister Nan, can we start a live broadcast? I want to deceive myself. What I eat is not pickled vegetables, but chicken drumsticks. After that, Fan Pengfei posted a photo of plain noodles with pickles in the group, and added a crying expression. Wang Nanan at Fan Pengfei, great. I'll satisfy you. At this moment, a series of pictures suddenly popped up in the group again. That was sent by Li Tianran. In the boiling hot pot, the tender lamb slices rise and fall with the soup, exuding an attractive luster. The red peppers mixed with meatballs make people feel hungry just by looking at them. There is also an electric grill next to it, and the fat steak is being grilled until it is sizzling and the surface is golden. And the most important thing is that on the plate beside the hot pot, there is a dish of emerald green vegetables. At this moment, the WeChat group was silent. After a long time, Li Tianran sent a message. Oops. Sorry, I sent this to the wrong group. I'll withdraw it. Chapter 36, An Old Hermaphrodite. Sorry, it seems like it's been too long to undo. Li Tianran spoke in the group again. Wang Nanan stared blankly at the photo sent by Li Tianran, swallowed hard, and suddenly felt that the pickled chicken feet in her hand were not fragrant at all. She screamed in her heart that this was impossible. Food was so precious nowadays. Where could Li Tianran, a farmer, get so many delicious foods, not to mention the most precious vegetables? Fan Pengfei, what the hell? Is this true? Li Tianran, you are such a jerk. You are eating hot pot in this situation. Aren't you just trying to make us jealous? Zhou Ning, is this true? Could it be a picture you found on the internet? Just after Zhou Ning asked this question, Li Tianran posted a selfie of himself picking up a beef ball and putting it in his mouth. Zhou Ning, this is true. Li Tianran, you are so mean. We are all hungry, but you eat so well. It's so unfair. At the end, Zhou Ning sent a crying emoticon. Wang Nanan's eyebrows were twitching wildly. At this moment, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. Why? How can you, a farmer, live more comfortably than me at a time like this? You should be living in a house that is leaky on all sides, eating hard, cold-steamed buns. Wang Nanan was almost driven crazy. Li Tianren was obviously trying to anger her on purpose, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence that he put up a photo of hot pot just when she was showing off those braised dishes? Compared to the hot and spicy hot pot, the pickled pepper stew that has been frozen for who knows how long has no appeal at all. But looking at these pictures, Wang Nanan was really angry. Her eyes were like an eagle's, and she was madly trying to find any fault. Wang Nanan, haha. Some people really don't look like a prince even if they wear a dragon robe, and they don't know how to enjoy their blessings. Lamb cannot be cooked in red soup, otherwise it will destroy the freshness of the lamb itself. In addition, the authentic mutton hot pot requires 7 UPS and 8s. Use chopsticks to pick up the lamb and dip it in the soup 7 times before eating. At that time, the taste is the best. Yours, obviously cooked too long, the lamb is falling apart. 1 Nanan. And for a good steak, you have to use tenderloin, which is the part of the cow that gets the least exercise, so it is extremely tender and relatively lean with very little fat. It tastes best when it is medium rare. The skin on the one in the photo is a little burnt, and there isn't even the most basic black pepper or onion. 1 Nanan. Let's talk about drinks. How can you pair steak with cheap bottled juice? The taste of industrial saccharin will destroy the flavor of the steak's own gravy and make the meat taste bitter. 1 Nanan. To sum up, Li Tianren, you don't even understand the most basic table culture. 1 Nanan sent a series of texts, each sentence was from a professional perspective. When she read those words, she actually felt a sense of victory. Are you speechless? Do you really think you can show your superiority with just a few photos? Rubbish! I just made you speechless. 1 Nanan thought proudly. The group was very quiet, and everyone seemed to be there to watch the fun, wanting to see how Li Tianren would respond. Li Tianren looked at Wang Nanan's long speech and immediately laughed. He shook his head, picked up his phone and replied with only a few words. You know a lot very professionally. If you hadn't told me this knowledge, I wouldn't know it now. Wang Nanan looked at the few words Li Tianren replied and immediately raised her eyebrows. Did Li Tianren give in? But then, Li Tianren replied again. But I have food to eat. You have nothing to eat. After these 2 sentences were sent, Li Tianren sent a photo of a hand holding a steak and garlic at the same time, saying, I admire you very much, and I want to hear you continue to talk about the dining table culture. Your lectures are so delicious. The group was dead silent for more than 10 seconds, and then it became lively again. Zhou Ning, Li Tianren, you are so disgusting. Ha! Fan Pengfei, an old hermaphrodite. Song Zhenshu, when it comes to satirizing people, I would say you are the best. Wu Lele, I have received professional training. No matter how funny something is, I will not laugh. Unless I can help it. Puff. Ha ha. The WeChat group exploded because of Li Tianren's words. Wang Nanan's face turned red with anger. She gave a long speech, but was completely broken down by Li Tianren's simple and straightforward 2 or 3 sentences. Li Tianren, besides, what did you say just now? The director of your unit asked your father for something, so he brought you some braised food from the food purchasing point. If I remember correctly, according to wartime regulations, no individual or unit could privately take supplies out of the purchasing point in any way other than by queuing up to buy them. Your director violated the rules, didn't he? No, to be precise, he should have broken the law, right? Li Tianren, I have taken a screenshot and reported it. Please call me the light of righteousness. Wang Nanan looked at her phone and felt her head buzzing. Finally, she couldn't catch her breath and she fainted from anger. Li Tianren put down his phone with a smile on his face. He felt very good at this moment, very good. He is not the kind of person who likes to show off, but he is still interested in confronting those who like to show off. Hanan looked at Li Tianren, blinked her eyes and asked, Brother, why are you so happy? It's okay. Eat. Eat. Li Tianren didn't want to tell Hanan about this, so he smiled and picked up a handful of green vegetables with chopsticks and put them in Hanan's small bowl full of mutton slices. Eat more green vegetables to supplement vitamins. Brother, drink watermelon juice. Hanan pushed the cup towards him sensibly. Freshly squeezed, I put carrots in it, it tastes great. Li Tianren took a couple of sips and patted his stomach in satisfaction. There's no need to drink red wine with steak. Juice without saccharin tastes really good. By the time the meal was over, all the frozen meat in the freezer was gone, with only 2 or 3 pieces left. Li Tianran weighed it, and it seemed to be only 3 or 4 pounds. I'll use these things to pay Lao Yang's rent, Li Tianran said to himself. It's been 10 days, and the work in the planting area is getting on track. It's time to raise some chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. These days, agricultural robots have already transformed the former livestock areas. Although the land area is less than 1 acre, it is enough for Li Tianran to invest in raising livestock in the early stage to provide daily food for the 2 brothers and sisters. After accumulating more points, he plans to expand the livestock area to the same range as the planting area. But these things have to wait until tomorrow. Li Tianran looked up at the clock hanging on the wall, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Let's finish tonight's work first. South City, Hehe Villa area. Inside a villa. Ren Xiao pushed open the door and walked in. Mr. Bai, this is my house. I'm sorry you have to stay here tonight. When I have time tomorrow, I will arrange a new place for you. Bai Jingyan had a warm smile on his face. Boss Ren, I'm in trouble. You guys live downstairs. There are 4 rooms for you to choose from. By the way, don't knock on the door after midnight. If you have anything, call the phone in the room. We can contact each other. Ren Xiao made arrangements quickly. I'll have dinner prepared and sent to your room. Although there is a food shortage now, it does not pose any problem to people like Ren Xiao. Her financial resources are strong enough to support her in this environment, and she can still live a carefree life like before the world disaster. Okay. Bai Jingyan nodded and said gently, I'm sorry to trouble you. Behind Bai Jingyan, 2 strong men carried luggage and walked into a room on the 1st floor. Seeing this, Ren Xiao also turned and walked towards the 2nd floor. At this moment, she suddenly frowned as if she heard something, looked around, and said to herself, It's so cold, there are still mosquitoes? A hummingbird with a metallic luster flew in through the gap between the door and window, and flew silently to the 2nd floor from Ren Xiao's blind spot. Chapter 37, Ren Xiao with 2 faces. Half an hour later, Li Tianran asked Xiao He to accompany Han into sleep, while he walked out of the building. The cold wind blowing in his face did not make Li Tianran feel cold. Ever since his attribute points increased, it seemed that even his ability to resist cold was enhanced a lot. The cold wind that was like a knife blowing on him at night did not make him feel uncomfortable at all. There were even waves of heat rising above his head. At this moment, Li Tianran was like a small human-shaped stove, and the harsh environment was nothing to him. He pushed a motorcycle out of the warehouse, put on a helmet, and got on it. He checked the location of Hummingbird 01 in the interface provided by the system. Li Tianran turned the key to start the engine and drove out of the farm. Yes, he is going to the night shift ward tonight. Ugh! It's night exploration of Dragon's Pond. What happened today has been circling in Li Tianran's mind. Li Tianran always feels that the appearance of Ren Xiao and the others is not accidental. In order to prevent the extremely passive situation in the last Liang Tianyu incident from happening again, this time Li Tianran decided to take the initiative and nip the danger in the bud. Based on the location of Hummingbird 01 transmitted back by the system, Li Tianran quickly locked on a location. Hehe Villa District. Before the disaster, some wealthy people in the city liked to eat Li Tianran's pollution-free rice, so Li Tianran also delivered goods to the Hehe Villa District several times. So Li Tianran is still very familiar with the terrain here. Li Tianran took advantage of the cover of night to park his motorcycle somewhere, and then sneaked into the villa area very smoothly. Although the security force in the villa area increased significantly after the disaster, the security team was composed of ordinary people, so Li Tianran didn't really take it seriously. Li Tianran easily crossed the more than 2-meter-high wall with a running start. Due to the bad weather, the temperature has dropped to minus 40 degrees Celsius. Even the security team has reduced the number of patrols, and most of them are staying in the monitoring room. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed on a subscreen in the monitoring room, and the picture shook. Dahu, stop playing with your phone. Lead the team for a walk. Just then, the security captain came over, holding a teacup and frowning. A young security guard sitting in front of the surveillance computer looked up, turned off the King of Glory in his hand, and complained, Captain, it's too cold today. Every time I go out, I freeze like a third grandson. I beg you, please don't let me lead the team out on patrol, okay? Don't talk nonsense. There are requirements for the number of patrols per day. The captain cursed. At least you have to pretend. In this horrible weather, even thieves don't want to go out. Dahu muttered, picked up his baton and led a few people out of the monitoring room. From beginning to end, they did not pay attention to the surveillance footage. Li Tianran easily found the location of Hummingbird 1. Located in a villa in the northern part of a residential area. At this time, all the lights on the first floor of the villa had been turned off, and only in one room on the second floor was light still shining through the gap in the curtains. He bypassed the patrolling security guards and used his hands and feet to climb up to the third floor very easily along the drainpipe of the villa without making any sound. The current location of Hummingbird 01 is in the only lighted room on the second floor. It's a pity that the lowest level combat warrior does not have the function of real-time shooting. Li Tianran stood on the roof, hooked his foot on a pillar of the waterproof rain cover at the edge, and leaned his whole body against the window. He saw the scene in the room through the gap in the curtains. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked. The person living in this room is actually the female CEO Ren Xiao who handed him her business card today. At this time, she seemed to be getting ready for bed. Because the air conditioner was set very high, she was only wearing a tight silk pajamas, revealing a large area of fair skin above her chest. At this moment, she was sitting in front of the dressing table applying some skincare products. Her white jade-like fingers gently brushed across her slender thighs, which looked extremely impactful. Li Tianran suddenly felt his breathing become a little rapid. Calm down! Calm down! Li Tianran kept reminding himself. Li Tianran, in this critical situation, you must keep a clear mind and the most rational judgment. This woman may be hiding a very cruel heart under her beautiful appearance. She came to the farm to find you today just to test you and then avenge Liang Tianyu. Under this psychological suggestion, Li Tianran quickly regained his composure. He squinted his eyes and shifted his gaze away from Ren Xiao, and began to search for other things in more conspicuous places in the room, such as weapons and information, but he failed. Because the gap in the curtains was too small, his view was extremely limited. It seems that I have to find a way to get in, Li Tianran said to himself. Ren Xiao gently put the bottle of moisturizing cream worth 8,000 back on the dressing table, then stared at herself in the mirror, suddenly pursed her lips and said, "Ah, you look so good with or without makeup. Ren Xiao, you are capable at work and beautiful, don't you let others live? How are you so lucky?" "No, what luck? You deserve this. You work so hard, so this is the reward. TSK, sometimes being too good can be a problem." Ren Xiao was boasting to himself, with a very playful smile on his face. If anyone familiar with her saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. The iron-blooded female CEO, who has always been known for her resolute and tough style, actually showed such a playful and little girl's side. Is she the aloof female CEO in the company, or is this little girl who loves to show off her beauty and show off the real her? Maybe both. But on weekdays in the company, because of the environment and situation, she must be a tough-minded leader. But now in her own little world, she doesn't need to care about other people's opinions and can return to reality as she pleases. After all, she is only 24 years old. How could she be as truly ruthless as some middle-aged people in their 40s or 50s? In essence, she is still a little girl who has just stepped out of college for a year. Ren Xiao muttered to herself, and for some reason, she suddenly thought of the hateful young man today. "You are the first person who dares to reject me, and in front of so many people. Don't I have any face?" Ren Xiao gritted her teeth, grabbed a teddy bear next to her, and punched it hard twice. "You'd better not fall into my hands, otherwise I will make you kneel down and call me queen." After that, she picked up the teddy bear and kowtowed to herself in a hoarse voice, imitating Li Tianran's tone. "Queen! I was wrong, please forgive me!" Ren Xiao burst into laughter. At this moment, Li Tianran outside the window was dumbfounded. He looked at Ren Xiao, who was having a lot of fun alone, with a stiff expression on his face. My target this time is actually a schizophrenic patient. A little scary. Chapter 38. I have one too. After Ren Xiao hit the teddy bear again, she seemed to have vented all her anger. She stood up, walked to the bed and jumped directly onto it. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. After hearing Ren Zhao's command, the intelligent lighting system instantly turned off the lights in the room. Ren Zhao closed her eyes. Her daily life is very regular. She goes to bed before 10 p.m. every day and gets up at 6 a.m. the next day to practice yoga for half an hour. But today she was a little late in processing some documents, and by the time she finished washing up, it was almost 12 o'clock in the morning. This is the schedule her personal doctor customized for her. In the past, she would fall asleep within 10 minutes after going to bed, but today, she didn't know what happened. There seemed to be a strange noise in the room, which prevented her from falling asleep. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Is it a mosquito? Or a beetle? Ren Zhao carefully identified the direction from which the sound came, but at this moment, a slight tapping sound similar to that of a mosquito hitting the glass came from the direction of the window, as if a beetle trapped in a glass bottle saw the outside world and wanted to rush out, but was stopped by the glass barrier again and again. Annoying bugs! Ren Zhao complained, climbed up from the bed, and prepared to open the window and let the bug that accidentally entered her room fly out. As for beating insects? She didn't dare. She found the colorful fluids in the insects disgusting. In case it splashes on you. It's scary to think about it. Although she usually appears to be very dignified in the company, she is actually quite timid. Swipe. She pulled open the curtains and saw a flying insect, the size of a fingertip, gently hitting the glass. She gently used 2 fingers to open the lock switch on the window, and then gently pulled open a piece of glass to create a gap for the insect to fly out. But at this moment, something happened that Ren Zhao absolutely did not expect. A pale hand suddenly stretched out from the gap, held the edge of the window, and pushed it to the side violently, pushing the window gap, which was originally only about 5 inches, to half a meter. Immediately afterwards, a figure came in through the gap in the window. Ren Zhao suddenly felt her mind go blank. 12 o'clock in the morning? A pale hand pushed open the window and a dark shadow rushed in. At this moment, the countless horror movies that Ren Zhao had watched in the past came to his mind. The old corpse in the mountain village, Mr. Zombie, The Ring. But the next second, she realized that the other person was definitely not a ghost, but a real person. Because she saw the other person's shadow under the starlight. Ren Zhao turned around and ran towards the bedroom door. After realizing that the intruder was a human, Ren Zhao's fear became even stronger. In today's world situation, people with evil intentions are much more terrifying than ghosts. Bang! Suddenly, Ren Zhao felt an icy hand pressing on her shoulder. Then, she felt the world in front of her eyes twisted. The world was spinning, and her body was thrown high into the air, then instantly fell on the bed. Her pupils constricted, and she suddenly realized that this criminal's physical strength was extraordinary. He was able to lift her nearly 50-kilogram body with one hand, and at such a fast speed. He must be a fierce gangster. Li Tianran pressed Ren Zhao's mouth with one hand, and then rode on Ren Zhao's thigh in an extremely indecent posture. Of course, he did not do so to take advantage of her, but to use his body advantage to suppress Ren Zhao and prevent her from resisting or escaping. Because Li Tianran was wearing a mask, Ren Zhao couldn't see his face at all at this moment, but she knew what she should do. Outsiders broke in just to ask for money, and she had a lot of money. I'll let you go, don't scream, do you understand? Li Tianran narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice to ask softly in Ren Zhao's ear. At this moment, he had no intention of looking at the beautiful body under him. He had not forgotten the real purpose of his trip. If he found out that the woman in front of him really wanted to avenge Liang Tianyu and was targeting him, then Li Tianran would be ruthless tonight. Seeing Ren Zhao nod slightly, Li Tianran slowly released his right hand that was pressing on Ren Zhao's mouth. There's money in the cabinet next to the bed, all with non-consecutive numbers, as well as some jewelry and gold. Take them all. Ren Zhao was panicking just now, but now she is very calm. As long as you don't hurt me, I won't call the police. You're quite cooperative. Li Tianran sneered in a hoarse voice. My life is worth more than those cash and jewelry, Ren Zhao said calmly. I advise you to think carefully about what I said. If you take the money and leave, even if something happens in the future, you will at most be charged with robbery. Police force is scarce right now, so they probably won't investigate. But if you hurt me, it will be a big deal. I am the general manager of Tianran Company. If something happens to me, many people will put pressure on the police. You will definitely not be able to escape. Li Tianran looked at Ren Xiao with some surprise. If an ordinary woman was held hostage, she would probably have been so scared that she burst into tears and sobbed. However, there was no expression of fear on Ren Xiao's face, and her speech was very clear. She was indeed not simple. But Li Tianran suddenly laughed, pretending to be angry and pinching Ren Xiao's white chin with his right hand, growling. Do you fucking think you can scare me like this? Who told you I'm here to rob money? Ren Xiao was suddenly stunned. She thought of a terrible possibility, and couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. Actually, don't look at me like this. Actually, my private life is very chaotic. I have a disease. I can be contagious. Ren Xiao said haltingly. She was really scared. She thought Li Tianran was going to rape her. Since the age of destruction, many people have been forced by life to lose the courage to live, and have begun to frantically release their inner desires. During this period, there have been frequent news reports of women being violated, so that now women dare not go out on the streets alone after dark. Ren Xiao felt very pitiful. She has never even had a boyfriend. If her virginity was taken away by this criminal, she would really want to die. Are you sick? Li Tianran was stunned. Ren Xiao saw that her words seemed to have some effect, and immediately nodded frantically. I have HIV. Do you know what AIDS is? It's a terminal illness. Isn't this a coincidence? Li Tianran suddenly let out a sinister smile, leaned close to Ren Xiao's ear and said, I have one too. Let's not look down on each other. Ren Xiao was stunned when he heard that. Fuck you. Ren Xiao finally broke down and began to struggle frantically. Li Tianran covered Ren Xiao's mouth with one hand and held her down with the other, then frowned and said, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. You answer them honestly. I'll let you go after you finish speaking. Otherwise, hee. Li Tianran laughed twice in a sinister voice, which made Ren Xiao shudder. Let me ask you, Liang Tianyu, did you send someone to kill Mr. Liang? Li Tianran suddenly changed the subject, let go of Ren Xiao's mouth, and said viciously, Otherwise, why haven't you dug out the murderer who killed Mr. Liang for so long? After Ren Xiao heard what Li Tianran said, she was shocked and asked in a trembling voice, You are Liang Tianyu's subordinate? Boss Liang was very kind to me. His death was unclear. I want to avenge him. Li Tianran stared at Ren Xiao with murderous intent. I heard that you are investigating the cause of Boss Liang's death recently. Give me all the information you have. I want to take a look. Ren Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that the gangster was actually Liang Tianyu's friend, and he came here just to find the murderer who killed Liang Tianyu. Listen to me, the police and I are investigating the cause of Liang Tianyu's death, but the clues are too severe. It's impossible to identify the real culprit in a short period of time. Ren Xiao showed a helpless expression on his face. I'm not a professional detective, I'm just a businessman. Li Tianran narrowed his eyes and then asked, You must be lying to me. Otherwise, after so long, how could you not even have a rough direction? At least, there should be a few suspects, right? Give me their information, and I will investigate myself. Ren Xiao felt like she was about to collapse. I really don't know who to suspect. Liang Tianyu has too many enemies in South City. And before Liang Tianyu disappeared, he seemed to be plotting something with some of his confidants, but all of his confidants are gone now, and there are no records in the surveillance and some data. Ren Xiao explained. I don't even know who he had dealings with before he died. How can I lock on the suspect? Li Tianran finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. It seemed that Liang Tianyu wanted to eat all the food by himself, but he didn't expect that he was too selfish. As a result, he even died without leaving any clues for anyone to find the murderer. Moreover, since Liang Tianyu had made too many enemies, even within Tianran Company, no one knew whether Liang Tianyu was killed because of personal grudges or conflicts of interest. To sum up, Li Tianran is completely safe. Now, can you let me go? Ren Xiao asked softly. Li Tianran squinted his eyes and looked at Ren Xiao. Suddenly, he heard a very subtle sound of a lock turning outside the door. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Chapter 39, Manhwa by Jingyan. The sound of the lock cylinder turning was very small, not obvious even in the quiet night sky, but Li Tianran heard it very clearly. The ability of radiation-proof food to transform one's physique has made Li Tianran's five senses much sharper. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his face, and he chopped Ren Xiao on the back of the neck with a knife. The other party groaned and fainted. Outside the door, it was dark. De Kuei and another strong man stood on the left and right sides of Ren Xiao's door respectively. De Kuei gently held the door handle and turned it very carefully. In fact, Li Tianran was still careless. Ren Xiao's villa has an alarm system, but it is well hidden, installed on the windowsill and under the door of the room. In the villa, all rooms have a pressure sensor in these two places. As long as someone steps on the windowsill to sneak into the villa room, the sensor will trigger the alarm system. Once the alarm system is activated, it will be directly connected to the nanny's room on the first floor. 3 minutes ago, the nanny who lived on the first floor was awakened by the alarm and quickly notified the security team. But to be on the safe side, she told Bai Jingyan and others who lived in the next room about it first, hoping to find out what happened in Ren Xiao's room before the security team arrived. After Li Tianran knocked Ren Xiao unconscious, he turned around and wanted to jump out of the window, but at this moment, he saw 7 or 8 flashlights lighting up not far away outside the window, and rushing towards this side at a very fast speed. This is trouble! Li Tianran's heart sank. Judging from the number of their flashlights, there must be about 10 of them. If I jump out of the window, I will definitely encounter them. The difference in numbers between the enemy and us is too great, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape. Li Tianran's eyes flashed, and he quickly made a decision. He walked quietly towards the door of Ren Xiao's room. De Kuei was standing outside the door, his eyes emitting a menacing light, the muscles on his arms bulged and he was extremely steady. The other sturdy man was holding a dagger in his hand, and from the way he held the knife, it was clear that he was definitely not the assistant that Bai Jingyan mentioned. How could a researcher assistant know how to hold a knife with the backhand more steadily? The handle on Ren Xiao's door slowly turned in De Kuei's hand. They both held their breath and said silently, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown in their mouths ended, De Kuei directly turned the handle to the lowest position, and then the two of them rushed into Ren Xiao's room almost at the same time. At the same time, the nanny on the first floor directly turned off the main switch of the emergency light. In an instant, every room in the dark villa was illuminated by the dazzling emergency lights. If a person is suddenly exposed to light after being in darkness for a few minutes, his eyes will be temporarily blind for 3 to 5 seconds. De Kuei and another strong man planned very well. They wanted to use these 3 to 5 seconds to end the fight. They closed their eyes the moment the lights came on, and then rushed in violently. But the next second, there was a loud sound of objects breaking and screams coming from Ren Xiao's room. Boom! De Kuei flew out at a faster speed than when he rushed in just now. His body was like being hit by a bull. He screamed and fell beside the pillar of the stairs on the second floor and fainted. In the room, Li Tianran held the remains of half a chair in his hand. When De Kuei rushed in just now, he was prepared and directly swung the chair to knock De Kuei out. The solid wooden chair shattered in an instant, leaving only 2 heavy armrests still in his hands. I'm going to kill you! Another sturdy man roared upon seeing this. The dagger in his hand was like the fangs of a poisonous snake. He stabbed at Li Tianran madly, aiming every time at his vital points. Although the opponent was holding a sharp weapon, the dagger was too short. Li Tianran dodged the knife by quickly moving to the side of the strong man and smashed it down with the armrest in his hand at lightning speed. Bang! The solid wooden armrest hit the sturdy man's wrist directly, making a crisp, crack sound. The sturdy man screamed and the dagger in his hand fell directly to the ground. Bang bang! Li Tianran aimed at the spot behind the sturdy man's knees and kicked him twice, making him kneel down. Tell your boss that this matter is not over until President Liang's revenge is taken. I will come back for her. Li Tianran said harshly in a hoarse voice, turned around and ran out of the room, and jumped down the stairs. The distance between the second and first floors of the villa is only about 4 meters. With Li Tianran's current strength, he can land without any injury. The security team will be here soon, and he needs to leave the villa from another direction as quickly as possible. Breaking into a girl's bedroom late at night. At this moment, a very gentle voice sounded. Bai Jingyan, wearing a blue shirt, stood at the bottom of the stairs with his hands in his pockets, blocking Li Tianran's way out of the villa, with a calm smile on his face. Your Excellency is too rude, isn't he? Li Tianran landed on the ground with his body hunched. He did not take the skinny and weak Bai Jingyan seriously. Even two strong men as strong as bears were easily knocked down by him. What kind of trouble could this little bean sprout in front of him cause? Whoosh! Li Tianran pushed the ground with his legs and used the reaction force to pounce towards Bai Jingyan like an eagle. Bai Jingyan's eyes suddenly changed. At this moment, Li Tianran felt that the weak scholarly air on Bai Jingyan's face disappeared in an instant. At the same time, an extremely sharp aura burst out from him. Bai Jingyan bent his waist, lowered his center of gravity, and bent his legs like a big bow filled with power. As his toes suddenly pushed off the ground, he suddenly ran 2 meters into the air, and his right knee smashed towards Li Tianran like a cannonball. Li Tianran only felt a gust of evil wind blowing on his face, his pupils shrank, he pulled his right arm back and then punched out. Bang! An extremely dull sound rang out in the air, and Li Tianran's fist and Bai Jingyan's knee collided directly. Tap tap tap. The two men landed on the ground and took 3 or 4 steps back, with expressions of astonishment in their eyes. Interesting. Bai Jingyan's eyes lit up with excitement, and he laughed. I have been working in the medical industry for so many years, and I have already mastered the study of the human body. The human knee joint is the strongest part of the human body, and the bones of the arm cannot compare to it. According to my calculations, the ulna and radius of your forearm should be fractured because of the 700 kilograms frontal impact force, and your wrist joints will also be comminuted and dislocated because of the inability to unload the force, but you don't have any signs of injury now. Have you ever practiced martial arts? But I don't see you using any special force-relieving techniques. I'm very confused now. Bai Jingyan pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled brightly and eagerly. Can you answer this for me? Otherwise, you won't be able to leave tonight. Li Tianran looked at Bai Jingyan, who was standing in front of him, touched his slightly numb fist, and his eyes gradually turned cold. If his physique had not been modified, his arm would probably have been broken after that collision. His guess turned out to be correct. This Bai Jingyan is indeed no simple person. Judging from the fighting skills and strength he just displayed, he has already far surpassed those 2 big men. This is an old bastard who is pretending to be a pig but is actually trying to eat the tiger. Chapter 40, recorded in the USB flash drive. Li Tianran originally thought that with his physical fitness, which was superior to that of ordinary people in all aspects, he could easily knock down Bai Jingyan. But he didn't expect that although Bai Jingyan was not as strong and physically fit as himself, he had very high fighting skills and knew how to attack with the strongest part of the human body, the knee joint, which was obviously intended to be a fatal blow. Moreover, there are very few people on Blue Star who can deliver a flying knee with a force of 700 kilograms. Li Tianran guessed that he might have practiced some kind of fighting technique, or ancient martial arts. This is a bit troublesome. Listening to the footsteps getting closer outside the villa, Li Tianran became a little anxious. I'm so sorry, I don't have time to play with you. Li Tianran suddenly laughed. Next time if we meet again, I will definitely beat your head into a pig's head. Bai Jingyan's eyes turned cold. He took 2 steps with his long legs and kicked towards Li Tianran. Bang! Li Tianran sneered and lifted one side of his coat, pretending to reach into his arms as if to take out some weapon. Bai Jingyan's pupils shrank upon seeing this, and his body twisted 90 degrees in the air. He pushed his left foot on the stone pillar next to him, and flew nearly 5 meters to the right like a wild goose, instantly hiding his body behind the stone table in the living room. He thought Li Tianran was pulling out a gun. Bai Jingyan does have strong fighting skills, but no matter how good his kung fu is, he is still afraid of a kitchen knife. After all, he is a flesh and blood body, and he is not crazy enough to dare to withstand bullets with his body. But after he landed, he looked at Li Tianran and was immediately furious. Li Tianran didn't take out any gun at all. What he had in his hand was a bunch of keys. Bye! Li Tianran gave Bai Jingyan, who was a few meters away, a bright smile, turned around and rushed towards the room on the other side. Almost in the blink of an eye, he broke through the window and walked away. How despicable! Bai Jingyan showed a helpless smile between his brows, slowly stood up, his eyes a little lost. I was actually fooled by such a simple trick. Is my judgment getting worse, or is his acting too good? Bai Jingyan laughed at himself. Knowing how to make good use of psychology in battle is also a kind of combat skill. This person is very smart, and his physical fitness is simply perfect, almost surpassing the upper limit of human beings. He is really a perfect material. Bai Jingyan adjusted his glasses on his nose, a smile on his face. Wait, I will find you. At this time, the two big men who were knocked down by Li Tianran on the second floor stumbled down again, pretending to chase out. Stop chasing me, Bai Jingyan said. Li Tianran's speed was too fast for them to catch up with. Let's call the police. The nanny picked up the phone in shock and reached out to dial the police. Bang! Bai Jingyan suddenly reached out and held down the nanny, and said calmly, South City is in such a mess right now. If there is no loss, it is better not to cause trouble for the military and police comrades. The nanny looked at Bai Jingyan with some surprise. Go see Mr. Rin first. Bai Jingyan took the microphone from the nanny, hung up, and said as if giving an order. After the fight between Li Tianran and Bai Jingyan just now, the nanny now has a vague fear of Bai Jingyan, a guest who looks weak but is actually strong and powerful, so she dare not disobey his orders at this time. After checking, the nanny found that Ren Xiao was just knocked unconscious and was not hurt at all, and there was no property loss. Bai Jingyan wrote down the names of several medicines on a piece of white paper and handed it to the nanny. Ms. Rin should just be a little frightened. When she wakes up, just find these medicines from the medicine box and give them to her. I've written the dosages on it. Thank you. Thank you. The nanny thanked him hurriedly. If it weren't for you tonight, I don't know what would have happened. This world is really a mess. I will definitely file a complaint with the security team tomorrow. At this moment, De Kui ran over, his face panicked. Mr. Bai, this is bad. I just checked, and there is one USB drive missing from your room. The expression on Bai Jingyan's face froze. Li Tianran rode his motorcycle madly on the way back to the farm. In his palm was a USB flash drive, which he had just picked up from the room he had just left the villa. It's not his fault. The USB flash drive was plugged into the laptop computer next to the window. When Li Tianran stepped on the windowsill, the USB flash drive was in his right hand. Although his night visit to Rinshao tonight proved that he was not exposed to the eyes of Tianran Company, Li Tianran could not guarantee that Tianran Company would not be able to find any clues as time went on. He would be very interested if he had the opportunity to learn about the internal secrets of Tianran Company. Due to the changes in the world, at this time in South City, after midnight except for some people queuing up to buy food in the city center, no one dared to go out, so Li Tianran had a smooth journey and soon returned to the farm. He quietly pushed the door open, trying to make as little noise as possible. But Xiao Hei still heard a slight noise and rushed out of Henin's room in an extremely ferocious state. But when he saw it was Li Tianran, his attitude suddenly changed. He rushed up, wagging his tail, and started licking Li Tianran's hand wildly. Li Tianran patted Xiao Hei's head, then took off his coat and mask. He quietly took a look at Henin's room and saw that the little girl was sleeping soundly. He smiled slightly and turned to his own room. Li Tianran skillfully turned on the computer, disconnected the network cable, and connected the USB flash drive. He was worried that the USB flash drive might have a positioning code, so he disconnected the network cable in advance. This way, even if he read the contents of the USB flash drive on his computer, it would never be known to others through the internet. In today's information age, personal privacy is a complete joke. No protection software works. The best way to maintain confidentiality is to disconnect from the internet. In fact, Li Tianran did the right thing in this regard. If he had not disconnected from the network in advance, Bai Jingyan would have been able to locate Li Tianran's position through the automatic return data of the USB flash drive the moment it was inserted. This is not just a storage USB drive, it is something like a multifunction subdisk. Its position and data are completely controlled by the mother disk. The mother disk can modify the data in the child disk at will, but it can only be done by connecting to a computer network. If the network is disconnected, then this function will be completely invalid and it will become a most ordinary storage USB flash drive. At this moment, Li Tianran's computer showed that the USB flash drive had been read. He casually clicked on a file in the USB drive, which was a double helix gene arrangement diagram. Experimental notes is written below. At the top of a series of data are some words similar to opening remarks. Li Tianran continued reading, and was stunned by the words he saw. Even though a large number of creatures died as a result, I still firmly believe that the radioactive food that caused huge changes in the limbs and body shapes of wild animals and humans is not a disaster in itself. It not only brings death and deformity to creatures, but also evolution. It's just that they took the wrong path of evolution, so they died halfway. I firmly believe that I can find the right path, even if it costs me my life. I will allow humanity to enter the next civilization because of this disaster. At that time, humans will not be forced to separate due to terminal illness, will not die young due to congenital deficiencies, and will not be regarded as a burden due to lack of strength. They can rival tigers, leopards, and gods with their human strength, and their lifespan can be extended to 300 years. I call it the Age of Gods. This is an unknown, dark, and rugged road. There will be endless challenges waiting for me ahead. Maybe I will fall into the bottomless abyss when I take the next step. But no matter what awaits me at the end of the road is death or supreme glory, I can no longer turn back. There is darkness ahead and an abyss behind. I have no way to retreat. November 21st, 2025, Yanwan Calendar. By Jingyan. Chapter 41. Rabbits are so cute, how can we eat them? Li Tianran looked at those words and felt a little shocked. This is not a secret of Tianran Company. It's the ambition of a technology fanatic. Faced with this sudden change, there is actually someone like Bai Jingyan who wants to change the entire world by his own strength. Li Tianran couldn't help but admire him. But it was just admiration. If Bai Jingyan wanted to do something bad to him or Henin, Li Tianran would not care how much influence Bai Jingyan wanted to do. He would kill Bai Jingyan directly without any mercy. Li Tianran looked down and saw some extremely professional experimental data. It was obvious that Bai Jingyan used his own code words when recording. Although Li Tianran also studied biology, he could not understand what Bai Jingyan's data meant. This thing is useless. Li Tianran finally confirmed that the USB flash drive he had snatched back was of no use to him, so he pulled it out with a little disappointment. Wash up and get ready for bed. At the same time, inside Ren Zhao's villa, Bai Jingyan stared at his laptop computer with great seriousness. Displayed on the screen was a scanning interface that looked like a defense radar. Mr. Bai, you still can't find it? De Kui asked in a deep voice. Bai Jingyan loosened his collar in annoyance, with a helpless expression on his face. Maybe the other party used some tricks, or maybe the other party hasn't looked at the contents of the USB drive yet. Can't find the signal. How about calling the police to investigate? De Kui asked tentatively. Bai Jingyan pondered for a long time, and shook his head as if he had some concerns. Forget it, the USB drive contains some old data anyway, and outsiders may not be able to understand it if I take it out. In fact, the information in the USB flash drive was not very important to him. It just contained the things he wrote. If seen by certain people, they might guess his real purpose of coming to South City. Mr. Bai, this is such a coincidence. We were attacked as soon as we arrived in South City. Could it be done by the people from number 7? De Kui frowned. He began to suspect that the attack on the villa tonight was not aimed at Ren Zhao, but at them. Bai Jingyan denied De Kui's guess after hearing this. If number 7 really wanted to attack us, he would not send a novice like this to do it. This person has a strong physique, but his skills are very clumsy. He is definitely not a professional gangster. Is it really a coincidence? De Kui muttered to himself. Your radiation-proof corn is ripe. Li Tianran was awakened by a reminder sound. He opened his eyes and glanced at the wall clock. 7 o'clock in the morning? He stretched and felt refreshed all over. Time to get up and make breakfast. Since his physical condition improved, Li Tianran found that his daily sleep quality had also improved a lot. After 7 hours of sleep every day, he felt refreshed, and it felt like all the energy he consumed was replenished in his sleep. 5 minutes later, millet porridge was already cooking in the pot in the kitchen. During this time, Li Tianran directed the robot to harvest the mature crops. You exchange 700 kilograms of corn and earn points. You exchange 600 kilograms of soybeans and earn points. Soon, the points were redeemed. Li Tianren took a look at the freezer and found that there were not many ingredients left in it. If he didn't replenish it tonight, he would probably have to have a vegetarian dinner. Since this period of time, he and Hanin have been eating meat at every meal. The taste of meat and the nutrition it can provide are superior to vegetables and fruits. For Hanin, who is still growing, he absolutely cannot stop eating meat. It seems like it's time to put the livestock area to use. Li Tianren opened the mall and looked at the interface of resources. Livestock area cubs. The young livestock in the mall are also divided into 5 levels from low to high, which is the same as the level classification of crops. Under the influence of the accelerating potion, Li Tianren can now harvest his crops 3 times a day. In addition to eating them himself and exchanging them for points, he can also set aside some for feeding the young livestock. What should I raise? I haven't eaten chicken for a long time recently, so I'll get some chickens first. I'll pick some wolfberries and jujubes to make chicken soup in the evening. Li Tianren muttered to himself while calculating the types of cubs he wanted to develop. I've been eating too much pork recently, and the fat is too greasy, so I won't consider it for now. Mutton is nutritious and tastes great. 2 more lambs. Oh, and get some quail. Pickled quail eggs are delicious. Donkey meat barbecue is also very good. The bean curd shabu shabu is delicious. When it's freezing cold, you should eat goose stewed in an iron pot. Li Tianren was dazzled by the sight and wanted to try all the meat. However, after careful consideration, he selected 4 kinds of meat first. Sheep, chicken, rabbit, quail. These 4 were chosen because they are small in size, take up little space, and have small appetites, making them easy to feed. Best of all, there is no storage cost. Li Tianren and Hanin can eat all the meat from an adult goat within 3 days, and the taste will not be affected by long-term storage of the meat. Li Tianren bought 2 lambs, 4 chickens, 4 rabbits and 10 quails at one time. In an instant, the whole room became as lively as a vegetable market. The cubs seemed to be hungry and kept chirping. The noisy sound woke up Hanin. She walked out rubbing her eyes, and when she saw this scene, she opened her mouth wide. Brother, where did you buy so many little rabbits? In the eyes of little girls, there are always only cute things. The most attractive little rabbit was held in Hanin's arms, while the 2 lambs and the chicks were completely ignored. They stood beside them with a wronged look on their faces, bleating and chirping nonstop, as if they were disappointed that they did not receive Hanin's love. Li Tianren sighed upon seeing this, and said silently in his heart, "Don't worry, when you are put on the table, Hanin will definitely love you even more. The little bunny is so beautiful. Let me dress you up," Hanin said, then turned around and ran to her bedroom with the little bunny. Li Tianren did not chase after them. Instead, he and Xiao He carried the other cubs downstairs and placed them in the renovated livestock shed. Since the weather turned cold after the destruction era, Li Tianren added 2 layers of windproof cotton to the livestock shed and installed a dedicated high-power heating air conditioner, so there is no possibility that the cubs will freeze to death. After the resettlement was completed, Li Tianren returned to the small building. I saw Hanin holding a colorful little rabbit painted with watercolor pens and having a lot of fun. Hanin, you have to study after breakfast and send the little rabbit to the shed downstairs, Li Tianren said. No! I want the little rabbit to play with me. Hanin stared at the little rabbit. Li Tianren smiled and said, But the little rabbit needs to grow up quickly so that it can gain weight. Hanin suddenly seemed to realize something when she heard this, and asked in surprise, Brother, do you want to eat the little rabbit? Otherwise, why would I make it? Li Tianren shrugged his shoulders and turned to the kitchen. How about we drink chicken soup and eat spicy rabbit head tonight? With some chives, it will be delicious. Hanin suddenly shouted in an extremely angry voice. Brother is a bad guy. Rabbits are so cute, how can you eat them? Li Tianren raised his eyebrows helplessly. A little foodie, but also has a bad temper. I hope that at night, you won't be holding a rabbit leg in one hand and shouting, It smells so good. Chapter 42, Cub. Breakfast is simple, millet porridge with radish and meat buns, and some pickled cabbage. The buns were made by Li Tianren himself. Although they don't look good, they taste very good. Because they are so generous with the meat filling, your mouth will be filled with oil when you take a bite, and the fragrance is so delicious that it will almost make your teeth fall off. The brother and sister, together with Xiaohei, finished a whole tray of meat buns in 10 minutes. They then drank 2 bowls of porridge each and left the table, patting their bulging stomachs. After breakfast, Li Tianran put Henin's homework book on the table. After setting the study time, he took Xiaohei and left the building. Although the world has changed dramatically today, Li Tianran still hasn't given up on letting Henin study. Knowledge is extremely useful in any era. Li Tianran doesn't want Henin to become a fool in the future. The growth time of level 2 livestock cubs is the same as that of crops, which is 72 hours, and they are completely immune to radiation poisoning. Li Tianran squatted in the livestock shed, looking at the livestock cubs with a smile on his face. Level 2 cock cub. Growth, 1%. Growth status, good. Distance to maturity, 72 hours. Note, it is still very weak and needs careful care from its owner. It needs 300 grams of refined soybeans, wheat grains, and vegetables every day to supplement nutrients. But don't feel sorry for the initial investment, and don't be too impatient. You can only enjoy the most delicious food when its meat is fully mature. After reading this line of introduction, Li Tianran raised his eyebrows in surprise. These introductions are so thoughtful. Who are you looking down on? These introductions make me look like a seasoned foodie. Are they afraid that I will eat it in advance? This system will accurately warn or explain based on the host's personality, so please don't be suspicious. At this moment, the system's cold prompt sound rang. Li Tianran was startled, and then he wondered for a while. This system seemed to be able to read minds. But after thinking carefully about the system's prompts, it seemed that Henin and I were really experienced foodies. For them, nothing seemed to be more important than eating in their lives now. Moreover, they had stopped eating meat today. If the young animals were not fully mature by night, Li Tianran might really kill them and eat them in advance. After all, livestock are different from crops. Even if they are not fully mature, they will just have less meat. Okay, system, I'll forgive you for now, Li Tianran muttered with a guilty conscience. Don't read my thoughts casually in the future. As an auxiliary system, understanding the host's thoughts is one of the principles that this system must follow. The system's voice came again. Doesn't that mean you will spy on me no matter what private matters I do in the future? Li Tianran suddenly became angry. With this thing, doesn't it mean that even if I do something with a woman in the future, I will be silently monitored? The system was silent for a while, and responded. This system has no interest in the human reproduction process. If the host needs to learn, this system can provide various learning videos for free, including Japanese, Korean, European, and American. Stop! Stop it! Li Tianran interrupted the system's voice and muttered. If we continue talking, I'm afraid we won't be able to pass the review. This system is absolutely safe, reliable, and green. The system responded again in a cold voice. Li Tianran ignored it and turned to look at his points. 580,000. He quickly accessed the column of backpack items. Farming accelerator, 21 liters remaining. Livestock accelerator, 80 liters remaining. Li Tianran took out about 1 liter of livestock accelerator, mixed it with some feed, and fed the cubs for the first time. The effect is very obvious. After the 2 lambs finished eating the food in the trough, 2 bulges appeared on their foreheads at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon 2 small horns grew out. The little chicks also showed obvious changes. After eating, their bodies grew larger and the combs on their heads turned bright red. If this goes on, we can have chicken soup tonight. Li Tianran touched the 2 little chicks with great satisfaction, his eyes revealing an extremely gratified look. You can make soup for one, stew another, and make some cola chicken wings. Ah! I almost forgot, Hanan likes spicy chicken nuggets the most. The chicks haven't grown up yet, but the devil, Li Tianran has already started planning how to cook them. The 2 lambs next to him seemed to sense the murderous intent in Li Tianran's eyes, and they took 2 steps back in fear. I'm not going to play with you guys for now. Li Tianran smiled, stood up and stretched. I still have to continue digging the fish pond today. The fish pond must be completed within 5 days. Li Tianran stood up and walked out. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a pleasant prompt tone. Congratulations! The planting area has produced a rare product, albino corn. Please harvest it as soon as possible. Li Tianran was stunned when he heard this. He turned and looked at the planting area. A rare product? Albino corn? What is this? Chapter 43, Rare Items. Albino corn. Rare items. Description: an extremely rare mutation product produced from radiation-proof corn, with a probability of 1 in 100,000. Positioning: LV2 disposable consumable. Effect: it allows the user to enter a rampage state, which can increase the body's strength, speed, and nerve reaction by 10 times, and the effect lasts for 30 seconds. Additional note: this item can only provide benefits to one consumer. Once the effect is activated, the second consumer will not be able to obtain the rampage effect. Li Tianran stood in the planting area, looking at the miniature white corn in front of him that was only the size of his little finger, and his mind was a little confused for a moment. This corn is obviously different from other corns in appearance. It emits a faint white light, and the data introduction is also a whole row of purple fonts. At first glance, it is fundamentally different from the white fonts on ordinary crops. Rampage: your physical strength will increase tenfold within 30 seconds. Li Tianran stared at the completely white corn stalk with trembling eyes. The effect was simply incredible. A world-class athlete's speed and strength are at most 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person, which is almost the limit of the human body. Even special forces and assassins who have received rigorous training will not exceed this data by much. 3.5 times is already the highest. Don't underestimate this 3.5 times. The gap is enough to allow those top killers to escape unscathed from being surrounded by dozens or even hundreds of people. What does this 10 times mean? Super Saiyan. Hulk. The Saint Seiya with his microcosm exploded. In a word, it can be said that there is no creature on the entire earth that can rival you. Even with hot weapons, you can try to fight back. It is not impossible to catch a bullet with bare hands. This is exactly like Popeye's spinach. Li Tianran rubbed his hands excitedly, and quickly put it into his system backpack to carry with him. This is a very rare and good thing. If used properly, the effect it brings will be extremely amazing. Maybe it can change the outcome of a small-scale war. After the harvest, Li Tianran continued to wander around the farming area for a long time, but did not find any similar rare items produced. He sighed with some disappointment. It seems that this kind of rare item is hard to come by, and can only be produced when you are lucky. Li Tianran licked his lips. However, through this incident, he once again realized that some functions of the farm actually need to be explored by himself. Just like this albino corn, when I was sowing it, the system didn't give me any information about it. Is this also a small surprise? Li Tianran smiled, and then he felt his motivation grow stronger. The yield rate is 1 in 100,000. In other words, as long as I keep planting and harvesting, rare items will be produced again as I plant more times. One day, I will have a large number of rare items. Although the probability of 1 in 100,000 seems very low, a rough calculation will show that the probability is actually not low. Li Tianran needs to plant at least 3,000 corn seeds for 1 acre of cornfield, and 100,000 divided by 3,000 means that Li Tianran can obtain a rare item after planting more than 30 times. It seems necessary to do some intensive farming, such as wheat and rice. At least tens of thousands of them need to be planted per acre of land. If I increase their density by half, then the probability of producing rare items will be much higher than that of corn, right? Li Tianran thought happily, but was suddenly shocked by his own thoughts. He muttered to himself, not quite understanding. Isn't this a bug? No! Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Increasing the planting density will certainly increase the chance of producing rare items, but it will also reduce the quality and yield of crops, and there may be a large number of weak and dead seedlings. What I need most now is still points, and the role of rare items can only be icing on the cake. Li Tianran forced himself to calm down, and then reconfirmed his route. He should not chase after the rare items that come with chance, but should focus on exchanging points for sustainable agricultural products. Boom boom. The roar of the excavator echoed throughout the farm. Li Tianran had been digging the fish pond for 2 days. At this point, he had completed half of the area of the fish pond he had planned. The progress was much faster than he had imagined. Ding-ling. At this moment, Li Tianran's cell phone rang. He looked down and saw that it was Lao Yang calling. He immediately smiled and answered the phone. Lao Yang? To get the rent. Okay, I'll send it to the farm gate for you. Sure enough, Lao Yang came to collect today's rent. Li Tianran jumped off the excavator and took a look as he passed by the livestock shed. He found that 3 hours had passed and the growth rate of the cubs had exceeded his imagination. Their bodies had grown 2 or 3 times larger. The 2 lambs were almost as tall as Li Tianran's thighs and weighed an estimated 40 kilograms. By 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, these cubs will be fully mature, and in the evening, we can eat delicious mutton hot pot and chicken soup again. Thinking of this, Li Tianran wiped the saliva that flowed involuntarily from the corner of his mouth and strode towards the farm gate. The frozen meat and flour were passed through the gap in the iron railings. After Lao Yang took them, he looked around suspiciously, then carefully put them in an opaque textile bag and zipped it up carefully. At the same time, Li Tianran noticed that he seemed to be holding a long knife with a cold glow in his arms. Old Yang, you've prepared everything. Li Tianran pointed at Old Yang's arms and said with a smile. It won't work if it's not complete. Old Yang sighed and said. Someone was robbed again yesterday. I heard it was the same food-stealing gang, and someone was killed. Li Tianran was stunned when he heard this and frowned. It seems that the group of food-stealing gangs are becoming more and more arrogant. This was not a good thing for him. After all, this was a farm and many people would wonder if he had any grain stored here. Once he was targeted by those grain-stealing gangs, he would be in great trouble. The military police still haven't responded yet? Li Tianran asked. Don't mention it. Old Jiang seemed extremely angry when he heard this, and gritted his teeth and said, I heard that there is going to be a war. The EU has always had friction with our Yanhuang Federation. Taking advantage of this change, they are deploying troops on a large scale at the border. They are up to something bad. Since last night, the Yanhuang General Office has begun to deploy personnel to the border. A large number of military and police forces have been transferred. I have personally seen hundreds of trucks transporting military and police depart from the city center and leave South City. Chapter 44, Gathering Manpower. Li Tianran felt a little heavy-hearted when he heard this. Since the establishment of the Yanhuang Federation, it has developed rapidly and quickly occupied a very high position in the international arena. For a big country to develop, it must seize resources. With the rapid development of the Yanhuang Federation, the interests that originally belonged to certain countries will naturally be dispersed. For this reason, the European Union, which believes in the bald eagle flag, regards the Yanhuang Federation as a thorn in its side. In the past few decades, the EU has used all kinds of despicable means to restrict the development of the Yanhuang Federation. It has gone to great lengths to do so. It is simply outrageous and shameless. However, over the years, the EU has only dared to blockade China in technology or business, and has not dared to really create friction and trigger a war, because everyone knows that once 2 powerful countries go to war, the consequences will be unbearable for anyone. But this time the world changes have made the EU completely crazy. Yanhuang is a big agricultural country with a vast territory. Both its grain planting and inventory far exceed those of the European Union. To put it bluntly, in such a harsh environment, Yanhuang can still rely on its stockpiled grain and soilless cultivation technology to support itself for more than 10 years or even decades, but the EU simply can't do it. Their land area is small and is occupied by a large number of industrial plants, so there is not much grain in stock. Some people have speculated that the EU's food reserves will be eaten up in 3 months at most, and by then the first batch of soil-free grown food will not be mature enough. In other words, in 3 months, a large number of people in the EU will starve to death. The only way to stabilize the situation is to import food from foreign countries. However, the world is changing at this time. Which country will not eat its own food and export it to the EU, which has always been notorious in the world? Thinking of this consequence, Biden, the leader of the European Union, panicked. So, yesterday afternoon, the EU mobilized tens of thousands of troops, including an aircraft carrier, 10 combat fleets, and hundreds of destroyers, and openly came to the vicinity of the Yanhuang Sea, acting as if they were going to fight. Although Biden's original intention might not be to actually start a war, but to intimidate the Yanhuang general government with the use of force and pave the way for importing grain from Yanhuang in the future, how could the Yanhuang general government give in when it comes to matters concerning the dignity of the country? Haven't you seen the Great Steel Wall of Yanhuang? It was built with the iron bones of countless soldiers. When it comes to the dignity of our country and family, for thousands of years, the ancestors of Yan and Huang have never surrendered, no matter how fierce the enemies they encountered. They have lost and they have been defeated, but they have never been afraid. In response to the EU's provocation, the Yanhuang general government responded decisively. There was no diplomatic negotiation or condemnation. It directly dispatched 100,000 soldiers from the 3 major military regions to the coastline. Fuck! Those who stole food should all be shot. Now that a war is about to break out on the border, they are still creating chaos inside. They are a bunch of bastards who deserve to be cut into pieces. Old Yang gritted his teeth and cursed. It's just that I don't have weapons. If I did, I would really want to fight them. Li Tianran licked his lips when he heard that. This matter was always a trouble. Moreover, many military and police officers in South City had been transferred away. If those grain-stealing gangs really set their sights on his farm, even if his farm had a lot of defense forces, it would not be difficult for them to break through the farm gate if they had a large number of people and rush forward at once. Thinking of this, Li Tianran asked, Old Yang, have you seen those people who robbed the food? Old Yang's eyes turned red with anger when he heard this, and he cursed. I haven't seen it, but my brother's house was robbed by them. His family runs a restaurant, and all the food in the cold storage was taken away. There were probably 30 or 40 of them. All of them were big and strong, all in their 20s or 30s, and there were no middle-aged people over 40. My brother was shot by them and is now in the intensive care unit of the hospital. What type of guns are they holding? Li Tianran asked again. There are more than a dozen homemade hunting rifles. They are not very powerful, but they can kill people at close range. Old Jiang gritted his teeth and said bitterly, My brother was lucky that he was only injured in the leg, but from now on, that leg is useless. After hearing this, Li Tianran had a basic understanding of this food-stealing gang that had been circulating in the area recently. 30 or 40 strong men with more than a dozen hunting rifles could have easily occupied a hill and become bandits a few decades ago. This group of people dare not go to the city, so they just go back and forth in the nearby towns. Dozens of supermarkets, grain stations, and restaurants have been looted by them. Old Jiang became more and more excited as he spoke, and couldn't help but spit wildly. What a bunch of bastards! One day they will be dealt with. Old Jiang, why do you put all your hopes on others? Li Tianran suddenly spoke up, staring at Old Yang's face, and said very seriously, Why can't we solve this problem ourselves? Hearing this, Old Jiang seemed to have heard something incredible. He was shocked, opened his mouth wide, and stammered, What did you say? I say, how about we kill this group of grain-stealing gangs? Li Tianran said very seriously, enunciating each word. I really want to deal with them, but... Although Lao Yan had an extremely deep hatred for those food-stealing gangs, he was still a law-abiding citizen after all. It was difficult for him to change his mind so quickly. After hearing Li Tianran's suggestion, he instinctively felt fear. How can the two of us fight against so many people? And they have guns in their hands. I'll take care of the weapons issue, Li Tianran whispered. As for the lack of manpower you mentioned, didn't you say that many people in the surrounding towns have been robbed by them? Go gather all these people together and form a team. As long as we make a good plan, we can definitely kill these bastards. Old Jiang fell into deep thought after hearing this. He no longer had the panic he had at the beginning. After careful consideration, he felt that Li Tianran's proposal was more to his liking, but... Old Jiang looked at Li Tianran with some embarrassment and said, Those who were robbed were frightened by the grain-stealing gangs. I'm afraid it will be difficult to persuade them with just empty words. Li Tianran smiled slightly when he saw this. Are you worried about the weapons? Do you think your words are not convincing enough? Lao Yang smiled a little awkwardly. This is indeed the case. In this doomsday situation, the enemy is a group of strong men with shotguns. If people do not have strong confidence, 99% of them will not choose to follow Li Tianran's proposal. You don't have to worry about that. Li Tianran was silent for a moment, took out a revolver from his arms and shook it in front of Lao Yang, then aimed at a metal barrel in the distance, and pulled the trigger. Bang! After a deafening sound, 2 bullet holes appeared on the iron barrel. Old Yang was so scared. How do you have a gun? Old Yang asked stutteringly. Who doesn't have some little secrets? Li Tianran didn't say much, but put the revolver back into his arms and said, Old Yang, go and gather the people and tell them that as long as they have the courage to take revenge, I will never let them suffer any loss in terms of weapons. Chapter 45, Red River. Old Yang left happily. When he left, Li Tianran clearly saw that Old Yang's feet were trembling. Li Tianran smiled, turned around and walked towards the fish pond again. He was not worried that Lao Yang would betray or report him, because it was obvious that Lao Yang would gain more benefits from cooperating with him than that. He could avenge his brother and take away the food looted by the grain-stealing gangs as spoils of war. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Only a fool would pass up such a benefit and report Li Tianran for illegal possession of guns. Busy times always pass quickly. Time passed quickly and it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Tianran walked to the livestock shed and found that the cubs were all fully mature. They all looked fat and strong, and even their fur looked glossy and healthier than that of ordinary livestock. Finally they grew up before dinner. Li Tianran picked up 2 fat chickens happily and said with a smile, You guys are unlucky tonight. Who made me want to drink chicken soup? As if they had anticipated the crisis, the 2 fat chickens struggled desperately, but Li Tianran carried them to the water pipe, raised his knife and ended their short lives. Next Li Tianran skillfully bled, plucked the feathers, and cleaned the internal organs. After both chickens were clean, he walked into the kitchen, took out a casserole that had not been used for a long time, and placed it on the stove. Brother, do you want chicken soup tonight? Henin ran over in small steps, with a gleam in her eyes. Do you like it? Li Tianran skillfully added water into the casserole. After the water boiled, he skillfully put in shredded ginger and green onion segments. Finally, he put the clean whole chicken in and then covered it with a lid. Yeah! Henin nodded vigorously. It will taste better if you add mushrooms. I totally forgot. Li Tianran slapped his forehead and said, Shiitake mushrooms and chicken soup are a perfect match! After saying that, Li Tianran took out a few more mushrooms, washed them, and then added them in after the chicken was cooked through. Everything was ready. Li Tianran sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and prepared to watch the news. Henin also came over and snuggled into Li Tianran's arms. Henin, what did you learn today? Li Tianran touched Henin's hair and asked with a smile. There are so many! There are math, ancient poetry, ideology and morality. Henin counted on her fingers and said one by one. But I read the most ancient poetry. Henin likes Chinese very much. Henin likes to recite poems? Li Tianran pretended to be surprised, and then said with a smile. Then Henin, can you recite it to me? Okay. Henin nodded and answered crisply. At the same time, live news began on television. At this time, a vast ocean appeared on the screen. A fleet flying the bald eagle flag was lined up in the picture, and the blonde and blue-eyed soldiers were staring at the federal warships with fierce light in their eyes. The gun barrels of the warships were shining brightly, and there were fighter jets circling in the sky, seemingly exerting subtle pressure on the Federation. In the video, the host said, Until 5:20 this afternoon, the West still has not withdrawn the fleet that illegally harassed our federal waters. So far, the federal government has mobilized more than 20 divisions of troops from the 3rd Army and the 4th Army to station on the coastline. General Yang Yi, the representative of the 3rd Army, will meet with representatives of the western side tonight to discuss this matter. We hope to resolve this matter peacefully, but at the same time, we are also prepared for any outcome. As I said before, the Federation will not take the initiative to provoke a war with any country, but it will definitely not be afraid of going to war with any country. The host's passionate voice came from the TV. The scene then changed to the Federal Army's powerful ships and guns, as well as their neat military formations, which seemed to be the backbone of the country. At the same time, Henin's ethereal voice sounded. My hair is standing on end with anger, I lean on the railing, and the rain stops. It was Yufei's Man Jianghong, which matched the pictures on TV very well. The sky on the border was gloomy, and it seemed that a heavy rain was about to fall, but the faces of those soldiers were still extremely resolute, glaring at the enemy. "Look up!" let out a long cry to the sky, with great enthusiasm. 30 years of fame are dust and dirt, 8,000 miles of journey are clouds and moon. Don't wait idly, your youth will be wasted and you will be filled with regret. Those soldiers who appeared on the border at this time, they ran all the way from the federal territory to the border, exhausted and covered in dust. How could it be more than 8,000 miles? They may have not rested all night, and their bodies may be tired now, but their spirits are extremely high. What is the purpose of joining the army? Isn't the purpose to defend the country and gain fame during one's lifetime? These soldiers train day and night, so when have they ever relaxed? They will not be sad for nothing, because they have an extremely heavy mission on their shoulders. The shame of Jinkong has not yet been avenged. When will the hatred of the ministers be eliminated? Hanan spoke softly, her voice gentle and graceful. On the TV screen, the senior official speaking on behalf of the West chattered incessantly, and threats were revealed between the lines. From chip blockade to oil cooperation, he went back and forth, expressing only one central idea: if the Federation does not accept the so-called political protection of the EU, then the technological blockade and difficulties that the Federation has suffered will become even more severe. Hearing this, the soldiers on the border showed anger in their eyes. They wished they could raise their guns and have a good fight with the enemy to get rid of that shameless face. Since its founding 80 years ago, the Federation has been suppressed by the West. At that time, a weapons expert from the Federation wanted to return to his homeland, but was made difficult by the West. They even resorted to assassination against the weapons expert, and would not let him return to the Federation even at the cost of his life. Then, after the Federation paid the lives of nearly 1,000 passionate warriors, it finally protected the weapons expert from the West and brought him back to the motherland. Events like these happen all the time, and everyone in the world knows that the West is afraid of the rise of the Federation. This is the humiliation that once belonged to the Federation. With great ambition I am willing to eat the flesh of the barbarians even when I am hungry. Li Tianran also recited softly with Henin. He felt a surge of anger gradually rising in his chest, making it difficult for him to suppress himself. At the same time, General Yang Yi, the representative of the Federal Army Group, came to the stage. He calmly glanced at the Western crowd and said, "I just heard a lot from Mr. Charles, and I think it makes sense. My response is very simple, just 2 or 3 sentences. I'm thirsty for the blood of the Huns." Li Tianran stared at the picture on TV and muttered to himself. The Federation today is no longer the Federation of 80 years ago. General Yang Yi stared at Charles and said in a deep voice, "If you want to fight, then fight." At the same time, 100,000 soldiers on the coastline shouted together, their voices piercing the sky. "If you want to fight, then fight. Let's start from the beginning, rebuild the old mountains and rivers, and face the sky." Li Tianran stood up with a determined look. Charles was stunned. At this moment, the whole world was boiling. Chapter 46 Plan. No one expected the federal response to be so strong. Because the Federation is now facing the world's most powerful country. After a quick discussion, Charles spoke up and hoped that General Yang Yi would give him some time. Within 24 hours, he would report to the Western Congress and await instructions from Congress. Charles brought the fleet to federal waters with the intention of demonstrating, but at this point, it was obvious that his goal could no longer be achieved. After an emergency meeting lasting about 3 minutes, the Western delegation finally chose to compromise under the watchful eyes of people all over the world. 10 minutes later, the fleets with the bald eagle flags sailed out of the federal waters in disgrace, leaving behind only some embarrassed backs. At this moment, the whole country cheers. Li Tianran, who was sitting in front of the TV, also breathed a sigh of relief. No one likes war. Although Union soldiers were not afraid of war, they were not violent maniacs either. Peace is what everyone desires. It seems that the world is really going to change drastically. Li Tianran took a deep breath. Although the incident this time was resolved peacefully, one day, war will really break out. This is something that cannot be changed. As food resources continue to decrease, the world's superpowers will inevitably launch wars to eliminate others and seize the survival resources of other countries. Just like those food-stealing bandits roaming around the town at this time. In fact, they are of the same nature. The food has not been completely consumed yet. Now all the major countries have military food stored. But if the second era of destruction comes in 20 days, the rivers, lakes and seas on the blue planet will disappear. That would be the most fatal. Li Tianran frowned. There are too many industries driven by water power, such as power generation, transportation, and military. Once the water power disappears, these will be affected. By then, I'm afraid that in 3 months at most, the West, which relies on the Pacific Ocean for its resources, will go completely crazy because of the bankruptcy of a large number of industries, and will bite people around the world like a mad dog. Li Tianran thought about this problem seriously. He felt that he needed to prepare for this matter in advance. But at this moment, he should consider something else. The city of 400,000 people once had 3,000 soldiers and policemen, but after they were called up last night, there were less than 500 soldiers and policemen left in the entire South City. And this situation will probably continue for a long time. Without the control of the military and police, I am afraid that the demons, monsters and ghosts that have been lurking among the people will jump out to cause trouble. In the future, Nanjing will usher in the most chaotic period. We still have to get rid of those grain-stealing bandits roaming around South City first. I don't know how the progress is with Lao Yang's gathering of people. If it weren't for the amazing skills of the combat warriors above level 2, and if Li Tianran didn't want to reveal his cards so early, with just the 5 adult-level combat warriors, if they ambushed properly, there would be a 50% chance that they could wipe out those bandits. But Li Tianran didn't want to gamble on that 50% chance. The harm that the bandits caused to the town residents was not directed at him alone, so he didn't want to take all the danger on behalf of everyone and become an unsung hero. What's more, Li Tianran also wanted to use this incident to establish his prestige in the town. Just then, the smell of meat wafted from the kitchen. The chicken has been stewed for half an hour and is beginning to emit its unique flavor. Wow, it smells so good! 2 hours later, the chicken was thoroughly stewed. Li Tianran brought the casserole to the dining table and opened the lid. An extremely rich aroma instantly enveloped the entire room. The chicken soup has a golden luster, with mushrooms, wolfberries, and chopped corn floating on it. Li Tianran scooped a little soup with a spoon and put it into his mouth. He immediately felt as if his taste buds suddenly exploded. The aromas of several ingredients mixed together were simply the best in the world. Li Tianran dared to bet that this was the most delicious chicken soup he had ever tasted in his life. A pot of delicious chicken soup. Ingredients: LV2 chicken, LV2 corn, mushrooms, wolfberry. Taste 4, maximum 10. After eating, your physical strength will be increased by 5, your satiety will be increased by 5, your physical condition will be improved, and the negative states of hunger and cold will be eliminated. Description: its flavor will surpass all the food you have ever eaten. The high-quality ingredients combined with the chef's exquisite techniques are definitely a match made in heaven. Hanin had already been holding her small bowl in her left hand and a small spoon in her right hand, staring at the table with her drooling. This situation reminded Li Tianran of a sentence. Those who work hard at eating, those who work hard at eating, those who work hard at eating are the best. Although it is a very vulgar saying, it also expresses the most important need and the most relaxing moment of human beings, which is eating. Start! At Li Tianran's command, the two men immediately regarded the chicken soup on the table as an enemy and launched the most ferocious sprint. Brother, have a chicken leg! Hanin puffed up her cheeks and tore off a fragrant chicken leg with her greasy little hands and handed it to Li Tianran. It smells so good! Eat more and don't worry about me! Li Tianran smiled dotingly, and then touched Hanin's head. After dinner, I will need your help. Hanin blinked, not knowing what was going on. Li Tianran picked up a piece of chicken breast. Due to the ingredients, even the most difficult chicken breast to flavor did not have a woody or dry taste. On the contrary, it was very tender and smooth. With mushrooms added, Li Tianran ate 2 large bowls. Then he suddenly felt his cell phone vibrate. It's a text message from Lao Yang. Everyone has gathered. They are at my house now. Will you come over later? Li Tianran looked at the text message, was silent for a moment, and replied, Okay. Chapter 47, Secret Talk in the Warehouse. Evening, 9 o'clock. The lights in Lao Yang's temporary warehouse were dim. More than 20 people were sitting around the stove in the middle of the warehouse, with anxious looks on their faces. Some people lowered their heads and smoked without saying a word. The atmosphere in the warehouse was extremely depressing. "Old Jiang, when will that Li Tianran you mentioned arrive?" Finally, someone asked. "We've been waiting for him for nearly 2 hours. Isn't he being too arrogant?" "That's right. A little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet actually wants to kill those cruel and vicious bandits. Isn't this wishful thinking? Old Jiang, we only came here because of you. This guy is too unreliable." Perhaps it was because they had waited too long, or perhaps because their homes had been robbed before. These people were very resentful at this moment and began to complain. Some were even ready to leave. "Everyone, please wait a moment. Boss Xiao Li's farm is quite far from here, and it's night time now. He might be delayed on the road. Please be patient." Lao Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tried his best to calm everyone. After leaving Li Tianran's farm today, Lao Yang traveled around the surrounding towns. That grain-stealing gang has been committing a lot of crimes recently, and you can find out who the victims are with just a little inquiry. Over the past 10 days, more than 50 households have been robbed by the food-stealing gang, most of which were restaurants or supermarkets. All their stored food was looted. A few families were unlucky and were shot and wounded by the other side. 2 people bled too much on the way to the hospital and died before they could be rescued. When Lao Yang heard that so many people had been victimized, he immediately felt relieved. He thought he could easily gather enough people, but the result disappointed him. When the victims heard Lao Yang's purpose, some of them closed the door directly, and some even cursed at Lao Yang. Lao Yang almost fought with them on the spot. Later, Lao Yang realized that these people were frightened by the food-stealing gangs. They did not dare to do anything to resist the other side for fear of getting into trouble. Therefore, Lao Yang went around the surrounding towns for a whole day before he persuaded the 24 people in front of him. Among them, several were Lao Yang's acquaintances. They originally didn't want to come, but had to show up here for Lao Yang's face. But after they had waited for 2 hours, the real culprit still did not show up. Finally, they could no longer hold back and shouted that they wanted to go home, and not stay here to accompany Lao Yang's madness. "Even the military and police can't do anything to them. What can a little kid do? I'm such a fool that I waited here for 2 hours in vain." A middle-aged man in his 40s sneered, glanced at the people around him and said, "If you still want to waste time, go ahead. I won't play with you anymore. I'm going home too. I told you this isn't a good thing. Let's go, let's go." Under the leadership of the middle-aged man, number 20 in the warehouse stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, the sound of a motorcycle suddenly came from outside the warehouse. Soon, the warehouse door was pushed open from the outside. A young man walked in with a delicate little girl, looked around, and suddenly smiled. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Tianran. I asked Lao Yang to gather you all, and I was the one who initiated tonight's event." Those who were about to step out of the warehouse were stunned when they heard this, and their eyes all fell on Li Tianran. "You said you could lead us to revenge?" The middle-aged man frowned and asked. "Why should we believe you?" When Lao Yang went to find them before, he did not tell them that Li Tianran had a gun. After all, there are many people and many opinions. If you say it too early, it is inevitable that someone will leak it. "Yes. Why do you think so? With your tiny arms and legs, I'm afraid you'll fall down if the wind blows you. You can't even beat me. How can you fight those armed bandits?" For a moment, the atmosphere in the warehouse became tense, and everyone began to question Li Tianran very directly. Li Tianran took a deep breath, then glanced at everyone and suddenly laughed. "Why? Just because of this." Li Tianran suddenly raised his leg and kicked a stone mill placed at the warehouse gate. With a loud thud, the stone mill weighing 80 kilograms was kicked 3 meters away by Li Tianran, and fell heavily to the ground, with a hideous crack in the middle. Dead silence. There was dead silence in the warehouse. Everyone who witnessed this was so shocked that their jaws dropped. Even old Jiang almost popped his eyes out. He was very aware of the weight of the stone mill. Normally, even if he wanted to move it, he would have to use all his strength to do so. But Li Tianran kicked it away with just one kick, and it even broke. The most important thing is that his expression looked as if he had not used all his strength. Oh my God! What is Li Tianran's body made of? Steel? There was silence in the warehouse for a long time, and the only sound was the sound of people swallowing saliva. After a long while, someone trembled and asked, Boss Li, I admit that you are indeed very strong, but the other party has a gun in his hand. No matter how strong you are, I'm afraid you can't resist the gun, right? When everyone heard this, the morale that had been boosted by Li Tianran's display of terrifying strength sank again. This is an age of technology. Even the world's top martial arts masters cannot withstand the attack of an ordinary person with a gun. Are you talking about this kind of gun? Li Tianran asked, and suddenly a thunder-like sound rang out in the warehouse. In the distance, a bucket broke. In Li Tianran's hand, there was a revolver, and white smoke was still coming out of the muzzle. Gurgle! At this moment, no one doubted Li Tianran's strength anymore. With his great skills and the most advanced weapons, Li Tianran is absolutely qualified to eliminate those bandits. The chaos in the warehouse was completely resolved within less than a minute after Li Tianran appeared on the scene. Boss Li, the other side is a group of fierce bandits. What should we do if we are injured or killed in the battle? Someone asked worriedly. Li Tianran frowned upon hearing this, then looked over and said in a deep voice, After your food is taken away, how many days can you last? Starving to death or fighting to the death, which one do you choose? If you fight to the death, you still have a chance of survival. If you are timid, you will die. Everyone was silent. After a long while, someone finally gritted his teeth and said, Okay. I'll do it. These people robbed me of all my wealth and seriously injured my father. If I don't take revenge, I won't be a human being. I did it too. Count me in. Those people are a group of locusts that can never be fed. They took away our food, which means they took away our hope of survival. We want revenge and take back the food that belongs to us. Li Tianran saw this scene and smiled. Very good, but if you want to succeed, you all have to listen to my arrangements. Before the plan starts, let me ask again, is there anyone who wants to withdraw? If you have, tell me now. Otherwise, once the plan starts to be implemented, if you don't obey orders and back down halfway, don't blame me for turning hostile. Chapter 48 Blood Red. Li Tianran had just demonstrated his strong personal strength, and these people had long been intimidated. In addition, they had all been robbed by food robbers before, and had deep hatred in their hearts, so they nodded fiercely and said, Boss Li, we'll do whatever you say. From now on, you will be the leader of our Avengers Alliance. Yes. We will obey your command. As long as we can get back the stolen food, we will do anything. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire warehouse was very lively. Seeing this, Li Tianran nodded with satisfaction. Old Jiang also breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but secretly admire that one should look at a man with new eyes after 3 days of absence. In his impression, Li Tianran was just an honest and obedient child, but he didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few months, he had actually become an excellent commander who could lead everyone. I will send you the specific plan tomorrow morning. Li Tianran glanced at everyone. After you go home, keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell even your closest friends. Once our plan is leaked, everything will be ruined. Everyone is well aware of the importance of this matter. This is fatal. The 20-odd people present nodded very solemnly, declaring that even if they were beaten to death, they would never leak the matter. Okay, that's all for tonight, everyone go home first. Li Tianran narrowed his eyes, looked at everyone and said, Keep your cell phones open, tomorrow we'll get started. The people in the warehouse put on their coats and walked out. Old Jiang was watching from the side and couldn't help but approach Li Tianran and said in an excited voice, Boss Li, you are awesome! These people were just clamoring to go home, but you made them all obey you as soon as you came. Don't talk. Li Tianran suddenly interrupted Lao Yang, and then whispered, Don't disturb Hanin. Old Jiang was stunned for a moment, then looked down at Hanin, who had been standing obediently beside Li Tianran's right hand like a porcelain doll. At this moment, Hanin was blinking her big eyes, looking at the backs of those who were leaving. The third one is the bald old man wearing a green down jacket and windproof coat. His body color is as red as blood. Hanin blinked twice, looked away, and then said softly, Except for him, everyone else's is green. Yeah, Uncle Yang's hair is also green. When old Jiang heard this, he almost exploded on the spot. He thought of his wife who had cheated on him and eloped with someone 2 years ago. When he thought of what Henin said at this moment, "There's green on the head," he suddenly felt like someone stabbed his heart, and he was about to cry. "Boss Lee, what does your sister mean? Is she trying to open up my old wounds?" Old Jiang shouted at the top of his voice, his face flushed with grief and indignation. "You misunderstood." Li Tianran patted Lao Yang on the shoulder and squinted his eyes and said, "Green represents safety and peace. If the color of your body is not green, then I'm afraid you can't stand here and talk to me." Old Jiang saw the murderous look in Li Tianran's eyes and couldn't help but shiver. Suddenly, he remembered what Henin had just said, that there was a person whose body color was as red as blood. What does that mean? Qin Jinshui was driving his small truck on the way home. He was driving very fast, just like his mentality at the moment, very anxious. "Haha, a bunch of idiots, do you really think you can fight those bandits with just a few broken guns? They have killed people before." Qin Jinshui showed a trace of contempt at the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself, "I won't die with you." Yes, although Qin Jinshui, like the people around him in the warehouse, excitedly raised his hands and shouted to kill the bandits and take back their own food, he didn't think so at all in his heart. He didn't dare to fight with the bandits. But if I don't fight hard, what should I do if I have no money or food? Things seem to have reached a stalemate. But this does not pose a problem for Qin Jinshui. He thought of a great idea. When those bandits who came to rob food left his house, he was more careful and noticed the direction they left. He followed them all the way and found their temporary lair. He did not dare report to the military police because he was afraid of retaliation and bloody massacre by the other side. But at this point, he already had an idea. He wants to go to the lair of those gangsters. He didn't want to go to the meeting alone like Guan Yu and destroy the bandits' nest by himself. What he wanted to do was extremely bad, even shameless. He was going to tip off the group of bandits and tell them everything about Li Tianran gathering people to deal with the bandits tonight. In this way, the bandits will definitely remember his great merit and return the food they stole from him to him, maybe even a little more. "You don't have to risk your life, and you can get food. Only a fool would go to fight with the bandits." Qin Jinshui whistled triumphantly. He had memorized the names of those people in the warehouse just now and made a memo on his phone to provide accurate information to the bandits. "I'm so sorry. Folks, you have to use your lives to exchange for my wealth. Don't blame me. In this world, if you don't take care of yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth." A ferocious smile appeared on Qin Jinshui's face. At this moment, a large construction vehicle suddenly rushed out from the intersection ahead, with its headlights shining brightly, and crashed straight into Qin Jinshui's car. "Fuck!" Qin Jinshui was stunned for a moment, then stepped on the brakes. The truck body was pushed forward sideways for more than 10 meters, and then hit the front of the opposite car. Bang! There was a loud bang. Both cars stopped at the same time. The glass of Qin Jinshui's truck shattered instantly, and his head bounced on the steering wheel. He was hit so hard that he was dizzy. After a moment, Qin Jinshui shook his head vigorously, then reached out and touched his palm, only to see blood all over it. "Fuck you!" Qin Jinshui was furious. He brushed off the broken glass on his body, then angrily opened the car door and jumped out. He rushed to the door of the construction truck and slammed it hard. "Get the hell out of here! How do you drive? You have no eyes! Open the fucking door!" Qin Jinshui was almost furious. At this moment, the door of the construction vehicle popped open and Li Tianran jumped out from the driver's seat with an expressionless face. Qin Jinshui was stunned. Then, he forced out an awkward and guilty smile on his face. It's Boss Shaoli. Your driving skills are too bad. Look how you hit my car." "Qin Jinshui, I have a few questions for you." Li Tianran showed a cruel smile on his face. He held a hollow steel pipe in his hand. As he walked forward, it dragged on the ground, making a clang-clang sound. "I have a bad temper, so you must answer truthfully. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious." Chapter 49, The Betrayer. Looking at Li Tianran like this, Qin Jinshui swallowed hard. Also because of his guilty conscience, His legs had begun to tremble at this moment. Bosley, you want to ask about those bandits, right? I've already said it before, I will follow you to kill those bastards. I will follow your command. Qin Jinshui frantically expressed his loyalty. People with a guilty conscience would use this method to cover up their fear. If you have anything else to tell me, I will definitely serve you. Li Tianan laughed when he heard this. Qin Jinshui is indeed a talented actor. His acting skills are very good. If Henin hadn't seen the blood on his body, even Li Tianran would have been fooled. Very good. Li Tianran nodded, picked up the steel pipe and tapped it lightly on his shoulder, then stared at Qin Jinshui and said in a sinister voice, Then explain why you have such strong malice towards me and my sister? Qin Jinshui was stunned. Then, his expression suddenly changed, and he waved his hands in denial. Bosley, what are you talking about? I am grateful to you for leading us to fight against a powerful enemy, so how could I dare to have any ill will towards you? Which bastard framed me? I will never forgive you! Qin Jinshui's face flushed, and he roared angrily. His emotions were very appropriate. Boss Shaoli, this is the first time we meet, and we have no grudges before. I have no reason to have any ill will towards you. Li Tianan smiled when he heard this. Not before, maybe after the meeting in the warehouse just now, there will be one. Qin Jinshui's face turned pale in an instant. He was terrified. He felt that Li Tianran had guessed his thoughts, and was at a loss for a moment. Seeing this, Li Tianran's face suddenly turned gloomy. Really? Henin was not mistaken about her ability. This Qin Jinshui really had no good intentions. Tell me the whole truth. Li Tianran looked at Qin Jinshui expressionlessly. If you confess now, I will consider letting you go. Boss Shaoli, I am really wronged. Qin Jinshui pretended to play the victim again. My house was looted by those bandits. You are my savior! How could I be such an ungrateful person? Ouch! Qin Jinshui was halfway through saying this when he suddenly screamed. A cruel look appeared on Li Tianran's face, and the steel pipe in his hand had already hit Qin Jinshui's thigh. Gulp! Qin Jinshui's short and fat body was knocked to the ground. The severe pain made him scream in pain, and he rolled on the ground holding his thighs and wailing. Do you think I'm easy to deceive? Li Tianran squatted down and whispered in Qin Jinshui's ear. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. In this situation, if I kill you and bury you in a random hole, do you think anyone will find you? There was murderous intent in Li Tianran's voice. That is something colder than a night of 30 or 40 degrees below zero. Qin Jinshui shuddered when he heard this, his eyes filled with fear. He was terrified. Seeing that he remained silent, Li Tianran raised the steel pipe in his hand again, and hit Qin Jinshui directly on the lower back. Ouch! Qin Jinshui screamed, and suddenly felt that all his bones were broken. The intense pain drilled into his mind and completely broke down his psychological defenses. Stop hitting me! I'll tell you! I'll tell you! Qin Jinshui's face was covered with snot and drool, and he cried for mercy. Li Tianran squatted down and made a please gesture to Qin Jinshui. Huff, huff, huff! Qin Jinshui took a few deep breaths of cold air to relieve the severe pain in his body. Then he swallowed hard, with a pleading expression on his face. Boss Shaoli, if I tell you the truth, you must promise not to hurt me again. Li Tianran narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Jinshui expressionlessly. He gently raised the steel pipe in his hand, and used this silent attitude to give the other party the strongest psychological pressure. Qin Jinshui took one look at the steel pipe in Li Tianran's hand and suddenly trembled all over, not daring to bargain anymore. Okay, I'll tell you. Qin Jinshui's face flushed. I just want to tell those food-stealing bandits what happened tonight. I know where they are, and I want to use this information to exchange for some food. I don't dare to fight them, and I don't want to starve to death, so I have to use this method to get a meal. I had no choice but to betray you. Boss Shaoli, please forgive me just this once. Qin Jinshui spoke tremblingly and knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Hearing this, Li Tianran felt a surge of anger burning from his chest, rushing straight into his mind. He suppressed his anger and sneered. Very good. You are very good. We are all thinking about how to kill those locust-like bandits, but you tipped them off. You said you wanted to make a living, but you have to exchange your life for more than 20 of us. Li Tianran couldn't help but be angry. If what happened tonight were leaked to the gangsters, they would launch an attack before Li Tianran and his men could take action. In the rush, Li Tianran might be the only one who would survive among the 20 or so people. More than 20 lives were lost just for the little bit of food that Qin Jinshui obtained through his humble behavior. You are not even worthy of being a human being because you kowed out to the plunderers and sell out your own people. Li Tianran squeezed out these words from between his teeth. He had never felt such disgust towards a person and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. It is because of people like Qin Jinshui that those bandits are so rampant. Boss Li, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I really realized my mistake. Qin Jinshui cried and hugged Li Tianran's thigh and begged for mercy. He knew very well that if Li Tianran wanted to kill him, he would definitely not survive. Do you really think you're wrong? No. You're just scared. Li Tianran stared at Qin Jinshui's face, his heart calm. If Hanin hadn't noticed something unusual tonight, Qin Jinshui would have already run to the bandits to claim credit. Why would he be crying here, looking like he had repented? Qin Jinshui was stunned by the chilling tone in Li Tianran's voice. He was shaking like a sieve, stammering and begging for mercy. Boss Shaoli, as long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want me to do. For this kind of person, Li Tianran originally wanted him to stay with Liang Tianyu, but at this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He slowly put down the steel pipe in his hand, then looked at Qin Jinshui, squinted his eyes and said, Chapter 50 The Role of Qin Jinshui. I want you to inform those bandits that there is a large amount of food stored in my farm. Li Tianran spoke slowly. His voice was very eerie. Qin Jinshui was stunned for a moment, and then forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Boss Li, please stop playing with me. I really know I was wrong, and I will never inform those people again. Qin Jinshui was so frightened that even his voice changed. He thought Li Tianran wanted to enjoy the thrill of playing cat and mouse, so he begged for mercy desperately. I'm not kidding you, Li Tianran said expressionlessly. I want you to notify those people. Otherwise, how can I ambush them? Qin Jinshui reacted immediately, and he stammered. You want me to lure the enemy? What? You don't want to? Li Tianran's tone suddenly turned cold, and he stared at Qin Jinshui with murderous eyes. No, of course I am willing to make amends for my crime, but I'm afraid I won't do well. It would be bad if they find out. Qin Jinshui felt his throat getting dry. What Li Tianran asked him to do was to go deep into the tiger's den, a risky undertaking where his life was at risk. If there was any mistake, he might be beaten to death by the gangsters. This is different from what he originally wanted to do. He originally wanted to take the safest path, but Li Tianran forced him to do the most dangerous thing. Qin Jinshui was in tears. Very good, since you are willing, let's do it tomorrow morning. Li Tianran showed a bright smile on his face. If this matter is done, I will count it as your redemption. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinshui could only nod silently. He had no choice. If he didn't agree, even if Li Tianran didn't kill him tonight, as long as the matter was made public, he would be torn to pieces by the remaining 20 people. Even his family couldn't survive in the small town. What about tonight? Asked Qin Jinshui. I'm afraid I'll have to inconvenience you tonight, Li Tianran said softly. 30 minutes later, Qin Jinshui was dragged back to the farm. His wrists were chained and he was locked in a warehouse. Li Tianran ordered the Hound-level combat warriors to be in charge of guarding him, and if he showed any attempt to resist or escape, he would be killed immediately. All night long, Li Tianran felt very relieved and had an excellent sleep quality because of the Hound-level guarding. And Qin Jinshui suffered a great sin. The places where he was hit by Li Tianran's 2 steel pipes were in severe pain. In addition, the temperature in the warehouse was low. Li Tianran only threw him a military coat to keep him warm. The biting cold made him curl up in the corner of the warehouse like a quail. He endured the pain and cold and occasionally fell asleep, but was soon awakened by nightmares. In short, Qin Jinshui felt that this night was like a year and was extremely tormented. He had no cell phone and couldn't tell the time, and in the dark he felt like he was going insane. It was not until a ray of daylight shone through the warehouse that he realized that his night of suffering was finally coming to an end. Now he would rather lure the enemy with his own body than continue to suffer this torture in this icy warehouse. Bang! The warehouse door was pushed open from the outside. Li Tianren walked in, took one look at Chen Jinshui, who was frozen like a grandson, and immediately smiled. The time has come. Li Tianren walked over, reached out to open the chain on Chen Jinshui's wrist, and then took out something that looked like a watch from his pocket and tied it around Chen Jinshui's arm, tying it tightly. This is? Chen Jinshui asked after hesitating. The latest technology, monitoring bombs. Li Tianren smiled, took out something that looked like a car remote control from his pocket, pointed at the watch on Chen Jinshui's arm and said, I will monitor your conversation with those gangsters throughout the whole process. If I hear anything wrong, I will press the remote control in my hand. Then, your arms and half of your chest will be blown off instantly. If you're lucky, you won't feel any pain and your life will be gone forever. If you're unlucky, you'll feel the intense pain of a severed limb for a full 15 minutes, and eventually die from organ failure and excessive blood loss. It also has a tension sensor. If you want to take it off yourself, the moment the belt is loosened. Li Tianren made an explosion gesture with his hands and laughed. Bang! You will see fireworks all over the sky, mixed with your flesh and blood flying. Chen Jinshui's face turned pale, and he subconsciously tried to touch the watch, but when his finger was about an inch away from the watch strap, he stopped abruptly. Boss Li, I really regret it. Do we still need to make this kind of thing? Chen Jinshui was very scared and uneasy. His voice was trembling, and he forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. If this thing has any bumps or malfunctions, my life will be in danger. Then you'd better pray that it doesn't break down, and don't let anyone touch it, otherwise you will bear all the consequences yourself. Li Tianren smiled, spread his hands and said, You can go now. Watching Chen Jinshui driving away, Hanin walked out of the small building and stood calmly beside Li Tianren. How is it? Li Tianren asked. The color of his body is redder than yesterday, a color that is almost black. Hanin pouted her lips, hid behind Li Tianren in fear, and whispered, Brother, this person. I think he will do something bad to us. I am very afraid of him. Hearing this, Li Tianren took a deep look at the direction where Chen Jinshui left, touched Hanin's head and said, It's okay, I will take care of it. Breakfast is ready, Hanin, go and eat it by yourself. Li Tianren said softly. Yeah. Hanin was a child after all. She quickly forgot about unpleasant things or people. She turned around and ran into the small building, sat at the dining table and started to eat the breakfast that Li Tianren prepared for her. The quails raised yesterday had laid a few eggs. Li Tianren marinated them with tea leaves and soy sauce, and made a small bowl of tea eggs. Served with millet porridge and meat buns, this breakfast is also very rich. After eating and drinking, while Hanin was away studying, Li Tianren took out his cell phone and called Lao Yang. Hey Lao Yang, notify our people to gather and get ready to take action. As Li Tianren made this call, the situation in the entire South City underwent a huge change. And all of this was triggered by Chen Jinshui. Li Tianren entered the system control interface, and the status of all the guards and intelligent robots on the farm appeared in his mind. At this time, among the many green light spots representing monitoring guards, a light spot labeled Patrol Radar 01 has left the farm. It is moving fast. The picture transmitted back from the other party's field of vision showed that the place where it was located was the car driven by Chen Jinshui. At this moment, Chen Jinshui, who was driving the vehicle in panic, did not notice at all that at the rear of the vehicle, there was a small radar the size of a thumb hanging there quietly. Unlike ordinary radars, it has a small propeller on top and 6 ant-like metal limbs underneath, tightly grasping the antenna at the rear of the vehicle and transmitting a large amount of images back to Li Tianren's mind. The cruise-level radar is tracking the target. Everything is normal. The target route has not deviated. Chapter 51 Chen Jinshui. Chen Jinshui's car continued to move forward and left the town along a remote road. After driving for about 10 minutes, he stopped in front of an old-fashioned hotel. This used to be a long-distance bus service area. Later, due to road reconstruction, the business here was not as good as before and it gradually fell into decline. Other supporting stores such as gas stations and restaurants have been cancelled, leaving only a temporary hotel for accommodation. The gangsters that Chen Jinshui had tracked down in the past stayed in this hotel. The geographical location here is very good. There is only a direct path in the front and a wide mountainous area behind, so you can attack or defend. There is no one living here for several kilometers around, except for a hotel building, which stands like a devil's castle. In the backyard of the hotel are several high-powered off-road vehicles, which are the vehicles used by the gangsters that Chen Jinshui has seen before. They are still here now. Chen Jinshui swallowed hard, the intense fear making his whole body tremble. He glanced at the watch on his arm, then looked at the door of the hotel, and finally gritted his teeth, pushed open the car door, and walked down. As soon as he got out of the car, he felt a chill coming towards him. At this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! There was a flash of fire, and a cloud of dust splashed up on the ground less than half a meter in front of Chen Jinshui. Ah! Chen Jinshui screamed in horror. If the shot had been a little more off, it would have hit him directly. The gangsters have discovered him. Stand there and don't move! As the gunshots rang out, an extremely gloomy shout was heard. Chen Jinshui hurriedly raised his hands, his legs trembling as he stood there, not daring to move. Two sturdy men wearing woolen coats, dark sunglasses, each holding a hunting rifle about 1.5 meters tall, walked out from behind the walls on both sides of the hotel building. They were the gangsters on sentry duty. At this time, the black muzzles of two shotguns were pointed at Chen Jinshui's head, and one of them was still emitting white smoke. The two strong men walked very quickly and arrived in front of Chen Jinshui in a few strides. The strong man on the left was missing his left ear and had a hideous wound on his face, looking extremely ferocious. At this moment, he reached out and grabbed Chen Jinshui's hair, violently and savagely stuffed the muzzle of the shotgun into Chen Jinshui's mouth, and asked viciously, "How did you find this place? Are you a military police? Or a detective?" Chen Jinshui waved his hands repeatedly and said in an unclear voice, I am not a military policeman. I have something to do. I need to see your leader." Pierre frowned upon hearing this, and then sneered. "We chose such a hidden place, and you were able to find it. You must have been watching it for a long time, right? Who the hell would believe you if you said you were not a military police officer? Don't waste your time talking to him, just beat him to death," another strong man said in a deep voice with a gloomy face. One ear sneered and was about to pull the trigger. Chen Jinshui's pupils shrank upon hearing this, and he almost screamed, "I know where there is food! I can take you there to get it!" Bang! Another strong man directly reached out and pressed one ear, then took the gun out of Chen Jinshui's mouth, looked at Chen Jinshui in astonishment, and said coldly, "Do you know what will happen if you lie to us?" Huff, huff! Chen Jinshui panted violently, then raised his head and looked at the two strong men. "I do have some news, but I have to meet your leader, otherwise I will never tell you." The sturdy man looked at Pierre, thought for a moment, then put the shotgun back on his back and warned him grimly, "If we find out that you have ulterior motives, we will make you regret being born into this world." Chen Jinshui breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he would not die for the time being. Chen Jinshui was carried by two strong men and taken into the hotel. Pushing open the door, Chen Jinshui saw 7 or 8 ferocious-looking gangsters sitting in the hotel living room, oiling their shotguns. When they saw Chen Jinshui being brought in, their eyes suddenly changed. "Who the hell is this guy? Wang Meng, why did you bring outsiders in? Has our position been leaked? Kill him and we will move immediately." The extremely noisy and malicious voices coming from all around made Chen Jinshui, who was already not very courageous to begin with, approach the brink of collapse again. "Shut up!" Pierre shouted angrily, as if extremely annoyed, and then frowned at everyone and said, "He said he has a way to get food, and he wants to see the leader." Everyone burst into laughter. "Him? He's just a coward. Even his legs were weakened by fear. Do you really believe him? Maybe this is just a strategy for him to delay time. If you asked me, we have almost plundered all the towns around here. Even we can't find any food. How can he find any?" Pierre looked at everyone expressionlessly, and then said in a deep voice, "Have you said enough? If you have, get out of here. I'm going to take him upstairs." It seemed that Ysir had a high status in this gang of gangsters. Under his scolding, the malicious eyes staring at Qin Jinshui slowly moved away. Ysir dragged Qin Jinshui up to the second floor, and then locked him in a room, saying, "I will go inform the leader, you wait here." Snap! The gate is closed. Soon, as footsteps were heard in the corridor, the door was pushed open again. Yer and a foreigner with blonde hair, blue eyes and deep eye sockets walked in, and judging from their positions, it was obvious that the foreigner was the main one. The leader of this group of food-stealing gangs that have been roaming around the suburbs of South City is actually a foreigner? "This is our boss, Mr. Wells," Yer said in a deep voice to Qin Jinshui. "Do you have a way to get food?" Wells spoke Yan Huang language very fluently. He sat opposite Qin Jinshui, crossed his legs on the table very naturally, and then said softly, "Tell me, I will spare your life, and after I get the food I will give you a share." Qin Jinshui licked his lips. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the notebook and pen beside Wells. Then he said, "Thank you, Mr. Wells. I will tell you everything I know." Wells frowned when he saw this, and suddenly seemed to realize something. He picked up the notebook and pen and gently placed them in front of Qin Jinshui. "What is that place?" Wells continued, but seemed to deliberately slow down his speech. Qin Jinshui opened his notebook and wrote something quickly on the paper with a fountain pen, but he did not forget to answer Wells' question. "It's a farm. There are at least 10 tons of grain stored in the warehouse. If you don't believe it, you can send someone to investigate." Having said that, Qin Jinshui suddenly picked up his notebook and placed what he had just written in front of Wells. Wells looked down, and his face suddenly turned pale. In the notebook, it was written, "Someone wants to ambush you and send me here to spread false news. There is no food, only a group of people who want to kill you." Qin Jinshui held the notebook in one hand and pointed desperately at the watch on his wrist with the other hand, indicating that he was now under control. Wells's face was distorted, but he suddenly laughed and said, "Good. Good. Your information is very useful. I will reward you well." Chapter 52: The Real Ambush Location. 30 minutes later, the door of the hotel was pushed open again. A group of armed gangsters drove the SUV out of the backyard aggressively, and then Wells carried Qin Jinshui and sat in the back seat of the second car. The two were still talking, but one of them was writing and drawing in a notebook. The content of their conversation was only intended for Li Tianran to hear, but the words written in the notebook were the conversation they really wanted to communicate. "So, now those people are lying in ambush around the farm, waiting for us to arrive and surround us," Wells wrote in his notebook. "Are there any military or police officers among them?" "Absolutely not. They are just some residents of the town, and their fighting power is close to zero," Qin Jinshui wrote in his notebook with a flattering look on his face. "As far as I know, there are many people in the town who are dissatisfied with you and your brother's behavior of snatching food recently. They are all preparing to unite and resist." When Wells saw what Qin Jinshui had written, his face darkened. "Now most of the military and police officers in Nanqing have been transferred to support the border. You can take this opportunity to kill one to warn the rest, so that no one in the towns around Nanqing will dare to resist you. You are the emperor here," Qin Jinshui added again on the notebook. "I am willing to serve you and become your most loyal lackey. Our plan starts with counter-strangling those led by Li Tianran." Wells narrowed his eyes and stared at the notebook in Qin Jinshui's hand, with a ferocious and crazy murderous intent on his face. He snatched the notebook and wrote a line of English letters on it in a flamboyant manner. "Kill them all." Qin Jinshui recognized the meaning of these words. Kill them all. Li Tianran was sitting on a mound of earth, and in front of him were a dozen men who looked nervous and even trembling. They stood in 2 teams, holding sophisticated firearms in their hands, wearing headsets for intercoms on their ears, and armbands with numbers on their shoulders. Those were all professional equipment that he bought in the mall yesterday for 30,000 points. An hour ago, these men who were once farmers and businessmen had a new name. Self-Defense Forces. "Are you scared?" Li Tianran asked softly. The self-defense force members did not answer, but through their body movements, it was not difficult to imagine how they felt at the moment. They were originally good citizens who lived by the law, but now they were forced to pick up guns and fight a group of fierce gangsters. No matter who you are, it is inevitable to be afraid when your life changes so suddenly. There are a total of 18 people standing in front of Li Tianran, including Lao Yang. There are 5 or 6 fewer people in the warehouse than last night. The 5 or 6 people who didn't show up had cooled down from their enthusiasm last night, and after thinking about it, they felt that it was too dangerous to rashly confront the bandits, so when Lao Yang gathered the men this morning, they pretended that they had caught a cold yesterday, were seriously ill, and were weak all over, and couldn't participate in the battle. Li Tianran had anticipated this situation. After all, these people are not specially trained fighters, and fear and retreat are normal reactions. The 5 or 6 people who were not present were kicked out of Li Tianran's plan. Have a drink. At this moment, Lao Yang came over with 2 bottles of Red Star Ergotu, twisted the cap violently, put his mouth to the bottle mouth and took 2 gulps, and then handed the bottle to the next person with red ears. It can keep you warm and give you courage. Li Tianran looked at Lao Yang with some surprise. He didn't expect that this big and strong-looking man could be so considerate. Alcohol can indeed give you courage. Even in ancient times, there was a saying that drinking 3 bowls of wine would lead to killing someone. 2 bottles of wine were passed between the 2 teams. In such cold weather and severe situation, everyone wanted to use wine to dispel the fear in their hearts. Gurgle. Gurgle. When the liquor goes down the throat, there is a burst of burning sensation at first, as if a line of fire spreads directly from the throat to the stomach, and then the whole body warms up. In such cold weather, being able to have a sip of wine is indeed a rare enjoyment. At this time, the faces of the 2 teams of self-defense force members were slightly red. Although there was still tension in their eyes, the sense of fear had disappeared a lot. Even their bodies began to stabilize and no longer trembled. Bossly, you should have a sip too. Old Jiang came over with a bottle of wine and said with a silly smile. I don't need it. Li Tianran shook his head. Although alcohol can give soldiers courage on the battlefield, the commander must keep a clear head, so Li Tianran does not allow anything to paralyze his nerves and affect his judgment. Then I'll finish the remaining fugan. Old Jiang raised the bottle, drank the remaining wine in the bottle, and then burped with great satisfaction. This wine is really strong. The old saying is true. Now even if I have to fight with those bandits with bayonets, I dare to go. Li Tianran smiled. He suddenly remembered an old joke about drinking. Before drinking, I belong to Nanchang. After drinking, Nanchang is mine. Alcohol can really give you courage, but it can also make you swollen. It's better to drink less. Bossly, do you think Xingjin Shui can lure those bastards into the trap? Old Jiang squatted beside Li Tianran and asked worriedly. I'm afraid they will find out something. Upon hearing this, Li Tianran raised the corner of his mouth into a cruel smile. Don't worry, everything is under my control. At this moment, a voice was heard from the earphones of many team members. They're coming! The convoy is coming! That was the voice of the team member on sentry duty. Li Tianran immediately waved his hand and said in the headset, Everyone, take your positions and get ready! Crash! The 18 team members dispersed very quickly and ambushed on both sides of the road. Their gray-brown coats blended in with the color of the rotten bushes. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell them apart. Yes, Li Tianran did not set up an ambush on the farm at all. Instead, he set the ambush point halfway along the only path that the bandits took to leave the hotel and head towards the town. From the very beginning, he had no intention of trusting Xingjin Shui. Xingjin Shui was simply a cannon fodder sent by Li Tianran to die. Therefore, Li Tianran did not tell the truth to Xingjin Shui at all, and no matter what Xingjin Shui said to the gangsters in the hotel, it would not have any impact on the outcome. The bandits would always leave the hotel. If Xingjin Shui did as Li Tianran had instructed, the bandits would go to the farm to rob food. If Xingjin Shui betrayed Li Tianran, the bandits would think that the battle took place near the farm and would never have thought that Li Tianran would set an ambush for them just after they left the base camp. Xingjin Shui thought he could get the better of Li Tianran this time, but he didn't expect that everything he did was under the surveillance of the guards. When he was communicating frantically with Wells on his notebook, those images had already been transmitted back to Li Tianran's mind. At this point, Xingjin Shui's death was doomed. Chapter 53, Sniping begins. Boom! Soon, the rough roar of a diesel engine was heard from the end of the road. Li Tianran and the members of the self-defense forces tensed their bodies. Even their breathing was subconsciously lowered, and their eyes were fixed on the direction where the sound came from. Soon, 5 pickup trucks and off-road vehicles with modified appearance and front and rear bumpers covered with iron plates appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, everyone present felt their hearts tighten. If these 5 cars were full of people, there would be at least 23 or 24 people. In terms of numbers, Li Tianran's side does not have an advantage. But he didn't panic. Because he still has a trump card. Although Li Tianran wanted to establish his own prestige in the town through this incident, he was not foolish enough to pin all his hopes of killing the bandits on the temporarily formed self-defense force. Those fighting warriors hidden in the dark were the real killers that determined the outcome of the battle. Soon, several off-road vehicles arrived near Li Tianran's ambush site. Puff! Suddenly, there was a slight sound, and the SUV in the front shakily stopped. One of the front tires was punctured and immediately deflated. The convoy stopped. Wells, sitting in the second car, frowned and asked on the intercom, "What's going on?" "Report, the tire is flat." A reply came quickly from the car in front. Wells was a little annoyed and said, "Change that damn tire immediately, and don't delay here too long." After leaving the base camp, Wells always felt a vague sense of uneasiness in his heart for some reason. It seemed like something terrible was about to happen. The front door opened, and 2 armed robbers jumped out to change the tire. Li Tianran's body was pressed against the back of the mound. He saw 2 gangsters jumping out of the car in the front. They were tall and had cold expressions. Judging from their walking posture and demeanor, they were definitely not ordinary people. Although they could not reach the level of soldiers, they were 100% trained in special security. Moreover, both of them were holding homemade shotguns in their hands. While one of them was changing the tire, the other was holding the gun and looking around, as if ready to guard against a sneak attack at any time. This kind of homemade hunting rifle was the kind that hunters in mountainous rural areas used to hunt wild animals. The bullets are steel balls and have a short range, but a large coverage area and very strong power. Some wild beasts with thick skin and flesh cannot withstand a close-range attack, let alone humans. If you are hit within 5 meters, you will either die or be crippled. But 5 meters away, the power of the shotgun will be greatly weakened, which means that as long as you maintain this distance, it is not difficult to win without getting hurt. The firearm used by Li Tianran is a Colt M1911 pistol, which is a new weapon he bought from the mall. It can hold 8 rounds of bullets and replace the revolver that originally had a capacity of only 5 rounds. The effective range of the M1911 is 50 meters. But a beginner who can accurately hit the target within 15 meters is considered a sharpshooter. Li Tianran did not expect that all the self-defense forces members could hit the target every time. As long as 1 out of 8 bullets could hit an enemy, it would be a very glorious victory. Soon, the flat tire was removed, and when the gangster saw the puncture point on the tire, his face suddenly changed. Because what punctures the tire is not iron or glass, but inverted triangle iron thorns. This thing has no other function. It was made for the purpose of puncturing tires and creating obstacles. The 2 bandits raised their heads and looked forward, and soon they found several similar iron thorns on the leaf-covered road ahead. This road is rarely walked, and the timing of the iron thorns appearing is so coincidental. The pupils of the 2 gangsters suddenly shrank. They seemed to have guessed something. They stood up suddenly and were about to shout. At this moment, Li Tianran suddenly shouted, "Number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, suppress with firepower, and after number 7, throw incendiary bottles." Bang! Bang! Li Tianran shouted angrily, aimed his gun at the head of one of the gangsters, and pulled the trigger. With 2 gunshots almost simultaneously, the 2 gangsters who got out of the car to change the tire were shot dead on the spot and fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time, fierce gunfire rang out. With the gunfire, more than a dozen self-defense team members stood up from the bushes on both sides of the road. They held 2 beer bottles filled with gasoline in one hand, lit the cloth strips on the bottle mouths with lighters, and then threw the beer bottles at the bandit convoy a few meters away with red eyes. "You son of a bitch! Fuck your grandma! You killed my dad! I want revenge!" A self-defense force member roared, his voice filled with hatred. Li Tianran recognized the other person. His name was Wang Bing. His family ran a flour mill. His house was robbed 3 days ago, and even his father was killed by the gang of bandits. At this moment, he was filled with hatred and wanted to rush up to these bandits and skin them alive. This is the situation Li Tianran fears the most. In his plan, the self-defense force members were in the best position at this time. They had cover and would not be easily injured. Moreover, with a round of attacks from homemade incendiary bottles and pistols, if they were lucky, they might be able to wipe out the enemy directly. But if someone in the team disobeys orders and leaves his or her position without permission, resulting in a lack of firepower, then there will be big problems. Wang Bing! Stay at your position and don't leave! Follow the command! Get ready to shoot! Li Tianran's eyes darkened, and he ordered in the intercom headset. Stay at your position, otherwise not only will you be killed, but your teammates will also be implicated by you. Li Tianran scolded harshly. Wang Bing, who originally wanted to leave the bushes and earth piles, stopped abruptly after hearing Li Tianran's stern rebuke. He stood there with red eyes and pulled out his gun to bombard the off-road convoy. More than 20 beer bottles filled with gasoline smashed onto the SUVs and pickup trucks, and the fire instantly spread to the entire vehicle. The center of the road instantly became a sea of fire. Damn it! Ambush! There's an ambush! Open the door! Get out of the vehicle! The vehicle will explode! The attack by Li Tianran and others was extremely fierce. By the time the bandits reacted, the fire had spread to a point where it could not be stopped. Thick smoke filled the entire carriage. They felt as if they were in a huge steamer. The scorching heat and choking smoke made it difficult for them to remain calm. They screamed, pushed open the car doors and fled downwards. However, even more terrifying things are yet to come. Just as the car door was opened, a gangster's head was instantly blown up by a bullet shot from nowhere. There's a sniper! Holy shit! How can there be a sniper? How can we fight? The gangster shouted in a crying voice. At this moment, the self-defense force members also began shooting frantically. In an instant, several off-road vehicles were turned into a hornet's nest. When the door is closed, there is a sea of fire. When the door is opened, there are bullets. These gangsters are going crazy. Chapter 54, Chasing all the way, the bandits were defeated. Boom! At this moment, a black gun barrel suddenly stretched out from the car window that was almost burned, a flash of fire appeared, and countless steel balls sprayed out. Ouch! A self-defense force member was standing relatively close to the target, and his shoulder was scratched by the flying steel balls. The blood instantly soaked his clothes on his shoulder. The 2 team members standing next to him immediately dragged him behind the pile of earth nearby to prevent the other side from shooting again. The 3 men stopped firing at the same time, and the pressure on the bandits was immediately greatly reduced. Wells' eyes were fierce. He kicked the car door open, fiercely blocked Qin Jinshui in front of him, and jumped out of the car that was about to become a pile of fire. Following him were the remaining 13 or 14 bandits, who also jumped out of the car in a very embarrassed manner and fled frantically along the road towards the base camp. In just 1 minute of fighting, nearly half of their men were killed. Some were shot to death, some were burned alive. Even the fiercest gangsters' psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse after seeing such a tragic scene. They didn't dare to continue fighting with Li Tianran because they had no idea how many cards Li Tianran and his men had left. The unknown is always the scariest. You son of a bitch! Didn't you say that their ambush location was near the farm? Didn't you say that they were just a bunch of trash with almost zero combat effectiveness? Wells ran for his life while grabbing Qin Jinshui, and asked with a ferocious face. Then explain to me, why a group of people with zero combat effectiveness could beat my men into this state in 1 round. At least half of my men are dead. Qin Jinshui's legs were trembling at this time, and he could hardly walk on his own. He had to rely on the tall Wells and another gangster to drag him to run. Wells suddenly smelled an unpleasant odor. He looked down and saw that Qin Jinshui's crotch was wet and steaming. Fuck you! Wells was so angry that he blurted out in his native language. He turned around and saw that Li Tianran had already led his men to catch up. He was immediately filled with anger and panic. He raised the shotgun in his hand and pointed it at Qin Jinshui's chest. You dare to lie to me! This is the price for lying to me. Qin Jinshui seemed to suddenly react, and he screamed. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was kept in the dark too. I really want to help you, Mr. Wells. Bang! Wells' eyes flashed with ferocity, and he pulled the trigger. Qin Jinshui's body flew backwards 3 or 4 meters in an instant, with a big bloody hole in his chest. He fell on the road, twitching constantly. Go! Wells shouted, and led his 13 men to flee madly. Qin Jinshui's eyes were dull, his pupils gradually became dilated, and blood was all over the floor. He opened and closed his mouth, muttering to himself. Li Tianren, you lied to me, you lied to me, you will not live a good life. Li Tianren also led his men to chase after him. When he saw Qin Jinshui lying on the ground with only one breath left, he felt no sympathy or guilt in his heart. From the moment Qin Jinshui decided to betray, whatever happened to him was his own fault and had nothing to do with Li Tianren. Don't be a traitor in your next life. Li Tianren glanced at him coldly, then quickly walked past him. Several members of the self-defense force also saw Qin Jinshui's miserable condition, but Li Tianren had already told them that Qin Jinshui was going to join the bandits last night, so their eyes were full of contempt at this time, especially Wang Bing. He hated the bandits, and hated lackeys like Qin Jinshui who had no bottom line even more. Ha ta! Wang Bing was the last one to pass by him, and expressed his disdain for Qin Jinshui with a mouthful of spit. Qin Jinshui's body finally stopped twitching and there was no more sound. Wells ran wildly all the way, and he began to disperse his men. They no longer just fled along the road, but fled to the fields on both sides of the road. Because he had already seen that although the self-defense force led by Li Tianren was well equipped, except for Li Tianren, most of the team members were indeed ordinary people with low combat effectiveness, and their physical strength was far inferior to that of his subordinates. After 2 or 3 minutes of chasing, the self-defense members gradually distanced themselves from them, but Li Tianren kept chasing them. As long as these bandits disperse, Li Tianren will not be able to chase in several directions at the same time. But at this moment, the sound of artillery and sniper fire suddenly rang out again. A bandit who had already run into a field in the wilderness fell to the ground with half of his body knocked off. The other bandits were immediately frightened and retreated one after another, returning to the road again. Wells felt his scalp tingling when he saw this scene. Among those chasing them, there was not only Li Tianren himself, but also a sniper. At this moment, an adult-level warrior with a mechanical sheen all over his body was lurking in a hidden place 500 meters away, with a gun barrel sticking out of his palm, and white smoke was still rising. This damn yellow monkey, if we can't get rid of him, we will all be killed by the sniper hiding in the dark. Wells turned his head to look at Li Tianren in anger, suddenly raised his gun and fired a shot backwards. Li Tianren's pupils shrank and his body suddenly dodged to the left. The steel balls passed by his side. Damn it! Wells cursed again and continued running. The murderous look in Li Tianren's eyes became more and more intense. In fact, he could have caught up with them a long time ago, but the other side had too many people, and those self-defense team members could no longer keep up with his pace. If Li Tianren rushed forward himself, he would probably face the embarrassing scene of more than a dozen shotguns pointed at him at the same time. That's why he kept a distance of more than 10 meters from the opponent at this time, chasing him neither too far nor too close, and using the advantage of the long range of the pistol to knock down an enemy every few tens of seconds. As they chased along, the number of people around Wells became fewer and fewer. Now, including him, there were only 8 people left. We can't run away. Wells' physical strength was approaching its limit. He felt like his lungs were about to explode, and even the wind he breathed into his throat became hot. If they continued to run like this, Li Tianren would not kill them, but they would be exhausted to death. He felt that Li Tianren's physical strength seemed to be infinite. Even his specially trained physique felt that it was about to collapse. However, Li Tianren's speed had been very stable, and he didn't seem tired at all. And most importantly, he felt that Li Tianren seemed to be playing a game of cat and mouse with them. I could have killed them directly, but I kept giving them hope, and then breaking it bit by bit. Prepare to counterattack. There are 8 of us, and the enemy has only 1 man and a sniper gun. Even if they open fire at the same time, they can't kill us all in an instant. Wells stopped abruptly, then turned around abruptly, staring at Li Tianran with red eyes, raising his gun and aiming. Bang! Just as Wells uttered this sentence, another gangster beside him exploded and was directly shattered by the powerful force of the sniper. Blood splattered everywhere, splashing on the faces and bodies of the remaining bandits, showing cruelty in the most intuitive way. Whoever kills must be killed. Li Tianran looked at Wells and his gangsters expressionlessly, and said in a deep voice, "Are you ready to die?" Chapter 55, The Garden of Eden. Fear, death, countless negative emotions enveloped Wells and his men at this moment. They never thought that they would be forced into a desperate situation by someone. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was just driving for them, and I never hurt anyone." At this moment, a younger gangster finally couldn't stand this fear anymore. He fell to his knees, raised his shotgun above his head, and cried bitterly, "I plead guilty, let the military police arrest me." Psychological defenses often start with the collapse of one person, which then triggers the collapse of a group of people. Although these bandits robbed food and injured people around the town, they were not professional killers. They were just a group of bastards who had lost their humanity. They were far less violent and determined than the big bandits in TV dramas. It's okay for them to bully ordinary people who have no ability to resist, but once they face a strong man who has the ability to strangle them, their humbleness and fear are completely exposed. They are not even qualified gangsters. They are just a bunch of bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong, villains. "Please don't kill us. We surrender. We will never dare to do that again. Please spare our lives." Seeing this, the few remaining bandits, except Wells, lost the courage to confront Li Tianran. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed. If the opponent was just Li Tianran, then they might still have the idea of resisting, but at this time, there was a sniper hiding in the dark that they couldn't see. "You bunch of losers! Stand up!" Wells was furious. He punched and kicked the gangsters. Even if he adds the sniper, there are only 2 of them with 2 guns. There are 8 of us. Can they kill us all in an instant? Li Tianran laughed. Just as Wells said, if these people wanted to resist, he really couldn't kill them all in an instant. It only costs 2 lives for the other party to launch a counterattack. But the question is, who is willing to sacrifice their own life in exchange for a chance for their companions to fight back? Soldiers with faith in their hearts will. Warriors with home in their hearts will. But these gangsters who gathered together only for profit will not do that. The idea in their mind is simple. What Wells, the yellow-haired pig, said was simple, but what if one of the 2 people killed by the opponent in the counterattack was me? If I die, I will have nothing. Why should I use my life to exchange for your safe escape? If we are to be caught, we will be caught together. If we are to die, we will die together. This is the most realistic psychological portrayal of the gangsters. Put down the gun. Li Tianran looked at Wells expressionlessly. Kneel on the ground and answer my questions, and I will leave you with an intact body. Li Tianran did not hide his idea of killing Wells. Wells was the leader of these bandits, and he must die. He was not afraid that Wells would launch a violent counterattack after hearing this. The adult-level combat warrior had aimed his gun at Wells' head. As long as Wells showed any sign of resistance, his head would explode like a firework in 0.5 seconds, evenly distributing itself on the ground within a 5-meter radius. Yellow pig, I will never surrender to the likes of you. Wells' eyes were bloodshot, and he raised the shotgun in his hand and was about to shoot. He knew very well that if he surrendered, others might still have a chance to survive, but he would definitely die. Surrender means death, resistance also means death. He wants to fight for his life. But he thought too much. Before his finger touched the trigger of the shotgun, Li Tianran had already raised his hand, and the 0.45 large-caliber bullet of the M1911 directly hit his gun-holding arm. Bang! Wells let out a shrill scream, his right arm drooped weakly, and blood gushed out from his elbow. His right arm was disabled. Bang bang bang! Li Tianran reloaded the bullet and fired 3 more shots, hitting Wells' knees and other arm with extreme accuracy. Wells fell heavily on his back, his limbs were broken, and he twisted his body like a worm, screaming miserably. The sound was so miserable that it made people feel terrified. Upon seeing this, The other gangsters were almost frightened to the ground, their bodies shaking violently, their hands on their heads, burying their heads in their crotches like quails, shivering. Now, are you willing to cooperate with me and answer my questions? Li Tianren walked in front of Wells and looked down at Wells' face, which was extremely ferocious due to the pain. If you don't want to, it's okay. It just so happens that I haven't had enough fun yet. The combination of Li Tianren's handsome face and the murderous words at this time caused a great shock in Wells' heart. At this moment, he finally began to be afraid, and his psychological defense line was no longer firm. I cooperate. I cooperate. Wouldn't it have been over earlier? You have to suffer like this, how despicable. Li Tianren cursed sarcastically, then squatted down and asked in a deep voice. Is there any mastermind behind your gang? Li Tianren was not afraid of a small-scale grain-stealing gang, but he was afraid that the other party was affiliated with a large organization. I only have a single line of contact with my superior. I don't know who the real boss is. Wells endured the pain, his face pale, and gritted his teeth and said, He distributes weapons to us and assigns tasks. There are at least dozens of gangs like ours in Handong province. Li Tianren's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The worst happened. This is a large, organized criminal group with a strict hierarchy. Even the lowest-level minions like Wells don't even know the true identity of their boss and only know who their superior is. This level of confidentiality is definitely not something that an ordinary criminal group can achieve. Where are you going to transport the grain after you steal it? Li Tianren spoke again, squinting his eyes. Cow City! Wells gritted his teeth and said, After we complete the mission, we will deliver the food to Cow City. There will be a cargo ship connecting us at the dock. Cow City is the coastal city on the edge of Handong province where Nanjing City is located. Across the sea is Luo State on the edge of the European Union. Li Tianren suddenly seemed to understand something. These grains may be shipped abroad. Has your superior told you the purpose of these grains? Li Tianren asked in a deep voice. Wells hesitated, as if considering the importance of the matter. Li Tianren frowned and pressed the muzzle of the gun directly onto the wound on Wells' right arm. Suddenly, Wells screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It's the Garden of Eden! Wells shouted with cold sweat on his forehead. He once said this word unintentionally, but I really don't know its specific purpose. Chapter 56, Trial. Garden of Eden. These three words coming out of Wells' mouth made Li Tianren fall into deep thought. The book of Genesis in the Old Testament of the Bible records that God Jehovah created the ancestor of mankind, the man Adam, in his own image, and then used one of Adam's ribs to create the woman Eve, and placed the man and woman in the Garden of Eden. The original word, Garden of Eden, in the Bible means paradise, referring to the paradise created by God for Adam and Eve in the Bible. It is later used to metaphorically describe a happy and beautiful living environment. It is said that the ground in the Garden of Eden was covered with gold, pearls, and red agate. All kinds of trees grew out of the ground, and it was full of all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, which was very beautiful. The fruit on the trees can also be used as food. There is also the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the garden. There is also a river flowing in the garden, nourishing the earth. The river was divided into 4 rivers that flowed around Eden. The first river was called the Pishon, which flowed around the whole land of Havilah. The second river was called the Gin, which flowed around the whole land of Cush. The third river was called the Hiddekel, which flowed by Ashur, and the fourth river was the Euphrates. As a gift from God, the harvest was plentiful even though it did not rain. In short, it is a paradise that everyone dreams of. Anything that anyone wants can be satisfied in the Garden of Eden. That is the most beautiful paradise in the world. But the world at this time had already undergone tremendous changes. Resources were scarce, and there was cold and famine everywhere. It was already very difficult for people to barely survive. How could there still be a paradise like the Garden of Eden in the world with all kinds of resources? Suddenly, Li Tianren seemed to realize something, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Perhaps what Wells' superiors meant was not that there is such a Garden of Eden somewhere in the world, but that their criminal gang wanted to create such a Garden of Eden. When there is a world famine, all you need to do is grab enough food and a large amount of living resources and transport them to a certain place. Then, build a tall defense line to isolate yourself from the world and keep those who have lost their food outside the wall. Then, the people inside the wall will enjoy all kinds of rare resources and food. Even if many people die in the world, it will not affect the people inside the wall. In this case, isn't it the Garden of Eden in their dreams for those within the walls? Li Tianren was shocked by his own idea, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this might be the truth. Otherwise, why would the food looted in Nanchang be sent thousands of miles to Chaos City and shipped away by cargo ship? It must be shipped abroad. It is even possible that it is the European Union which is preparing for war with the Yanhuang Federation at this moment. Who is your superior? Li Tianren asked in a deep voice. His name is David Noel, but I can't contact him. All the calls between us were initiated by him. Wells took a deep breath and said slowly. You can't find him. Although he has been remotely controlling my work, according to my guess, he may not be in Yanhuang at all. He may be in the European Union now. These Yanhuang people were all hired by me temporarily. If I am at the bottom of the group, then they are just a bunch of cannon fodder who are not even at the bottom. Hee hee. It is true. These people are stealing food to ship to the European Union. Moreover, the headquarters of this criminal gang is most likely somewhere in the European Union. It is a transnational criminal group. In addition to looting food, they may have also looted other important supplies. Li Tianren gritted his teeth secretly. Although there will not be a major food shortage in Yanhuang in the short term, the EU has already begun to create friction with Yanhuang. I believe that it will not be long before confrontations of various means will begin. There is an old saying that goes, food and fodder must be sent before troops move forward. This shows that food is the most indispensable supply in a confrontation between two countries. And now these Welsh people are actually going to ship the food they looted in Yanhuang to the European Union. I can't tolerate this. Do you know that Yanhuang is going to go to war with the EU? Li Tianren looked expressionlessly at the bandits kneeling beside him. They had black hair and brown skin, and were obviously of Yanhuang descent. You have Yanhuang blood flowing in your veins, but now you are helping these EU people to steal their own food. Are you still worthy of being human? Upon hearing this, the gangsters looked extremely ashamed and lowered their heads without saying a word. The Yanhuang territory has been working hard to stabilize the situation and distribute relief food. We don't want anyone to die of hunger. Maybe you and your family have also received that food, but unfortunately, the country's relief food has only fed a group of wolf cubs like you. Li Tianren cursed mercilessly, and then said word by word, you all deserve to die. The Yanhuang bandits were extremely frightened upon hearing this, and two of them were even scared to tears on the spot. I'm obsessed, please give me a chance. I will never be a running dog for foreigners again. Li Tianren took a deep breath. He wanted to say something else, but he heard intense footsteps and panting sounds behind him. The self-defense force members arrived. Their fate. Li Tianren stood up and said to the self-defense team members, it's up to you to decide. The self-defense force members stared with red eyes at the bandits kneeling on the ground with hatred, and their breathing became heavier. We are all Chinese, can you please forgive us this time? I kowtow to you. Whatever you want, as long as we have it, we can give it to you. Please. The bandits couldn't help but shiver when they saw the self-defense force members who were trying to tear them to pieces. They had never seen such hateful eyes, as if they wanted to skin them alive. Do you know how to beg for mercy now? At this moment, Wang Bing rushed to a dark-skinned gangster with an afro with extremely accurate aim, grabbed his hair, and thrust the muzzle of the gun into his mouth. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he roared in a voice that was almost a roar. When you killed my father, he knelt on the ground and begged you like this. Did you spare him? Huh! He's already 70 years old. What threat does he pose to you? Why did you have to kill him? Do you know how I felt when I watched the surveillance video? The gangster's pupils shrank to the extreme. He recalled that 3 days ago, when they looted a flour mill, he shot an old man in the thigh because he didn't like his appearance. The old man was covered in blood and knelt on the ground begging for mercy, but he was very excited at the time and enjoyed the feeling of controlling life and death. He threw a bunch of keys out and asked the old man to pick up the keys like a dog. In order to survive, the old man dragged his injured leg, limped and struggled to pick up the keys, with hope in his eyes. But the next moment, he still fired. He had no intention of letting the other party go. The reason why he asked the old man to pick up the key was that he wanted to play a game of cat and mouse. He wanted to enjoy the pleasure of giving the other party hope and then destroying the hope with his own hands. "I was just worried that you would die in our first round of attacks." Wang Bing's face was covered with tears and twisted hideously. He whispered in the bandit's ear, "But God has eyes and let you live, giving me the opportunity to avenge myself. If you fall into my hands, I will make you feel tortured 100 times more horrible than death." Chapter 57 Split. Li Tianran stood alone in front of the road, and heard a very shrill scream behind him. After a long time, the screams subsided. Those gangsters had lost their humanity. The beast in their hearts had been released, and they could never become the law-abiding citizens they once were, so the self-defense force members never let them go. With one gun each, the bandit was eliminated. Wang Bing staggered over and knelt down in front of Li Tianran with a plop, tears streaming down his face. "Boss Li, I am grateful to you for letting me take revenge with my own hands. No matter where you need me in the future, I will go through fire and water and die for you at your word." Li Tianran turned his head and saw the members of the self-defense forces. They looked at him with admiration and awe, even a little bit close to fanaticism. This was exactly what he wanted. Through this incident, he successfully established prestige in the hearts of the people in the town. If he needed them for anything in the future, they would definitely not refuse. This small town is the outer barrier of his farm. To be honest, Li Tianran certainly hopes that he can have the command power of one call from a high place and many people will respond in the small town. In that way, no matter what he wants to do in the town, he can do it without any obstacles. "I've said before, I will let you take back what you lost, as long as you follow me." Li Tianran was silent for a moment, then raised his arm and said, "Gun in hand, follow me." Ouch! The self-defense force members roared and raised their guns high. Li Tianran turned his gaze to the distance, which was the direction of the bandits' base camp. Their next target would be there. Buzz. 20 minutes later. A large cargo truck slowly stopped in the open space in front of the bandits' base camp. Li Tianran walked out of the cab, and then the self-defense team members sitting in the rear cargo box also jumped out. This was the car that Lao Yang used to take the self-defense force members to the ambush point this morning. It had been parked on the side of the road 500 meters away from the ambush point. At this time, Wells' gang had been killed, so Lao Yang drove the car back and prepared to transport all the food in the base back. Bang! At this moment, a window on the second floor of the hotel was broken, and a gun barrel extended from inside, and a burst of gunfire was heard. The bullet hit the open space less than 5 meters in front of Li Tianran and the others, splashing up a cloud of dust. Li Tianran looked at the window on the second floor expressionlessly, and saw a figure hiding behind the glass, which flashed by. Wells had led his men to attack the farm before, but there must be people left behind in his base camp, and the number would not be too small. Thinking of this, Li Tianran waved his hand gently. Wang Bing and another member of the self-defense force dragged Wells' body over and threw it directly onto the open ground, deliberately placing Wells' face facing upwards so that all the bandits in the base could see the tragic scene of his death. "I know you can all hear me and see your boss." Li Tianran took a deep breath and shouted to the second floor of the hotel. "If you don't want to end up like your boss, come out and surrender. Otherwise, we won't accept your surrender once we get in. You will all die." Li Tianran's voice was extremely penetrating, and even in such an empty wilderness, it was clear enough for everyone to hear it. Including the 5 gangsters who were hiding in the hotel at that time. They were all standing in the room on the second floor where the gun barrel had just been extended, staring at each other, with cold sweat oozing from their foreheads. "Damn it! Even the leader is dead, why are we still resisting? Just surrender!" A black-faced sturdy man was extremely panicked, and his hand holding the shotgun was shaking slightly. "They have more people and better equipment than us. If we fight hard, we have no chance of winning." When Wales was attacked before, some gangsters contacted them by radio, but after they simply said, "We are under attack, urgent support is needed," the radio was hung up urgently. After receiving the signal, they wanted to go out for rescue, but they were afraid of being tricked by the enemy. Moreover, Wells specifically told them before leaving that no matter what happened, they were not allowed to leave the base camp. If anything went wrong in the grain warehouse, their lives would be at stake. So despite their extreme conflict, they still didn't dare to leave. Full of anxiety, they waited for 20 minutes, but what they waited for was not Wells' triumphant return, but Wells' body thrown in front of them like a dead dog. No! We can't surrender. We are guilty of a capital crime. Don't forget that our hands are stained with blood. If we surrender, even if we are not beaten to death by those people, we will be locked up in a dark prison and never get out in this life. The skinny gangster standing in front of the window gritted his teeth and said viciously, Even if I die today, I have to take a few people with me. You can dream of asking me to lay down my weapon. The dark-faced sturdy man looked at the skinny bandit with a bit of fear. The skinny bandit was named Meng's senator. He was the most ruthless one in their gang besides Wells. Since the world changed, he had personally killed 4 or 5 people who refused to cooperate in the process of looting food, including a bandit who did not obey orders. Monson was ruthless even to his own people. This style of his was appreciated by Wells, and he was promoted to the second-in-command of the gang. He was assigned to stay in the granary and hold the power when Wells was away from the base camp. Hold your guns to me, or I'll kill you first. Meng Sen's eyes swept over the crowd like a jackal, full of murderous intent. The remaining 4 gangsters were too afraid to meet his gaze, and then reluctantly raised their guns and pointed them out the window. Li Tianran looked at the building expressionlessly. A minute had passed since he shouted, and the other party still hadn't responded. It seemed that there was no possibility of persuading him to surrender. I'm telling you, I will never put down my gun. If you dare, just charge in. If I kill one, I'll break even. If I kill 2, I'll make a profit. Mengson walked along the glass window that he had just blasted, shouting crazily. Ha! You don't dare anymore, do you? You bastards, you still want to kill your grandpa Mengson? You're not qualified. Li Tianran suddenly laughed. The more crazy the other party shouts, the stronger the fear in his heart is. He just wants to use this method to show off his strength and cover up his fear. A truly mentally strong person is calm. Thinking of this, Li Tianran came up with an idea. A method that can destroy the opponent without putting yourself in danger. I'll give you a chance. From now on, if anyone surrenders within 3 minutes, I will give him a lighter sentence. Li Tianran put his hands in his pockets, looked at the shadowy figures in the second-floor window, and said, If anyone can stop at the brink of the cliff, make meritorious service, and bring this guy named Meng Sen's head to see me, then I will forgive all his mistakes. Remember, I only want the head of this guy named Meng Senator. His head is your iron certificate of immunity from death. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room on the second floor of the hotel suddenly changed. Meng Sen suddenly turned his head and looked at his 4 men with fierce eyes. But what he saw was 4 pairs of equally fierce eyes. Downstairs. A gloomy smile appeared on Li Tianran's lips. Chapter 58. We Surrender. This move of his was very clever. If Li Tianran meant, you can be forgiven if you kill a companion, then in order to fulfill this condition, half of the bandits must die. In this way, the bandits will definitely think that Li Tianran is trying to split them up. But Li Tianran specifically named and killed only one of them, which made the bandits think too much. Is it because Li Tianran has a grudge against Meng Sen? Or was it because Li Tianran knew that Meng Sen had committed the most crimes and really just wanted to kill Meng Sen? And Li Tianran didn't care about the lives of other gangsters at all. As long as the bandits start to have wild thoughts and their wills begin to waver, their fighting effectiveness will be greatly weakened. When there is hope, people often no longer have the idea of fighting desperately. Li Tianran used only 2 or 3 sentences to break up the alliance among these bandits, which was not very reliable to begin with. In fact, Li Tianran had already known the situation of the bandits on the second floor through the video footage sent back by the patrolling guards, and he also knew very clearly Meng Sen's position in this group of people. In Li Tianran's opinion, after the gangsters saw Wells' body, their will to resist was already on the verge of collapse. They were only intimidated by Meng Sen's tough attitude, so they did not dare to give up resistance. As long as Meng Sen can be eliminated, the remaining bandits will collapse on their own. Li Tianran stood there, silently calculating the success rate of his plan. It should be 80%. Li Tianran muttered to himself, and suddenly laughed. No, it should be 90%. Li Tianran felt that his strategy would definitely work. Because from the point of view of those bandits, facing the self-defense forces whose numbers far exceed theirs, they have no advantage at all. If a battle breaks out, they will surely be wiped out and die without a burial place. But if they kill Mingsen and bet on the authenticity of Li Tianran's promise, then they will still have a glimmer of hope for survival. Two choices were presented to them. One has a mortality rate of 100%, and the other has a mortality rate of 50%. I believe it shouldn't be difficult to choose. Li Tianran glanced at his watch and shouted, "You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left!" At this time, the air on the second floor of the hotel was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Mingsen stood in front of the window, holding a shotgun in both hands, looking at the 4 gangsters standing beside him like a hungry wolf, and cursed fiercely. "Why are you looking at me? You didn't really believe what that bastard said? Do you really think he will let you go?" The 4 bandits moved quietly and surrounded Mingsen. The black-faced sturdy man who had been scolded by Mingsen before said in a gloomy voice, "You have killed people, but we have not. Even if we are caught by the military and police, we will not be punished with death." "Yes," a fat man next to him immediately echoed. "Your crime is too serious, but we don't have to die with you. Since there's a chance to survive, we're certainly willing to give it a try," a scarred man added grimly. The only remaining gangster didn't say anything, but the shotgun in his hand, aimed at Mingsen's head, was enough to show his attitude. "Fuck you! You are just a bunch of idiots! Hopeless idiots!" Mingsen watched the actions of these people, the veins on his neck bulged, he sneered. "Do you know what wartime law is? You didn't kill anyone, but you robbed food, disrupted public order, and committed gang crimes. You will be shot for this too. These people are not military police. I recognize them. They are the ones we robbed before," the dark-faced sturdy man said. "The military police don't have time to care about us now. As long as we can leave here alive, we can escape from South City at any time. By then, the world will be so big that the military police will not be able to catch us. You guys!" Mingsen was furious. He was about to step forward and slap the black-faced burly man, but then a very crisp sound of a bullet being loaded was heard in the room. Click! The scarred man raised his shotgun expressionlessly and pointed it directly at Mingsen's chest. He said in a cold voice, "It's already this hour, and you're still acting like the second in command? You're going to die soon. We're going to use your life to get a golden ticket to immunity from death. Kara." As the scarred man said this, the other 3 gangsters raised their guns and aimed at Mingsen. At this distance, as long as one person pulls the trigger, Mingsen will immediately become a hornet's nest. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Mingsen's forehead, and his Adam's apple moved up and down. Although he was fierce, he was still weak when facing 4 guns at the same time. He gritted his teeth and said in a compromising manner, Brothers, listen to me, after all, we have been together for 7 or 8 days. Even if it is just a puppy, you should have feelings for it. You really don't care about our friendship at all. Do you want to kill me?" After Mingsen said this, the 4 gangsters hesitated. Just as Mingsen said, although they were a group of villains with no humanity, after all, they had spent a week together doing evil, enjoying the resources they had robbed, drinking and eating meat, which also created a sense of familiarity similar to friendship between them. When faced with such a person, if I suddenly have to kill him, I really can't bear to do it for a while. Seeing his accomplices hesitate, Mingsen's face showed a pleading look again. "How about this? If you want to leave, I won't stop you. But can you just let my brothers go? Like you said, you haven't committed any serious crime, they won't kill you. After you leave, I will fend for myself here, okay?" Upon hearing this, the 4 gangsters looked at each other with a conflicted look in their eyes, and slowly lowered the muzzles of their guns. At this moment, a fierce and cunning smile appeared on Mingsen's lips. He raised the shotgun in one hand and pulled the trigger. Sparks flew out, and the dark-faced sturdy man standing in front of him was hit directly in the chest. His body was sent flying 3 or 4 meters away by the powerful impact force, and a big bloody hole was opened in his chest. It was obvious that he was not going to survive. The sudden change left the remaining 3 bandits stunned. But 0.1 seconds later, they roared angrily and pulled the trigger of the shotgun. Mingsen had thrown away his hunting rifle long before he fired the first shot. He had a sharp saber in his hand. He grabbed the scarred man's wrist with one hand and pushed it down. With a swing of his right hand, the saber pierced directly into the scarred man's neck, instantly severing the aorta in his neck. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain. The scarred man staggered and fell, and the crosshairs of the shotgun in his hand shifted and hit the pillar next to him. But Mengson could no longer dodge the bullets from the fat man and another gangster. Boom! Boom! 2 gunshots. Having just completed a double kill, the extremely ferocious Mengson was shot. His left calf was directly broken, and the white bone stump was exposed in the air, which made people's scalp tingle. At the same time, he was shot in the lower abdomen, and the outermost down jacket was torn. Blood flowed out, dyeing the snow-white down into a glaring red. Ha! You are too naive to take my head, to exchange for a golden medal of immunity from death. If I don't sacrifice 2 lives as a backup, do you think my life can be taken away so easily by bastards like you? Although Mengson looked as miserable as a devil crawling out of hell, falling against the wall, covered in blood, he was still laughing wildly, with a hint of mockery towards the remaining 2 gangsters on his ferocious face. You idiots, you actually still dream of surviving. In this chaotic world, no one will keep their promises. Do you think your fate will be any better than mine? You will only die a few minutes later than me. I will be waiting for you in hell, and then, we will settle this account. Mengson vomited blood and finally couldn't hold on any longer. He was hit by a shotgun twice at close range. Even an Iron Man would be shattered. You bastard! You're going to die, and you're taking 2 others with you. The fat man was frightened just now, but now he reacted and cursed angrily. He grabbed the dagger that Mengson had dropped just now, walked in front of Mengson, and stabbed him. Puff! Mengson's head tilted and his body collapsed limply. 1 minute later. Under the gaze of Li Tianran and many self-defense team members, 2 gangsters dragged Mengson's body out of the hotel gate. We surrender! We surrender! Chapter 59, Great Harvest. Come over! Put the gun down! The self-defense force members rushed forward, snatched the guns from the 2 gangsters, and then tied their hands and feet with ropes before they breathed a sigh of relief. They knew they had won the battle. Is there anyone else inside? Li Tianran walked over and glanced at Mengson lying on the ground. The scarlet blood and hideous wounds he saw were extremely visually impactful. No more! The fat man had several guns pointed at his head at the same time, and his tone was full of fear. It turns out that there are only 5 of us in total. When we were killing Mengson, he killed 2 of us, and then the 2 of us killed him again. Li Tianran watched all this with indifference. These people may have been law-abiding citizens 10 days ago, and they might even have helped an old man cross the road. But now, they are willing to kill their companions in order to survive. They can no longer be called human beings. It's a beast. It is a beast that has lost its bottom line in humanity in the disaster. If it were him a few days ago, he might find it hard to accept this scene, but after experiencing Xiaotian's betrayal, he completely understood that if he wanted to survive in such an environment, he had to be more ruthless than others and more ferocious than those beasts who had lost their humanity, so that he could protect himself and the people important to him. So at this moment, Li Tianran looked at the corpse on the ground without any fluctuation in his heart. It was as if the dead one was just a dog. You are really capable of betraying your friends to save your own life. Ha ha! Wang Bing sneered, his eyes emitting a mocking light, staring at the 2 tied-up bandits. If God has eyes, you should all die in a fight! Upon hearing this, the fat man's face turned red and he lowered his head in shame. Another gangster seemed to hear the murderous intent in Wang Bing's words. He screamed, You said, you won't kill those who surrender! We said we wouldn't kill you, but we never said we wouldn't beat you! Wang Bing sneered. Several people nearby also showed ferocious smiles, rubbed their hands, and surrounded him. Their hatred for the bandits is just like the hatred that a farmer has for the weasel that stole his chickens. The family fortune that they had worked so hard to save was snatched away effortlessly by the other party. No one can stand this humiliation. Although they just killed a lot of gangsters, if they really wanted to vent their anger, it would be more satisfying to punch them real hard. A group of people surrounded the 2 gangsters and started beating and kicking them crazily. At first, the 2 gangsters were still screaming and wailing, but later, they could only groan weakly and beg for mercy. All right, drag them both to the car and keep an eye on them. After letting the self-defense team members vent their anger for a while, Li Tianren shouted, "Leave 2 people to guard them, and the rest of you follow me to the warehouse." When everyone heard this, they stopped. The main reason why they killed the bandits was to take back their own food. When they heard what Li Tianren said, an irrepressible smile of excitement appeared on their faces. "Where is your warehouse?" Wang Bing grabbed the fat bandit's hair and asked coldly. "There is a warehouse with 2 big iron doors on the north side of the backyard," the fat man said incoherently with blood all over his face. Crash! 2 modified iron doors were violently knocked open, and Li Tianren walked in with a dozen self-defense team members. As soon as they walked in, they were stunned by the scene before them. The warehouse of nearly 1,000 square meters is filled with various grains, foods, some daily necessities, and even some large equipment. Rice and flour were piled up into small mountains in the warehouse. Boxes of cigarettes, alcohol, and various snacks were piled up together, and they were almost touching the top of the warehouse. "Oh my God! How many people's food have they robbed?" A member of the self-defense force standing nearby swallowed hard, his eyes wide open. "They didn't just plunder a small town, they plundered an entire city." Although this statement is a bit exaggerated, it is enough to prove the large amount of food in the warehouse. If it were taken out, even if everyone in the town shared it equally, it would be enough to feed them for at least 7 days. Since the Age of Destruction, the self-defense forces had never seen such a large amount of food. Thinking about the suffering they had endured these days, they couldn't help laughing out loud, and then burst into tears. They knelt on the ground with their arms open, wanting to embrace the new life in the future. With these foods, they no longer had to worry about hunger. They and their families can all survive safely in this era of destruction. Some people rushed over impatiently, unpacked some food, stuffed them into their mouths, and chewed them with big mouthfuls. That was a box of soft bread. Before the Age of Destruction, the price was 45 yuan. After the Destruction era, the price once rose to 500 yuan, and was quickly sold out, leaving no market for it. At this moment, the self-defense force members were chewing bread in big mouthfuls, feeling the aroma of grains exploding in their mouths. They felt that all the fighting and the dangers of life and death just now were worth it at this moment. "Stop!" At this moment, Wang Bing suddenly shouted. The self-defense team members were stunned for a moment, and turned their eyes to him. "We can get revenge, come here, and eat soft bread again. All of this is thanks to Boss Li, so I suggest that Boss Li should pick everything in the warehouse first," Wang Bing said in a deep voice. "After Boss Li takes everything, we will divide the rest equally." As soon as Wang Bing said this, the entire warehouse fell silent. "Yes, yes, yes! Let Boss Li choose first. If it weren't for Boss Li, we would all be starving right now. Quick, make way for Boss Li!" The members of the self-defense forces all grinned and put down the things in their hands enthusiastically and consciously. The imagined scene of scramble did not occur. Li Tianren was also a little surprised. He thought that after seeing the food, the self-defense members who were forced to unite due to the pressure from the bandits would start fighting for it, and have conflicts due to unfair distribution. But now it seems that his worries were completely unnecessary. In the battle just now, the self-defense force members had gone through life and death together. A feeling similar to battle camaraderie was growing between them and gradually growing stronger. And the most important thing is that Li Tianren's previous behavior of chasing and killing more than 10 bandits alone completely convinced them. If they obeyed Li Tianren's orders before only because Li Tianren possessed weapons and powerful strength, then at this moment, they were completely convinced by Li Tianren. Who among them has the courage to face more than 10 people at the same time? The only one who can stand up and take action is Boss Li. Li Tianren waved his hand indifferently. He didn't have much demand for the things in the warehouse and wanted to refuse. But then, he caught a glimpse of the outline of something in the corner, and he was stunned. "These bandits actually stole this!" Li Tianren's voice trembled as he ran over quickly. Chapter 60, Treasure Sword, Tangheng. What came into view made Li Tianren unable to calm down. It was an ancient sword with a black sheath and a simple luster. It was placed on the sword rack with great care, and in a very concealed position. If Li Tianren had not happened to look over there, he would not have noticed the sword body that almost blended into the shadow. Li Tianren walked over and took the ancient sword off the sword rack. It feels cool to the touch. He grasped the hilt of the knife and pulled the blade straight out of the sheath. There was a crisp sound and a cold light flashed in the warehouse. This is a Tang sword. The blade is straight, like a long sword, except for a curved edge at the very end. It has both the kingly style of a sword and the domineering spirit of a knife. Li Tianren held the blade across his eyes and felt a slight stinging sensation even in his eyes. This is definitely a good knife, a powerful weapon. Tang Hingdao is the most famous sword during the Yan-Wang Tang dynasty. During the Tang dynasty, its forging technology was the most advanced in the world. The blade is strong and not easy to break, and the blade is extremely sharp. It can be used by both infantry and cavalry. The famous samurai sword of Sakura country was made in the Tang dynasty by Sakura country craftsmen in imitation of the Tang dynasty horizontal sword. However, the skills of the Sakura kingdom at that time were far from comparable to those of the Tang dynasty, so the samurai swords they made were very sharp, but the blades were extremely fragile and very easy to break. As a last resort, they had to settle for the next best thing and transform the straight blade into an arc-shaped, curved blade. It can be said that the Tang Hingdao is a pinnacle product of sword forging in the history of Yan-Wang. However, due to its high cost and difficulty in maintenance, very few authentic ones have been handed down over the years. And he could sense from the sword that Li Tianren was holding in his hand that it clearly had a very ancient feel. It's a very strange feeling. It was as if Li Tianren could sense the years that had passed on the blade. Thousands of years ago, it was once held in the palm of a mighty general, whizzing back and forth on the battlefield. Wherever the sword flashed, enemy heads rolled to the ground. Someone once said that every boy has a dream of being a martial arts hero wielding a knife and roaming the world, and Li Tianren is no exception. He was silent for a moment, then gently swung the knife towards the shelf next to him. All I heard was a click. A corner of the 3mm thick shelf angle iron was neatly cut off, and the cross-section was extremely smooth. When I pressed it lightly with my thumb, there was no burr at all. Cut iron like mud. They may have snatched it from a collector's home and wanted to take it abroad. The European Union once snatched away many cultural relics and antiques from Yan-Wang and auctioned them abroad to make huge profits. At this time, a member of the self-defense force came over, looked at the Tang horizontal sword in Li Tianren's hand, and said with a smile, "We can be said to have saved an antique for Yan-Wang. I want it." Li Tianren no longer hesitated, put the blade into the sheath, and then said without question. The food, clothes, condiments, etc. in the warehouse were not of Li Tianren's interest at all. Only this knife was what Li Tianren liked very much. When he saw it for the first time, he had an idea in his mind: it's mine. The self-defense force members were also a little surprised when they heard this. Although antique swords are also very attractive, in this doomsday, the most important material capital should be food. Only after filling your stomach will you be qualified to think about other levels of needs. In their opinion, Li Tianren's act of taking out the sword was completely confusing the priorities. But they had no idea that the ordinary grains in front of them were only used to feed livestock in Li Tianren's farm. Li Tianren, Hanin, and Xiao Hei now eat food that is above radiation-proof grade. Those fine grains have already spoiled Li Tianren and the others' tastes. If they were asked to eat ordinary food again, they would find it difficult to swallow. What was unexpected was that Li Tianren's choice was seen as an extremely selfless act by these self-defense team members. They thought that Li Tianren was too embarrassed to ask for food after he chose the antique Tang dynasty sword. What a noble character this is! How great is this? He led them to fight back and grab food at the risk of his life, but in the end, just because he loved an ancient sword and was worried that they would be psychologically unbalanced, he voluntarily gave up the opportunity to choose food. This is simply so touching. So, the self-defense members who thought they had guessed Li Tianren's idea spontaneously divided the food stored in the warehouse into quantities equal to the number of people. And Li Tianren was given the largest share. Snacks, rice, and flour were piled up almost into a small mountain. Half an hour later, when Li Tianren, who was standing in the yard and carefully examining the ancient sword, learned of the self-defense force members' decision, he was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. But looking at their sincere eyes, Li Tianren felt that if he continued to refuse, it would make the other party feel something was wrong, so he was silent for a moment and finally accepted it. Although Wells has been killed, we can't let our guard down. After nightfall, we will transport the food back home in batches. We must be careful to conceal it. Oh, and the bodies of Wells and his men must be cleaned up. We must ensure that they will not be discovered in the short term. Li Tianran arranged in a deep voice. Cleaning up the battlefield is also an extremely important part of the battle plan. Although the other party is a gangster, we still need to keep it secret to avoid retaliation from their accomplices. Although the place where Li Tianran led his men to suppress the bandits was basically a deserted suburban wasteland, no one could guarantee that someone might not accidentally pass by and discover some clues. Their killing of Wells' gang must be kept secret. Li Tianran did not forget that the other party belonged to a huge criminal gang. In Handong province, there are dozens of small gangs like Wells. It is difficult to guarantee that if the opponent's superiors learn of Wells' death, they will not send other gangsters to look for clues and launch a crazy counterattack. After all, in the eyes of the bandits, Li Tianran's behavior has brought extremely bad effects on the dignity of their team. Once the people begin to resist them, it will become very difficult for them to seize food. Therefore, Li Tianran felt that after the other party learned the news, there was a high probability that they would retaliate. However, as long as Li Tianran can hold out during this period and develop his farm a little bit, and survive for half a month, he will have enough points to redeem enough combat warriors and weapons. By then, the resources he has will be enough to arm the entire town. If the other party dared to come at that time, even if their number was several times more, Li Tianran could make them never return. Chapter 61: Searching for People. As night fell, several large trucks carrying grain drove out of the hotel under the cover of darkness and returned with full loads. The farm gate opened, and Li Tianran drove his truck in and stopped at the door of the warehouse on the first floor. Ever since Li Tianran led the team to wipe out Wells' gang, Lao Yang also received a considerable amount of food. He was so grateful to Li Tianran at this time, so how could he still have the nerve to detain Li Tianran's truck? Squeak! Li Tianran opened the cargo box at the rear of the truck and moved out the things inside. Since there was no shortage of food on the farm, Li Tianran only picked out some seasonings and snacks. As for other things, Li Tianran only took a very small portion. But even so, the warehouse was still full. Looking at the warehouse full of items, Li Tianran estimated that he might not need to buy new seasonings in the next 2 years. This operation was extremely fruitful, and in a sense, he had solved a hidden danger, so he was in a very happy mood at the moment. While humming a song, he walked upstairs. He was thinking about what kind of dinner to reward himself tonight. At the same time, Hehe Villa area. Ren Xiao was sitting in her room, holding a laptop, staring at the screen intently. That was a surveillance video. It was the surveillance footage of Li Tianran invading her villa. After she got the video from the security team, she checked it frame by frame, trying to find a clue from the surveillance video. Unfortunately, because Li Tianran had his face covered that day and the surveillance video was not that sophisticated, Ren Xiao could only see the outline of Li Tianran's back in the video, but could not see Li Tianran's facial features at all. Damn you bastard! Ren Xiao held her chin with one hand, chewing a Peppa Pig cookie, and muttered incoherently. I must dig you out and cut you into pieces! Ren Xiao's words were filled with hatred and murderous intent, but with her innocent expression and soft tone, the murderous intent in the words was instantly weakened by 9 points, and the rest was just like the coquettishness between lovers. Although the tone was not vicious enough, Ren Xiao was indeed frightened these days. She had never had such an intimate experience with a man like that night. I'm so angry! Ren Xiao once again watched the surveillance footage that she had watched over and over again countless times in the past few days. She still couldn't find any details in the surveillance footage that could prove the other party's identity. But one thing is very certain. The other party is agile and his physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. After she woke up from her coma that night, she found that the 2 burly men that Bai Jingyan had brought with him had been beaten by each other. Moreover, despite being surrounded by many security guards, the other party escaped very smoothly, like a knight who walked through a field of flowers without getting hurt by a single leaf. There were more than 20 security guards, but not one of them could catch up with the other party. They are all good-for-nothings. Ren Xiao frowned. We pay so much property management fees every year, but it's all used to support these good-for-nothings. The owner's home was invaded, and it's been several days, but there's still no definite investigation results. It seems we can't count on the security team and the military police. After being invaded that night, Ren Xiao called the police immediately after waking up. However, due to the shortage of military and police in Nanjing, after the military and police operator heard Ren Xiao say that no one had died when he called the police, he gave a very official reply. We will verify your call within 24 hours, please keep the phone open, thank you. 2 days had passed since then, and Ren Xiao had not received a reply call from the military police, nor had any military police come to investigate. She then called the police, but the line was always busy. In the past 2 days, there have been too many cases in South City. The military police station's phone is constantly receiving calls for help, and the military police system is completely paralyzed. It seems that if I want to check the other party's identity, I can't use formal means. Ren Xiao was silent for a moment, turned off the computer, and pulled out a transparent file bag from the drawer of the dressing table. The file bag was very empty, and at first glance it looked like there was nothing in it. But only when you get closer and squint carefully can you see that the file bag contains a male hair about 5 centimeters long. Ren Xiao carefully took out the hair and placed it in the palm of her hand. This was the only clue left by the gangster that night. Ren Xiao found it in the air hole on the laced edge of her pajamas. A hair was stuck there, and if Ren Xiao hadn't checked carefully, it would not have been discovered at all. Currently, the only way to find the gangster is to use this hair for DNA comparison and check one by one. Although this method was stupid and labor-intensive, she had no other choice. She couldn't sleep or eat because she couldn't find the bandit. After a moment's silence, she put on her coat and walked out of the room. Bai Jingyan was sitting in the living room on the first floor, watching a popular science program called Biology and Nature. When he saw Ren Xiao coming down from the second floor, he slowly stood up and smiled gently. Ms. Ren, are you feeling better? The massage technique you taught me is really useful. I don't feel any pain today. Ren Xiao gave Bai Jingyan a polite smile. After walking out of her own room, her temperament became cold and reserved again. She said softly, Mr. Bai, I have chosen the address of your research institute. It is not far from the farm. There used to be a factory there, but it closed down due to the mutation, so it was sold to us at a low price. The location is not bad, quiet and remote, which meets your requirements. Thank you for your help, Miss Ren. Bai Jingyan seemed like a very traditional scholar. He half bowed to Ren Xiao very seriously to express his gratitude. You don't have to be so polite. Ren Xiao smiled. She found it hard to accept Bai Jingyan's attitude towards people. After a moment of silence, she said softly, If the institute is newly opened, Mr. Bai must be very busy recently, right? Bai Jingyan was very sensitive to the deeper meaning in Ren Xiao's words. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked with a smile, Miss Ren, do you want to see me for something? Ren Xiao also smiled slightly, shook the file bag in her hand, and said, Actually, this is quite embarrassing. I think since Mr. Bai is an expert in human body research, he must be able to do a DNA system comparison. I want you to help find someone in South City who matches the DNA of this hair. Bai Jingyan raised his eyebrows. Excuse me, if we want to do a comparison in the entire South City, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention when we can complete the comparison of nearly 100,000 samples, just obtaining DNA samples from everyone in South City is a huge project. My advice is that if that person is not important to you, there is no need to do this. Even with Tianruin's financial status, it would be very difficult to accomplish this in South City. Bai Jingyan pushed his glasses and asked habitually, Is this person important? Ren Xiao was silent for a moment, then said with some disappointment, It's not very important. I want to find the criminals from that night. If this is difficult to do, forget it. Bai Jingyan's eyes suddenly lit up. It was an extremely sharp and exciting light. No! It's not difficult! Bai Jingyan suddenly changed his tone and said, Ms. Ren, I am willing to help you with this. Chapter 62, Ordinary. Brother! I'm almost starving. In the living room, when Li Tianren pushed the door and walked in, he saw 2 pairs of eyes that were almost glowing green from hunger. Hanin and Xiaohei rushed over, sobbing as they expressed their grievances. There was nearly a small bowl of fruit cores on the table, all of which had been eaten clean. Obviously, during the time when Li Tianren was not at home, Henin and Xiaohei relied on fruits to fill their stomachs. Li Tianren opened the refrigerator and saw that the shelf where fruits were stored was empty. That's about 5 or 6 kilograms of fruit. If it were sold in the market now, it would fetch at least tens of thousands of yuan. Henin and Xiaohei, 2 foodies, ate tens of thousands of yuan in just 8 hours. Didn't I leave some food for you when I left this morning? Li Tianren looked at the kitchen. The small bowls that had been used to hold the meat porridge and rice were already clean. What? Not enough? Woof woof woofed. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei started barking as if he understood human nature, and seemed to want to say something to Li Tianren. Of course it's not enough! Henin interrupted Xiaohei very straightforwardly, pouting and saying, Brother, you don't know, Xiaohei may be eating now. He ate most of the rice you left, and Henin only ate a little bit. As Henin spoke, she pinched her little finger and gestured. Li Tianren raised his eyebrows. He looked at Xiaohei. Little Black. Identity, Czech Wolfhound. Age 3. Strength 7. Intelligence 3. Speed 14, adult standard is 10. Spirit 6. Hunger 75. Evaluation. This is a Czech wolf dog that exceeds the normal size and physical fitness. It has sharp and strong canine teeth, thick bones, and a sturdy body. It is enough to fight with a North American gray wolf without losing. There is no doubt that it is the king of dogs. But it has been bullied by its owner, a little human girl, and has often suffered unjust accusations. Perhaps this situation will change after its FOXP2, language gene, is fully activated. After eating anti-radiation food for 10 consecutive days, Xiaohei's body size has grown larger and his appetite has increased a lot. What surprised Li Tianren even more was that in Xiaohei's evaluation, there was an important detail of activating the language gene. Could it be that radiation-proof agricultural products can not only enhance physical fitness, but also activate some abilities that the consumers did not originally have? A dog starts talking. Just thinking about this scene is so funny. Xiaohei, I know you're hungry, but Henin is also growing, so the food I left for you two should be shared equally, understand? Li Tianren rubbed Xiaohei's head, then turned and walked towards the kitchen, saying, Don't do this again in the future. Xiaohei was stunned. It seemed to understand what Li Tianren said, and then turned and glared at Henin. Woof woof woof, woof woof. You ate up all the rice in the bowl. You didn't even leave any for me. Whoa whoa! You ate up all the rice and porridge that the boss left. I only drank the porridge. Ah! You are still here accusing me. Henin seemed a little guilty. She secretly glanced at Li Tianren. After finding that Li Tianren didn't notice Xiaohei's abnormality, she pretended to be extremely ferocious. She grabbed Xiaohei's ears with her 2 little hands and dragged it from the kitchen to the living room. During this process, Xiaohei continued to bark at Li Tianren. Woof woof woof! Boss! She is slandering me! She is slandering me! However, Li Tianren did not take Xiaohei's protest seriously. He was wrongly humiliated by Henin, who was half the size and half the strength of him, and dragged to the sofa. He looked at Henin with grievance. Xiaohei, be good. Han Han rubbed Xiaohei's head, and looked at Li Tianren from time to time, and said with a smile, Don't get angry just because your brother scolds you. Henin deliberately emphasized the words. You got angry because your brother scolded you. As if she wanted Li Tianren to hear it on purpose. Upon hearing this, Li Tianren tilted his head and glanced towards the living room, his eyes as sharp as knives. Xiaohei felt Li Tianren's gaze and immediately understood that Henin was trying to divert hatred, and he was stunned for a moment. Don't play like this. The younger sister is a scheming little girl, but the older brother thinks that his sister is innocent and real, so he never doubts what she says. As if accepting his fate, Xiaohei weakly barked twice, Woof! I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. Henin jumped down from the sofa with a smile, and suddenly saw Li Tianren's backpack on the coffee table in the living room. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she ran over and asked, Brother, what's in this backpack? Oh, it's some medicine, children can't touch it, Li Tianren replied casually. In fact, the backpack contained snacks he brought from the warehouse, including yogurt, sausage, cookies, etc. But he hid it from Henin because he didn't want Henin to eat too many snacks before meals. Firstly, it's bad for her teeth. Secondly, if she eats too many snacks, she will eat less for the main meals, which is not good for her physical development and will also lead to waste. Sizzle! At this moment, Li Tianran suddenly heard the sound of a backpack falling to the ground and the sound of a zipper being unzipped. He turned around and saw that the backpack had been opened and fell to the ground, with the snacks inside scattered all over the floor. Li Tianran looked at Henin with his hands on his hips expressionlessly. Henin stared with eyes wide open, put her hands behind her back innocently, pointed at Xiaohei and said, "Xiaohei did it!" Xiaohei squatted beside, looked at the zipper on the backpack, then looked at his own stubby and inflexible paws, with a blank expression on his face, and even wanted to sneer. If you have too many lice, you won't be afraid of being bitten. If you have too many blames, you won. If Xiaohei could speak now, he would definitely say yes. I did it, all the bad things were done by me. I am the embodiment of evil, the son of the devil Satan. I turned into a dog and came to the world just to destroy you stupid humans. Li Tianran felt helpless. This girl, is her brain not working well, or does she think I am not working well? You're lying to me with this excuse? Brother, you are lying! Henin seemed to notice that something was wrong with Li Tianran's expression, so she took the initiative to complain, pointing her little hand at the yogurt and cookies on the ground and said, "These are all bad, there is no medicine at all. Brother also said that he would not let Henin lie, but now brother is lying himself. Humph!" Li Tianran had a headache. When it comes to educating children, he really doesn't know what is the right way. He couldn't explain to Henin, a 7-year-old child, what was considered a white lie and what was considered a malicious deception. He glanced at the pot of water that hadn't yet boiled, thinking it would take at least 30 minutes for dinner to be ready. Henin can eat some snacks, but not too much, Li Tianran said helplessly. Brother lied, it's brother's fault. Hee hee! We won! Henin grabbed the scattered biscuits and sausages and ran to Xiaohei happily. No, don't be unhappy. I'll give you half. Looking at this scene, Li Tianran couldn't help but smile. In his eyes, all the exciting and passionate experiences during the day were not as precious as the ordinary life before him. Being with the people who are important to you, eating together, sleeping together, playing and fighting together, this is the true meaning of life. This is the life that Li Tianran pursues. Henin, we're having spicy rabbit heads tonight. Li Tianran looked at Henin and suddenly had an idea to tease her. Who should we eat first? Hui or Aki? It's really hard to choose. They are all fat and strong. How about Henin help me choose? You raise them all. Which one do you want me to kill first? Don't eat Henin's rabbit. Brother is a bad guy. But if we don't eat them, we'll be hungry at night. Anyway, you are not allowed to eat it. In the night, the windows of the small building reveal a warm light, and there are noisy sounds with laughter. In the night filled with biting cold wind, the farm is like a castle, silently guarding its family. Chapter 63 Research Institute. Rumble. Today is the third day after Li Tianran killed Wells. So far, his fish pond has been dug and the mud has been transported out of the farm. Due to the original purpose of farm irrigation, the farm did not use tap water but a well. So at this time Li Tianran used a more than 10-meter-long plastic water hose to connect the pump head of the well. After closing the gate, the groundwater rushed into the empty fish pond. To this day, although the daytime temperature has remained at around -20 degrees Celsius, the underground temperature is not that low, so the well has not frozen. The cold groundwater still continuously flows into the fish pond, and the water level slowly rises, gradually filling the 3-meter-deep fish pond. Open the store. Resources. Livestock. Fisheries. Disinfectant. Purchase X 30 liters. Spend 3,000 points. Several barrels of exquisitely packaged disinfectant appeared in front of Li Tianran. He picked up the barrels and poured the disinfectant into the water in the fish pond. Building a fish pond has never been an easy task. There are often toxic and harmful substances such as heavy metal salts in the soil. Before raising fish fry, the fish pond must first be soaked and disinfected, and then splashed with lime slurry for a second disinfection process. This can not only settle the mud and clear the water, but also prevent fish diseases. After completing the 2 disinfection processes, it is necessary to spread base fertilizer on the fish pond to promote the reproduction and growth of plankton and provide sufficient natural bait for fish. Generally speaking, most base fertilizers are composed of pig, cow, and other livestock and poultry manure plus some moss. For Li Tianran, these things can be found everywhere on the farm, and he doesn't need to spend too much effort to buy them. Watching the water slowly seeping into the ground, Li Tianran dug some sludge from the fish pond that had been soaked in disinfectant water. The pond mud after disinfection. Lead content 0.0001%. Sodium content 0.09%. Calcium content 0.1%. Magnesium content 0.1%. Evaluation: this is top quality lotus pond mud. The content of heavy metals harmful to the human body has been almost reduced to the lowest, while the calcium content beneficial to the human body exceeds that of ordinary soil. It is especially suitable for the growth of microorganisms and is the best choice for raising fish and growing rice. Li Tianran looked at the land next to him that had not been soaked in disinfectant. Radiated land. Lead content 3%. Mercury content 8%. Beryllium content 7%. Calcium content 0.005%. Comment: this is irradiated soil, which contains a large amount of heavy metal pollution. Almost no plants can grow on this land. Even if they grow, they are sinful flowers full of toxins. Unless you can find seeds that are immune to heavy metal radiation. The difference between the 2 types of soil can be seen by comparing them. If you inject water directly into an undisinfected fish pond and put in fish fry, the toxins will not kill the second-level fish fry, but they will make all the microorganisms in the fish pond disappear, leaving no grass or grass growing. This greatly increases the cost of raising fish. Although the second-level fish fry are no longer afraid of temperature changes, the water plants and microorganisms are not. It seems that a heating system needs to be built in the fish pond, Li Tianran said to himself. He found the materials for the heating pipes in the resource category of the mall. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the world who has installed a heating system for a fish pond. Li Tianran smiled. Adding a heating system to the fish pond was obviously an extra expense, but in order to make the fish fry in the pond grow faster, he was willing to invest a huge amount of money. In other words, isn't the reason he earns points to improve his current living conditions? Just do it. Soon, a large pile of ceramic pipes used specifically for heating appeared on the land in front of him. Li Tianran needs to connect these pipes to the boiler, and then wait until the first wave of disinfection water in the fish pond has completely settled before installing them. This is a big project. At the same time, at the site of an abandoned factory less than 1 kilometer away from the farm, more than a dozen large machines were working in full swing. The original factory has been completely demolished, and they are now building a brand new building. This building is extremely special. Even the reinforced concrete used to construct the pillars are special products not available on the market. Everyone, please be careful. Don't damage the materials. They are aerospace-grade materials used in manufacturing laboratories. If we damage them, we will have to wait at least another 3 months to get the quota. A young man in a suit and tie was holding a thick stack of drawings and had a badge on his chest that read, First Class Architect. He is an outstanding architect of the head office of Tianran Company. He came to Nanjing a day ago and was responsible for helping Bai Jingyan build a laboratory. Engineer Wang. At this time, Bai Jingyan came over from a distance, gently shook hands with the architect, and then pushed the frame of his glasses on his nose and said, At this rate, how long will it take to complete the project at the earliest? It will take at least a week. The architect, known as Engineer Wang, thought for a moment and replied, The main difficulty is that the storage room you requested needs to be able to withstand a head-on impact of 200 tons, so I have to carry out special structural reinforcement for the control room. 1 week. Bai Jingyan squinted his eyes and thought for a moment, then nodded and said with a smile, Thank you for your help. Engineer Wang glanced at Bai Jingyan, and then seemed to be hesitant to speak, and then asked curiously, Researcher Bai, I have a question. The purpose of this laboratory is just to facilitate your research on drugs for emergency diseases, so why do you need to reinforce the storage room to that extent? The bearing capacity of 200 tons is something that even the Berlin Wall, known as the Steel Wall, cannot achieve. I always feel that this is not like a laboratory, but more like. Engineer Wang thought for a moment, weighing his words in his mind. A prison, a cage. A cage that holds monsters like Godzilla. Bai Jingyan heard this, his eyes remained unchanged. He smiled and said, Mr. Wang, you have a very rich imagination. I have to admire you. Actually, the reason why I requested such a high-intensity research institute is because there were always fierce objections to the drug research proposal in the head office, so I was forced to leave the Magic City and come to a remote place like Nanching. I'm afraid that someone from the head office will attack my research institute in order to kill this plan. You know, those people from the head office are divided into different factions for profit. They can do anything, and they may use tanks. And the world is so chaotic now. I am a weak researcher and have no ability to protect myself, so I have to place my hopes on the strength of the research institute itself. Bai Jingyan smiled and said, gentle and elegant, his smile made him look gentle and weak. If possible, I would even like to build a research institute with military-based standards. Chapter 64 Shameless. While Li Tianran and Bai Jingyan were working hard to build their own kingdom, another incident happened in the town. Zhang Jun, 47 years old, lives in Xiaozhai village, Luozhuang town, where Li Tianran farm is located. Before the world changed, he made a living by running a convenience store. Zhang Jun is lazy, sloppy, henpecked, and has the same problems as most middle-aged men. He is also very cunning and often sells processed products that are about to expire as normal products. If the customer finds out, he will exchange it with the other party. If the customer doesn't notice, he can make a small profit with a clear conscience. As time went by, everyone in the town knew that he was a black heart, and fewer people came to patronize him. But since he is the only convenience store in the town, some young people can go to the city to buy daily necessities, but it is different for the elderly. They have difficulty walking and cannot go to the city more than 10 kilometers away, so they can only hold their noses and swallow their anger, and choose Zhang Jun's convenience store. Thanks to the patronage of these elderly people, Zhang Jun's convenience store was able to survive and also earned him a lot of money. Zhang Jun thought that his happy life would continue like this, but he did not expect the world to change and the price of food skyrocketed overnight. He originally wanted to stockpile a large amount of food, ready to sell it at a high price and make a fortune from the national crisis, but he did not expect that his great plan would suffer a devastating blow before it even set sail. 7 days ago, his convenience store was attacked by a group of gangsters and all the food in his warehouse was stolen. Those are his lifeblood. Not only that, when the robbers found out that the food in the convenience store had expired, they beat him up. His plan to get rich was shattered and he was beaten up, which made Zhang Jun almost crazy. He was always thinking about getting his things back. Just 3 days ago, he received an invitation to go to Lao Yang's warehouse to participate in a counterattack meeting against the gangsters. His blood was boiling, and he wanted to work with the comrades, who came to the meeting to defeat the bandits roaming around here and take back their wealth. He had already made preparations, but when he returned home that night, he couldn't help but secretly tell his wife about his plan, but he didn't expect to be strongly opposed. In fact, Zhang Jun himself did not have such a strong revolutionary consciousness. After being scolded by his wife, he began to be afraid. The other side is a group of vicious criminals. Can I really deal with them? If you can't deal with the opponent and get killed by him instead, then the loss will outweigh the gain. After thinking it over all night, Zhang Jun finally made a decision when he gathered the next day. He is not going. He lied and said he was unwell and couldn't go to the meeting. But that day, Zhang Jun was always worried, fearing that the self-defense forces would be defeated by the bandits and then give him away, leading to the bandits' ruthless revenge. But 2 days have passed since that day and everything is still calm. Zhang Jun finally felt relieved, but at the same time, he had a new doubt. Were those gangsters really killed by the self-defense forces? Otherwise, why haven't we heard any news about the bandits' activities for 2 consecutive days? Hey, do you think Wang Bing and his guys really killed the bandits? Zhang Jun squatted by the windowsill, looking at the howling cold wind outside the window, and couldn't help rubbing his hands and said. Among those who were robbed, Zhang Jun and Wang Bing lived very close to each other, and were considered acquaintances. Zhang Jun's wife was a stout, fierce-looking woman, a typical shrew. At this moment, she was cracking melon seeds and cursing angrily. It's all the fault of those bastards. They robbed my store, so now I can only crack melon seeds and can't even eat instant noodles. Zhang Jun's stomach also made a gurgling sound. They only had some cornmeal left, so they had been drinking porridge for 3 days straight. They were so exhausted that they felt cramps in their calves and were seeing stars. The melon seeds that Zhang Jun's wife was cracking at this time were expired products from the previous store. Hey, why don't you go to Wang Bing's house to check on him? Zhang Jun's wife suddenly had an idea and smiled cunningly. His father just died, didn't he? Just say you're going to visit him and find out about his family's situation. If Wang Bing was also killed by those bandits, then you should go home quickly. But if Wang Bing and his men get rid of the bandits, then our hard times will be over. Zhang Jun was stunned and asked, What do you mean? Are you stupid? Zhang Jun's wife cursed angrily. If Wang Bing dies, the criminals will definitely find out who is related to him. We must cut off all ties with Wang Bing's family. But if Wang Bing and his men kill those bandits, then our stolen things must have been taken back by Wang Bing and his men. We have to go to Wang Bing to get back our things, right? An extremely sinister smile appeared on Zhang Jun's wife's fat face. If Li Tianran heard these words, he would definitely sigh and wonder how such shameless people could exist in this world. He is afraid of danger when working, and wants to share the credit after others have finished their work. To call this kind of person a scum is to flatter him. Yes. But what people didn't expect was that Zhang Jun's eyes burst into excitement. He seemed to agree with what his wife said, and gave her a thumbs up and said, Wife, you are so smart. I'll go to Wang Bing's house now. Wait a minute. The burly wife yelled at the top of her voice and threw the melon seeds in her hand onto the table with a clatter. If Wang Bing's family does something wrong, you will be in trouble. I'll go with you. The two put on their coats. Zhang Jun glanced at the kitchen and picked up a rolling pin, while his wife put a bone-chopping knife in her arms. The two walked out of the house one after the other and walked towards Wang Bing's house in the distance, where a white elegiac couplet hung on the door. Dad, today is your 7th day, your son will drink with you. Wang Bing knelt in front of a portrait, his eyes red, holding a wine glass. Your son has helped you get revenge, the gang that hurt you, none of them escaped. In the initial battle, Wang Bing and his men captured 2 bandits, but they were also secretly dealt with by the self-defense force members. Because Li Tianran said that he would not kill those who surrendered, which was a lie to them. Monson is right. Even if the bandits surrendered, Li Tianran would not let them go. In troubled times, being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Crash! Wang Bing poured a whole glass of wine in front of the spirit tablet, and just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly heard someone outside the door shouting. Is Brother Wang Bing at home? I'm Zhang Jun, and I have something urgent to discuss with you. At this moment, Wang Bing's wife came out from the inner room holding her son, looked at Wang Bing and asked, Honey, who's here? It's Zhang Jun. Wang Bing frowned and said to himself, What are they doing here? Chapter 65? Don't be so selfish. Crash. Wang Bing opened the gate of the courtyard and looked outside. Zhang Jun and his burly wife were standing at the door. When they saw the door open, they walked in without saying a word. Bang! Wang Bing stretched out his hand to hold the door, and leaned against the door frame to block the couple's path. He asked expressionlessly, What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Ever since Zhang Jun changed his mind and didn't dare to come when the self-defense force was formed last time, Wang Bing has been a little contemptuous of Zhang Jun. But he would definitely not express this contempt openly. After all, the two families lived not far from each other. If he offended the other party, it would be very awkward for the two families to meet. But even so, Wang Bing was still reluctant to interact with his family, and it was also the 7th day after his father's death, so he was already in a bad mood and his tone of voice was inevitably a little harsh. When Zhang Jun and his wife saw that Wang Bing had no intention of welcoming them in, their expressions suddenly became a little ugly, but they did not lose their temper. Instead, they put on a smile and said, Xiao Bing, your grandfather passed away and the funeral was hastily arranged. We were not able to help at all. We feel very sorry. So, we came here specially to light some incense and burn some paper money for the old man. Wang Bing looked Zhang Jun and his wife up and down, and said stiffly, "No need, we have already removed the mourning hall. Today is the 7th day, and it is enough for me, as a son, to burn incense." Wang Bing didn't think that Zhang Jun and his wife were really so kind that they specially came to their house in the cold weather just to burn incense for his dead father. After all, when Wang Bing's father bought things at Zhang Jun's convenience store before, these two guys had cheated the old man many times. "Look, we're already here, just let us in." Zhang Jun bent his body and tried to squeeze in, but when his wife patted him, he stopped and looked at his wife blankly. "Brother Wang Bing, since your home is not convenient today, then we won't go in," Zhang Jun's wife said with a smile. "Actually, we came here for another matter this time." "Haha." Wang Bing smiled as if he had known this would happen, and then asked, "What's the matter? Tell me." "It's like this. Didn't you want to form a self-defense force a few days ago to fight those bastards who stole food? I want to ask, did you fight? What was the result?" Zhang Jun's wife asked with a grin, rubbing her palms. "So you're here for this matter?" Upon hearing this, Wang Bing looked at Zhang Jun with a bit of contempt, and then pretended to be confused and said to Zhang Jun, "No, I remember that brother Zhang Jun was also in the self-defense force. Didn't you act with us that day? You should know the result." Zhang Jun's face turned red instantly. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't stand Wang Bing's undisguised sarcasm. He stood there at a loss as to what to do, feeling extremely embarrassed. "It's like this. I was fully prepared that morning, but my stomach wasn't cooperating and kept bothering me the whole day. The pain was so severe that I couldn't get out of bed." Zhang Jun was indeed a fighter among the shameless guys. Soon, his complexion returned to normal, and he found a set of prepared excuses to cover up his cowardice. "Oh, so that's how it is," Wang Bing said with a look of sudden enlightenment. "I thought you were the only one who went through life and death with us that day. Shame on me! Shame on me!" Zhang Jun's old face turned red. Bang! Zhang Jun's arm was secretly slapped by his wife. He immediately reacted and looked at Wang Bing and said, "Brother, just tell me the truth. What happened to those gangsters?" Wang Bing no longer wanted to continue mocking Zhang Jun. He was silent for a moment, and then said, "Those gangsters won't show up again." "Are they dead?" Zhang Jun's eyes suddenly lit up. Wang Bing did not directly answer Zhang Jun's question, but said, "You don't need to know so much, anyway, you just need to know that they won't harass you again." After saying this, Wang Bing was about to close the door. But at this moment, Zhang Jun suddenly reached out and grabbed Wang Bing's wrist, and at the same time, he leaned his shoulder against the door, and asked anxiously, "Look, how can I not ask clearly? I have to know whether those people are dead or not, so that I can get my things back." Wang Bing was confused by Zhang Jun's words. He was stunned for more than 10 seconds before asking, "Your stuff? What's your stuff?" "My food and money that were stolen." Zhang Jun smiled widely and said, "Brother Wang Bing, I know you must have completely wiped out that gang of bandits. You also got back our stolen things, right? You can't be so selfish and take it all for yourself. Give us our share and return it to me." Wang Bing was so angry that he laughed. He knew that Zhang Jun and his wife were shameless, but he didn't expect that they were even more shameless than he imagined. "You didn't dare to go to the war, but now you're quite enthusiastic about dividing the spoils. Damn it, I've never seen a bastard like you!" Wang Bing suddenly roared, pointing at the two men and said, "Get out! Get as far away as you can!" Zhang Jun and his wife's faces changed completely when they heard this. Since Wang Bing had started to curse, there was no need for them to pretend. They might as well just fall out. "Wang Bing, let me tell you! Our things were taken away by those bandits. If you take them back, there must be a portion for us. They belong to us. You can't keep them all for yourself." Zhang Jun's wife was very fierce. She glared at him and was about to kick the door. "Give me my food! Your things were stolen by bandits, so go ask them for it. Why ask me for it?" Wang Bing sneered. "I didn't steal your things." "Nonsense! You guys have killed that gang of gangsters. If not you, who else should we ask for it?" Zhang Jun also had a gloomy face and reached into his arms to take out the rolling pin. Wang Bing frowned when he saw this. He didn't want to have a conflict with someone like Zhang Jun at home, especially when his wife and children were at home. I tell you, we did kill the bandits, but I didn't get the things back. Whether you believe it or not, I have only one thing to say: I don't have the things. Go find whoever stole them, Wang Bing said in a cold tone. He pushed Zhang Jun away and was about to close the door. At this moment, Wang Bing's wife came out holding their son. Coincidentally, their son was eating a piece of chocolate in his hand. Hubby, please speak softly. The child is frightened and crying. Wang Bing was stunned, then turned to look at his wife. When he saw the chocolate in his son's hand, he suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Because that piece of chocolate was a special product in Zhang Jun's convenience store. It was very cheap, so it had no packaging. But in order to pass off the inferior goods as high-end chocolate, Zhang Jun's wife privately purchased a batch of colored paper and repackaged the bulk chocolates with the colored paper. The packaging was very special, and I'm afraid it's the only one of its kind in the whole South City. This piece of chocolate was also given to Wang Bing from the spoils of war. Look, that's our snack! Zhang Jun's wife screamed and took out a knife from her arms and waved it in the air after seeing the packaging bag. You really did share the spoils! Give us back our things! Zhang Jun became excited upon seeing this. He pushed Wang Bing away, picked up the rolling pin and rushed forward. What are you doing? Fuck your grandpa! Wang Bing was unable to respond and was pushed by Zhang Jun, staggering. When he stood firm again, he saw Zhang Jun and his wife rushing in with red eyes like robbers. Wang Bing's wife was shocked when she saw this. Don't block the road! Seeing the other party blocking her way, Zhang Jun's wife swung the sharp knife in her hand forward with all her might. Wang Bing's wife was unable to dodge and was cut directly on the forehead. A finger-long wound appeared and blood gushed out instantly. Ah! A scream pierced the sky. Mom! Mom, what's wrong with you? I'm scared. The son looked at his mother with blood all over her face and burst into tears in fear. Wang Bing looked at this scene and felt as if his chest was suffocating, as if he was about to explode. He picked up a fire axe that was more than 1 meter long and chopped it down on the back of Zhang Jun's wife. You two maggots! You bullies who only care about the strong and the weak! I'm going to kill you! Chapter 66 Artificial Rainfall. Wang Bing roared, swung the axe and chopped at Zhang Jun's wife. But his actions frightened his wife. She wanted to stop Wang Bing and pushed his arm with her hand. Wang Bing's axe was indeed a little off, and it slipped over Zhang Jun's wife's body, but unfortunately, it fell straight on the neck of Zhang Jun, who was standing next to him. Puff! There was an extremely dull sound of a knife blade entering flesh. Zhang Jun stopped. Wang Bing was stunned for a moment. Zhang Jun's wife turned her head and looked at Zhang Jun blankly. Everyone was stunned. A stream of blood spurted out from Zhang Jun's neck and flew 2 or 3 meters before falling to the ground. Ah! A sharp scream that was almost breaking sounded in Wang Bing's yard. While eating a yogurt and strawberry salad, Li Tianren watched like a supervisor as the agricultural intelligent robots skillfully harvested wheat and corn and packed them into piles. Ding! You have recovered radiation-proof wheat. The pleasant reminder sound keeps ringing in my ears. He looked at his current mall points. Exactly 1 million. There are still 16 days, 17 hours and 54 minutes until the second era of destruction. Li Tianren looked at the scarlet message and touched his chin. If the second record of destruction was going to take away the water source, then he had to make preparations from now on. If you just want to solve the problem of drinking water, then there is no need to worry at all. All we need is a giant water cellar, which is enough to sustain it for a long time. But what Li Tianren is facing now is not just the problem of drinking water. Irrigation of farmland and water replacement in fish ponds both require a large amount of water. Perhaps the water consumed by changing the water in the fish pond or irrigating all the farmland once would be enough for Li Tianren and his sister to drink for more than 10 years. An artificial lake? No, it's just a huge water cellar at best. It won't solve the long-term problem if we just keep eating up the water. Li Tianren muttered to himself. As for the well, I'm afraid it will also dry up after the second era of destruction. Li Tianren racked his brains but couldn't figure out how to solve the water problem. Suddenly, he slapped his head and said excitedly, So that's it! I figured out a way! Artificial rainfall! Right. It's artificial rainfall. Li Tianran had just been thinking about how to get water from underground, but he never thought that there could be water in the sky. In fact, rain and snow are very important sources of water in the world. Thinking of this, Li Tianran decided to do it. At this point the fish pond has been dug, and all that remains is to wait for the heating pipes to be installed before the fish fry can be released. Now Li Tianran can think about other things. Artificial precipitation, also known as artificial rainmaking, refers to the process of artificially supplementing certain necessary conditions for precipitation formation based on the principles of natural precipitation formation, promoting cloud droplets to quickly condense or collide and grow into raindrops and fall to the ground. Li Tianran murmured to himself. He remembered the principles of artificial rainfall very clearly. Rainfall is mainly associated with clouds. Rain clouds are divided into warm clouds and cold clouds. If these two different types of rain clouds are to be used for artificial rainfall, the materials used are also different. To make warm clouds, clouds with a temperature above 0 degrees Celsius, produce precipitation or increase rainfall, hygroscopic particles such as salt powder and urea should be spread in the clouds to promote the formation of large cloud droplets, leading to the formation or increase of precipitation. If you want cold clouds, clouds with a temperature below 0 degrees Celsius, to produce precipitation, you need to use airplanes to spread catalysts such as dry ice and silver iodide, which will produce a large number of ice crystals. This will increase the density of ice crystals in the upper part of the cold clouds and promote or increase precipitation. Li Tianran looked up at the sky. Ever since the sun was destroyed, the sky has been covered by a thick layer of clouds, and although the weather at this time is very cold, it has been very humid. This shows that there are a lot of water molecules in the air. This is a good sign. Although Li Tianran was unable to calculate the water vapor concentration in the cloud that had been hanging over the farm for the time being, just by feeling the humidity of the air, he felt that the cloud must be full of frozen ice crystals at this time. As long as they were catalyzed, they would soon turn into raindrops and fall down. Based on the temperature at this time, it is easy to infer that the clouds in the sky are below 0 degrees and are cold clouds. If you want to make cold clouds produce precipitation, you need some dry ice. Dry ice is solid carbon dioxide and has been widely used in many fields, such as fire extinguishers, etc., so it is not a scarce material. Soon, Li Tianran got dozens of kilograms of dry ice. These dry ice blocks are in solid form. Li Tianran needs to crush them into powder first, then put them in a device that can explode, and then send them into the clouds by plane. Because general artificial rainfall is done by using a special kind of artillery shells to shoot into the clouds, but both the shells and the artillery vehicles are large-scale munitions that are strictly controlled. Even if black market arms dealers are rampant now, no one dares to sell this kind of thing. Li Tianran had no choice but to settle for the next best option and choose to use an airplane to spread the seeds. By the way, speaking of this, Li Tianran also needs a large drone that can fly at least a few hundred meters high. Nothing is easy in this world. Building a theme park by yourself may seem simple, but it actually requires a lot of work. Li Tianran muttered to himself as he looked at the dry ice piled at his feet. He squatted down and was about to grind the dry ice into powder. But at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang frantically. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't answer it. Ever since the mutation, Li Tianran often received sales calls from traffickers of contraband. Over time, he became annoyed and chose not to answer calls from numbers that did not have any notes. But what Li Tianran didn't expect was that the call he didn't answer was not from the vendors he imagined, but another person. At this time, Wang Bing's home. Wang Bing's wife stood in the yard holding her child, at a loss. She looked at the blood on the ground and the police car in the distance, and suddenly felt like she was going to collapse. How could it be such a coincidence? Wang Bing chopped Zhang Jun's carotid artery with an axe? How could it be such a coincidence? A patrol police car happened to pass by here. After hearing the scream, the military police rushed in. After seeing the scene in the yard, they handcuffed Wang Bing and put him into the police car. How could it be such a coincidence? The phone of the person who led her husband and the self-defense forces to defeat the bandits could not be reached at this time, Mom! Mom! I'm scared. The son pouted. He was only 3 years old and didn't know what was going on. He just hugged Wang Bing's wife's neck and cried. Where is Dad? Why doesn't he want us anymore? I'll be obedient and never eat snacks again. Can you ask Dad to come back? I'm so scared. The son was crying, and Wang Bing's wife sat down weakly on the steps. She felt that the world was dark and despair slowly enveloped her. Chapter 67. Can I trust you? Name: Wang Bing. Age: 31. Why kill people? I told you, they were the ones who broke into my house first with weapons and stabbed my wife. I was acting in self-defense. The overcrowded South City Military Police Station. Inside the interrogation room, Wang Bing's hands were locked to the iron railings, and his face looked anxious and irritated. But the victim's family said, they went to your house because you took their things and they wanted to get them back. A military police officer looked at Wang Bing expressionlessly and asked in a deep voice, do you know what the crime of robbery is? According to wartime protocols, if you commit robbery, kidnapping or other serious crimes after the second-level warning is activated, we have the power to shoot you dead. Wang Bing was furious. Why do you believe her and not me? She said I stole something. Does she have any evidence? Of course. The military policeman expressionlessly took out some packaged food from the evidence bag next to him, and then took out a receipt and said, according to the clues provided by the other party, we found the items that were once stolen from them in your home. What's more important is, we found a large number of items in your warehouse that were stolen by a group of food-grabbing gangs that had been reported to the police before. How do you explain this? The military police stared at Wang Bing's eyes and suddenly shouted, are you one of the food-stealing gangs? Speak! Wang Bing felt his forehead swelling. He suppressed his anger and said, my father was beaten to death by the grain-stealing gang a few days ago. Do you think I am a member of the grain-stealing gang? The military policeman narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Bing for a long time, then said, it is very common for criminal gangs to kill people due to uneven distribution of spoils. Wang Bing was stunned when he heard this, and then veins popped up on his forehead. He stood up and rushed forward like a mad beast, even shaking the iron railings as he pulled on them. Fuck your mother! Behave yourself! Sit down! Seeing this, 2 military police surrounded Wang Bing, bent his arms behind his back and pressed him to the ground. Wang Bing felt a piercing pain in his arm. He pressed his face against the cold floor and looked at the 2 soldiers and policemen with hatred. When the bandits killed people for profit, you were powerless. When the people killed people to protect themselves, you refused to let them go. Do you deserve the national emblem on your shoulders? You said I'm sorry for the national emblem on my shoulder? A dark-faced military policeman's eyebrows jumped wildly when he heard this, and anger appeared on his face. Since the world changed, the entire South City has been in complete chaos. Robbery, kidnapping, theft, and all crimes you can imagine have all increased more than tenfold. The EU is provoking at the border again, and 8/10 of the military and police in the entire South City have been transferred away. We are on standby 24 hours a day. Excluding the time for meals, I can only sleep 4 hours a day. Only then did Wang Bing notice that the military police officer's eyes were bloodshot. Do you know how many police calls I answer, how many crime scenes I handle, and how many criminals I arrest every day? Do you think we don't want the situation to be stable? Do you think we like this chaotic situation, where our superiors call us useless and the people call us idiots? The entire South City police system now has only 500 people. 500 people! They need to maintain the public security of the entire 3,400 square kilometers of South City and protect the safety of more than 100,000 people. Even if we were split into 3 pieces, it would still not be enough. The black-faced military policeman was very emotional, and his chest was heaving violently. Since the world changed, no one has had an easy time. These military and police officers are the busiest. Ordinary people only have to consider the source of food and the safety of their families, but these 500 soldiers and police officers have to face the safety of the entire South City. They need to patrol all over the South City, deal with criminals, and carry out arrest operations all the time. Wang Bing's expression changed slightly. I haven't been home for 10 days. I haven't even had time to talk to my family. The black-faced military policeman's voice became low. He took off his police hat and looked at Wang Bing expressionlessly. The reason I say these words to you is not to tell you how hard we work or to gain sympathy. I just want to tell you that no one can be at ease in this environment. We must investigate all acts that disrupt public order, including the grain-stealing gang and you. After listening to the words of the black-faced military police, the expression on Wang Bing's face was no longer as impulsive and angry as before, but his breathing was still heavy. If it was really the other party who broke in with weapons first with the intention of hurting people, and you have nothing to do with the food-stealing gang, I will fight for your innocence. The black-faced military police looked at Wang Bing and said seriously, but the premise is that you must tell me the whole thing in detail, without missing a single detail, including why the stolen items appeared in your house. Wang Bing's eyes showed a fierce struggle. He was silent for a long time, then looked at the black-faced military police and said, Can I trust you? The black-faced military policeman replied solemnly, I will not let any bad guy go, but I will not wrongly accuse any good guy. Believe us, we want social stability more than you do. This matter involves many people. I will only tell you the identity of our leader and what happened. I need to keep the identities of other people confidential, Wang Bing said slowly. Li Tianren was sitting in the warehouse, and he found that his artificial rainfall plan might have to be postponed for a while. Because he didn't have the crucial drones, nor enough artillery shells to launch dry ice hundreds of meters into the air. These things are sold in the Points Mall, but the prices are outrageous. A drone with a payload of about 50 kilograms was sold at a sky-high price of 900,000 points. The points that Li Tianren had accumulated with great difficulty would be depleted in an instant. Let's put this matter aside for now, and do it when we have enough points in the future. Li Tianren smiled bitterly. He thought things were too simple. At this moment, the radar guard suddenly sent a prompt. Warning, there are visitors at the farm gate. The other party is 3 men and 1 woman. After scanning, they are found to be carrying 5.4 type pistols. The threat level is 50. Li Tianren was suddenly stunned when he heard this. 5.4 pistol? Isn't that a model that only the military and police are equipped with? Could it be that the visitors are some military police? At the same time, the image at the gate was quickly transmitted to Li Tianren's mind. Standing at the gate were 4 uninvited guests in military and police uniforms. Li Tianren's nerves instantly tensed up. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was violent knocking on the farm gate. Is anyone there? The policewoman asked, her voice as sweet as a nightingale. But Li Tianren was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful sound at this time. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Did Liang Qianyu's incident happen? Or was his identity revealed when he broke into Ren Zhao's villa? Chapter 68. Brother is a good citizen. Yuanwen, wrapped in a thick cashmere uniform coat, stood in front of the iron gate of the farm, banging on the gate in the biting cold wind. But for a long time, there was no response from the farm. Could it be that he's not at home? Yuanwen hesitated for a moment, then turned to the 3 colleagues behind her and said, This guy is a dangerous person. The black-faced military policeman standing on Yuanwen's left said in a deep voice. According to Wang Bing's confession just now, this Li Tianren has extremely strong command and individual combat capabilities, and he may have weapons of mass destruction in his hands. If he wants to resist, it will be difficult for us to control him with just a few people. By the way, what is the attitude of the higher-ups towards him? Yuanwen was silent for a moment and asked, Is it a punishment or a reward? How would we know about this? The black-faced military policeman laughed bitterly and said, Logically, he killed those gangsters, and the higher-ups should have rewarded him because he did something that even we couldn't do. But he was neither a law enforcer nor a victim acting in self-defense. Although those gangsters were guilty, he had no right to kill people privately. The higher-ups may make an exception and recruit him into the police force, or they may sentence him to death. Yuanwen listened to the dark-faced burly man talking for a long time, but there was no definite answer after repeating it over and over again. She immediately said angrily, Isn't it the same as not saying anything? I'm just an ordinary low-level military policeman. I only have the power to arrest people, not the power to judge. Of course, what I say is useless. The black-faced military policeman smiled and shrugged his shoulders, then lowered his voice and whispered in Yuan Wen's ear. But you are different. If you appreciate this, Li Tianran, you can talk to your grandfather and ask for mercy. Maybe this kid can turn a disaster into a blessing. Yuan Wen glanced at the black-faced military police with an expressionless face and snorted coldly. Humph, old Yuan hates people using connections to seek favors the most. If I hadn't said anything, this kid might still be fine. But if I really went to plead for him, old Yuan would definitely suggest that our director shoot this kid on the spot. The black-faced military policeman couldn't help but shudder when he thought of the legend of Yuan Tianyan. It's not impossible, the black-faced military policeman said to himself angrily. At this moment, the door of the warehouse was suddenly pushed open. Li Tianran, wearing a black down jacket, walked out and looked at the farm gate. Is it him? Seeing this, Yuan Wen's body suddenly tensed up and she asked softly to the dark-faced burly man beside her. That's right. The black-faced burly man nodded. Li Tianran walked towards the gate, glanced at everyone, and then asked, What's the matter? When he was in the warehouse before, he had heard the conversation between the policewoman and the black-faced military policeman next to her through the report of the surveillance-level radar guard. He understood everything and then walked out of the warehouse. At least now he knew that the other party was not here for Liang Tianyu and Rin Xiao. Moreover, if he keeps hiding in the warehouse and doesn't come out, it will only cause more trouble if the other party breaks into the farm and discovers those robots. You are Li Tianran, right? The policewoman took out a police ID from her chest pocket and waved it in front of Li Tianran, then said, We now suspect that you are involved in a murder case. Please cooperate with us and come back to the police station for investigation. Li Tianran narrowed his eyes. He keenly noticed that when the policewoman showed him her police ID, the 3 military police officers standing next to her silently pressed their right hands on the back of their waists. This is the action before drawing the gun. If Li Tianran showed any signs of wanting to resist or escape, the 3 military police would draw their guns in about 0.3 seconds and point the muzzles at Li Tianran's head. Li Tianran smiled and said calmly, I'm sorry, I'm a law-abiding citizen and have never done anything illegal, so I think you are mistaken. Li Tianran was thinking that it would be easy for him to kill the military and police officers in front of him at this moment, but it would bring him greater trouble afterwards. At this time, order has not yet completely collapsed, and the military and police still have great power in this civilization. If the other party only wanted to destroy that gang of gangsters, Li Tianran felt that he would not be in any danger. Moreover, with his current physical fitness and trump cards, even if the other party really wanted to do something to him, he could easily fight his way out of the heavily guarded police station. It is no exaggeration to say that with Li Tianran's current physical fitness, he can easily fight against more than a dozen well-trained military and police officers alone and crush them. Just like what Ip Man once said. I'll hit 10. We will check whether this is a mistake or not. Yuan Wen's attitude became tough at this time. Her face was cold and she said word by word, Now please open the door. As Yuan Wen said this, the eyes of the other 3 military police were like knives fixed on Li Tianran's face. Li Tianran was silent for a moment, then spread his hands and said, Okay. He had no intention of coming into conflict with the military and police, at least not now. Before order completely collapses, or in other words, before Li Tianran has the power to confront the entire state apparatus, he will not easily allow himself to be put on the military and police blacklist. The military and police are the sharp sword of a country. If given a choice, Li Tianran does not want to confront this sword for the time being. Not only is it dangerous, it will also be very troublesome. It would be fine if he was a wandering lone ranger, but he has a farm and a sister, so he is destined not to do anything too outrageous. Snap! The door was opened. There were still 2 military police officers holding guns, looking at Li Tianran vigilantly. Another military police officer came up, took out cold handcuffs from his waist, and was about to put them on Li Tianran. Li Tianran smiled. A dozen days ago, he would not have been able to break free from these fine steel handcuffs, but now they were just a decoration to him. As long as he wanted, he could break it off. Crash! The military policeman grabbed Li Tianran's arm and locked a buckle on his left wrist. But just as he was about to lock Li Tianran's hands, the door of the small building was pushed open again. Hanin rubbed his eyes and walked out. After seeing the scene at the door, he was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Brother, are the military police uncles and aunts here? Is there anything wrong?" When Li Tianran saw Hanin, his expression suddenly changed. After all, he was wearing handcuffs, and at Hanin's age, she already knew the meaning of these things. But at this moment, Yuanwen suddenly stepped forward to block Li Tianran's wrist and Hanin's sight, and then waved to the military police, signaling him to take off the handcuffs on Li Tianran's wrists, and said to Hanin with a smile, "Little sister, the police aunt is here to give brother a certificate of honor, because brother is a good citizen. Brother and aunt will go to the police station to receive the award later." "Really?" Hanin's eyes lit up. Li Tianran was stunned for a moment, and then a warm current surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but sigh silently. This woman looks cold, but she has a kind heart. Chapter 69. I'm going to see him soon. "I want to go too." Unexpectedly, Hanin also jumped over, held Li Tianran's hand and held it tightly against him. Yuanwen looked at the black-faced military policeman with some embarrassment in her eyes. "I think we can take this child with us," Yuanwen said softly to the black-faced military police. "She is Li Tianran's relative. If something really happens, her presence can at least make Li Tianran a little afraid." The black-faced military policeman's look was also a bit complicated. "Little sister, you can go with us." Yuanwen patted Hanin's little head, and then said with a smile, "But you must be good and don't make any noise." But Li Tianran's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he yelled at Hanin, "Go back and do your homework. Don't go out." Hanin had never seen Li Tianran's stern attitude before. Her mouth pursed immediately, and she looked like she was about to cry. Of course, Li Tianran didn't want Hanin to go to the military police bureau with him. If any sudden incident happened, his chance of escaping alone would be much greater than with Hanin. "Mr. Li, according to our investigation, there should be no other family members in your home. The situation is very chaotic right now. It's probably not safe to leave such a young child alone at home, right?" Yuanwen smiled and took Han Han's hand, turned to look at Li Tianran and said, "We are just going to the military police bureau to collect a prize. It won't take too much time, okay? The little sister is still so young, you don't want her character to be affected by such a small matter, right?" Li Tianran looked at Yuanwen's smile, then looked at Hanin's aggrieved face. After a moment of silence, he finally compromised. Yuanwen is a very powerful woman. She was able to very keenly perceive where Li Tianran's most fatal weakness was. To Hanin, who was still innocent at this time, the military and police were still the embodiment of justice. It was impossible for Li Tianran to confront the military and police head-on in front of Hanin. Xiao He, who followed Hanin out, realized that something was wrong. He bit Hanin's sleeve and gently pulled it back, trying to drag Hanin into the house. "Go away!" Seeing this, the black-faced military police stomped his feet lightly, trying to drive Xiao He away. But unexpectedly, what he was met with was a barking attack from Xiao He. "Okay, Hanin can go with us," Li Tianran said softly, then looked at Yuanwen and said meaningfully, "But Hanin can't leave my sight, otherwise, I won't take the prize. The person who gives the prize won't have an easy time either." The first half of Li Tianran's sentence was addressed to Hanin, and the second half was addressed to Yuanwen. He was warning Yuanwen that if the other party wanted to use Hanin to threaten him, then Li Tianran would cause them huge trouble at all costs. He has the ability. After possessing the albino corn, with his current physical fitness, if his strength could be increased tenfold, he would be a human tank, Iron Man. Without weapons of mass destruction, he is invincible. Even if the military and police have weapons of mass destruction, they cannot use them at will in a military and police station with a large number of personnel. So although it seemed that he was restricted everywhere on this trip, in fact, Li Tianran's situation was not dangerous. "Okay." Yuanwen nodded and agreed. It was not until he arrived at the military police station and stepped off the police car that Li Tianran truly understood how bad the security situation in South City was at that time. In the lobby of the military police bureau, one could hear the hustle and bustle of noise before even entering. The military and police officers were jogging up and down the stairs, and the police cars were whizzing by the door. The police officers who had just returned to the military and police station after handling a case had not had time to rest for a moment before they received another task and drove away in the police car. The temporary detention room of the Military Police Bureau is already overcrowded. There were even more than a dozen people handcuffed to the iron railings in the hall. The entire military police station is like a vegetable market. Not only that, Li Tianren also saw several white-haired old military and police officers, who were obviously retired employees who were rehired to help out due to special circumstances. Near Xinzhou Line 2, number 45, a citizen called the police and found a highway bully who was blocking the road and robbing people. Team 2 will go and deal with it immediately. The criminal who committed the home invasion murder in Nanchuan community has been caught. 2 black market arms dealers resisted fiercely during the arrest and were shot dead by us. The death report has been written and is about to be submitted to the director for signature. The voices of the military and police talking reached Li Tianran's ears. Li Tianran raised his head and looked at the military police passing by him. He found that they all had the same tiredness on their faces and some red bloodshot in their eyes. It was obvious that this was the result of high-intensity work without rest. After seeing this scene, Li Tianran felt a little calmer. At least he knew that in such troubled times there were still people who had not given up on maintaining order, and there were still people who were fighting for the lives and property of all the Yanwan people. Sister Wen, are you bringing the prisoner back? At this moment, a young military police officer came over and asked casually after seeing Li Tianran and Yuanwen. What criminal? He's a good citizen who helps the military police catch criminals. Yuanwen looked at the military police expressionlessly, pointed her finger at Henin who was standing next to Li Tianran, and said softly, Don't talk nonsense, understand? The young military policeman showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face, and then smiled awkwardly. So that's how it is. I wonder which case this good citizen helped to arrest the criminal in. Wales. Yuanwen showed a smile. Wells? Wells? The young military police repeated in a low voice, and then a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He pointed his finger at Li Tianran and said in a trembling voice, You mean? Wells' gang was... Yuanwen waved her hand, as if she didn't want to talk too much to the young military policeman, and asked, Where's Director Yang? Chief Yang is talking to Chief Inspector Chen about the case in the northern suburbs, said the young military policeman. Then I'll wait for him for a while. Yuanwen nodded. Brother, I'm a little scared. Henin blinked, looked at the noisy crowd around him, and said softly, When can we go home? Little sister, I need to talk to my brother about giving out prizes. How about you and this black-faced uncle go to the next room and eat some cookies? Yuanwen squatted down, grabbed Henin's little hand, pointed to the 2 connected glass-doored offices and said in a friendly manner, The black-faced uncle has Oreos over there. Ask him to twist them for you and then soak them in milk. The black-faced military policeman was stunned for a moment, and then stammered. No, didn't you say that I should be allowed to judge, to give out prizes? Why are you asking me to take care of the children now? The black-faced uncle is so ugly. Henin secretly glanced at the black-faced military police, then looked at Yuanwen and said with a smile, I want a pretty sister. Chapter 70. Give me a bit of skin. After some unsuccessful persuasion, Yuanwen reluctantly carried Henin into office number 02. Li Tianran and He Lian walked into office 03 together. Although it is called an office, it is actually just countless small compartments separated by one-way glass. Compartment number 02 is actually the compartment used exclusively for interrogation, and compartment number 03 is where witnesses whose identities need to be kept confidential watch the interrogation process during the interrogation. This arrangement at this time was also to reassure Li Tianran that Henin was right next door to them, and would never let her out of Li Tianran's sight. Seeing this scene, Li Tianran also felt relieved. It seems that today's trip to the police station is not as dangerous as I thought. I helped them kill Wells' gang, they should commend me. A smile appeared on Li Tianran's lips. Mr. Li, do you know this person? As soon as he walked into the cubicle, the black-faced man took out a photo and handed it over. Li Tianran looked down and saw Wang Bing, who was locked in the interrogation chair. Wang Bing! Li Tianran was stunned. Seeing Li Tianran's reaction, He Lian suddenly understood. It seemed that what Wang Bing said was true. Wells really died at the hands of the young man in front of him. What did he do wrong? Li Tianran asked softly, holding the photo. He was deeply impressed by Wang Bing because in the battle with Wells, Wang Bing was the most selfless one. Although there was an element of hatred involved, it also showed Wang Bing's bravery. Manslaughter by mistake. Blackface took off his hat and said, He was the one who told you about killing someone with a gun. Li Tianran sneered when he heard this. He threw the picture on the table and crossed his arms over his chest. Sure enough, the temporary alliance was unreliable. The people who were originally grateful to me now immediately gave me away when something happened. Human nature. Li Tianran sighed silently in his heart. I don't know what you are talking about. The other party is a murderer, how credible are his words? I am a good citizen. If I believe the words of a murderer and casually arrest and interrogate a law-abiding citizen, I think it is very unreasonable. Li Tianran's face was indifferent, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Li Tianran knew very well that after he killed Wells, he had dealt with all traces. In the absence of direct evidence, no one could convict him based on his confession. Even if there are more than a dozen identical confessions, it won't work. He smiled when he heard this. He stood up and filled a disposable paper cup with water from the water dispenser and handed it to Li Tianran, saying, Boss Li, do you think this is fun? According to Wang Bing's confession, there were more than a dozen people when you did it. I just need to find them one by one to question them. You can't clear yourself from the crime. You mean, if you want to convict someone, you only need to find a dozen people to make the same false confession, and then you can just shoot the person you accuse, right? Li Tianran looked at He Lian expressionlessly. When did our laws become like this? He Lian pursed his lips and suddenly laughed. Boss Li, you don't have to be so nervous. We summoned you here not to convict you, but just to investigate the whole process of the incident. The Wells gang was a cancer that plagued South City. We couldn't be happier that he's been eliminated. The commendation that Officer Yuan mentioned before is not all lies to your little girl. According to our speculation, the higher-ups will most likely commend you for forming a self-defense force to eliminate the bandits. Li Tianran raised his eyebrows when he heard this. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. He Mian curled his lips helplessly, put his hands on his hips, and sighed. Boss Li, this is meaningless. Although you handled all the traces very cleanly when you did it, if we really want to investigate, do you think we can't find even a little clue? Or should I bring Wang Bing here right now and have him confront you face to face? Yuan Wen was sitting in Office 02. On the table, there was a small pile of snacks such as biscuits and soft bread. Those were all Yuan Wen's treasured collections, but now she had to take them all out to calm Henin down. Yuan Wen has a headache. Because she found that Henin was a complete naughty child. If she was not allowed to eat, her energy seemed to have nowhere to vent. She would touch the handcuffs on the interrogation chair, and then look through the documents on the table. Several times, she almost locked herself up. The most important thing is that a few minutes after she separated from Li Tianran, Henin became irritable and restless, clamoring to go find her brother. Your name is Henin, right? Yuan Wen squatted down, got close to Henin and asked. Uncle Blackface and brother will be back soon, how about I tell you a story first? Yeah. Henin nodded, holding the snacks in one hand. A long time ago, there lived 3 little pigs in the forest. One day, their mother told them. Yuan Wen started to speak, but was interrupted by Henin just after she had begun. The big pig built a straw house, the second pig built a wooden house, and the little pig built a stone house. Henin pouted and looked at Yuan Wen pitifully. Sister, I have heard this story 800 times. Can you change it to something new? Yuan Wen was choked for a moment, then adjusted her state and said, Okay, then I will tell you a story about Snow White. 8,000 times? Henin shook her head. Little Red Riding Hood? 1,800 times. Nutcracker? 2,000 times. Cinderella? 10,000 times. Yuan Wen told more than 20 famous fairy tales in a row and felt like her head was about to explode. She finally gave in. Sister is so weak, she has no creativity at all. The stories she tells are so cliched. Henin pouted. Brother's stories are better. What stories does your brother usually tell you? Yuan Wen asked patiently. Henin pressed her chin with her little finger, thought for a moment and said, Yes. Lindayu uproots a weeping willow tree. The Black Bear spirits Snow Mountain Temple. Zhuge Liang took Tiger Mountain by force. Sun Wukong makes trouble in the Grand View Garden. Yuan Wen was stunned. Her outlook on life suffered the most intense impact. At this moment, she even had the urge to vomit blood. Your brother is really too strong. I admit defeat. Yuan Wen clasped her fists towards Han Han, sincerely convinced. I lost. You should just eat some snacks. After saying that, Yuan Wen hardened her heart, washed her 2 treasured fruits, took them out, and shared them equally with Henin. Henin looked at Yuan Wen as if she was a weakling, and skipped off to get the fruit. Yuan Wen was ridiculed by Henin and felt that her personality was greatly insulted. She slumped in the chair, feeling powerless. She felt very tired and wanted to rest for a while, so she closed her eyes. Just then, she heard a soft plop. It turned out that Henin's hands were not steady while holding the fruit, and an apple fell into the trash can next to her. Yuan Wen suddenly chuckled in her heart. Let's see what you can do this time. Suddenly, she saw Henin pick up the apple from the trash can and glance at her secretly, and then Yuan Wen immediately pretended to continue closing her eyes and resting. Henin walked over somewhat embarrassedly and stood in front of Yuan Wen. Yuan Wen sneered in her heart, Little girl, I let you mock me for having no creativity, now you have to come and beg me obediently? Sister. Henin spoke timidly. Yuan Wen opened her eyes. Can you help me? Henin's eyes were filled with pleading and her little face looked pitiful as she handed over the apple. Seeing this, Yuan Wen's heart softened and she was about to take it and wash it. Can you help me chew the skin? Henin showed a bright and harmless smile. Yuan Wen's eyebrows were twitching wildly and her face was full of black lines. This little girl is so sinister. Chapter 71 I don't know this person. At the same time, in the office of the military police chief on the 2nd floor, Yan Yong, the director of the South City Military Police Bureau, sat opposite a middle-aged police captain in his 40s. The two sorted out the information in front of them, and then Yan Yong said, Captain Chen, I will find someone to investigate this case. Let's stop here for now. Chief Inspector Chen Yu stood up and nodded. Yes. By the way, Yuan Wen has brought back the young man who eliminated the Wells gang. I have reported the matter to the Municipal Party Committee and am waiting for the leader's reply. Director Yang stood up and said softly, The leader's tone is very bad. Capturing criminals and eliminating threats is the responsibility of our military and police. Now that we are not doing enough, we let an ordinary citizen do the work we should have done for us. For us, it is a shame. Upon hearing this, Chief Inspector Chen's face turned red and he felt a little embarrassed. Because Wells' main activity location has always been the area under his jurisdiction, and since Wells started committing crimes, he has developed a series of capture plans, but in the end he only caught a few minions, and they were the lowest level cannon fodder. After questioning, it turned out that these cannon fodders didn't even know where Wells' gang was headed. They were just local thugs hired by Wells, specifically responsible for scouting the terrain, gathering information, and monitoring the movements of the military and police. But the current situation is special, so you don't have to take the leader's criticism too seriously. Yan Yong smiled and patted Chief Chen on the shoulder, saying, Go ahead. I'll wait for the leader's reply. Whether we should reward this young man as a hero or detain him as a dangerous person is still unknown. Chief Inspector Chen narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He immediately understood the meaning of Yang Yong's words. The current situation is that the entire country and even the world is in chaos, and the military and police are trying their best to curb the chaos. If in peacetime, Li Tianran killed a gang of criminals, he would definitely be labeled a hero and promoted as a model. But it's different now. Although Li Tianran's actions were to eliminate harm for the people, he privately formed his own armed forces and used banned firearms to create large-scale gun battles and kill people, which is also illegal. In other words, if Li Tianran is promoted as a hero, under the current circumstances, it is likely to stimulate the birth of more self-defense forces, like the one Li Tianran once formed. By then, people will be organized into violent gangs and possess all kinds of banned weapons. Once a conflict occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. From a macro perspective, Li Tianran's elimination of Wells is a trivial matter, But if this causes the people of the entire Nan city and even the entire Handong province to have the idea of forming their own armed forces, then the result will outweigh the gains and will be absolutely unacceptable to the upper echelons. What South City needs most right now is stability. This matter is very important. The outcome of its handling will directly affect the future of the people in South City. Yan Yong stood with his hands behind his back, a trace of regret on his old face. According to my guess, if there is irrefutable evidence, the higher-ups will most likely use this as an example to scare the monkeys. The life and death of Li Tianran is not important. The stability of the overall situation is the most important. This guy is pretty good, but what a pity. Chief Inspector Chen looked at Yang Yong, swallowed silently, turned and walked out of the office. He already knew what he had to do. The first floor of the military police station. Li Tianran was still arguing with the black-faced military police. He didn't want to think about any rewards. Under the current circumstances, peace and quiet was the best reward for him. If this matter were to be publicized and the Welsh criminal group saw the news and sent people to attack his farm, his life would never be at peace. So no matter what the other party said, he would never admit it. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chief Inspector Chen pushed open the door and walked in. The black-faced military policeman immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Hello, Captain." Chief Inspector Chen nodded, and then asked expressionlessly, "How is the record going?" The black-faced military policeman smiled bitterly and shook his head, indicating that he had gained nothing. "Go out, I'll talk to him." Chief Inspector Chen waved his hand and said, "There's a case at the Ximin warehouse in the northern suburbs. Take your people over there to take a look." "Yes." The black-faced military police saluted, then turned around and strode away. Bang! The door closed again. Li Tianran twisted his neck and smiled bitterly in his heart. Is it because the newcomer is not good enough? Should the leader be replaced? But Li Tianran had already made up his mind that no matter who interrogated him, he would not admit it. "Hello, is it your turn to talk to me now?" Li Tianran smiled, picked up the paper cup to drink some water, and greeted Chief Inspector Chen softly. But unexpectedly, Chief Inspector Chen glanced at Li Tianran with an expressionless face, then sneered, reached out to snatch the paper cup that Li Tianran was about to put to his mouth, and then threw it directly into the trash can next to him. Li Tianran was stunned for a moment. He frowned and looked at Chief Inspector Chen, not knowing what the other party was up to. "Who told you to sit here?" Chief Inspector Chen stood in front of Li Tianran. His tall figure was extremely oppressive. He looked down at Li Tianran and said in a cold voice, "You are now a suspect. Have you ever seen a suspect sitting on a sofa with his legs crossed while being interrogated? Stand up and squat down with your hands on your head." Li Tianran licked his lips. He couldn't understand why the attitude of the military and police suddenly changed so drastically. "I'm sorry, I'm just a law-abiding citizen. Before there's evidence to prove I've committed a crime, I'm cooperating with the police investigation, not accepting your interrogation, so I can sit however I want. If you're uncomfortable, it's none of your business if I lie here." Upon hearing this, Li Tianran didn't stand up, but leaned back even more, half lying on the sofa in an extremely comfortable position, and said, "You want to scare me? Your aura is still a little weak." Chief Inspector Chen's eyebrows jumped wildly when he saw this. He sneered twice, then lowered his voice and said, "Do you think I can't do anything to you like this?" After that, Chief Inspector Chen took out the intercom from his waist, pressed the intercom button and said, "Interrogation room, bring the suspect Wang Bing to compartment 03. Soon 2 military police officers came in with Wang Bing, who had his hands handcuffed. Bang! Chief Inspector Chen walked over, grabbed Wang Bing by the collar, and dragged him over. Then he pointed at Li Tianran and sneered at Wang Bing. "Now I want you to tell us everything in front of all of us. How did he plan this large-scale armed action? Where were the weapons distributed to you? Who were the participants? Tell us everything clearly without missing a word. Otherwise, you will never be cleared of this crime." Wang Bing looked at Li Tianran, then at the agitated Chief Inspector Chen, and suddenly realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the room. If the military police asked Li Tianran to come over just to understand the situation and give him a reward, then why was the military police chief so angry at this time? Something is wrong. Something is wrong. He searched the room for the black-faced military policeman, but found nothing. He finally guessed something vaguely, and felt as if he was falling into an ice cellar. "Hurry up and tell me!" Chief Inspector Chen urged. Wang Bing looked at the people in the room, gritted his teeth, and finally, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, revealed a painful expression, and spoke with difficulty. "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know this person." Chapter 72 Wang Bing. Wang Bing's words stunned everyone in the compartment. After 5 full seconds, Chief Inspector Chen glared at Wang Bing, grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "What did you say?" "I say, I don't know this person at all. I don't know who he is." Wang Bing pointed at Li Tianran, a sarcastic smile on his face, and spoke word by word. "How dare you give false testimony?" Chief Inspector Chen was so angry that he laughed. He remembered very clearly that just 2 hours ago, Wang Bing had sworn to tell them everything about Li Tianran's organization of the self-defense force. But now, Wang Bing actually said that he didn't know Li Tianran. "Funny? I don't know what you are talking about." Wang Bing shook his head. He stared into Chief Chen's eyes and said, "You found a stranger for no apparent reason and asked me to identify him?" Li Tianran also frowned. He licked his lips, wondering what Wang Bing was doing. It was he who betrayed Li Tianran before, and now it is he who says he doesn't know Li Tianran. "He is Li Tianran, the one you confessed before, the leader who organized your counterattack against the Welsh grain-stealing gang. Don't you know him?" Chief Inspector Chen asked in a deep voice, patiently suppressing his anger. "What Li Tianran?" Wang Bing's eyes showed a hint of confusion. "What counterattack? Are you pretending to have amnesia in front of me?" Captain Chen was furious when he saw Wang Bing's attitude. "I'll say it again, I don't know who this person is, and I don't know what you mean by counterattack." Wang Bing said word by word. "He has nothing to do with me." "Fuck you!" Captain Chen could no longer suppress his anger, and kicked Wang Bing in the abdomen. The huge force caused Wang Bing to step back 3 steps. His body arched like a shrimp and he fell to his knees with a thud. Bang! Captain Chen walked up, grabbed Wang Bing's hair and pulled him up by the face. He had a bad temper to begin with, and with the recent changes in the world, he hadn't had a good rest for a long time. In addition, he had received invisible criticism from his superiors because of the Wells incident, which had already put him on the verge of a rage. At this time, Wang Bing's inconsistency and reversal of his confession made Chief Inspector Chen explode. "I'm telling you, don't try to play tricks!" Chief Inspector Chen lowered his voice, his eyebrows twitching wildly, and said in a cold voice, "We have recorded your confession. Even if you don't say it now, we can still convict you. Do you understand?" Wang Bing took a deep breath with difficulty, and then said, "I remember, the black-faced military policeman did not turn on the law enforcement recorder when he questioned me. What can he do with a confession that anyone can forge?" Chief Inspector Chen was stunned. "What the hell are you trying to do? Are you trying to protect Li Tianran again?" Chief Inspector Chen's tone finally softened. He frowned and spoke to Wang Bing in a low voice. Then he suddenly seemed to remember something and sneered. "If you say you don't know him and you deny your previous confession, then how do you explain the looted items in your warehouse? If you can't explain clearly, you will never be able to clear yourself of suspicion. You are a member of the food-stealing gang. You're guilty of murder and food theft. You must be shot." Chief Inspector Chen seemed to have grasped Wang Bing's weakness and said with a sneer. The room suddenly fell silent. Several people's eyes fell on Wang Bing. Li Tianran sighed. It seems that Wang Bing's defense line is about to be breached. He somewhat regretted his earlier somewhat reckless action of forming the self-defense forces. Under the current situation, any behavior that could cause chaos might be considered a threat by the military and police, regardless of identity and motive. He now realized that the sudden change in the police's attitude indicated that he might be treated as a criminal by the police. After all, carrying guns and organizing violent gangs are serious crimes when wartime regulations are implemented. The muscles in his arms vibrated slowly, and his right hand had already touched something in his arms. "That's albino corn." Before coming to the police station, he had already carried it with him in case of emergency. He had decided that if the military and police really wanted to do something to him, he would use the albino corn to enhance his strength and take Henan out of the siege. But at this moment, Wang Bing suddenly looked at Li Tianran. That look was extremely complicated. There is guilt, sadness, and anger after being deceived. Then, Wang Bing laughed bitterly twice and slowly said, "That's right. I am a member of Wells's grain-stealing gang. The things in my warehouse are the stolen goods they gave me." Li Tianran was stunned, and his hand that was touching the albino corn suddenly stopped. Chief Inspector Chen was also confused. The other two military police officers looked at each other, not knowing what to say. "My father and I joined the Welsh food robbery gang because of food shortages at home. During a food robbery, my father was injured and died. In order to prevent the police from suspecting us, I called the police first and made them mistakenly believe that we were the victims." Wang Bing's face was miserable, and he spoke word by word. "Later, our team broke out into civil strife because of uneven distribution of the spoils, and many people died in the civil war. I was lucky to survive, but I was afraid that the military and police would see the bodies and track me down, so I disposed of the bodies and returned home with the stolen goods. But I was unlucky. I was targeted by Zhang Jun and his family. In order to prevent them from discovering my secret, I killed Zhang Jun. I wanted to kill his wife as well, but I was unlucky and ran into patrolling military police and was arrested." Wang Bing's voice trembled as he spoke. "This is what happened. There was no self-defense force, and no leader." Quiet. Deathly silence. Li Tianran let out a breath slowly. Captain Chen's breathing was heavy, like a broken bellows, gasping violently. Wang Bing actually took all the blame on himself. He took Li Tianran out completely. That's not what you said in your previous confession." Chief Inspector Chen grabbed Wang Bing's collar with both hands and gritted his teeth. "Why did you lie?" "The previous confession? Haha, that black-faced military policeman taught me to say that. He might have a grudge against this young man named Li Tianran, so he wanted to use my mouth to drag him into the water, but I felt guilty and didn't want to do the evil thing of framing others before I died." Wang Bing looked at Chief Inspector Chen with a mocking look on his face and said with a sneer, "That's not what you said just now. Why did you lie?" Sheriff Chen grabbed Wang Bing by the collar and repeated this sentence. "That black-faced military policeman didn't tell me that before." Wang Bing lowered his voice, leaned close to Chief Chen's ear, and whispered, "You said you wanted to reward the brave soldiers. But you broke your promise. You want to send the soldiers who protect themselves and the people to prison. Boss Shaoli is my benefactor. He asked me to avenge my father personally. How could I betray him?" Wang Bing's eyes were red, and he laughed crazily. "You are all a bunch of untrustworthy bastards. You lied to me, but at least I can use my life to repay my gratitude." Chapter 73, For Justice. Captain Chen stood up, breathing rapidly, staring into Wang Bing's eyes. Suddenly, he said in a deep voice, "You still have a wife and children. If you insist on taking all the blame on yourself, have you ever considered how they will live in the future?" Captain Chen's words were like a knife, stabbing Wang Bing's heart. Wang Bing's face showed a look of pain and confusion, and he remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, Chief Inspector Chen said in a deep voice, "Think about it carefully. Do you want to take the blame for others or tell the truth? I'll wait for you for 2 hours. I'll go record your statement in 2 hours." After that, Chief Inspector Chen waved to the two military police officers next to him and said, "Take him back to the interrogation room." Bang! The two military police saluted, then helped Wang Bing up and led him out of the compartment. "The gate is closed." Captain Chen looked at Li Tianran deeply, said nothing, and turned and walked out. "When can I leave?" Li Tianran leaned back and asked softly. "I have something else to do at home. According to the public security regulations, we can detain you for 24 hours unconditionally." Without looking back, Chief Inspector Chen said in a deep voice, "It seems that you will have to stay here with us tonight." Boom, boom, boom. Sergeant Chen knocked on the door of compartment 02. Yuan-Wen was listening to Hanan telling her the magical story of Sun Wukong mistakenly entering the Grand View Garden and Zhu Beiji beating up Jin Guanxi. She was listening with great interest. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door and immediately got up and opened it. Chief Inspector Chen took a look inside, then lowered his voice and said, "Officer Yuan, come out for a moment." Yuan smiled at Han Han and said, "Sister has something to do, Han Han, please wait a moment." "Yeah." Hanan nodded repeatedly. It was the first time she had seen an older sister who was so interested in Li Tianran's stories. When she was in kindergarten, the other children didn't seem to like listening to these stories. When Li Tianran told the story to his teacher, the teacher said that Li Tianran was stupid and that was why he told Hanan such a weird story. Anyone who can make up such a story has a hole in his brain, and anyone who likes to listen to such stories has his head stuck in a big iron door. If these two people can be together, maybe there will be a lot of fun. It seems that this elder sister has similar interests to my brother. Hanan glanced at Yuan Wen's back with a smile. She is much prettier and cuter than my brother's previous girlfriend, Zhong Ling. Outside the door, Yuan Wen closed the door tightly and asked, "Captain Chen, what's wrong?" "I have a task for you." Chief Inspector Chen was silent for a moment, then said, "Go ask this little girl and get some clues from her. We need to find evidence that Li Tianran organized a violent gang and possessed firearms." Yuan Wen suddenly felt something was wrong when she heard Chief Chen's tone. She seemed to realize something and asked, "Aren't the higher-ups taking a positive attitude towards this matter? Why would they need to collect evidence of a warrior's illegal conduct to be rewarded? Who told you that the higher-ups think this incident has a very positive impact on the situation?" Chief Inspector Chen looked at Yuan Wen expressionlessly and sneered. "Li Tianran organized a violent gang and possessed dangerous firearms. Compared to Wells' gang, his crime is only one less robbery. As for the number of people he killed, he may have killed more people than Wells. This kind of person is a hidden criminal, a ticking time bomb. If not dealt with in time, he will be a greater threat than Wells." Yuan Wen finally felt a little cold all over. She understood the upper echelon's attitude towards Li Tianran. "This is totally unreasonable." Yuan Wen was anxious. "The Wells gang robbed and killed people, creating great chaos in our jurisdiction. People's lives are miserable. Now someone has stood up and eliminated them. He is not after money or fame. He did not ask for any help from us, nor did he ask for any reward from us. A man like this should be a role model for us to look up to, but now, you're telling me to treat him as a criminal?" Yuan Wen was concerned that Hanan was in the room behind her, so she deliberately lowered her voice, but even so, she still couldn't suppress the shock and anger in her heart. Since ancient times, merits and demerits cannot be offset. He has made meritorious contributions, but that cannot cover up the fact that he committed crimes. Chief Inspector Chen took a step back, distanced himself from Yuan Wen, and said, "He is just a citizen. No one has the power to judge or kill others on behalf of the military and police." Yes. He really doesn't have the power to judge or kill anyone." Yuan Wen sneered. "If we could catch Wells earlier." Hearing the strong sarcasm in Yuan Wen's tone, Chief Inspector Chen's face also looked very tired. He was silent for a moment, then said, "It was indeed our fault that we didn't catch Wells, but that's not a reason for Li Tianran to commit a crime. I convicted Li Tianran out of my professional ethics as a military police officer." "Is this the latest instruction from the top?" Yuan Wen asked after taking a deep breath. "Director Yang is waiting for the city committee's response," Chief Chen said. "But it's almost certain that the higher-ups will not tolerate the emergence of dangerous elements like Li Tianran in this era." "You are so anxious to convict Li Tianran before the higher-ups reply. I don't think you are doing this for professional ethics. You are just panicking about not catching Wells in time. So you are trying to figure out what the higher-ups are thinking and are going to deliver Li Tianran's evidence of illegal activities to the leader's desk the moment the higher-ups reply. This is to demonstrate your strong work ability and gain recognition from the higher-ups again." Yuan Wen stared at Chief Inspector Chen expressionlessly and said word by word, "I will never do it your way before the higher-ups reply. I don't believe that our country will let a hero bleed and cry." After saying this, Yuan Wen turned around, walked into the cubicle and closed the door. Inspector Chen looked very unhappy. There is an old saying that goes very well. It fits his current mood very well. When you are very beautiful, you will not be angry if others say you are ugly, because you know that others are joking with you. But when you are really ugly, if someone says you are ugly again, you will definitely be furious, because the other person has directly hit you in the heart. This is how Inspector Chen feels now. If he had no intention of showing off, in front of his leader, After listening to Yuan Wen's words, he would only feel that Yuan Wen misunderstood him and would be a little unhappy, but not angry. But the key point is that he really thought so in his heart, so after being exposed by Yuan Wen, he became angry and embarrassed. Bang! Sergeant Chen suddenly raised his leg and kicked open the door of compartment 02. Police Officer 0124 Yuan Wen. I don't care what your background is. I am the Chief of Police here and you are my subordinate. As the Chief of Police, I order you to interrogate Li Han, the family member of the criminal suspect Li Tianran. Chief of Police Chen's face was gloomy, and he shouted sternly. I want to see the interrogation report in half an hour. Chapter 74 Yuan Jinhong. Bang! Li Tianran took out the albino corn from his arms with an expressionless face and brought it to his mouth. Things have come to this point, he has no choice. Even if he had to make the whole world his enemy, he would not allow anyone to hurt Henan. Qin Yu! What are you doing? At this moment, an old voice full of majesty sounded. Chief Inspector Chen and Li Tianran both looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a white-haired old man in a black police uniform standing in the corridor. He was tall, with a square face full of vicissitudes and determination, and his eyes were bright. Even though his hair was already white, his eyes were still full of sharp light like an eagle. The old man strode over, looking intimidating without even getting angry. You, why are you here? The arrogant Chief Inspector Chen suddenly wilted after seeing the old man. Like a mouse seeing a cat, he lowered his head and stammered. Scary the little girl, kick the door. The old man looked at the situation in compartment 02 through the glass wall expressionlessly, and then pointed at Chief Inspector Chen's chest and said, Yang Yong has really taught you to be more and more capable. You are not good at catching criminals, but you are very skilled in intimidation and inducement. I think you, the captain, don't want to do this job anymore. The old man suddenly yelled loudly, scaring Captain Chen so much that he trembled all over and almost collapsed to the ground. He swallowed his saliva and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Director Yuan! Director Yuan, I have no choice. This is an order from the higher-ups. Director Yuan. This dignified old man in police uniform is actually the chief inspector of the military police department of Handong province, Yuan Zhihong. Upper level? Who's upper level? Yuan Zhihong stood with his hands behind his back. His tall figure was extremely oppressive. Yan Yong? Or Wang Dongchuan? Wang Dongchuan, mayor of Nanjing City. Inspector Chen smiled bitterly. He has not received the exact written order yet, but what Director Yang said just now has already proved the attitude of the higher-ups towards this matter. Stand here and recite the police code 20 times. Yuan Zhenghong seemed to have no interest in talking to Chief Inspector Yang. He waved his hand in a very simple and rough manner, then turned his head to look at compartment 02 and said in a deep voice, Police Officer Yuan Wen, come out. Yan Yong has just told me the general outline of what happened on the phone. Now take me to see the young man named Li Tianren. Yuan Zhihong said in a deep voice. The Military Police Bureau is a very special department. Although it is under the management of Nanjing City, it also has a superior department, which is the Provincial Military Police Department. Most of the time, the Military Police Bureau is directly managed by the provincial department. So although Wang Dongchuan of the Municipal Party Committee is Yang Yong's leader, in fact, when it comes to matters within the Military Police Bureau, what Wang Dongchuan says does not have much impact. Yuan Shenghong is Yan Yong's immediate superior and the person who has the power of life and death over him. Yuan Wen stood in front of Yuan Shenghong, and upon closer inspection, she found that the two of them actually had some similarities in appearance. Yuan Wen has fair skin and a heroic look between her eyebrows, just like the female general or Hua Mulan in the old stories. At this moment, Yuan Wen saluted Yuan Zhihong and said, Police Officer 0124 Yuan Wen reports to you that Li Tianran is in compartment 03. Please move. Yuan Zhihong nodded. Sergeant Chen stood aside, sweating profusely. He cursed himself madly in his heart. Just now he pointed at Yuan Wen and shouted majestically, No matter what your background is, I am the sheriff here and you are my subordinate. But now Yuan Wen's background came, but he stood in front of the wall and dared not say a word. God! Can't you just let me act like a complete jerk? In compartment 03. Li Tianren quietly stuffed the albino corn into his arms again. Things seemed to be turning around. This white-haired old man looks like an important person. Click. The door was swung open. Yuan Zhenghong stood at the door and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Li Tianren?" Li Tianren looked at the other party and nodded. "Yes." Tap tap tap. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Yuan Zhenghong from the Handong Provincial Department." Yuan Zhenghong strode over, stretched out his calloused hand and shook Li Tianren's hand. He said in a deep voice, "On behalf of the Military Police Bureau, I apologize to you. Thank you for eliminating the cancer in South City and thank you for your efforts to stabilize the situation." Chapter 75, Higher Level Files. Li Tianren looked at the other person and did not let his guard down because of his attitude. He took a deep breath and gave a cold smile. "You all confuse me. Should I be a criminal or a hero now?" Yuan Zhenghong's weathered face showed an awkward smile, and he sighed and said, "There is something wrong with the way we do things." Yuan Zhenghong had arrived a long time ago. He watched Chief Inspector Chen interrogate Li Tianren, and watched Chief Inspector Chen take Wang Bing to Compartment 03 in anger. He understood what had happened after watching all of this. "I just received a report from Yan Yong of the South City Military Police Bureau, and I rushed here immediately," Yuan Zhenghong said in a deep voice. "I am worried about this kind of problem, but in this world, what you fear will always come true. I will call them to a meeting now to resolve this matter." Then, Yuan Zhenghong turned to look at Yuan Wen and said, "Go call Yan Yong and tell him I'm waiting for him here." Yuan Wen nodded, turned around and trotted away. "I'm so sorry." Yuan Zhenghong smiled. Yan Yong, the director of the South City Military Police Bureau, trotted down from the second-floor office, pushed open the door of Compartment 03, and when he saw Yuan Zhenghong, he stood at attention and saluted in a very serious manner. "Hello, Chief Inspector Yuan." "Come in," Yuan Zhenghong said in a deep voice. "Close the door." Cold sweat broke out on Yang Yong's forehead. He didn't know what the old man's purpose was in coming here, but looking at his expression, he was afraid that things would not be easy for him. He was ready for a storm. As expected, just after he closed the door, Yuan Zhenghong stood up and pointed at his nose and cursed. "Yan Yong, is there rice porridge in your head? Did you let that little bastard Chen Yu conduct the interrogation? Do you know how much damage your behavior has caused to the image of the military, police, and the country? Can you still do your job as director? If you can't do this job, write me your resignation letter and I'll sign it. Then I'll transfer you to direct traffic, okay?" As soon as they met, Yuan Zhenghong scolded Yan Yong. Yan Yong wiped the spit from his face, lowered his head and smiled bitterly, not daring to refute him. Joke. This old man was a tough general who had fought in the battlefield, but was transferred to the second line due to an injury later on. But even so, in the entire Handong province's military and police system, he was a tough guy who had the final say. In the 7 cities of Handong province, more than a dozen military and police chiefs, deputy chiefs, political commissars, etc. are all his students and apprentices. Even Yan Yong once studied with him for 2 years. "Tell me, how should this matter be resolved?" Yuan Zhenghong cursed for a while, then took a breath and asked. "A hero who eliminated a criminal gang is being interrogated by you as a criminal. Isn't this confusing right and wrong? Is this what I taught you before?" Quiet. There was deathly silence in the cubicle. Not only did Yan Yong's face turn pale, but even Li Tianren felt that the other party's attitude did not seem fake. "Teacher Yuan, he hasn't admitted that he was the one who eliminated the Wells gang." Yan Yong smiled bitterly, picked up the paper cup and walked to the water dispenser to get a glass of water, then respectfully handed it to Yuan Zhenghong and said, "I am also doing this for work, in order to quickly verify the authenticity of Wang Bing's confession. Other than that, I really have no ill intentions. Maybe Chief Inspector Chen misunderstood what I meant." To be honest, Yan Yong did want Chief Inspector Chen to find evidence that Li Tianren was carrying a gun and organizing a violent gang. But looking at Yuan Zhenghong's attitude now, if he admits it, he will probably not only be scolded, but will also most likely be hit by the other parties. Iron fist of love. As an intern who had studied under Yuan Zhenghong for 2 years, Yan Yong knew his temper too well. After he said this, he sighed silently in his heart. Old Chen, I'm sorry. But aren't subordinates supposed to take the blame for their leaders? You've pushed it quite cleanly. Yuan Jinghong's mouth curled up slightly when he heard this, revealing a hint of sarcasm. After leaving my company and going to the local area for a few years, your work ability has not improved, but you have become more and more cunning. Yan Yong smiled awkwardly. Then, he licked his lips, and like a magician, he pulled out a red-headed document from behind his back, walked up to Yuan Jinghong, and handed it to him, saying helplessly, Teacher Yuan, please take a look at this document. It was faxed to me by Wang Dongchuan from the Municipal Party Committee 3 minutes ago. Yuan Jinghong narrowed his eyes and took the red-headed document. There are 6 big men in the Nanjing Municipal Committee. Although Wang Dongchuan ranks second, he is the youngest and has a promising future. The first-ranked big man seems to be avoiding him, so Wang Dongchuan's voice is very important in Nanjing. Yan Yong explained. After all, I am working in Nanjing. If he gives an order, do I dare not listen? Yuan Jinghong looked at the red-headed document. Although Li Tianren was sitting far away from Yuan Jinghong, due to the perspective, he could see the text on the document with his super eyesight. As expected, the content of this document required Yan Yong to interrogate Li Tianren, find evidence that he organized a violent gang, and uncover the identity of the gun supplier behind Li Tianren. Wang Dongchuan believed that Li Tianren's gang was also intentionally supported by certain people. The last line of the document ends with the following sentence. I don't think it's a good thing that Li Tianren's gang destroyed Well's gang. On the contrary, I think it proves that Li Tianren's gang has stronger violence than Well's gang. If such a gang wants to do evil, the threat and consequences it will cause will be several times that of Well's gang. The current situation does not allow for hidden dangers to appear. We must nip all threats in the bud. After reading the document, Yuan Jinghong remained silent for a long time. Yan Yong asked tentatively, Teacher Yuan, what do you think? Nonsense. Yuan Jinghong waved his hand and said in a deep voice. This is a typical case of worrying too much. The world is changing so fast now. All the people can become thugs if they pick up kitchen knives. Can we still arrest all the people in our jurisdiction? Yan Yong smiled bitterly. He couldn't afford to offend Wang Dongchuan and Yuan Jinghong. So in this matter, keeping silent is the best way to deal with it. But this is a document jointly issued by several bigwigs of the Nanjing Municipal Committee. If I don't execute it, it would be tantamount to disobeying orders. Yan Yong lowered his voice, saying that he was stuck in the middle and was very embarrassed. He wanted Yuan Jinghong to find a compromise. Yuan Jinghong seemed to see Yan Yong's intention and clapped his hands. A provincial military police officer with a cold temperament walked in with a file bag in his hand and placed it on the table. I also have a file here, which has a higher level of confidentiality and execution than this one. Would you like to take a look at it together? Yuan Jinghong shook the file bag in his hand and asked in a deep voice. Chapter 76, The Answer to the Story. On the other side, in compartment 02. After notifying Yan Yong, Yuan Wen returned here again. Because Chief Inspector Chen's kick on the door was extremely violent, Yuan Wen was worried that Henin would be scared. But what was extremely unexpected was that Henin didn't seem to be very impressed by Chief Chen's actions just now. She still sat obediently on the sofa eating snacks, without even a trace of fear on her face. This surprised Yuan Wen. Children are generally very timid, especially little girls. It is very rare to have a personality like Henin. If Yuan Wen knew that not long ago, Henin had given the combat warriors an order to massacre the invaders and successfully disposed of the invaders' bodies, she might not have been so surprised. He is courageous and knows not what fear is. This may be a natural talent. At some times, Henin was so brave that even Li Tianren was surprised. Henin, can I ask you a question? Yuan Wen couldn't see the situation in compartment 03 and felt extremely annoyed. What happened today had a huge impact on her outlook on life. She couldn't accept this way of doing things. But at this moment, she couldn't help at all. Feeling irritable, she suddenly developed a strong interest in Li Tianren. Yeah. Henin nodded obediently while eating Oreos. Your brother, what kind of person is he? Yuan Wen asked softly. Yes, the best person in the world. Henin opened her arms and gestured. Even better than very good. Yuan Wen was a little helpless. Maybe I didn't explain it clearly enough. Do you know your brother? What does he like to do? Who does he like to interact with? Or does he have any little secrets? At this moment, Yuanwen actually had some suspicions about Li Tianran. Because through the interrogation of Wang Bing, they accurately judged that the firearms distributed by Li Tianran to Wang Bing and others were definitely not the hunting rifles and homemade guns that can be found everywhere on the black market, but a kind of military-quality firearms. Weapons of this specification are strictly controlled. Where did Li Tianran get them? Although Yuanwen felt that Li Tianran's leading the team to wipe out the Wells gang was very manly, and it was ridiculous for the upper echelons to treat Li Tianran as a threat, but upon closer thought, there was indeed a little problem with this matter. Even if Yuanwen doesn't want to admit it, one problem she has to face is that Li Tianran may really have a close connection with some big guys hiding in the dark. Otherwise, how could Li Tianran, a small farm owner, get these guns? Even if Li Tianran is a hero, he is a marginal hero. He likes me, Hanin blinked and said. Brother likes playing with Hanin the most. Yuanwen felt a little powerless. So, what about little secrets? Yuanwen said with a smile. Sister likes to hear other people's secrets the most. How about we exchange? You tell me a secret about your brother, and I will tell you a secret about my sister, okay? Sister, since it's a secret, of course I can't tell anyone else. Hanin looked at Yuanwen with a strange expression, and then asked with a smile. Sister, do you want to find out about my brother's background? Do you think I'm young and easy to be deceived? Yuanwen was completely speechless. This little girl is simply a monster. How can we talk about this when she has completely seen through my thoughts? Yuanwen held it in for a long time, not knowing how to start. Hanin, let me tell you a story. Yuanwen finally spoke. As for the 3 little pigs, I'm not interested. Hanin shook her head. It's a brand new story. Yuanwen smiled, sorted out her thoughts and said, Once upon a time, there was a couple living in a small mountain village. The husband chopped wood during the day, and the wife was in poor health and had to stay in bed. Although their life was very hard, they lived a happy life. One day, when the husband went into the mountains to chop wood, he found a huge pit. Some copper coins were scattered on the edge of the pit. The husband was very happy and picked up all the copper coins and brought them home. That night, both the husband and wife ate meat and they felt very happy. The next day, the husband came to the pit again and saw the coins again, but the difference was that they were closer to the edge of the pit. The husband walked carefully to the side of the pit and picked up the copper coin again. So the husband stopped chopping wood and went to the magical pit every day to pick up copper coins. The number of copper coins increased, and the distance to the pit became closer and closer. The couple became richer because of the copper coins, and the wife's health gradually improved due to the nutritional supplements she received. One day, a wise man met the husband. He sensed that danger was about to befall the husband and wanted to ask about his recent experience. But the husband did not listen. Instead, he became alert, thinking that the wise man wanted to rob his copper coins, so he pushed the wise man away, hurried home, picked up the package and went into the mountain, wanting to pick up all the money at once, because he had seen a lot of gold and silver deep in the pit. If they could bring all of them back, they would never have to worry about their lives again. The wise man could not dissuade the husband, so he went to his home and asked the wise man's wife, and told her that a disaster was about to happen to her husband, and that no matter what he was doing recently, he needed to stop immediately. The wise man asked the husband what he is doing recently, but the wife hesitates and remains silent at this time. Because she was afraid that once she spoke out, her life would be changed. She was also afraid of being reprimanded by her husband, so she chose to remain silent. But that night, what she waited for was not her husband, but a corpse. As he tried to get a piece of gold that was stuck in the edge of a pit, her husband slipped and fell to the bottom of the pit and was killed. The wife went crazy when she saw this. She started to regret why she didn't stop her husband earlier. Just like that, a happy family was broken up. Because of the husband's greed and the wife's inaction. Yuanwen paused here, then looked at Han Han and said, The husband in this story is your brother. He may have done something wrong unintentionally, but there is still a chance to save the situation in time. The wife is you. The wise man is me. The key to this story is not the husband, but the wife's choice. Your brother may be standing at the very edge of the devil's cave and will fall in soon. You should be able to see that he is in danger now. Yuanwen looked at Henin calmly and said softly, Henin, you are a very smart child. I believe you can understand the meaning of this story. Only if you tell me what you know can I help you. Now, tell me your choice. Will you stop your brother from falling into the devil's cave, or will you choose to stand aside and watch this happen silently? Henin could indeed understand the meaning of Yuanwen's story. She raised her eyebrows and asked, Sister, are you cursing my brother? Henin, you know that's not what I meant, Yuanwen said seriously. Henin fell into deep thought. After a long while, she raised her head and showed a bright smile. If insisting on going to the big pit to pick up money is my brother's choice, then I will neither stop him nor watch him silently. I will choose to go with him. Yuanwen was stunned. She frowned and asked, What kind of answer is that? This is the answer from my family. Henin smiled innocently. Regarding my brother's choice, no matter it is evil, righteous, greedy, right or wrong, I will follow his footsteps without hesitation. Yuanwen looked at Henin blankly. At this moment, she finally realized that it was impossible for her to get any secrets about Li Tianran from Henin. This brother and sister are completely different from ordinary relatives. They have the kind of relationship where if Li Tianran says kill someone, Henin will immediately hand over the knife. If Li Tianran says jump into the river, Henin will jump in right away. The two of them are a world of their own. Live only for each other. In their world, there is only each other, no right or wrong, good or evil. This relationship is good. This relationship is not good. Yuanwen didn't know what to say. After a long silence, she turned around and walked out of compartment 03. Chapter 77 Choice. Compartment 02. The provincial military policeman who came with Yuan Zhihong placed a sealed file on the table and opened it. Inside was a document. At the very top of the document, there is a seal with 5 solid gold stars. This is already a 5th-level file. In non-war times, this level of archives is almost the highest level. The instruction that Wang Dongchuan gave to Yang Yong before was just 2 stars. A rough calculation shows that I usually have no chance to come into contact with documents of this level. Teacher Yuan, what is this? Yang Yong asked tremblingly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. A 5th-level secret order, how about I step aside? As the director of the Military Police Bureau, Yang Yong was naturally well aware of the hard truth of what level of operations one can participate in based on one's identity. With his administrative identity, he was not able to access the 5th-level documents. This type of document is extremely confidential, and once it is leaked, it will cause great trouble. Even Yang Yong found it extremely difficult. This is a hot potato. He subconsciously didn't want to get into this kind of trouble. Although you are not qualified to participate in the actions in this document, there is a special order for you. Yuan Zhihong waved his hand and then found a secret order from the document. It is printed on special paper, and needs to be painted with special paint to make the font appear. The font will automatically disappear after appearing for 20 seconds. There is absolutely no possibility of secondary leaks. Yang Yong took the secret order with trembling hands, and after painting it with the special paint backed up by the Military Police Bureau, a line of large characters appeared on it. According to wartime regulations, Yang Yong, director of the Nanqing Military Police Bureau, all actions must be under the command of Chief Inspector Yuan Zhihong, Yanhuang National Security Division 3-inch. When Yang Yong saw the 6 words, Yanhuang National Security 3 Offices, his face suddenly turned pale. This department is the direct leadership department of all the military and police of Yanhuang. In ancient times, this department was equivalent to the 6 gates, commanding all the detectives in the world. Seeing this, Yang Yong immediately saluted. Nanqing City Yang Yong, obey orders! The rest has nothing to do with him anymore. After seeing the scarlet 5-pointed star seal on the secret order, Yang Yong knew that the rest of the matter was definitely not something he could participate in at his level. Since Yuan Zhihong came with a secret order from the Ministry of State Security, all command power of the Nanqing Military Police Bureau will be handed over to him, and he can just temporarily step down and let others take over. Maybe even the bigwigs of the Municipal Party Committee will temporarily give up their positions. Yang Yong muttered to himself. Seeing this, Li Tianren rubbed his fingers silently and began to worry more and more. Things seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Now even the National Security Bureau is alarmed? Li Tianren didn't think he had that much power. Although a mere Welsh gang caused some troubles to the small towns around South City, in the entire Yanhuang, they were at best just a bunch of bandits. Li Tianren didn't think that he would be rewarded by the Ministry of State Security just for eliminating Wells. Go out! Yuan Zhihong waved his hand majestically and said, Do you know how to reply to Wang Dongchuan? I understand. Yan Yong nodded repeatedly. Snap! The door closed again. Only Li Tianren and Yuan Zhihong were left in compartment number 03. Yuan Zhihong smiled through the file in front of Li Tianren and said in a deep voice, Take a look. Li Tianren looked at the file bag in his hand. It was obviously very light, but at this moment he felt that it weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Especially the 5 scarlet 5-pointed stars made Li Tianren feel that he was holding 5 mountains in his hands. You're kidding me! Li Tianren pretended to be relaxed and put the file on his right-hand side. I'm not a member of the military or police. I'm not qualified to read this file. This file was originally meant for you. Yuan Zhihong smiled. Bring it to me? Li Tianren was stunned. To be precise, it is for people like you. Yuan Zhihong added again. Li Tianren was even more confused. Yuan Zhihong walked over, opened the file bag himself, took out the contents and placed them on Li Tianren's knees. Apart from a file, what was left were actually dozens of photos. Li Tianren lowered his head, picked up the photos and started looking through them. The first picture made Li Tianren feel extremely uncomfortable. It turned out to be a wild bull, but it had something like a human face on its back. It was the size of an elephant, with ferocious horns and bloodshot eyes, and it was wreaking havoc in the city. Continue scrolling down, and you will see several more photos, all with information about this bison. In some photos, there are several human corpses under its iron hooves. In the scariest photo, it used its horns to knock down a house. Li Tianren had seen mutant beasts before, but this was the first time he had seen one as disgusting in appearance, and as terrifying in power as the one in the photo. This is a mutant beast that a patrolling soldier found in the Kalangma Mountains 5 days ago. Like other mutant beasts, it also changed in size after eating irradiated plants. Yuan Zhihong said. But the difference is that its body did not collapse and die after a few hours like other mutant beasts. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. It began to attack humans and other wild animals. Even its habits changed drastically and it began to eat meat. Since the Kalangma Mountains belong to the border area, the patrol personnel took a lot of effort to find the location of this mutant beast, but we found that it has not only mutated in size, but even its IQ has improved. Yuan Zhihong rubbed his eyebrows and said in a deep voice. The soldiers patrolling the border have carried out several encirclement and suppression operations on it, but they have not been able to kill it. Not only that. 2 days ago, the frontier military camp discovered its whereabouts again through a drone, only to find that it was eating, and the food it was eating was. Yuan Zhihong was silent for a moment, without saying anything, but tapped his forehead with his old fingers. Li Tianren suddenly felt a chill. Eating human heads? Later, we found traces of a human face on its back. Yuan Zhihong's voice was not loud, but it revealed an extremely cold and chilling tone. Li Tianren's breathing became heavy. Do you know what this means? Yuan Zhihong asked in a deep voice. Of course Li Tianren knew. This means that the direction of the bison's genetic recombination did not move towards deterioration, but like Godzilla, it opened the genetic lock. A new species is being born, Yuan Zhihong said word by word. And this species poses a great threat to humans. Li Tianren felt a little depressed in his chest. Just now, he was still experiencing a battle of wits and courage with the military and police, thinking of ways to exploit loopholes in the law, but in just a few minutes, he was switched to a science fiction interface. This sudden change in style was difficult for him to accept for a while. The most important thing is that this is not an isolated case, Yuan Zhihong said. In the Nanjiang Mountains, we found a giant ape that was nearly 3 meters tall. In the deep waters of the North Sea, a fishing boat caught a 2-headed sea lizard, and the entire fishing boat was slaughtered by the sea lizard. In the southeast, As Yuan Zhihong spoke, Li Tianran kept flipping through the photos. Mutated giant beasts appeared in those photos, with hideous faces and drastic changes in limb shapes. There are giant apes covered with bone spurs, and rat kings the size of cattle. As these mutant beasts ran rampant, wherever they passed, there was blood and gore. Before the mutation, humans were the masters of this land, squeezing the wild beasts' living space to the extreme. But after the mutation, those wild beasts that did not die due to the mutation began to madly retaliate against humans and expand their own territory. In the territory of Yanhuang, we have discovered no less than 5 cases of actions of this perfect mutant beast, and this number will continue to grow, Yuan Zhihong said in a deep voice. The main source of wild animal mutations is the plants and grass on the irradiated land. Although most of the radioactive plants and trees in the urban area have been dealt with at this time, there are still large areas of radioactive grass fruits in some nature reserves and wild farmlands. When the beasts have no food source, they will nibble on the irradiated grass berries. If there is a 1 in 100,000 chance that the wild beasts did not die suddenly after eating the radioactive grass fruit, but mutated, and among the mutated beasts, one perfect mutant appeared among a million, then this chance is extremely terrifying in the entire Yanhuang area. There are more than a dozen nature reserves and some natural pastures in Yanhuang. All these wild animals, excluding those that died of freezing due to low temperatures, number more than 10 billion. What is 1/1,000,000th of a billion? Nearly 2,000. Li Tianran could hardly imagine what it would be like if 2,000 mutant beasts the size of elephants were wreaking havoc in the city. And the most important thing is not that their body size has changed, but they gained wisdom. If it were just a simple change in shape and a surge in strength, Li Tianran didn't think they could cause much damage. Any carbon-based creature with flesh and blood cannot survive under artillery shells. But the fear is, the plot in science fiction movies happens in reality. Godzilla and Chimera are back. After all, no one knows whether there is an upper limit to evolution. As these mutant beasts gradually become stronger, will they awaken some strange and bizarre powers? Are these people? Li Tianran continued flipping through the photos, but the next one was no longer a mutant beast, but a photo of a man. He is a spy sent to our country by Sakura country. He caused a big stir in a city in the southeast of Yanhuang, Yuan Zhihong said softly. Not only Sakura country, but now the international situation is chaotic. Major countries have begun to send spies to neighboring countries, either to create chaos or to gather intelligence and prepare for war. This is from the European Union. This is from an extremist organization. This is... Yuan Zhihong gave another series of introductions. Finally, the photos were finished. This is the current situation of Yanhuang. We need to face more than one enemy, Yuan Zhihong said solemnly. Some small countries have been destroyed in just a dozen days, and we may conflict with the European Union at any time. The problem facing Yanhuang is very serious. We have both internal and external troubles, Yuan Zhihong said. In order to solve the current dilemma, the upper level formulated policies and the National Security Bureau personally issued this document. Li Tianran took the document. We are going to form a special team to specifically target the threats of mutant beasts and spies in the country, Yuan Zhihong said in a deep voice. We are going to recruit people who have outstanding performance in various aspects, such as command ability, individual combat ability, lurking ability, assassination ability, and pursuit ability. As long as they meet one of the requirements and pass the assessment, they can join this team. Li Tianran looked at the document, and finally understood the real purpose of Yuan Zhihong's visit. You mean you want me to join? Li Tianran asked softly, feeling his throat a little dry. We estimated your ability based on Wang Bing's confession. If Wang Bing didn't lie, I would rate you S. Yuan Zhihong smiled and said softly. You are a perfect combination of command and personal combat ability. You are a perfect leader. I think you're too kind to me. Li Tianran finally understood why no one had continued to investigate the matter of him possessing a standard firearm. Compared to what Yuan Zhihong said, Li Tianran's possession of a gun and the source of the gun have become completely unimportant. The Wells gang are just the lowest level criminals, they are just a bunch of brainless idiots. Li Tianran waved his hand and said, We can just take a company from the army and beat them to a pulp. So you admit that you did it? Yuan Jinghong seized the loophole in Li Tianran's words and said hurriedly. Li Tianran raised his eyebrows. He had just wanted to reject Yuan Jinghong's invitation, and subconsciously mentioned the matter of wells. But he doesn't have any regrets now. He didn't think that Yuan Jinghong and Yang Yong went through so much trouble and issued so many secret orders just to make him tell the truth and get evidence of his guilt. He was certain that what Yuan Jinghong said was true. The soldiers in the company are well trained and can naturally wipe out wells, Yuan Jinghong said with a smile. But you are different. You have never received orthodox training, but you can show such an amazing record. You have proved your excellence. If you are trained further, you will definitely be able to become the leader of this plan. Bang! Yuan Jinghong extended a hand to Li Tianran and said in a deep voice. Come together! You will become the creator of history. You will get the supreme glory. Li Tianran looked at Yuan Jinghong's hand, and suddenly a surge of passion surged in his heart. A man should make achievements in this world. On the battlefield, holding an iron knife and a steel gun in his hands, he galloped and roared, and the enemy's heads fell to the ground, paving a road to supreme glory for him. Which man doesn't have a dream of galloping on the battlefield? Li Tianran is no exception. At this time, there was a set of craft military uniform hanging in his bedroom. When he was recruited into the army that year, he missed an opportunity due to many reasons. And now, the best opportunity is right in front of him. As long as he reaches out, he can get it. What will he choose? In fact, joining the army has always been my dream, Li Tianran said softly. Outside the door of compartment 03. Yuan Wen and Han Han stood there, both with strange expressions on their faces. Yuan Wen didn't expect that she would actually hear these words. What she didn't expect was that Hanin also heard these words with her. She knew how tempting Yuan Jinghong's words were to men. But how cruel is this to Hanin? Hanin is only 7 years old. If Li Tianran joins the army, Hanin will definitely not be able to follow him. The brother and sister have no choice but to separate. Hanin stood there blankly. Yuan Wen squatted down, she gently hugged Hanin and said softly, Hanin, don't cry, this matter may not be. Hanin turned her head and smiled brightly. Hanin, don't cry. Hanin has already said that no matter what choice brother makes, Hanin will support him. Even if he wants to leave me. Chapter 78, Disarmament. At this moment, both Yuan Jinghong in the cubicle, and Yuan Wen and Hanin outside the cubicle were silent. They were all waiting for Li Tianran's answer. Because this answer determines more than just one person's fate. Quiet. It's too quiet. Yuan Wen discovered that she could clearly hear the sound of her own heartbeat. I don't know how long it took, maybe a second, or maybe a century, but Li Tianran's answer finally came from the compartment. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Hearing this voice, Yuan Wen felt a very complicated emotion in her heart. Judging from her identity, she definitely wanted Li Tianran to accept Yuan Jinghong's invitation and become a member of the special forces serving Yan Wang. But after talking with Hanin just now, Yuan Wen felt that Li Tianran's life had long been closely linked with Hanin's. If you want to separate them forcibly, it would be an extremely cruel thing. She always felt that Li Tianran's destiny should not be to fight on the battlefield, but to be with his family. This feeling is very complicated and Yuan Wen can't explain it clearly. This is by no means sympathy for Hanin, but an intuition that is reasonable. Inside the compartment, Yuan Jinghong seemed a little bit unconvinced of his ears. He was stunned for a moment, frowned and asked, Maybe there is something wrong with my ears just now. What was your answer just now? I said I refused to join this special force. Li Tianran took a deep breath and spoke word by word. Why? Yuan Jinghong was extremely puzzled. He had been working in this industry for so many years that his eyes had become extremely sharp. He could accurately judge a person's thoughts through subtle changes in their facial expressions and body parts. He could clearly see that Li Tianran was extremely excited and thrilled about his proposal. It was obvious that Li Tianran was very interested in becoming a member of this team. But why would he refuse now? For many reasons, please forgive me for not being able to describe them one by one. Li Tianran shook his head and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I disappoint you. Yuan Jinghong pursed his lips and began to speculate on the reason why Li Tianran refused. Then his pupils shrank slightly and he said, I see. You are worried that after you join, there will be no one to take care of your little girl, right? Li Tianran's information had already been submitted to Yuan Shenghong when Yang Yong made his report, so he now knew very well what Li Tianran was worried about. Don't worry about this. After you join, we will place the little girl in the safest place. She can receive the best education and the best social resources. Moreover, when you are not training or performing tasks, you can meet at any time. We will give you the maximum freedom. Yuan Shenghong was really a little anxious, and the conditions he offered were enough to tempt most people. The fact that he was able to get such a solemn promise from the authorities in such a turbulent situation at this time is enough to show how much Yuan Shenghong values Li Tianran. The reason is simple. In this world, there are many people who excel in one aspect. But there are very few people who possess both strong personal strength and team cohesion, or incitement. Yuan Shenghong is the commander-in-chief of Handong province in this operation. He feels that Li Tianran is the perfect candidate to be the leader of this team. So at this moment, he would make Li Tianran agree to him at all costs. Li Tianran laughed, his tone slightly helpless, and said with a smile, "It seems that you are really sincere, but I still can't agree to you. I can see that you are an idealistic and passionate young man. You are not unwilling to agree to my request because you are afraid of death," Yuan Shenghong said. "If you feel that the conditions we offer to your little girl are not favorable enough, we can continue to improve her treatment." Li Tianran listened to Yuan Shenghong's words quietly, and then said seriously, "A good education and high-quality social life are indeed what I cannot give her. They are all very good. But the most important point is that these are not what my little girl wants." Yuan Shenghong narrowed his eyes. "A child's heart is actually very simple. She doesn't want too many luxurious things, those things that are very valuable in the eyes of US adults," Li Tianran said slowly. "Children are also very greedy. They want their family to stay by their side for the rest of their lives, without leaving for a moment." After hearing this, Yuan Shenghong was silent for a moment and said, "This is small love, not great love. In the eyes of your family, she hopes that you can stay with her forever, but as time goes by, she will still choose to push you out and let you soar towards your dreams and spread your wings. The former is a gentle little love, the latter is a great love. We are just small people." Li Tianran laughed brilliantly. "Even if we never become big people in our lifetime, there is nothing to regret." Yuan Shenghong took a deep breath and felt a little blocked in his chest. He wanted to persuade Li Tianran, but didn't know where to start. "But we need you now." Yuan Shenghong stared into Li Tianran's eyes and said very seriously, "Our country needs you." Hearing the word country, Li Tianran's face turned serious. "To the entire Yanhuang, I am just a slightly special soldier. But to my little girl, I am her whole world." Li Tianran stood up very seriously and bowed slightly to Yuan Shenghong. "Besides me, you have many other choices, but Hanan only has me as a family." Yuan Shenghong finally understood where Li Tianran's determination came from. He also finally realized that he could not make this outstanding young man a part of his plan. But he was not angry or upset, just a little lost. A smile appeared on his face, and he patted Li Tianran's shoulder with some emotion and said, "It is difficult to give up your ideals and passion for your family. I respect your choice. Being ruthless does not necessarily mean you are a hero, and being loving to your children makes you not a man." This is what Yuan Shenghong wanted to say to Li Tianran at this moment. A man who steps onto the battlefield and sheds his blood is indeed a man. But for the sake of his family, he gives up a bright and glorious path and quietly returns to mediocrity. Who can say that a man who makes such a choice is not a man? Yuan Shenghong knew that this choice was extremely difficult, so he stopped giving advice. "I will notify Yang Yong to seal and destroy your criminal record, file and the records of this incident." Yuan Shenghong smiled. This was his goodwill towards Li Tianran. Although he failed to recruit Li Tianran, he was still willing to make friends with such a person. And who knows, Li Tianran might change his mind in the future. At that time, he can still recruit Li Tianran under his command at any time. The current situation is very chaotic. Keep a low profile, retain your strength, and protect yourself and your family. Yuan Shenghong handed Li Tianran a piece of paper with a string of numbers written on it. "This is my personal phone number. If you have any questions, feel free to call me." Li Tianran nodded. Yuan Shenghong walked out. Suddenly, he turned around, drew his gun and pointed it at Li Tianran. Li Tianran subconsciously leaned over and pounced out like a cheetah. He pressed Yuan Jinghong's arm holding the gun with his left hand and pressed it down hard. At the same time, he pressed the butt of Yuan Jinghong's gun with his right palm and instantly bent his arm into a V shape with the elbow as the center point and pressed it next to Yuan Jinghong's neck. All this happens within 0.2 seconds. It was not until Li Tianran pressed Yuan Jinghong against the wall and grabbed the gun with his right hand that he realized the safety of the gun was not on. Hoo-hoo! My evaluation of you has become higher now, hee-hee! Yuan Jinghong was breathing heavily with a smile on his face. Testing me? Li Tianran asked softly. How can I believe the empty words of a criminal suspect, Wang Bing? How can I know if it's true or not if I don't try it myself? Yuan Jinghong said with a smile. When I was young, I was the fighting champion of the entire Handong province. Although I am a little older now, I am embarrassed to be disarmed by you so easily.